In the final 35 seconds, trailing by 13 points, the most criticized fifth overall pick, surprisingly shouted that he would take on the whole court. At Barclays Center, LeBron James scored while being guarded by two players, putting the Nets down 101 to 114 with 35 seconds left. Commentator Miller sighed. With Brown fouled out, the Lakers are set to take this game. Van Gundy glanced at the lineup. There's still a fifth pick who hasn't played, but with this deficit, it wouldn't matter who comes in. Nash looked towards the end of the bench. Hey, Young, it's your time to shine. Yang jumped up sharply, was on a 10-day contract, having wandered for 3 years, and hadn't played in half a year. He just wanted to play professional basketball. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. System sign and restoration. Would you like to restore immediately? Yang was stunned. The system that had once made him a symbol of Chinese basketball 3 years ago, the system that had disappeared, was back. Stop zoning out, or you'll get AT, the referee urged. Yang ran onto the court, and the system prompted. Restoration successful. Reward. Super divine 3-point shot. He instantly felt energized, raising his fist and shouting. Let's go. Miller exclaimed. The fifth pick is here, and he looks confident. Van Gundy sneered. After 3 years of nothing, can he really become a god in the last 35 seconds? Yang stood beyond the 3-point line, feeling the surge of power within him. With a super divine 3-point shot boost, could he create a miracle? With a 13-point deficit and 35 seconds left, could this criticized fifth overall pick truly turn the tide? And in his second year, he led his team to an undefeated championship, winning both the regular season MVP and FMVP. Miller continued. Van Gundy interrupted with a laugh. Let's be realistic. The NBA doesn't lack for self-celebration. He is average talent and should go home after this. Yang heard this and, during LeBron's free throw, rushed to mid-court. What if I score double digits? Van Gundy was taken aback. You get 2 points and he'll give you a mysterious gift. Deal. Yang turned and ran off. The Nets started the play, and Yang hit in the corner. Irving drove in but was swatted by Howard, and the ball flew right to Yang. He sidestepped to grab the ball, turned, and took a shot much like Kobe's clutch shot over Wade. Swish. The three-pointer went in. Miller laughed. Old Van, you lost. Van Gundy looked at the screen. It's just 3 points, just give him a plane ticket. Yang shouted at him. Old man, is the big gift ready? In the next possession, Yang intercepted the ball from Pope and fast broke to the 3-point line to shoot. Irving shouted for a pass from behind, but Yang ignored him, jumped, and shot. Swish. Another one. 107:114. With 23 seconds left, he cut the deficit to 7 points. The crowd erupted, and Nash jumped up, waving, get back on defense. Rondo held the ball to waste time, but Yang rushed from behind to double-team him, his long arms poking the ball loose. Durant chased the ball and threw it forward. Yang sprinted to catch it, with Rondo hot on his heels. Standing at 2 meters tall, facing the defending Lakers players, he raised the ball again. Would he shoot a three-pointer? After 2 consecutive super divine 3-point shots, could he reduce the deficit even further? Would Van Gundy's mysterious gift be an acknowledgement of his misjudgment? Yang suddenly stopped, faked with the ball, and Rondo, with a basketball IQ of 180, still got faked out. He was quick, using Rondo's jump to throw up a high layup whistle. And an M1. Smart play. Miller shouted. In slow motion replay. Rondo extended his foot when landing, and Yang stepped on it. Booing erupted from the crowd, and Durant and Irving hurried to help him. Are you okay? Yang held his breath, stood up, and limped to the free throw line, his movements fluid swish. He made the free throw. 109:114. With 16 seconds left, the deficit was down to 5 points. Vogel quickly called a timeout, his face dark. Van Gundy nodded. He has the resilience of Yao Ming, but he's still 4 points behind with 16 seconds left. Let's see if Durant can become the Grim Reaper. Miller countered. Young should get the ball. He's the hero tonight. After the timeout, the Lakers brought LeBron and Davis back in. Irving fouled Rondo, sending him to the free throw line, but Rondo missed both shots, and the Nets grabbed the rebound. Nash drew up a play, ultimately giving the ball to Durant. Vogel shouted, guard that number 8 tightly. Don't let him shoot a 3. LeBron kept an eye on Yang. This temp had scored 9 points in 9 seconds. Like he was possessed by McGrady, it was terrifying. In the last 5 seconds, Durant drove in, drawing a double team before passing to Yang in the corner. Rondo lunged at him like a madman, and Yang jumped up to shoot. Could this three-pointer go in? Trailing by 1 point with 2 seconds left, could he hit the game winner? Would Rondo try to foul him again? Miller clenched his fist and shouted. With 7 seconds left, the Lakers lead by 4 points. Old Van, is there a miracle? Van Gundy adjusted his glasses. I wouldn't dare guess players like LeBron and Durant will fight until the last second. All the fans stood up, and the little fans closed their eyes in prayer. Griffin inbound the ball. Irving found Durant, who received a screen and the ball, with Davis tied on him. He leaned in, signaling for screen, accelerated past, and pulled up swish. 2 points. 112:114. With 3 seconds left, only a 2-point deficit. Yang rushed up and fouled, sending LeBron to the free throw line. Irving panicked. Why foul him? You should foul Rondo. He's terrible at free throws. Yang ignored him. LeBron had a 90 free throw shooting rate. First shot, the ball hit the front of the rim, no good. The crowd erupted in cheers, and on the second shot, it bounced out again. Yang sprang up like a spring, grabbing the rebound. He jumped higher than Griffin. Timeout, he shouted, with 1.5 seconds left. Nash was stunned. Is this really the same Yang? After the timeout, Nash tossed aside the playbook. Yang, you take the last shot. The crowd gasped, leaving Durant out and letting attempt take the game winner. Durant, hands on his hips, said to Yang, they'll draw the defense with Irving if you get an open shot. Take it. Don't hesitate. Yes, the ball was inbound. Griffin focused on Yang. Durant and Irving ran to the sides, drawing all the defenders away. Yang ran to the top of the arc, receiving the ball wide open. The whole world was watching his hands. Could this three-pointer go in? With 1.5 seconds left, trailing by 2 points, could he hit the game winner? LeBron and Davis were lunging at him like crazy. Hey, shoot quickly. Durant yelled while being guarded by Davis. Rondo turned and charged. Yang received the ball laterally, bent his knees, jumped, and snapped his wrist. At the moment of takeoff, a loud crack echoed, and a sharp pain shot through him. He focused on the basketball, but it hit the back of the rim and bounced back to the crowd side. Some held their heads, others raised their fists. Miller shrugged. The game winner failed. The game is over. Van Gundy laughed. Congratulations to the Lakers, the miracle didn't happen. The screen was filled with criticism. Why didn't you let Durant shoot? Nash's garbage play? Who is he? Does he deserve to take the game winner? Go back. Yang lay on the ground. Overwhelmed with helplessness, the system returned, but he couldn't withstand the pain. Durant rushed over. Brother, are you okay? 9 points in 35 seconds. You amazed me. Harden squatted down. You are our championship puzzle. Yang stood up. For the championship, I will give my all. He knew very well that he would soon take Harden's starting position, and by then, he might not have this kind of treatment that on the player bench. Irving was arguing with Nash. I should take the last shot. Nash insisted. Yang is the hero tonight. He is the most qualified. The assistant coach pulled Irving away, and with Durant and Tucker's persuasion, the situation finally calmed down. Irving turned to Yang and kept rambling, then left the locker room without looking back. Yang was dumbfounded. Is it really necessary? Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. System task issued. Replace Harden's starting position in 3 games. Reward God-level breakthrough. Yang's eyes lit up. Replace Harden. Could he complete this task? Would Irving's hostility affect the situation? Would Nash offer him a second 10-day contract? Hey, Yang, what brings you here on Christmas Eve? Miller exclaimed, a mixture of shock and awkwardness washing over him at Yang's unexpected appearance. Little Van Gundy glanced upward, meeting Yang's gaze, and shrugged in an attempt to alleviate the tension. However, noticing Yang carrying a backpack was quite surprising. Was he here to train? With the match concluded less than half an hour ago, one would expect him to revel in the joys that Christmas night brings. Why would he choose to train instead? Furthermore, considering his injured ankle, was it truly necessary to subject himself to such torment for the sake of a contract? Hey, Yang, you really shouldn't be here at this time. At the very least, you ought to focus on healing your injury, little Van Gundy remarked, extending his hand in concern. Yang expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the concern shown towards him, smiling as he replied, Thank you, but this is merely a trivial matter. I aspire to demonstrate to all of you that I can achieve greater heights in the NBA and become the future cornerstone of the team. Van Gundy nearly choked on his words, seizing the opportunity to cast a disdainful glance at Miller. Maintaining his politeness, Miller replied with a courteous smile, Yang, I truly admire your confidence. Your performance tonight has instilled a sense of hope, but do bear in mind that humility is essential at all times. This league is fiercely competitive, and arrogance could lead to your downfall. Yang, endoedwit a remarkable system, is destined to dominate the league by accomplishing the tasks assigned by the god of basketball. In the face of their disdain, little explanation is necessary. He must simply focus on completing his assignments swiftly. He sets down his backpack and sheds his training attire, revealing his rather meager biceps. Such is the reality of innate physical prowess, which cannot be compared to the likes of LeBron. Coach Van Gundy shook his head, signaling to Miller to hasten his departure. Yang donned his shoes and applied a slight pressure, feeling a twinge of pain, yet he could endure it. He picked up the basketball, poised to take a shot. when his gaze fell upon the two individuals who had just arrived at the entrance. He quickly retracted the ball and called out to Coach Van Gundy. "Hey, Coach Van, you lost tonight. Where's my mysterious little gift?" Yang Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly within the empty arena, startling several court attendants. Little Van Gundy turned around, finding Yang Yang fixedly gazing at him, showing no signs of retreat. "Ha ha, you indeed lost. You should honor your promise," Miller could not help but mockingly interject. Originally, this small gift was merely a playful jest regarding Yang Yang's return flight ticket, yet he took it to heart. "Oh, dear child, don't take it so seriously. Perhaps you should focus on securing a second short contract first," Little Van Gundy quipped with humor. It turned out that the renowned Coach Van Gundy was merely a gambler unyielding in defeat, chuckling softly. Yang Yang smiled, unwilling to let the matter rest. Little Van Gundy, somewhat vexed, conceded the truth of his loss that evening. In an effort to salvage his pride, he inquired with a smile, "So, what gift do you desire?" Yang Yang picked up his phone and remarked, "It is now 11 o'clock at night. I shall attempt to make 1,000 three-pointers within the next 3 hours. I would like you to seek out Manager Max and assist me in obtaining a second short contract." With that, Yang Yang strode onto the court, effortlessly launching a three-pointer from the baseline, the ball sailing cleanly through the net with a crisp sound. Little Van Gundy thought Yang Yang had lost his mind. Making 1,000 three-pointers in 3 hours was a monumental challenge, even for him. When it came to contracts, it would typically be his agent's responsibility to negotiate. Why should he be involved? "Oh, I believe you ought to honor your promise," Miller said, patting Little Van Gundy on the shoulder with a smile. "Good luck, old Van. I must return to enjoy this rare holiday with my family." Little Van Gundy felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that his casual remark had inadvertently led to this contract negotiation. However, given Yang Yang's performance that evening, he was confident he could secure the short contract for him. It would be another chance for him to remain in the league. He promptly dialed Max's number. Meanwhile, on the court, Yang Yang was nearing a state of frenzy, relentlessly shooting three-pointers around the arc. With each shot, he meticulously noted the variations in his hand positioning. A true shooter possesses a consistent hand form, one that remains unchanged with every release, even under intense defensive pressure. However, tonight's shooting was far from ideal, due to an ankle injury. Each jump brought with it a wave of pain. This discomfort hindered his jumping height, compromising the integrity of his shooting form. After 200 attempts, he had managed to make only 50 shots, an abysmally low shooting percentage. Yang Yang felt a sense of urgency, given his current shooting accuracy. Completing the task within 3 hours seemed virtually impossible. He resolved that he must ensure his ankle injury would not hinder his shooting. Consequently, he wrapped his ankle with 2 more layers of bandage and added a cushioned insole. After noticing a significant improvement, he resumed shooting, perhaps due to the system's enhancement. Yang Yang felt his stamina revitalized. Even after attempting 200 shots while injured, he did not find it overly taxing, with the pain's impact minimized and the system's influence. His three-point shooting percentage indeed improved markedly. In the following 100 attempts, he successfully landed 30 shots. After a series of successful shots, Yang Yang would deliberately slow his shooting pace, maintaining the same hand form as during his previous successful attempts. When he missed, he would contemplate how to readjust his hand positioning. This methodical approach allowed Yang Yang to quickly master a comfortable shooting form. After another 200 shots, dedicated to refining his form, his accuracy continued to rise. However, he was still far from achieving his goal of improving his performance from every position. After shooting 500 balls, Yang Yang was drenched in sweat, and his wrist began to ache. He repeatedly tossed the ball while holding it, prompting even the security guard preparing to lock up to shake his head disapprovingly. Yet, witnessing Yang Yang's dedication, the guard couldn't bring himself to interrupt and approached him, saying, "Yang, let me help you retrieve the balls." In the NBA, there exists an unwritten rule that prominent stars train with accompanying trainers, while role players often train alone, making ball retrieval a particularly time-consuming task. Yang Yang would certainly not decline such goodwill. He stepped forward and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance. Thank you." Subsequently, with the security guards' help retrieving the balls, he managed to shoot 500 in just half an hour. His shooting accuracy had risen to 40. Yet, only an hour had passed, and the intense three-point practice had left Yang Yang utterly exhausted. Observing him leaning on his knees, panting heavily, the security guard chuckled and remarked, "Yang, you need to rest. Tonight's training quota has been met. Come back tomorrow." "No, my task is not yet complete. I can continue." Chapter 6. The contract at last. The security guard felt a mix of helplessness and satisfaction. ever since that man had tragically departed. He had not witnessed such an intense and relentless training regimen. It could be said that that man was a paragon for every player, achieving lofty honors through sheer dedication and rigorous training. Tonight, Yang bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Yang, do you know Kobe?" The security guard inquired. Speaking of Kobe, he was indeed Yang's idol. Anyone with a passion for basketball would undoubtedly be familiar with Kobe. However, Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and replied resolutely, "I have always regarded him as my idol. He is the target I strive to pursue." "Well, I hope you can become a man like him, one day emerging as a superstar." Yang nodded resolutely, taking a deep breath, and resumed his intense three-point shooting practice. The shape of his hands remained paramount in executing the perfect shot. For the next 500 shots, he focused on perfecting this hand form. In the subsequent 500 shots, he aimed to enhance his shooting accuracy with a comfortable grip, even though he was utterly exhausted. With his ankles beginning to numb and his legs trembling incessantly, he persevered in his attempts. According to the system's records, he was merely 50 shots away from achieving 1,000 three-pointers. The visible improvement in his shooting percentage could not wane due to fatigue. Meanwhile, his phone on the sidelines vibrated countless times. In Max's office, even Coach Van Gundy expressed his dissatisfaction. The two had no choice but to head straight to the gym, but upon arriving at the entrance and witnessing Yang drenched in sweat, Coach Van Gundy halted Max's advance. With a curious smile, he remarked, "Max, I believe my earlier words can now be substantiated." After the game, Max returned to his office, contemplating whether to offer Yang a second short contract. He consulted with Nash, who suggested extending a 10-day contract to observe further. With the team currently grappling with numerous injuries, it was indeed a time for reinforcements. However, Max held a differing view, despite Yang's stunning performance. A few minutes of play were insufficient to ascertain his utility. Crucially, Max had already evaluated several free agents in the market, including former Pacers star Lance Stephenson. Just as he was preparing to make a call, Coach Van Gundy's phone rang, conveying his intentions. It was astonishing for Max that someone previously unknown like Yang could receive such a recommendation from Van Gundy. After various explanations from Coach Van Gundy, Max decided to observe Yang's training at the gym. Consider it a tryout. If he could impress once more, a second short contract could be on the table after midnight. Faced with Coach Van Gundy's renewed endorsement, Max chose to withhold immediate judgment and opted to watch first. Following 2.5 hours of rigorous three-point training, Yang had mastered his comfortable shooting form, coupled with an improved shooting percentage in the latter half. He completed the final 50 shots with a flawless success rate. The system notification chimed. "Task complete. Congratulations. Your three-point shooting percentage has increased by 10. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, Yang finally exhaled, collapsing to the ground before he could relish the joy of his achievement. On the sidelines, Max's mouth had formed an astonished O, and even Coach Van Gundy could hardly believe the remarkably high success rate. They exchanged glances, both astonished. "Yang, you are one of the most diligent players I have ever encountered. Heaven rewards the diligent. You will undoubtedly realize your dreams." The security guard wiped his brow and approached with a slight smile. Yet, he could hardly contain his excitement. After a long night, his work was done, and it was time to return home for a reunion. Yang was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyelids open. Only faint sounds reached his ears. "Mr. Ma, what brings you here?" The security guard inquired, intrigued by the arrival of Max and his companion. Max, with a satisfied smile, replied, "Thank you for your dedication. It's quite late for you to be accompanying him during training. Next time, we can simply have a trainer do it." He chuckled and added, "Honestly, it would be a great pity if Yang were to leave." Max cast a helpless glance at little Van Gundy, who responded with a thumbs up to the security guard. The guard then looked back at Yang, who was still in a daze, and approached to rouse him. Upon regaining consciousness, Yang opened his eyes to behold Max and the young Van Gundy, and he could no longer afford to be dazed. Summoning his weary body, he rose and, mustering his spirits, declared, "Mr. Ma, Coach Van Gundy, I have squandered too much time. It is time for me to return." "Yang, do you not wish for the contract?" Young Van Gundy inquired with a smile. "I assure you, I am a man of my word, here with Mr. Ma to discuss the contract with you." The mention of the contract invigorated Yang, far more energizing than any boost to his shooting percentage. "Mr. Ma, is it truly possible for me to stay?" he hastily asked. Max chuckled softly, gesturing for him to sit and converse. He then turned to whisper a few words to the nearby security guard, who, upon receiving the information, broke into a smile and departed with evident satisfaction. Yang had an inkling of what was happening, yet he was taken aback that Coach Van Gundy had indeed invited Max to the court. Could it be that, after witnessing the earlier practice, he had a sudden change of heart and decided to offer him a contract? It is worth noting that securing this second guaranteed contract would ensure that, regardless of how he performed in the subsequent 10 days, the team would automatically extend a guaranteed contract until the end of the season. In essence, obtaining this second short-term contract would equate to acquiring a guaranteed contract, allowing him to continue playing while also securing a basic livelihood. Max seated himself and inquired, "Yang, are you willing to stay?" Without hesitation, Yang replied affirmatively. "I can contribute to the team, even towards a championship." The Nets had assembled a formidable trio this season, with the singular aim of clinching the championship. Having observed Yang's performance in the earlier training session, Max was thoroughly impressed with his role as a supporting player. The team needed someone like him, capable of diligent blue-collar work, with the occasional ability to sink a few three-pointers. "Such aspirations are commendable," Max affirmed. "But you must be cognizant of your position and responsibilities within the team. I do not require you to score excessively. Just focus on defense and alleviate the pressure on the team." This arrangement, however, was evidently not Yang's ambition. His journey to the NBA was not solely to play a supporting role. Reflecting on the tribulations of the past 3 years, the initial buoyancy he felt upon entering the NBA had long since faded, replaced by a sense of steadiness. Even as a third-year player, what was the harm in starting anew as a rookie? After all, did not Lowry toil for many years as a role player before reaching prominence? With this resolve, Yang responded firmly, "Rest assured, Max, I will comply with whatever the coach requires, as long as I can remain with the team." At that moment, a security guard interrupted their conversation with a smile, saying, "Here's what you requested, coach." Max took the envelope, extracted the contract, and handed it to Yang with a grin. "Yang, I have changed my mind and decided to offer you a contract. If you have no objections, please sign." Chapter 7. The battle for the Eastern Conference lead. Upon seeing the contract, Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excited, he hurriedly approached and took the document with both hands, turning back gratefully to glance at Coach Van Gundy. Coach Van Gundy, having fulfilled his wager, extended his hand to shake Yang's, saying, "Congratulations, Yang. I hope your performance tonight will be sustained. And rest assured, I am not reneging on our agreement." Yang laughed heartily, marveling at the outcome of this wager. Under the witness of 3 men bearing different identities, Yang inscribed his name, sealing the moment as he donned the number 8 jersey of the Nets once more. Due to the Christmas holiday, the NBA would observe a 3-day hiatus. Seizing this opportunity, Yang, having secured his contract, chose not to take a break. Instead, he remained with the team, seeking the expertise of the medical staff to address his ankle injury. For a full 2 days, he occupied the treatment room, diligently working on his shooting form while undergoing therapy for his ankle. Thanks to the meticulous care of the team physician, he was able to return to practical training on the 3rd day. Yang possesses no concept of rest. He understands that to establish himself in the NBA, he must exert more effort than others. Throughout the day, he devoted himself solely to practicing three-point shots. Before completing his systematic tasks, his shooting percentage languished at a dismal 25. However, after a 10 percentage point increase, his accuracy surged to 35. It is worth noting that in the professional arena, a three-point shooting percentage of 35 is already considered elite. Should he elevate it to 45, he would become a formidable sharpshooter. At present, only Curry in the league can barely attain such a feat after sinking 2,000 three-pointers. Yang sat exhausted on the sidelines, packing his belongings to return home. When he speaks of home, he refers to the team dormitory. Were it not for the timely arrival of his second short contract, Yang might have found himself homeless, let alone having a place to call his own. For him, this situation is already quite satisfactory. After all, not many teammates enjoy the luxury of a single suite. Following a day of rest, at 8 o'clock in the evening New York time, the Barclays Center was set to host another formidable Eastern Conference team, the Milwaukee Bucks, a squad also aspiring for the championship title. The Nets' schedule was rather challenging, facing the reigning champions on Christmas and then immediately contending with the Bucks 3 days later. The Bucks rank among the top teams in the East, with both teams occupying the first and second spots respectively, especially after Giannis Antetokounmpo secured the regular season MVP title. The Bucks have solidified their status as championship contenders. Pre-game analyses indicated that the Nets' injuries diminished their chances of victory. Even with the presence of the formidable Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, the absence of the prolific scorer James Harden made it difficult to compete against a healthy Bucks team. The outcome of this match was crucial for both teams. A victory would bestow a psychological advantage, allowing the winner to gain the upper hand in future playoff encounters. Following the warm-up, the electrifying entrance ceremony commenced. For Yang, however, it held little significance. The grand introductions were reserved for the star players, leaving the supporting cast with scant cheers from the fans. The game began with the whistle of Chief Referee Scott Foster. The live commentary was provided by the duo of Van Gundy and Miller, who had conducted thorough analyses prior to the match. Particularly after assisting Yang in securing his contract, Van Gundy expressed confidence that Yang would indeed take to the court and perform admirably. Upon reviewing the starting lineup, Miller chuckled, noting that the Nets' injury list had not diminished, yet their 5th overall pick remained merely on the activation list. Moreover, his ankle injury had yet to fully heal. Even if he were to play, surprises were unlikely. Haha, one can never be too certain, Van Gundy replied with a smile. I am filled with confidence regarding Yang. Well, let's turn our attention to the game, Miller remarked. Miller smiled as he deftly shifted the topic, for the gaze of the fans was solely fixated on the duel between Durant and Giannis. The initial round showcased Durant in a one-on-one confrontation with Giannis. Despite 2 consecutive crossovers, Giannis remained steadfast, forcing Durant to relinquish the ball back to Irving. With a swift acceleration, Irving maneuvered past Holiday and penetrated the lane. Lopez stood sentinel beneath the basket, and prior to the match, Coach Budenholzer had meticulously devised a strategy to counter Irving's drives. The plan dictated that upon Irving's penetration, Lopez was to remain stationed within the paint, eschewing any attempt to follow. Irving's incursion was bound to be profound, as the towering 2.13-meter Lopez significantly restricted Irving's finishing at the rim. Indeed, as Irving shed Holiday and approached the free throw line, noticing Lopez had not advanced, he surged forward to attack the basket. Lopez, lying in wait, extended his long arms towards Irving. Sensing interference on his layup, Irving suddenly pivoted, akin to a fish darting through water, and executed a mesmerizing pass to the wide-open Griffin. Griffin rose and delivered a thunderous one-handed dunk. The arena erupted in a wave of exhilaration, with jubilant fans rising to applaud, not only for the enchanting pass, but also in astonishment at the ferocity with which the white beast attacked the rim. How did that pass even transpire? A bewildered Van Gundy turned to Miller, who, equally astonished, could scarcely comprehend the moment before witnessing Griffin's emphatic slam. Meanwhile, Yang, stationed by the water cooler, observed the unfolding drama with clarity. Irving's pass could only be described as spectral. Truly a superstar, yet Yang felt this was not an ordinary play, merely a consequence of Irving's lack of space to shoot. Had it been him, he would have ensured that Lopez could not so easily decipher the path of his drive. Turning back, Holiday swiftly controlled the ball past half-court, delivering it to Middleton stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Giannis, positioned low, called for the ball. With Griffin defending him, all teammates dispersed and Giannis pivoted, holding the ball facing the basket. With a deft side-to-side dribble, Griffin remained unfazed, and Giannis opted to extend his long arm for a mid-range jumper. The basketball sailed through the net, securing a steady 2 points. Yang was stuck in Abak. Giannis had never been known for his mid-range shooting, yet today he concluded with a basket. It seems that everyone is diligently working to refine their weaknesses. Had I been tasked with defending that shot, I might not have been able to contain it, but at the very least, I would not have allowed him to easily score in front of me. As the first quarter came to a close, the 2 teams fought fiercely with the home team, the Nets leading by a mere 2 points. With the quarter's end, players began to make their way to the bench, and Nash was the first to seize the tactical board and rise to his feet. Yang hastily approached, while Nash executed a horn play and exclaimed, "Kevin, drift towards the baseline. Johnson, make your way to the upper position. Create space for Kevin to isolate. If an opportunity arises, take the three-pointer." Johnson nodded slightly, yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty, as shooting from beyond the arc was not his forte. "Irving, the opposition is constraining your driving lanes. You must pass the ball and avoid forcing your way in," Nash called back to Irving. Irving felt a hint of discontent, as driving to the basket was his strength. However, he understood the coach's intentions and could only nod in acquiescence. Yang could clearly discern that Irving would not fully comply. Yet he found himself powerless to voice his thoughts, relegated to the role of a mere spectator. As the second quarter's buzzer echoed, Nash turned to glance at Yang. Yang immediately displayed a longing gaze for the opportunity to take the stage, yet Nash merely glanced at him before turning away to take a seat. Chapter 8. I can replace him. Yang has yet to make a significant mark, even though his three-point shooting percentage has risen to 35. Everything remains at a standstill until he demonstrates his prowess. Moreover, Nash did not witness the scene where he made 50 consecutive three-pointers. Yang felt no disappointment. He returned to his rightful place to continue watching the match. In the second quarter, Durant and Irving remained on the court, initiating their tactical play. In the first possession, Durant successfully executed a jump shot. In response, Middleton swiftly answered with an open three-pointer. Johnson's defense was woefully inadequate. Upon witnessing the three-pointer, Yang couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. It was clear that it was a man-to-man defense. Middleton was not particularly skilled at driving to the basket, and simply staying close to him would have sufficed to prevent him from scoring. However, following a screen by Lopez, Middleton easily found himself open. If he were to defend, he would have ensured that Lopez's screen was ineffective. Back in the offensive zone, Irving was unable to penetrate, but Claxton secured the rebound. The young player's offensive skills were still developing. He directly passed the ball to Brown on the perimeter, who had no opportunity to shoot, and subsequently lobbed it to Durant in the low post. He then executed a crossover with Johnson, reinitiating the tactical play. Giannis was tasked with defending Durant, and the defensive exchange had escalated to a physical contest. Durant nudged his defender and, noticing Johnson had broken free, delivered a precise pass. Johnson received the ball, finding himself unguarded. However, instead of taking an immediate shot, he paused momentarily to adjust. Yang slammed his thigh, his brows furrowed in concentration. In that very moment, Nash caught sight of him. Yet, Yang paid no heed to Nash, consumed by the thought that he could take the shot without delay. There was simply no time to adjust, as the Bucks' defense would not afford him such luxury. As anticipated, Middleton swiftly closed in, and Johnson's attempt was thwarted, leading to a quick pass back to Durant. When Durant received the ball, only 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. There was no opportunity for preparation. He pivoted and launched the shot immediately. The ball struck the rim, while Lopez, having boxed out Claxton, secured the rebound. He swiftly passed it to the oncoming Holiday, who charged towards the basket with remarkable speed. Brown's defense was commendable, contesting Holiday's layup, which failed to find the net. However, the Greek freak, with the agility of a guard, soared towards the hoop. He leapt high and forcefully slammed the ball down. This is the physical prowess of our MVP. An explosive force wreaking havoc within the net's interior, truly fearsome. Indeed, Giannis's phenomenal physique is a challenge the Nets cannot counter. In just 2 possessions, the Bucks had surged ahead by 3 points with their counterattacks. Nash, still composed, refrained from calling a timeout, casting another furtive glance at Yang. At this moment, Yang fixated intently on the match, determined to maintain his focus despite not being on the court. He meticulously analyzed the game, preparing himself for the opportunity to play. On the court, the Nets initiated play as Durant maneuvered from the baseline to receive the ball beyond the three-point line, closely shadowed by Giannis. The objective for the evening was to curtail Durant's offensive prowess, leveraging their comparable heights to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Holland's strategy was audacious, yet yielded remarkable results. Typically, defenders against Durant were either shorter or lacked his speed despite having height, rendering them ineffective. Entrusting Giannis with the task of guarding Durant was, in itself, a risky tactical decision. However, Holland reasoned that without Harden, the Nets would struggle to score as effectively as his own team, thus opting to let Giannis contain Durant. Coupled with a clever play involving Irving, the scales of victory seemed to tilt in their favor. When tactics were executed precisely, extraordinary outcomes could ensue. With 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Nets found themselves trailing by 9 points, particularly hindered by Johnson's reluctance to attempt an open three-pointer, resulting in a stagnant offense that compelled Nash to call a timeout. The Nets' offense had begun to falter, and it seemed prudent for Durant to take a breather rather than exert himself to his limits. Indeed, Giannis' defensive efforts were depleting Durant's stamina, necessitating that other players step up to share the scoring burden. Fan Gunies comments inadvertently spotligget Yang, especially given Johnson's inability to shoot from beyond the arc and Brown's being effectively neutralized, leaving the Nets' perimeter performance dismal. Miller chuckled, observing, "Let us see if your prized 5th pick will emerge as a surprise asset." On the sidelines, Nash bellowed at Johnson, urging him to be more assertive, insisting that he needed to take those shots rather than pass them back. Durant, exasperated, raised his hands in frustration, declaring, "You must shoot the open three. If it comes back to me, there won't be time left. You need to take the shot." Meanwhile, Irving gasped for air, having not rested thus far. And with the score still unfavorable, he could only express his anxiety through his heavy breaths. Johnson remained silent, and Yang observed him with a sense of resignation, as he knew he could easily replace him on the court. Yet, he could not fathom why the head coach was reluctant to let him play. Had he not signed a contract, was there still doubt? As the referee's whistle blew, Durant rose to his feet. Nash decisively interrupted, waving his hand and calling out, "Yang, you're up." Yang did not anticipate that he would be stepping in as a substitute for Durant. "Yang, maintain your performance from Christmas Eve. You can do it." Duran Urja. Yang raised his hand for a high five and swiftly removed his training attire, hastening onto the court. Accompanying him were Irving and Mills, who replaced him on the floor. Together with Brown, Aldridge, and Claxton, they formed a youthful ensemble that boasted an impact no less formidable than that of the Bucks. Old fan, your speculation was indeed accurate. Nash has finally unleashed the 5th overall pick, remarked Miller with a subtle smile. Young Van Gundy found no surprise in this, recognizing Nash as an astute coach who would undoubtedly utilize Yang. Yet, whether he could perform tonight remained uncertain. Young Van Gundy simply smiled, let's wait and see. On the court, the 5th overall pick from 3 years ago, now relegated to a role akin to that of a water boy, evoked little reaction from the opponents. According to Nash's tactical arrangement, Yang was positioned as a small forward, maintaining his 3D role, directly matching up against Middleton. As the game commenced, Mills dribbled past half court and passed to Brown on the left, who then fed the ball to the post where Aldridge awaited. This strategy revolved around Mills and Aldridge, leveraging Aldridge's ability to penetrate the paint. Aldridge, with Nwora defending him, made 2 sturdy moves, prompting Allen to swiftly double-team. In response, Aldridge promptly dished the ball back to Brown, who, without hesitation, launched a 3-pointer as he received it. Upon noticing a deviation in his shot, Yang swiftly surged towards the paint. The basketball ricocheted off the front rim, and Yang deftly tapped it, allowing Mills to receive the ball and accelerate forward with determination. Yang decisively retreated to the baseline, prompting an immediate contraction within the paint. Mills, refraining from a deep penetration, rose near the free throw line. Middleton swiftly returned to provide defensive support, observing as Mills's shot was disrupted. Suddenly, in midair, a 2-handed slam was hurled towards the baseline. Yang caught the ball with both hands, without pausing to adjust, and effortlessly shot from beyond the arc. Did he make this daring attempt due to a tactical arrangement? Would the shot find its mark? Chapter 9. He is too easy to guard after the Christmas showdown. The fans at Barclays Center became acquainted with this Eastern player clad in the number 8 jersey. Though he may not shine as brightly as the great Yao Ming, he brings hope to the fans as a substitute, a vital piece of the championship puzzle. Thus, the moment Yang stepped onto the court, a wave of applause erupted from the stands. Observing his shooting form, it was evident that Yang had prepared to shoot even before receiving the ball. Upon making contact, he assumed an ideal shooting posture. Consequently, when he released the ball, it glided from his hands in a remarkably comfortable manner. The basketball soared through the air, and with a resounding swish, it found its way into the net. "Beautiful!" exclaimed Miller, raising his fist in celebration. "What an exquisite shooting form. It's simply astonishing. Only a super shooter could achieve such a stance. In just 3 days, my goodness. He will leave you in awe." Van Gundy, however, was not surprised by this 3-pointer. The true spectacle was only just beginning. "Yang, splendid work. Keep it up," Nash called out as Yang sprinted past him. Durant, whose face had been long and serious, finally broke into a smile, rising to clap and shout, "Yang, play freely. Don't be nervous." Yang remained vigilant, merely gesturing towards the player bench. "Defend, retreat to the back." Mills extended his fingers, instructing Yang to keep an eye on his mark. "Rest assured, I shall not allow him an easy shot," Yang replied, following closely behind Middleton. Middleton was renowned as a cold-blooded assassin, displaying remarkable composure on the court, never succumbing to impulsive decisions. Moreover, he willingly embraced the role of the team's second-in-command, solely focused on excelling in his own game, never vying for the spotlight with Giannis. Such a player would thrive anywhere. On the other side, after a few swift passes, Middleton maneuvered around the baseline, utilizing a teammate's screen to prepare for the catch. Just as he reached out, a figure suddenly emerged from behind, intercepting the ball before Middleton could grasp it. The ball was stolen, and Middleton lunged to reclaim it, while Yang trailed half a step behind. Just as Middleton was about to retrieve it, he executed a perfect leap, using his body to dive forward. He surged ahead of Middleton, forcefully tapping the ball towards the backcourt. Mills had already dashed towards the ball, seizing it at midcourt, while Allen also lunged into contest. The 4 players became entangled in a chaotic scramble, with the actively moving Brown sprinting to the backcourt. Mills, having gained possession, swiftly tossed the ball to Brown. Brown caught it just before the 3-point line effortlessly executing a fast break that resulted in a score. Defend, keep watch over your man. Mills quickly sprang to his feet, raising his hands and shouting once more. This exemplified the undeniable impact of a seasoned veteran who consistently maintained high-intensity performance at all times. Yang had already risen and was closely attached to Middleton, almost clinging to him. Middleton continued to employ the same running patterns, incessantly weaving from the baseline, utilizing his teammate screens to create open space for receiving the ball. As Yang observed, it was yet another screen set for a pick and roll. He swiftly pivoted to circumvent the screening player, closely followed by Middleton, who maintained his position without faltering. Despite 2 consecutive off-ball screens failing to shake Yang off, Middleton opted to remain stationed beyond the three-point line. Meanwhile, Allen, realizing that the pass was futile, decided to direct the ball into the paint. "Watch the double team. Watch the double team," Brown shouted towards Yang, gesturing towards Mamula, who was calling for the ball on the low post on the left side, directly facing Middleton. Should Yang retreat to cover the double team, Middleton would find himself unguarded, presenting him with countless opportunities to conclude the offensive play. Yang, uninterpreted by double coverage, recognized that it would not be a simple task for Mamula to contend with Ad. His strategy was straightforward, focused solely on Middleton. Observing the absence of a double team, Mamula decisively opted for a back-to-basket play. As he dribbled, Yang unexpectedly retreated, prompting Mamula to swiftly secure the ball. Yet, before he could make a pass, Yang rapidly reverted to his defensive stance, determined to prevent Middleton from easily attempting a three-pointer. Caught off guard, Mamula ultimately relayed the ball back to Middleton. With Yang's back turned to Mamula, he posed no interference to the pass. Middleton received the ball, promptly pivoted while leaning against Yang, signaling Mamula to create space as he prepared for a one-on-one confrontation. Yang's interest was instantly piqued as he lowered his center of gravity, eyes fixed intently on the ball held by Middleton. As the interior opened up, Middleton released the ball and took a step back, executing a series of 2 swift between-the-legs dribbles. Yang maintained his defensive position, not fixating on the ball, but rather concentrating on his footwork. In defending, one must observe the feet. Thus, he noticed Middleton swiftly accelerating to break through on the right side. Upon observing the right flank, Yang noticed that the pace of the advance was rather sluggish. With a swift motion, he extended his hand. Suddenly, Middleton's player had already passed, and the ball slipped away. Yang swiftly maneuvered around from the left, retrieving the ball and delivering a pass to the advancing Mills. Before darting quickly to the left side, Mills, with the ball in hand, accelerated down the center, his gaze consistently fixed on his teammates who were darting about on either side. The Bucks' defense was remarkably swift. Allen refrained from committing a foul, maintaining his position along Mills' path of attack. On the right, Matthews closely followed Brown, while Middleton remained a full stride away from Yang, presenting an opportune moment for a fast break layup. Without hesitation, Mills executed a bounce pass to Yang's left side. As Yang advanced beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, Middleton had already positioned himself to the side, preparing to accompany Yang's layup with a formidable block. Just when everyone expected Yang to execute a swift layup, an unexpected maneuver unfolded. Upon receiving the ball, Yang abruptly paused, raising both hands. Middleton, perceiving a mid-range shot, decisively leapt to block. However, he was left bewildered as Yang exploited the momentary lapse, stepping back beyond the three-point line, creating space, and effortlessly releasing a three-point shot. Familiar territory, comfortable space, and a graceful shooting form. He embodied the essence of a true shooter. Realizing he had been deceived, Middleton rushed back. But by then, Yang had already completed his shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, and with a satisfying swish, it found its way into the net once more. "Ollie, what a phenomenal performance from the 5th pick," Miller exclaimed, his fist pumping in excitement. Yang is an outstanding 3 and D player, and this season truly belongs to him. Fan Gundi has acknowledged Yang's prowess. "Well done, keep it up," Mills shouted, approaching for a high five. Yang remained unperturbed. This was merely a routine maneuver. Middleton's acceleration was lackluster, rendering him overly susceptible to defense. At that moment, Holiday urgently called for a timeout, and Yang's gaze fixated fiercely on the opposing Giannis Antetokounmpo. Indeed, if one were to engage, it would be against the most formidable opponent. The Bucks were Giannis's team, and vanquishing him would be truly exhilarating. At that instant, Giannis caught sight of Yang's fierce glare, momentarily taken aback. How audacious for an unheralded player to challenge him so boldly. With a cold smirk, Giannis pointed toward Yang, signaling his intent. Yang, filled with satisfaction, gave a thumbs up to Giannis, a moment that was fortuitously witnessed by Nash and Durant. Duran prumlia pruaka, extending his hand for a high five while exclaiming, "Well done, brother." He then raised his gaze, casting a fierce look at Giannis, silently conveying the message not to bully his younger teammate. Achieving 6 points and 2 steals within a mere 2 minutes was impressive enough to secure him a place in the rotation. "Yang, you're performing admirably. Maintain this level of focus," Nash encouraged, initiating a high five with Yang. "Coach, allow me to guard Giannis," he declared. Chapter 10. I can still play. Nash was taken aback, and the entire audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Nearby, assistant coach D'Antoni expressed his dissatisfaction, admonishing, "Yang, don't be so headstrong. Your task is to execute the strategies laid out by the coach." Indeed, players must adhere to the game plans set by the head coach and fulfill their designated roles for the team to advance further. While players can propose tactical adjustments, it largely depends on their standing. Stars like Durant and Irving may have that privilege, but Yang, on a 10-day contract, lack the authority to dictate defensive matchups. Nash soon regained his composure, acknowledging the assistant coach's perspective while recognizing that Yang's request was not entirely unreasonable. Durant, catching on, quickly interjected, "Yang, you can't guard him. Follow the tactical arrangement." Yang chose not to elaborate further and simply glanced at Nash. Nash nodded slightly and continued to shout, "Excellent." The score remains tightly contested. Seize this final minute. Let's narrow the gap before halftime. This is our home court, and we possess a significant advantage in the second half. Focus on the perimeter. Do not allow them to take any three-point shots. Irving stood up and shouted before returning to the court as the game resumed. In the final minute, Halser still opted to deploy Giannis. It was a battle of titans, where every second could determine the outcome. At this moment, Aldridge found himself matched up against Giannis, both aware that Giannis lacked a three-point shot and preferred to drive towards the basket. With Aldridge's height and weight, he could hold his ground effectively. Meanwhile, Yang continued to defend Middleton. The Bucks had altered their strategy, with Middleton no longer actively handling the ball, instead weaving through from the baseline and remaining stationed at the corner. Upon observing the strategy to employ Middleton purely as a shooter, Yang understood that it was intended for Giannis to take the lead. Indeed, following a pick-and-roll maneuver between Giannis and Holiday, the ball found its way into Giannis' possession, while Holiday retreated beyond the three-point line, drawing Aldridge away and creating a mismatch against Mills. As a seasoned player who once thrived under Popovich, Mills exhibited no trepidation even in the face of a defensive mismatch. Seizing the opportunity presented by the misalignment, Giannis utilized his physical prowess to drive towards the basket. Aldridge's attempt to recover was too late. Yang hastily moved back, but had not yet extended his hand when the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Mills and awarding 2 free throws. "I believe we should switch on defense," Yang asserted decisively as Giannis prepared for his free throws, approaching Mills with purpose. Mills, taken aback by the audacity of a temporary player, questioned, "Do you truly believe you can guard him?" With an air of discontent, he raised his hands in disbelief. At that moment, Giannis overheard the exchange, having successfully made his first free throw. As the referee signaled for the second attempt, Giannis, without haste, turned to Yang and remarked, "Hey, buddy, I admire your courage, but I won't take advantage of a temporary player." With that, he dribbled the ball and continued his free throw routine, affording no opportunity for a response. Mills shrugged, chuckled lightly, and pointed at Middleton, urging him to focus on his own responsibilities, reminding Yang that this was not his concern. Yang's goodwill is solely aimed at achieving victory in the game. Since his former teammates disagree, he refrains from saying more. Turning back, the Nets initiate their offense. The clock is now in the countdown, with just over 50 seconds remaining, allowing for approximately 2 more possessions for each team. Yang's shooting touch is currently on fire, and with an improved shooting percentage, he is determined to accomplish the system's tasks tonight. He strides confidently towards the baseline, embodying the role of a 3D player, defensive-minded, adept at rebounding, and occasionally sinking open three-pointers before he has enhanced his combat prowess. However, Yang does not perceive himself as merely a 3D player. Rather, he sees himself as an exceptional swingman, capable of seamlessly transitioning between the shooting guard and small forward positions, akin to the legendary 4 swingmen of yore, serving as a formidable weapon for the team's offense. Such aspirations could only be expressed 3 years prior, as the trials and tribulations have taught Yang how to navigate the complexities of the NBA. Thus, he approaches the game with the mindset of a 3D player, confident that with the system in place, he can ascend to the status of a shooting guard deity. Positioned at the right baseline, Yang bends his knees and leans forward, perpetually poised to receive the ball. Mills advances the ball to the front court, passing it to Brown, who then feeds it to Aldridge. Aldridge once again executes his signature post move with success. Defensively at the baseline, Mills is continuously gesturing toward Middleton. A reminder for Yang to maintain his defensive vigilance. Yang dared not make even the slightest mistake on the court. Even while providing a screen for Middleton as a center, he was vigilant against leaving anyone unguarded. However, this time, it was Giannis who set the pick for Middleton. In a rapid pursuit, Giannis's physique was as unyielding as steel, and with a powerful stride, he collided with the sprinting Yang, sending him crashing to the ground. The referee's whistle did not sound, and Nash could no longer contain himself. He stood up and roared at the referee, questioning why there was no call for the foul on the screen. The referee paid him no mind, focusing solely on the game. Was it because Giannis was an all-star that my player deserved to be fouled? Damn it. Nash's colorful language prompted the referee to turn around and issue a technical foul, while D'Antoni rushed over to confront the referee, causing chaos to erupt along the sidelines. Yang, still somewhat dazed, struggled to comprehend the commotion occurring at the sidelines. The recent collision had been exceedingly brutal. His body, propelled by swift momentum, was abruptly sent crashing to the ground by the formidable presence of Giannis. At that moment, he felt as if he were floating. This was hardly a game of basketball. It was utterly humiliating. Giannis, turning back, continued to berate him, asserting that without the will to compete, one should not partake in this arena, which was reserved for the strong. Yang heard the trash talk from Antetokounmpo, yet found himself unable to retaliate, his mind still somewhat foggy. The referee's decisions remained unchanged, and Middleton stepped up to the free throw line. Nash decisively signaled for a substitution. In the commentary booth, Miller shook his head, stating, "Indeed, this illustrates the disparity in physical talent. Yang is too weak, too slender, lacking in physicality. This is merely his third year. There is much room for improvement. His next step should be to gain weight," added Van Gundy. On the players' bench, Durant approached Yang and inquired, "Are you all right?" Yang took a moment to gather himself, and, feeling relatively well, confidently asserted, "I am fine and can continue." "You should rest first, Owen. For the final attack, it's your turn," Nash called out. The game resumed, and the intensity on the court intensified due to this brief interlude. The spectators began to jeer at Giannis's actions, yet he remained unwavering in his approach. Meanwhile, the team physician approached Yang, inquiring about his condition. Yang genuinely felt no issues and firmly stated, "I can still play. Please do not halt my participation." "No, we must prioritize the player's safety. If there is a risk of concussion, you cannot take the court," the physician replied, refraining from making hasty judgments. After further inquiries, he escorted Yang towards the locker room. This was Nash's decision. Regardless of the game's progress, the player's well-being must take precedence. Yang could not defy the team's regulations, so he reluctantly followed the team doctor during halftime. Chapter 11. Let me guard Giannis. The changing dynamics of the game were Yang's foremost concern. With 2 quarters remaining before the final buzzer, being taken away by the team doctor posed a significant risk if he were unable to return to the court. The Knights' mission would remain unfulfilled. It is crucial to understand that in the NBA, an enhancement of 10 in combat effectiveness is an overwhelmingly formidable concept. Some players, even after an entire offseason of training, struggle to achieve a mere 5-point improvement. Yet, for Yang, merely participating in a single game could yield a 10-point increase. Such opportunities to confront a strong team must not be squandered. However, it must be acknowledged that the NBA's commitment to player welfare is paramount. A single robust collision necessitated a series of concussion evaluations for Yang. 20 minutes later, he received the test results. The team doctor, presenting the report, informed Yang that the findings were not particularly favorable, a mild concussion. "My recommendation is rest. No, I must give my all. This game is crucial for me. I must secure a victory for the team," Yang asserted resolutely, for a mild concussion does permit one to play, though the doctor preferred that the athlete take more time to recuperate. The team doctor, lacking the authority to impose his will, conceded, "Very well, I respect your decision. But you must prioritize your health. Should you experience any discomfort, please communicate with us immediately." After confirming his ability to return to the game, Yang hastanetu the arena. Upon his return to the sidelines, some fans rose to applaud him, yet the majority's attention remained fixed on the court, where the second half had commenced. Durant was absent, leaving Irving to bear the heavy burden for the Nets trio. The score had slipped to a 12-point deficit, while Giannis remained an unstoppable force. In just 24 minutes of play, he had already amassed 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Nash appeared somewhat fatigued. Without Harden and imposing restrictions on Durant's playing time, the match became exceptionally challenging. Yang returned to the water cooler area, and the team doctor had already communicated with the coaching staff, with Nash expressing no objection to Yang's re-entry onto the court. Upon noticing Yang's return, Durant quickly gestured toward him, to which Yang responded with a nod before shifting his gaze to the court. The team was trailing by 12 points, an ominous sign. With 8 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the momentum had decidedly shifted in favor of the Bucks. If no changes were made, the game would be lost. Suddenly, Giannis Antetokounmpo cut in from the perimeter, and Lopez delivered a bounce pass. Giannis, seemingly unchallenged, soared for a powerful two-handed dunk. The display was magnificent, and his movements brimming with arrogance. Upon landing, he directed a provocative gesture toward the Nets bench, as if to declare, "None of you can stop me. We are the true kings of the Eastern Conference." The bench fell silent, none daring to respond, and even Durant could only wear a long face, lamenting his inability to join the fray. Nash, recognizing the team's struggle to keep pace with the game, decisively called for a timeout, intent on making immediate adjustments. Yang rose and exchanged a high five with his teammate before hastening to Nash's side. Do not leave any gaps in between. Prevent Giannis from taking a three-pointer and deny him space to drive. The perimeter must be tightly guarded. Ensure that we close the door promptly, Nash shouted. Yang was aware of Nash's urgency. However, the perimeter defense was indeed unable to keep pace, and no amount of haste could alter the rhythm of the game. "Coach, allow me to defend Giannis," Yang once again volunteered. "Are you capable of handling it?" Nash inquired, extending his hand. "Absolutely. I can contain his drives," Yang assured confidently. "Do you truly believe you can?" Nash reiterated for confirmation. Yang remained silent, merely affirming with a resolute gaze. As the pause concluded, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Without hesitation, Nash withdrew Johnson and vociferously admonished the players on the court, insisting they not allow anyone to act arrogantly in their home arena. The match resumed. With Irving in possession of the ball, Yang positioned himself at the small forward spot, directly facing off against Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak paid little heed to who was guarding him, for he believed no one could contain him, not even Durant, and certainly did not regard an unheralded temporary player with any seriousness. Yang paid no heed to whether Antetokounmpo underestimated him, instead focusing on his tactical positioning along the baseline. In that moment, he had no teammates to provide assistance, relying solely on his own movement. However, before he could create any space, he witnessed Irving charging decisively toward the paint, forcing his way past Lopez to successfully score. A basket is a basket, regardless of its rationale, that epitomizes Irving's style of play. Yang shrugged and resumed his defensive stance. This time, it was not a conventional zone defense. Rather, he took the initiative to guard from the backcourt, closely shadowing Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis' physique resembled that of a beast, effortlessly pulling yang asawit, a gentle chauffeur. Receiving the ball head-on, before Yang could close the gap, he charged towards the paint with determination. Upon realizing his positional error, Yang lost the courage even to shout for support and desperately sprinted to catch up. He could not allow this shot to be made. Otherwise, the coach would undoubtedly substitute him out. However, the MVP was no ordinary player. With great strides, he advanced, remaining utterly unchallenged. Yang followed closely behind, aware that there was no opportunity to confront head-on. With Ade in front, he decisively slowed his pace. Observing as Giannis barreled in, Ade promptly stepped forward, positioning himself to obstruct Giannis's path to the basket. Giannis gathered the ball at the free throw line, poised to explode into a layup. Just as he executed a massive Euro step to bypass Ade for a thunderous dunk, he realized the ball had slipped away, leaving him suspended in midair, grasping the rim in vain. Meanwhile, Claxton, in a timely defensive maneuver, had leapt into the fray, creating a chaotic scene beneath the basket. Seizing the moment, Yang keenly anticipated Giannis's ball handling and swiftly reached in from below to snatch the ball away. This was a classic case of the hunter becoming the hunted, as he capitalized on the instant of Giannis's ball control, intercepting the ball with precision while it was still airborne. Irving sprang into action, and Yang unleashed a long pass, witnessing Irving launch a rapid counterattack with great strides. Holiday's defense faltered, leaving him to watch as Irving successfully executed a layup. "How did that ball get stolen?" Miller exclaimed in astonishment. Fungundi, observing intently, chuckled heartily, declaring, "Thief." Yang's defense can only be described as cunning. Yang gestured towards the retreating Irving, who promptly responded and hurried to keep pace with Holiday. That was merely a release. "You shall not pilfer the ball from my grasp again," he declared. Giannis, with hands on hips, directed a taunt at Yang. Yang remained silent. There was no need to engage in frivolous banter before completing the task at hand. As the defense resumed, a strategic shift was adopted. While one could cling to Middleton like a persistent adhesive, the sheer force of Giannis was formidable. Once pushed aside, it became impossible to keep pace, rendering any defensive effort futile once out of position. The previous success had merely stemmed from a teammate's timely help, and with a sudden flash of inspiration, he had deftly snatched the ball from behind. To contend with a beast like Giannis, one must rely on wit rather than brute strength. As Giannis received the ball, Yang decisively took a step back, lowering his center of gravity and focusing intently on Giannis's footwork. At that moment, Giannis, with the ball in front of him, bent down to prepare for a swift drive. Just as he caught the ball, Yang began to feint left and right, gliding back and forth to confuse Giannis's intended route of attack. Giannis, momentarily taken aback, wondered about the nature of this defense. Regaining his composure, he resolved to leverage his height advantage. Suddenly, he launched into a drive from the right side. As the ball hit the floor, Yang seized the opportunity, emerging like a blade from its sheath with a swift reach. Giannis had already leaned forward, yet the ball descended within Yang's grasp. The player may have passed, but the ball did not. This was the essence of his defensive strategy. "What? Another steal?" Miller exclaimed in astonishment, as Yang was already in motion. Chapter 12. Passed the ball to him. Yang received the ball, and this time he did not opt for immediate pass. As there were no teammates available for a fast break ahead, Irving pivoted and accelerated down the court, extending his hand and shouting, "Hey, pass the ball quickly. I can score." The shout that Yang heard came from behind, as he had nearly surpassed Irving by a considerable margin. While Antetokounmpo's defensive recovery after his blunder was undeniably formidable, he was striding forward, arms outstretched to assist in guarding Irving. The situation on the court was rapidly evolving. Whether to take the shot or pass the ball was a dilemma, for the coach would undoubtedly chastise him. Yet, his ambition was to achieve 5 three-pointers. And, at this moment, a fast break layup would merely yield 2 points, seemingly inconsequential. However, every point could potentially alter the course of the game. They were only trailing by 11 points, and a successful basket would narrow the gap to 9. There was no compelling reason to force a three-point attempt. With resolute determination, he decided to follow the momentum, accelerating further while casting a sidelong glance at Antetokounmpo. At this juncture, a layup seemed impervious to being blocked, so he decisively opted for the shot. Yet, just as he took 3 strides to launch, a figure flashed past, an elongated arm descended from above. Yang underestimated Giannis Antetokounmpo's defensive prowess. The towering figure of Giannis, with his long limbs, indeed covers an expansive area. As he leaped into the air, Yang found himself unable to alter his shot. In that moment, he unexpectedly delivered a behind-the-back pass without glancing at his target. Giannis, realizing it was a genuine assist rather than a mere feint, turned back to see Kyrie Irving effortlessly score 2 points with a layup. Meanwhile, Yang was knocked to the ground by Giannis's force, crashing out of bounds and colliding with the hoop. The intense impact did not evoke pain. Rather, it brought a sense of exhilaration. This is the essence of NBA competition. Kyrie hurried over to help Yang up, patting his head in encouragement. "That was an exquisite pass. My friend, I relish playing alongside you." "Thank you. I will strive to improve," Yang replied with a smile. Giannis, feeling a bit embarrassed after being intercepted so directly by a temporary player and then being outmaneuvered mid-air, could only hastily seek relief from the awkwardness through an inbound pass. Yang turned around, still fixated on his footsteps. In the subsequent 2 rounds, Giannis chose not to force his plays, opting instead for more passing, executing a more rational strategy. On the Nets side, it was predominantly Kyrie who carried the offense, leaving Yang without a touch on the ball for 2 full minutes. Meanwhile, the score hovered at a 9-point deficit, with Yang managing to recover merely 2 points through 2 steals. With just a minute remaining in the third quarter, Yang felt a sense of urgency as time dwindled. He needed 5 three-pointers, and with 3 still to go, he pondered whether he would even have the opportunity to step onto the court in the critical fourth quarter. Yet in that final minute, he still failed to find a shot opportunity. Fortunately, Giannis refrained from forcing plays as well, only extending the lead to 11 points through 2 free throws from Middleton. At this juncture, Nash decided to reintroduce Durant, allowing Kyrie to take a breather. Yang fixed his gaze upon Nash, initially believing he would not be given the opportunity to play again. However, upon realizing there had been no substitutions, he felt a surge of excitement. The match resumed, with Mills returning to the point guard position, while Yang maintained his role as the small forward, allowing Durant to take the power forward position and Aldridge to assume the center role. Yang proactively addressed Durant, saying, "Kevin, I will continue to guard Giannis. We require your offensive prowess." Nash's decision to keep Yang on the court stemmed from his ability to contain Giannis, a point he had emphasized prior to the game. Durant nodded in agreement, developing a newfound respect for this Eastern player. As the Nets initiated play, Mills brought the ball past half court and directly passed it to Durant, who was demanding the ball in the low post. Yang did not remain stationary. Instead, he dashed to the opposite baseline to position himself strategically, creating space for Durant to engage in a one-on-one play. With the ball in hand, Durant first assessed the movements of his teammates before initiating his offensive maneuver. Observing that Middleton was struggling, Antetokounmpo quickly advanced to provide support. However, Durant, recognizing the double team, wisely opted not to force the play and decisively passed the ball to Mills at the top of the arc. As Holiday closed in, Mills had already noticed that Yang was left unguarded on the right baseline. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift lateral pass, ensuring that Yang received the ball in stride. Yang received the ball, taking merely a second to release his shot. He bent his knees, caught the ball, leaped, and with a flick of his wrist, the sphere glided past his fingertips, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. "Splendid. Yang, you've astonished us all." The fans erupted in exhilaration. Little Van Gundy, witnessing the swiftness of the release, grinned and inquired, "Miller, as a premier shooter, what do you think of this three-pointer?" Miller candidly responded, "From the perspective of this open shot, the softness of the touch, the form of the release, and the consistency have indeed reached the caliber of a top shooter. However, this is merely an open shot. It does not showcase his greatness in critical moments. Indeed, whether Yang is a clutch player remains to be seen in the playoffs." On the court, after sinking the three-pointer, Yang triumphantly raised his fist in a roar, for he had drawn one step closer to his goal. With just 2 more three-pointers, today's mission would be accomplished. "Defend Mills," he shouted. Meanwhile, Giannis had already crossed half court, charging in with a meteoric 3-step drive for a layup. Yang failed to maintain his position this time, resulting in a foul. "Hey, defense, do not presume that scoring absolves you from the duty of guarding," he mused, as their counterattacks were akin to ravenous wolves. Mills, displeased with Yang's laxity, charged forward, roaring in frustration. "My." Yang hurriedly patted his chest and raised his hand in acknowledgement. This exemplified the disparity in physical prowess. "It was inconceivable for Yang to shadow Giannis throughout the entire match," remarked D'Antoni beside Nash. This implied that Nash should substitute Yang with Griffin to counter the formidable opponent. However, Nash did not believe that Griffin would provide superior defense, and fully restraining Giannis from scoring was an unattainable goal. Thus, he merely nodded slightly, indicating to continue observing the game. As Giannis stepped to the line for an additional free throw, he deliberately directed a taunt at Yang, proclaiming, "I will unleash havoc upon you." Yang remained silent, resolute in his determination. He believed that when the opportunity arose, he would reclaim everything he had lost with interest. As Antetokounmpo initiated the play, Yang continued to sprint along the baseline. This time, it was the Greek freak who defended Durant, his ferocious guarding thwarting Durant's attempts on 3 consecutive possessions. Meanwhile, the Bucks struggled to capitalize, with Giannis finding few opportunities. However, Middleton stepped up, scoring 2 baskets and extending the lead to 15 points. Just as Nash prepared to call a timeout, Yang skillfully maneuvered to create a screen for himself. Finding a clear shot at the top of the arc, Durant, quick to recognize the opening, delivered a precise pass, allowing Yang to launch a three-pointer that found its mark once more. Nash chose to relinquish control, but Holiday promptly called a timeout, effectively stifling the Nets' momentum. "Yang, you need to keep moving. You must seize opportunities like these," Durant shouted, encouraging him. Yang nodded repeatedly, his expression resolute. Nash approached with a tactical board, exclaiming, "Horn formation, we shall stick to the horn formation. Kevin, drop low to create space. Seize the opportunity to score yourself, but if that eludes you, seek out Yang. Ade, provide Yang with off-ball screens. Yang, make your cut from the baseline, and remember, it is imperative to give him cover. Me, be vigilant in receiving the ball. Yang's 3-point shot is central to the horn formation, and your mission is to deliver the ball to him." Chapter 13. Enhanced Combat Capability by 10. Yang was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time a coach had devised a strategy specifically for him in his inaugural year in the NBA. Subsequently, he found himself sidelined, leaving little room for the consideration of personal tactics. Yet tonight, facing a formidable team like the Bucks, he felt a sense of trust bestowed upon him, revealing that the NBA had not strayed too far from its essence. "Hey, are you all right?" Nash inquired hastily, noticing the dazed expression on Yang's face. Yang suddenly came to his senses, took a deep breath, and chuckled. "I was just wondering if the Greek freak will be guarding me closely." Laughter erupted among his teammates, surprised to discover Yang's humorous side. As the atmosphere lightened, the game resumed. With just over 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Nets trailed by 12 points. All eyes were fixed on Durant's offense, which had only shown in the first half. The second half had seen him struggle significantly. Irving would not return until the next timeout. And while winning this game was not out of the question, it depended on whether Yang could continue to contain the Greek freak's attacks. As the Bucks initiated their offense, it was now time for a decisive confrontation. The Greek freak was poised to unleash his full prowess to claim victory. Receiving the ball near the half court, he signaled for everyone to spread out, ready to overpower the defense with sheer physicality. "Hey, get ready to help defend and block his driving route." Duran Shota, pointing at Aldridge. Aldridge, fully aware of the Greek freak's intent to drive into the paint for a score, had already positioned himself near the free throw line, prepared to thwart the impending assault. Yang decisively lowered his center of gravity, fully aware that Giannis would not show him any mercy. However, he was no pushover. He took a step back, allowing Giannis to drive. As long as he maintained his positioning and blocked the right path, Giannis's offensive maneuvers would be rendered ineffective. With his formidable physique, Giannis surged forward from the right. Hisabu was already at Yang's net, yet Yang reminded undone. Matching his pace while pressing his body closely against him. Just beyond the three-point line, Aldridge stepped up to obstruct the offensive route. Giannis quickly gathered the ball and halted, while Aldridge lunged in to contest it, prompting Giannis to raise his hand and pivot. Yang launched an attack from below, and amidst the double team, Giannis Antetokounmpo valiantly shielded the ball. After 2 swift rotations, Yang hurriedly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Traveling." That was a travel. The referee promptly blew the whistle, signaling the infraction. Giannis glanced over, still reluctant to relinquish the ball, and charged towards the referee, shouting that it was not a travel but a foul. The referee insisted it was indeed a travel, to which Yang clapped and cheered. Giannis, incensed, shook his head and strode back towards the defensive end, his gaze fixed intently on Durant. Yang continued to remain vigilant at the baseline, receiving a pass from Mills, who then delivered the ball to Durant in the low post. Yang swiftly maneuvered past Durant. Aldridge stepped forward to provide Yang with an off-ball screen, allowing him to break free into an open position, while Durant's pass arrived with remarkable speed. Yang received the ball, while Holiday intentionally left Mills unguarded and rushed towards him. Observing this, Yang did not hasten to take a shot. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to Mills. As Mills caught the ball and prepared to attempt a three-pointer, Middleton moved to assist in defense, and Holiday quickly returned to his position. However, Mills had no intention of shooting. Instead, he successfully drew the defense and returned the pass to Yang. Yang, having been left unguarded, received the ball and executed the same shooting form, confidently sinking another three-pointer from the baseline. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, Yang's brilliance was undeniable, prompting Miller to offer his admiration. The score was narrowed to a 9-point deficit, and with the match still in progress, we should not be surprised by Yang's continued impressive performance. However, impressive statistics alone are insufficient. The ultimate outcome of the game is paramount, as victory is the true measure of success. The 2 commentators refrained from making any definitive predictions about the result, recognizing that in such a closely contested match, nothing could be determined until the final moment. Yang turned around and gestured to Mills with his hand. He then pivoted to follow Giannis closely, initiating defense right from the backcourt, remaining steadfastly at his side. Unyielding, Giannis advanced to the front court, positioning himself in the low post and calling for the ball. Upon observing Giannis, Yang realized his intelligence. Understanding that a frontal approach with the ball would be futile, he simply opted to leverage his height advantage and dominate along the baseline. As Giannis leaned in, Yang felt as though he had been struck by a solid steel plate, the impact excruciatingly painful. After a couple of attempts to withstand it, Yang acknowledged his inability to endure, while his teammates hesitated to offer assistance in defense. Yang braced himself, his hands pressed firmly against his chest. After 3 determined thrusts, he discerned that Giannis was poised to unleash his final surge to overpower him for a layup. In that fleeting moment, as Giannis gathered his strength, Yang decisively retreated a step, executing the classic pulling the chair maneuver. This signature move, a hallmark of defensive maestro Chris Paul, is particularly effective for smaller players defending against giants. Consequently, Giannis, having lost his balance, tumbled to the ground, and Yang seized the opportunity, snatching the basketball right from above Giannis's head. The fast break was swiftly initiated, with Mills delivering a bounce pass to the sprinting Durant, who unleashed a spectacular one-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted, their excitement palpable, as it had been some time since they witnessed Durant's score. This dunk had been long awaited. The remarkable defensive counterattack was a testament to Yang's prowess. His defense was astoundingly cunning. Not merely shrewd, Miller remarked. He perceived the echoes of Paul in Yang's fearless demeanor. Indeed, facing Giannis, Yang did not flinch. Should the Nets emerge victorious this evening, he would undoubtedly deserve the MVP title. Miller began to acknowledge this Eastern player, having formed his impression in less than half a game's time. Yang's mission is not yet complete. He is merely one three-pointer shy. Therefore, in the next round, he should intensify his movement. He can still keep pace with Giannis, who is beginning to show signs of fatigue. In the ensuing 2 rounds, Giannis refrains from forcefully attacking, instead relying on his gravitational pull to facilitate his teammates' plays. Yang did not relent in his offensive efforts, once again utilizing his teammate screens to receive the ball and shoot. As a quintessential three-point shooter, he successfully made a shot from a 45-degree angle. Congratulations to the host. The mission has been accomplished. Combat power has increased by 10. Would you like to activate it immediately? The sound of the system echoed in Yang's ears. Seizing the rare opportunity, he silently commanded activation within his mind. Subsequently, the whirring of mechanical gears filled the air around him. His mind was inundated with vivid images of running, slam dunks, shooting over opponents, and executing soaring blocks. It was as though a basketball movie was playing in fast forward, so rapid that Yang scarcely had the time to contemplate whether he could truly grasp the clarity of it all, while all the skills seemed to sink deeply into his memory. Bro, what's wrong with you? It was only when Durant's voice rang out that this whirlwind of thoughts was interrupted. Yang glanced at Durant, noticing his curious gaze directed towards him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that no players were on the court. It was evident that Hollis Jefferson had called a timeout, and all the players had returned to the sidelines, leaving Yang alone, lost in thought beneath the basket. Was what had just transpired truly real? Yang pondered inwardly. What did you say? Durant inquired, having not clearly heard his words, prompting him to ask again. Yang gazed at Durant, realizing that the game was not yet concluded. He glanced at the scoreboard. 90-96. The Nets trailed by 6 points with 4 minutes remaining. A mere 6 points behind, his mission had been accomplished. His fighting spirit had surged by 10. 2 three-pointers would bridge the gap. This is not an issue. Kevin, I can assist you in scoring and clinching victory. Chapter 14. I await. Durant felt no surprise as he led Yang towards the sidelines, patting his chest as he spoke. I believe in you. You've already made 5 three-pointers, and I trust you can make even more. At that moment, D'Antoni had fallen silent, while Nash simply smiled, refraining from suggesting Yang's substitution any further. Excellent. Let us continue this way. Our defense is formidable. In the final 4 minutes, we must obstruct Giannis's offensive routes and compel him to pass the ball if we are to secure this game, Nash declared, tapping his tactical board while surveying the players. They all nodded in agreement, and Kyrie had already shed his training gear, prepared to take the court. Yang, maintain your defensive intensity and contain Giannis. He will still target you, and we must close the interior swiftly, Nash called out to Aldridge. Aldridge, having expended considerable energy in blocking routes, was panting but nodded an acknowledgement upon receiving the directive. On the opposing side, Bucks coach Budenholzer shouted in frustration, you must make your shots. Do not rely solely on Giannis. Everyone else, keep moving. Our offensive momentum cannot falter. Holiday, you defend number 8. Middleton, watch Kyrie, allow him to penetrate. We possess an advantage in the paint. Budenholzer was exasperated with his team's offense, particularly the defense against number 8. The formidable Giannis had been surprisingly restricted, catching him off guard. Thus it was imperative for other players to step up. Giannis, be more decisive in your attacks. Show him your prowess. Budenholzer whispered to Giannis before he took the court. Giannis not resolutely, casting à faire gazi et Yang. As the Bucks launched their offense, Yang shadowed Giannis, and Nash felt confident. Middleton erupted, weaving through the paint, receiving the ball to drive hard against Brown for 2 points. In response, Kyrie answered back with a mid-range jumper. The game had transformed into a showcase of individual prowess, with Kyrie successfully executing 2 consecutive plays. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, Durant's three-pointer once again halted the game. The Bucks still led the Nets by 3 points, having devised a center-spreading strategy to create space for Giannis's isolation play. Upon re-entering the game, Aldridge staunchly defended the free throw line, while Lopez drifted to the perimeter as Giannis continued to post up and penetrate. Yang prepared to execute a chair withdrawal maneuver, but Giannis was not deceived. He swiftly pivoted and was met with a double team, promptly passing the ball to Lopez positioned beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, Lopez found himself uncontested as Aldridge failed to defend effectively, allowing him an open shot from downtown. The commentators erupted in excitement, exclaiming that the Bucks' strategy was indeed bold and masterful. As the center stepped out to shoot a three-pointer, a testament to modern basketball tactics, Lopez had indeed developed a three-point shot, aligning with the contemporary trend where centers possess the ability to shoot from long range. The question remained, however, whether he could convert this opportunity. As Lopez launched the three-pointer, Giannis surged into the paint, poised to secure the rebound. All eyes were fixed on this crucial shot that could potentially seal the game. The basketball circled the rim tantalizingly before bouncing out, leaving Yang unable to claim the rebound as Giannis effectively boxed him out. Fortunately, Durant emerged from the fray, snatching the rebound and decisively signaling to slow the pace of the game. Yang hurriedly returned to the court, lurking near the baseline, awaiting the opportune moment. Durant dribbled past the half-court line, while Irving instinctively moved aside. The entire world recognized that Durant was poised to initiate an isolation play. Yang hesitated to advance, well aware of Durant's lethal prowess, especially during critical moments. Observing Giannis lower his center of gravity, arms outstretched as he scanned for a potential screen from the center, Yang noticed Durant casting a glance at him, who was strategically positioned near the baseline. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yang swiftly prepared himself for an imminent catch-and-shoot opportunity. Subsequently, Durant released the ball, and Aldridge decisively moved to set a screen. With a deft retreat and a series of crossovers, Durant utilized the screen to navigate past Giannis and approached the three-point line. Middleton's timely help defense was notable as the Bucks' defensive formation quickly tightened. Yet, Durant pressed on, striding past Middleton towards the paint. As Lopez stepped forward, positioned right before the 3-second area, everyone anticipated a mid-range jumper from Durant. Instead, the basketball was unexpectedly passed laterally to the opposite baseline. Yang received the ball without a moment's hesitation, instinctively adopting his familiar shooting stance. He bent his knees, leapt, and with a steady wrist, released the ball with unwavering precision, letting it fly. Durant glanced up, leaning against Middleton as he anticipated the rebound. The basketball swished effortlessly through the net, the score now equalized. Defense, do not allow them to counterattack. In that exhilarating moment of the basket, Nash rose from his seat, exuberantly shouting in delight. Yang paid no heed to the credit for his contributions, fervently keeping pace with Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Bucks initiated the play with remarkable speed, as Giannis had already sprinted beyond the three-point line to receive the ball. As Yang pursued from behind, Irving positioned himself to obstruct the offensive path. Giannis, unfazed by Irving's defense, executed a sweeping Euro step to bypass him and attempted a layup. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, soaring over Giannis to swat the ball away with a resounding slap. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard, and Irving swiftly collected the rebound, igniting a fast break. Oh, how magnificent! The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Some fans clutched their heads, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Griffin stood up in astonishment, while Harden grasped Griffin's shoulder, both displaying expressions of sheer disbelief. Did he just block that over Giannis? Indeed, it was an aerial display that left one questioning Giannis's physical prowess. Ifan Fangundis trugletu comprendyang yang es extraordinari atleticis. Both men were momentarily dazed. Roaring, Yang leapt up and directed a fierce shout at Giannis, mimicking the iconic gesture of dominance. It was time for retribution. It wasn't a matter of cowardice, but rather the timing of opportunity. When a chance arose, one must never underestimate any player on the court. Giannis had never endured such humiliation. He was accustomed to soaring above others for blocks. This rejection was one thing, but to have it executed upon him was intolerable. Giannis turned and charged at Yang, deliberately using his body to shove him. I'll break your ribs and make you understand who I am. He spat venomously. I await your challenge, Yang retorted boldly. Meanwhile, Durant received a pass from Irving and effortlessly drove to the basket for 2 points, taking the lead. With no options left, Halser quickly called a timeout. Advancing to bellow at Giannis, "Don't let him strut over you. Make him leave in tears." Giannis, seething with fury, vowed to remember that rejection, determined not to let Yang leave unscathed in the next play. "Yang, you did well, splendidly done," Nash shouted in encouragement as he approached. Durant and the others rushed over for high fives, while Harden offered a fist salute, which Yang promptly reciprocated. In the final 50 seconds, "Hold your ground, persist," Nash urged, pulling Irving aside. Irving understood the need to keep pressure on Giannis and nodded in agreement. "Durant, Irving, the game is in your hands. Be decisive on offense. Remember, Yang is on fire. If an opportunity arises, feed him the ball. Rest assured, we will clinch this victory." Chapter 15. The buzzer-beater three-pointer in the last 50 seconds. Both teams were allowed only 2 offensive possessions, and neither dared to relax. Upon resuming play, Yang took a deliberate step back, employing a strategy of letting Giannis shoot. Giannis, eager to reclaim his pride against Yang, resolved to take matters into his own hands. In the low post, Yang braced himself, ready to absorb the challenge. "I will devour you," Giannis growled, lowering his center of gravity and launching a fierce shoulder charge. Yang exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught of the letter giant. Upon noticing Yang faltering, Ade decisively advanced to double team, determined to thwart the Greek freak's attempt at the basket. As the encirclement tightened, the lettered player opted not to force his way through, but instead executed a swift pivot. Preparing to take a shot, Yang reached out, only to discover he could not reach the ball, so he refrained from making another attempt and allowed him to shoot. After all, he had not made a mid-range shot. The player feigned a shot, maneuvering past Yang to secure a potential three-point play. However, upon noticing the abandonment of defense, he reluctantly opted for a shot. This moment of hesitation disrupted his rhythm, resulting in a backward mid-range attempt that clanged off the rim. Durant seized the rebound once again. 15 seconds had elapsed, and he gestured to slow down the tempo. He released the ball and signaled for Irving to come for the pass. Irving brought the ball across half-court, while everyone else remained poised for action. At this juncture, the focus was solely on securing rebounds and preventing counterattacks. In critical moments, the stars are the most dependable. Both Durant and Irving are of superstar caliber, each possessing remarkable one-on-one skills. Nash's strategy was to isolate them. Irving managed the clock, with only about 8 seconds remaining in the possession. Utilizing Aldridge's screen, he deftly maneuvered past Holiday. This time, rather than driving in, he confidently stepped just beyond the three-point line and executed a pull-up jumper. With an elegant form, a gentle touch, and a release as picturesque as a painting, the three-pointer swished through the net. "So handsome. Irving, I love you," shouted an ecstatic fan from the sidelines, encapsulating the very reason they had invested so heavily to acquire Irving. Yang could not help but admire Irving's immense composure. For a man who has tasted the sweetness of victory in a championship, the image of him sinking a challenging three-pointer over Curry in the finals remains vivid in memory. This remarkable shot propelled his team to a 5-point lead, with over 30 seconds left, still leaving a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Indeed, Holiday responded in kind, swiftly answering with a three-pointer of his own in a mere 8 seconds. The match once again became tightly contested, with the Nets still ahead, and Irving, unhurried, maintained possession of the ball. It was the Bucks who felt the pressure, as Middleton rushed to double-team him. Irving skillfully retreated, while Durant found himself unable to receive the ball under the tight grip of Antetokounmpo. The tension escalated. However, Irving's one-on-one prowess is among the finest in the league, and he deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders with his exquisite dribbling. He charged toward the basket, where Lopez, arms outstretched and teeth bared, awaited his arrival. With unwavering focus on the hoop, a fierce Irving approached the free-throw line, executing a sudden stop and leap, just as Lopez lunged to block the shot. Irving's pass proved to be nothing short of magical. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered a long pass to the right corner. The Bucks' defense was caught off guard, and Yang found himself unguarded once more. He received the ball and, with the shot clock nearly expired, launched his attempt. The buzzer sounded, the red light illuminated, and the basketball swished through the net. The referee raised both hands, signaling that the basket was good. Yang, filled with elation, raised his arms high in celebration, mirroring the excitement of Miller, who understood all too well the immense pressure of making such a crucial shot in a critical moment. The crowd erupted in sheer ecstasy. A buzzer-beater three-pointer, one that could seal the game. There is no greater thrill for fans than witnessing a role player deliver a game-ending blow. Yang felt indifferent. It was merely a three-pointer, albeit one made in the final moments. Irfing, Philedwith examen, Ruchet offertu embrace Yang, exclaiming, Yang, you are the hero of the night. I absolutely adore you. Well done, my friend. What a stunning buzzer beater. You have truly astonished me. Durant, affectionately ruffling Yang's hair, lavished him with praise all the way to the player's bench. Holiday, recognizing the urgency, swiftly devised a strategy. Trailing by 5 points with only 12 seconds remaining, a three-pointer was their only hope for a comeback. Thus, the final tactic focused on securing a three-point shot, employing a pick and roll to create opportunities for Middleton and Holiday. Nash, aware of the opposing team's intention to pursue a three-pointer, promptly substituted Mills for Aldridge, retaining only one player in the paint for rebounding protection. As play resumed, the Bucks prepared to inbound the ball. The defense was exceptionally tight, leaving Holiday unable to receive a pass, prompting Giannis to advance quickly to accept the ball. As Yang perceived an opportunity, he lowered his stance. The moment Giannis caught the ball with his side, Yang swiftly swatted it away from beneath. The ball was sent flying, and before Giannis could react, Yang had already darted towards the frontcourt. This was the renowned sideline play, and Yang mused that such occurrences also transpired in the NBA. Giannis had been rather careless. Nevertheless, Giannis refused to concede defeat. He charged forward, leaping to deliver a formidable block upon Yang, seeking to retaliate in kind. Yang had long since experienced the defensive prowess of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Recognizing the futility of confrontation, he opted for evasion. Deliberately decelerating his pace, he awaited Giannis to close the distance. Suddenly, Yang halted and unleashed his shot, while Giannis leaped into action, soaring toward the rim. Yang let out a cold laugh, casting a devilish glance at Antetokounmpo as he soared overhead. It wasn't until Antetokounmpo dashed out of bounds that Yang effortlessly made a shot. Clever, exceedingly clever, little Van Gundy clapped his hands and exclaimed. Playing with intellect surpasses relying solely on physicality. Haha. After Yang scored, he picked up the basketball and passed it to Giannis, positioning himself defensively. Giannis, infuriated, seized the ball and slammed it onto the floor. Having been outmaneuvered by an unknown player, Giannis felt utterly humiliated this evening. With less than 8 seconds remaining and trailing by 7 points, the game was nearing its conclusion. Nash quickly signaled to abandon defense, while Holiday, upon receiving the ball, chose not to attack, standing still as time dwindled. This is the unwritten rule of the NBA. When a comeback seems impossible, there is no need to struggle further. As a sign of respect, Durant approached Giannis to exchange pleasantries, but Yang remained impassive. It was only when the final buzzer sounded that Yang stepped forward to shake hands with his opponents. When he reached Giannis, he smiled and said, "Thank you for making me stronger. Without you, I could not have played so well tonight." Though Yang's words were sincere, Giannis perceived them as a provocation. With a cold smirk, Giannis replied, "See you in Milwaukee." This reminded Yang of Yao Ming's classic remark after a defeat in Cleveland. Calling out to LeBron through the media, "See you in Houston." Giannis, unwilling to back down, was justified in his pride. After all, he was the regular season MVP while Yang was merely a short-term contract player. "Very well, we shall meet in Milwaukee. I will guard you, but by then, you will not be able to defend against me," Yang retorted fiercely. Durant happened to overhear this exchange, yet given Yang's performance tonight, it was clear that no one could contain him. Thus he felt no curiosity. "Congratulations, Yang," exclaimed a beautiful journalist from a media outlet, rushing to interview him. Upon seeing the familiar face, Yang responded warmly, "Seeing you feels like reuniting with family. It's truly heartwarming." "Haha, likewise. I'm delighted to witness your outstanding performance tonight. So please share with us how you achieved this." Yang smiled, and Durant rushed to the camera, laughing heartily, proclaiming his last-second three-pointer. Both were amused by Durant's humor. Yang replied with a smile, stating that he trains diligently every day, and even during the lowest points, he never relaxes his training regimen. "What I wish to convey is that I have not abandoned the NBA, nor have I relinquished my dream of playing basketball." Chapter 16. He is not the Lin sensation. Yang refrained from expressing the grievances he has endured over the past 3 years before the camera. Regardless of the depth of one's suffering, no one is willing to lend an ear to one's lamentations, even after being marginalized. The various insults from domestic fans and the mockery from the media are merely remnants of the past. Yang had long grown accustomed to their disparaging glances. Thus his outburst today did not anticipate much in the way of their praise. Moreover, with the advent of the new system, They would soon witness a completely transformed version of himself, and there was no rush to divulge too much to them. The beautiful reporter, Wu Man, nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed. We are aware that you have endured a 3-year period of adversity. I sincerely congratulate you on this remarkable resurgence through a brief 10-day contract, and I wish you continued success." "Thank you. I shall not disappoint anyone," Yang replied with a smile, once again extending his hand to Wu Man in a gesture of appreciation. From the audience, a fan shouted, "Yang, could you please sign my autograph? I am a great admirer of yours." Yang noticed the exuberant young fan shouting and cheerfully waved back at him. Such a modest request was easily fulfilled by Yang, who approached with enthusiasm and affixed his signature. Although he had yet to achieve all-star status, he was confident that it would soon be within his grasp. "Yang, I hope you continue to shine brightly, for we need you," the fan expressed. "Thank you for your support. I will strive to do my best," Yang replied with a smile. As he made his way back to the locker room, the staff offered their heartfelt congratulations. It was premature to celebrate without having secured a championship yet. Was this a celebration of merely obtaining a contract? Nevertheless, based on today's performance, he felt no surprise. Having weathered the storms of the CBA in previous years, he remained unfazed. Inside the locker room, laughter and joy filled the air. The players were even more thrilled than the fans. Despite the team's incomplete roster, their victory over the Bucks was crucial for boosting team morale, particularly under Nash's coaching. The emergence of Yang during such challenging times proved to be a lifesaver for their record. Yang entered the changing room, and Durant immediately approached to offer his congratulations. "Yang, congratulations on your remarkable performance. Signing you was the right decision. And I also wish to extend my early congratulations on securing full guarantees." Yang has yet to receive the full guarantee contract from Max, but with the arrival of the second short contract lasting 10 days, it equates to receiving the full amount. Coupled with tonight's performance, it is undoubtedly worthy of congratulations. Yang humbly responded, expressing his gratitude for everyone's trust, stating that without them, there would be no contract for him. "Thank you, Yang. This is what you truly deserve." Irving interjected with a high five and a smile, adding that tonight's performance could only be described as explosive. 20 points, my goodness. Is this something a player on a 10-day contract can achieve? Laughter erupted throughout the venue, showcasing Irving's comedic prowess reminiscent of Uncle Drew. Yang began to develop a certain fondness for the distinctly charactered Irving. Yet it would be more beneficial for him to exhibit greater trust in his teammates on the court. "Irving, it is time for the press conference." Nash called out as he retrieved the tactical board and approached. He smiled at Yang and remarked, "Well done, your performance tonight was truly remarkable. You have secured a place in the rotation. Keep up the good work. Brother, congratulations, your performance has been exceptional." Harden, the formidable star, approached to offer a celebratory high five. Yang remained humble, despite not yet having had the opportunity to share the court with Harden officially. He had never doubted his abilities. Unbeknownst zu Yang. The primary reason for Harden's secret desire to leave was, in fact, his own rise. After exchanging high fives with his teammates, Yang settled in front of his locker. At last, he had a space that truly belonged to him, complete with his own jersey. He could now relish this moment. Meanwhile, at the press conference, Nash, after commenting on the game, addressed the team's current injury situation. An ESPN reporter inquired about Yang, noting that the number 8 player had displayed all-star caliber performance, despite being an overlooked free agent. "How did you recognize his potential?" Irving interjected, asserting, "Your statement is inaccurate. He is not unwanted, merely yet to find the right team. In our squad, everyone has the capacity to be a savior, and we do not regard him as merely a temporary player." Irving's defense of Yang stemmed solely from the reporter's lack of respect. Will the Nets continue to utilize Yang? Was the follow-up question. "Certainly, with such an exceptional player. I am contemplating assigning him to guard Chris Paul in the next game," Nash stated, hinting at a smokescreen before their upcoming match against the Phoenix Suns in 2 days at the West Coast Arena. Everyone recognized Nash as a legend of that venue. With a fast-paced play and 7-second offense flourished under his guidance. It was, however, a jest, as everyone understood that Paul and Yang did not occupy the same position and could not directly match up. Mentioning Paul undeniably heightened the intensity of the game. A reporter pressed further. "Do you believe Chris will impart a valuable lesson to Yang?" "That depends on whether Paul can surpass Yang. If he can teach MVPs a lesson, he can certainly contain a 34-year-old veteran." This led to the question, has Yang become an indispensable starter for the Nets? Nash affirmed, "The NBA is a fiercely competitive arena. Whether one becomes a starter depends on their diligence. Will he replace Harden's position? A curious reporter delved deeper into this trending topic. Having navigated the NBA for many years, Nash was well aware of the inquiry's intent. With a subtle smile and a shrug, he replied, "As you wish in the next match. You will see Yang take Harden's place. I hope you all can attend." Nash's polite response left the inquisitive reporter without a scoop, as Harden's return remained uncertain. While everyone was optimistic about the Nets, the team had not delivered the expected results. As you face the Suns next, do you feel confident about securing victory? Was the reporter's challenging question. Last season, the Nets were deemed the most likely candidates for the championship, yet their second-round elimination disappointed many. Acknowledging his share of responsibility, Nash simply responded, "In competitive sports, no one can guarantee a win." The final inquiry came from a courteous journalist of the New York Times, who asked Yang, "Will you become the next Linsanity?" At this utterance, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment. The tale of Linsanity has become a cherished chapter in NBA history, symbolizing the inspirational journey of a fringe player. Jeremy Lin, once without a team, rose to become the cornerstone of the New York Knicks, earning a multi-million-dollar salary and capturing the hearts of the youth. Now, with Yang also in New York, the parallels in their circumstances have ignited public anticipation regarding whether he too could stir a whirlwind of excitement. Nash, with unwavering confidence, gazed at the journalist and remarked that New York is a place where miracles happen. He stated that Yang is not Linsanity and will not become Jeremy Lin. Instead, he will unleash his potential in his own unique manner. Undoubtedly, I believe he will bring unprecedented marvels to New York. Chapter 17. I'm not afraid of drug tests. Following the press conference, certain media outlets began to headline with references to Linsanity, though only a few did so, as mainstream outlets deemed it merely a fleeting phenomenon unworthy of extensive coverage. Yang felt a sense of helplessness upon seeing the news. Can he really be compared to Jeremy Lin? It is important to note that Lin is currently playing in the CBA. Although he once graced the NBA, the competition in the CBA is far from easy, and Lin's performance has been somewhat lackluster. Nonetheless, one cannot deny the miracles he has achieved. To be compared with him is indeed an honor. However, Yang felt he was not in a position to concern himself with external opinions. After finishing reading the news, he closed his phone. With a flight to Phoenix scheduled for tomorrow, he still had time to train tonight, and he needed to make the most of it. Yang understood that even if he completed the system tasks tonight and enhanced his combat power by 10, he could not rely on the system indefinitely. If the system were to vanish one day, he would find himself without a game to play. Therefore, while the system was still operational, he needed to diligently improve himself, ensuring that the system served merely as an aid. Just as he rose to train, the team doctor walked in, accompanied by Max Yang. "Where are you heading?" Max interjected, raising his hand to halt him. Yang found it peculiar that, despite having signed the contract the previous night, he had still come to the locker room. However, upon noticing Max's unusual expression and glancing at the team doctor beside him, he was reminded of the incident concerning the concussion. Yang hurriedly replied, "Oh, I am planning to head to the gym to practice my shooting. Mr. Ma, those were merely mild concussions. I am perfectly fine. Is it wise to practice so late? You have a flight to catch tomorrow. You should rest early to avoid any delays." Mills, with his backpack in tow, prepared to leave. The team doctor interjected, "Forget the gym. Come with me for a urine test." "What? A urine test?" Mills, who had just reached the door, turned back in astonishment, and the other teammates, also preparing to depart, shared similar shock. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe such words had escaped the doctor's lips. But it quickly dawned on them that the doctor was requesting a urine test due to tonight's performance. After playing for 26 minutes, scoring 20 points, and achieving 3 rebounds and 3 steals, such statistics were nearly all-star caliber. Yang's sudden outburst inevitably raises suspicions. Yang himself understood that the team doctor was not there to assist with a concussion examination, but rather to address the explosive performance showcased that evening. As an athlete, particularly in a situation devoid of any game engagement, an unexpected eruption of prowess, devoid of any prior indication, inevitably raises suspicions. The team doctor called out to the other players in the locker room, assuring them not to misconstrue the situation. They were merely conducting a routine league-mandated urine test. And it just so happened that Yang was the subject of this standard procedure. Who would believe such words? A routine check necessitating the personal attendance of General Manager Max? Max stepped forward, encouraging everyone to retire for the night, commending the excellent performance. He mentioned that he and Steve had been in communication, and they would clarify matters concerning Yang. Max, are you certain this is merely a routine check? Griffin inquired earnestly, emphasizing that Yang's performance was a testament to his dedication, and they all had faith in him. At that moment, Durant and Irving had already departed, leaving only a few seasoned players in the locker room. As Griffin spoke, Mills had already sent a message to Durant, urging him to return immediately. Mills was the locker room leader, and Durant remained the team's core. When issues arose in the locker room, it was imperative for Mills to step up, and Durant's presence was essential. Max nodded slightly, turning back to Mills, instructing him to lead everyone out, reiterating that it was merely a routine check. "No, we are all adults. We understand our responsibilities," Mills replied seriously. "Max, you may go ahead. We will remain here." Max felt reassured by Mills' assertion of leadership, nodding in approval before casting a glance at Yang. Yang harbored no apprehensions. Thus, he was untroubled by the prospect of a urine test. Addressing his teammates, he reassured them, "I have no fear of such tests, so rest assured. I will not betray your trust." Rising from his seat, he followed the team doctor out of the locker room, which fell into an immediate silence. Such an incident occurring at this juncture could severely undermine the team's morale. If the allegations proved true, it could jeopardize their upcoming road trip in the Western Conference, potentially leading to defeat. The team was in dire need of victories, and neither the players nor the management wished to witness such an outcome. "Mills, we must secure first-hand information. If this is indeed true, it must not be leaked. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Aldridge was the first to voice his concerns from his position. Mills assured him, "Rest easy. I trust that Mr. Ma will refrain from divulging too much to the media. Additionally, I have already contacted Kevin. He will arrive shortly, and I will accompany him to the scene." Yang candidly accompanied Max to the medical room, adhering to the team physician's request for a series of examinations. Until the results were revealed, Yang was unable to leave. Seated in the office, he casually flipped through a magazine, while Max, sitting opposite him, appeared somewhat anxious. Observing Yang's relaxed demeanor, Max felt a twinge of curiosity. He had received a private call from a media colleague, which informed him of the troubling situation. This journalist, a longtime friend of Max's, urged him to investigate due to rampant speculation circulating in the public domain. Tonight's match would see Max present at the venue. While he found it hard to believe that his extraordinary three-point shots were related to the unfolding events, the overwhelming shadow cast by Giannis Antetokounmpo left little room for skepticism. Yang's physical condition had undergone a comprehensive evaluation prior to his signing. With a history of remarkable achievements in the CBA, he possesses a soft shooting touch, albeit with average consistency, and demonstrates a proactive defensive approach, along with potential for growth. However, his defensive capabilities struggle to keep pace with the rhythm of the NBA, primarily due to inadequate physicality, rendering him susceptible to injuries. When matched against NBA forwards and guards, he becomes a target, which explains why no team has shown interest in acquiring him. In the Nets' initial short contract, it was only due to his performance on the final day that he secured a second short contract. Reflecting on these matters, Max could not help but harbor doubts. Just as he prepared to speak, Nash knocked and entered the room. Max had communicated this issue to Nash at the earliest opportunity. Nash had returned to the team in haste. Upon seeing Yang still present, Nash did not rush, but instead turned his gaze toward Max. Max shrugged, gesturing for Nash to take a seat. Yang gazed confidently, asserting that he had not resorted to any stimulants. Thus he felt no apprehension. Nash gestured for him to take a seat and inquired about the report's delay. "It will take half an hour. Let us wait a bit longer." Max replied, just as a knock sounded at the door. Entering were Durant and Mills. "Mr. Mark, coach, what is going on?" Durant exclaimed, approaching with a slight breathlessness, his hands raised in inquiry. Acknowledging Durant's stature as a superstar, Max recognized the importance of transparency and promptly conveyed the message he had received from an old friend. Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "The media believes I have issues with my urine test? How did they come by that information? Why am I unaware of it myself?" "Regardless of the source of their knowledge, your performance tonight raises suspicions," Max stated solemnly. To be able to dominate over Antetokounmpo and block his layup is something only an Eastern player like you could achieve. Chapter 18, I shall prove it. Yang was quite dissatisfied with these words, perceiving Max's remarks as a slight against Eastern players. Even though he possessed extraordinary combat prowess through the system, he did not resort to underhanded tactics in his gameplay. "Is there an issue with that? My apologies. I should not have expressed it in such a manner." Max quickly recognized his misstep and promptly apologized on the spot, saying, "Yang, those were not my words, but rather the sentiments of the external media. I was merely conveying their perspective, so please do not misunderstand." Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet he remained quite indignant. The media here tends to view people through a biased lens, constantly believing that their players are superior. Yang also believes that this place is the pinnacle of basketball. However, it would be misguided to assume that the East lacks exceptional players. Let's not forget that Yao Ming was once the #1 draft pick. I concede that the absence of notable achievements over the past 3 years has led to their underestimation of us. From this moment forward, I shall no longer allow them to belittle us. I am determined to vindicate myself and demonstrate to the world that we Eastern players are capable of playing at a level that rivals theirs. Yang's words resonated with profound significance, igniting within him a fierce desire for survival. He resolved to make a name for himself, to establish his footing and demonstrate to the world of media that Eastern players can indeed excel in the NBA. Durant expressed his satisfaction with Yang's response and approached him, affirming, "I believe you can achieve this. However, my brother, the immediate concern is resolving your urine test issue." Nash echoed his sentiment, stating that no words were necessary. Only results could vindicate your innocence. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence as everyone prepared for the imminent boarding, unaware of the unexpected turn of events. Minutes later, the team doctor knocked and entered, holding a report. Durant stepped forward anxiously, inquiring, "Where are the results, Mr. Smith?" The team doctor, Mr. Smith, peered through his reading glasses perched precariously on his nose, his expression reminiscent of a eunuch more anxious than the emperor himself. Yang grew anxious. The prolonged silence was perplexing. Nash stepped forward to take the report, scrutinizing it with a grave demeanor. Upon noticing the official seal on the results, he raised an eyebrow, maintaining a composed expression as he handed the report to Max for review. Max remained unfazed, having already braced himself for the worst. As he examined the report, Yang's greatest fear was that they might have made an error. His system relied on task completion to generate energy values. It was implausible that it could be detected by a mere cup of urine. The real concern was the possibility of a mistake. If there truly was an issue, no amount of effort could cleanse his reputation. Max looked up, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. "Our test results confirm that certain ill-intentioned media outlets were mistaken, Yang. You are in the clear." Upon hearing this, Durant and the others exhaled in relief, exchanging glances, each silently acknowledging the tension they had felt for Yang. Yang took the report into his hands, and despite the absence of any issues, a lingering frustration resided within him. "Coach, I assure you that I will not allow the media to find any flaws. My focus during the game will remain unwavering. I will restrain myself from external distractions." He cast a glance towards Nash, who understood fully that although Yang was not the most diligent in training, he had the capacity to alleviate the pressures of coaching outcomes. Should they lose tonight's game, the media would undoubtedly label the Nets as a mere fade of a strong team, incapable of competing in the playoffs. With a slight nod and a smile, Nash responded, "Yang, I apologize for the inconvenience you faced. Mr. Ma's actions are in the interest of the team. We will not tolerate any form of deceit. This is also to silence the media, so you can focus on your game. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Yang stated, feeling no need to linger. "Are you still planning to train at the arena?" The team physician interjected. "I would advise against it. Even a mild concussion necessitates ample rest, and you must fly to Phoenix tomorrow." "I am fine," Yang replied curtly before making his way to the arena. Durant and his companion hastily returned to the locker room to relay information and resolve the crisis before departing. In the office, Max pointed to the report on the desk and inquired, "Mr. Smith, may I keep this report for the time being? I believe it will be necessary. Furthermore, can you confirm its authenticity?" Smith furrowed his brow. As the director, he had always approached his duties with utmost diligence, and the test results were indisputable. "Rest assured, General Manager Max, my responsibilities lie with the team, and even more so with each player. Yang's report is unquestionably accurate." With that, he exited the office, somewhat displeased. Max turned back to Nash and asked, "What do you think is the reason for Yang's sudden outburst?" This was a serious topic, for as the head coach, he knew his players all too well. The signing of Yang was a mutual decision between the two parties. Initially, the 10-day short contract was merely a gesture to appease the owner, with no intention of him providing any substantial assistance to the team. It was just a matter of a few games, and once they were over, they were over. Now, with the issuance of a second 10-day short contract, even though it signifies the possibility of receiving full guarantees, it remains unremarkable, as it could still be released by the end of the season. Yet Yang is currently capable of aiding the team. Had it not been for his performance tonight, a significant defeat would have been inevitable. Following this game, Nash has already included Yang in the rotation's main roster. Should his performance continue to improve, it is certain that he will find himself on the starting list. The sudden emergence of Yang has come without any prior indication. Now, as this topic arises, Nash finds it somewhat puzzling. He shakes his head, recalling that during training, Yang's performance was not particularly outstanding. His defense remains as it has always been. Even with offensive contributions, his stability under high-intensity competition is insufficient. To be candid, I was unprepared for his sudden outburst. Max's confusion lies therein. Having been involved in basketball for so many years, he has never witnessed such an anomaly. Bench players must exert efforts that far exceed the ordinary in order to elevate their value. Even the exceptionally gifted LeBron has always been the most diligent in training. Although the media's skepticism has been quelled by this report, what else can substantiate his sudden emergence? Perhaps he is indeed the next Linsanity. His abilities have always been present, merely awaiting the opportunity for an explosion. Given the team's current predicament of having no available players, this has become the rationale for his rise. Let us not forget, he is the finest player from the East, Nash remarked with a smile. I can only concur with Nash's perspective, nodding before inquiring, Steve, I would like to know how you plan to utilize him moving forward. Are you referring to the upcoming Western trip? Nash chuckled. Haha, with Harden currently unable to play and Durant under time restrictions, I will afford him more time on the wing. As you know, he is now a competent 3D player. Max refrains from interfering with Nash's coaching decisions, merely seeking to understand Yang's situation within the team after hearing Nash's plans, which brings him some comfort. Well, I too hope that Yang can become our own Linsanity in Brooklyn, bringing us even more surprises. Muck schmoiled lightly. Nash merely offered a faint smile. Whether he could become the next Lin was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his potential to emerge as a pivotal player for the Nets and make an impact during the playoffs. As the two discussed this, visions of the future danced before them. Chapter 19, Meditative Serenity. At the gym, Yang remained diligent, shedding his training attire to continue his coaching. The matter of the drug test weighed heavily on his mind. The media was exasperating. If he played poorly, they would criticize him, yet if he excelled, they would still find fault. The tendency to view matters through a biased lens was truly infuriating. The upcoming journey through the West would serve as a testament to all the media outlets. With a 10% boost in his combat effectiveness, Yang felt confident in his abilities. At this moment on the basketball court, the only sound was the echo of the ball striking the rim. After the initial round of three-point shooting practice, the results were less than satisfactory. His focus on shooting was insufficient, and the release speed fell short of expectations. As a professional athlete, one must learn to adapt. Regardless of external or internal pressures, maintaining concentration on the court is paramount. Yang wiped away the sweat and prepared to take another shot when the system's voice echoed in his ears. The system was disordered, prone to crashing. Task: meditate to cultivate tranquility and enhance focus. Duration: 1 hour. Yang found himself in a state of amusement. Could the system truly malfunction? After all, it was merely a system, not a computer, and did it require rest? Yet, the tasks assigned by the system were non-negotiable, prompting him to meditate and find tranquility. He was undoubtedly influenced by external factors, and the system's ability to detect shifts in his emotional state was truly remarkable. If he could harness the system to adjust his mindset, it would be an immense boon for him. With that thought in mind, Yang donned his training attire and settled cross-legged at the edge of the court, commencing his meditation. A basketball player meditating. What a sight that would be. Surely, if his teammates were to witness this, they would burst into laughter. Fortunately, at this moment, he was alone. The court's custodian would not intrude, granting him ample time and opportunity to complete the system's tasks. As he initially settled into his position, images of urine tests invaded his thoughts. The very mention of them ignited a surge of anger within him. He abruptly opened his eyes, his breathing quickening, and his mood grew increasingly restless, yearning to demonstrate his prowess to them immediately. No, he could not afford to be hasty. He must remain composed. As a professional basketball player, he needed to uphold the standards of his profession. Calmness was essential. Yang continually reassured himself and persisted in his meditation. Several times, he felt the urge to erupt. Yet he relentlessly reminded himself to suppress such thoughts, forcing his mind to remain clear. To transform his impatience, his thoughts shifted to the basketball court. That evening, he aimed to complete the task of making 5 three-point shots. As his competitive spirit surged, a myriad of exhilarating basketball moments danced in his mind. He began to recall those electrifying plays, the mid-range shots, the daring drives, and the various thunderous dunks and blocks, all showcasing his extraordinary talent. Yang Yang's heart also followed suit, continuously mimicking these actions within. An hour swiftly elapsed, yet it felt insufficient when the system's voice resonated once more. Task accomplished. The host has gained focus combat points. Next task, death entanglement. Yang Yang suddenly opened his eyes and saw a security guard approaching from a distance, appearing quite irate. Yang Yang quickly glanced at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. To his astonishment, everyone had finished their shifts, and it was time for him to leave. He hastily packed his backpack and approached with an apologetic smile, saying, "I'll be on my way now. I'm sorry for the disturbance." It was the same security guard who had assisted him in retrieving the balls last time, who, upon seeing Yang Yang's intent to depart, inquired with a grin, "Do you not need my help with the balls tonight?" No. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I wouldn't want to trouble you," Yang Yang replied. "I have a flight tomorrow, so I must head back." Not daring to linger any longer, he slipped away. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yang Yang found himself pondering the system's tasks, particularly the looming specter of death. This was undoubtedly his weakest aspect. Many players built their foundations on defense. While he was eager to defend, his physicality was lacking, rendering his defensive capabilities somewhat feeble. Would he be able to accomplish the next task? Moreover, the system had not specified any rewards for completing the task. He could not control the timing of the system's manifestations, nor could he communicate directly. All right then, he resolved to fulfill the task as required. First, he needed to rest well before facing the competition. As the lights dimmed, Yang Yang finally found the opportunity for a peaceful slumber. The following day at New York Airport, the Brooklyn Nets boarded their flight amid the heartfelt farewells of their fans. On the plane, Yang Yang spoke little. He closed his eyes to cultivate a serene mind. The resources he possessed within the system were invaluable to him. Rather than squander time engaging in games and laughter with teammates, he preferred to utilize this moment for reflection and preparation for the upcoming match. After a 4-hour journey, the team arrived at the designated hotel to rest. Yang Yang had little time to savor the enthusiasm of the Phoenix supporters before immersing himself in defensive training. He sought the guidance of defensive assistant coach Jacques Vaughn. Over the course of a day and a half of rigorous training, Yang Yang acquired a wealth of knowledge and developed a nascent understanding of relentless defense. That evening, the matchup between the Nets and the Suns commenced at 8 p.m. at the Western Conference Arena, where every seat was filled, and the fervor of the Phoenix fans rivaled that of the Nets supporters. 2 hours prior to the game, Nash unveiled the starting lineup, and unsurprisingly, Yang Yang's name did not appear among the chosen few. Meanwhile, Suns head coach Monty Williams had no recollection of Yang Yang, only learning through media inquiries that he was once the 5th overall pick. However, this fact bore little significance to Williams, as the Suns had risen through the Western Conference and feared no formidable opponent. Williams had conducted an analysis, well aware of how to exploit the vulnerabilities of their adversaries. Specific strategies have been devised regarding Kyrie and Durant, ensuring that the Nets would not leave Phoenix with a victory. As the game commenced, the Suns' starting lineup remained unchanged. The point guard was none other than Chris Paul, with Devin Booker occupying the shooting guard position and DeAndre Ayton anchoring the paint. Although the forward lineup was somewhat lacking, the Nets possessed a formidable roster. The game began with LaMarcus Aldridge winning the tip-off, and Kyrie Irving, after crossing half-court, began to seek out his teammates. Durant remained the primary offensive option, yet, facing the defense of Jay Crowder, he opted for patience rather than rushing into an offensive play, focusing instead on penetrating the interior. Aldridge's turnaround mid-range jump shot proved to be unstoppable as he scored 10 points in the first quarter, establishing a 5-point lead for his team. On the Suns' side, Booker's offensive prowess was equally formidable. Although Bruce Brown defended tenaciously, he found himself up against the player often heralded as Kobe's successor, resulting in 2 fouls against him and allowing Booker to net 5 points. Yang Yang observed Booker's mid-range jump shot, indeed catching a glimpse of Kobe's essence. However, Booker's 3-point shooting left much to be desired. Yet, it was this very mid-range capability that Brown found utterly incapable of defending against. To secure victory, the first priority must be to contain Booker, for even with Paul's exceptional passing skills, the Suns would find it impossible to triumph without the support of an external shooting threat. Sitting beside the water cooler, Yang Yang meticulously watched an entire quarter, keenly noting some of Booker's habitual footwork. Should he find himself in a defensive position, his initial strategy would be to mirror Booker's movements, compelling him towards the 3-point line. Alternatively, he could allow Booker to drive left, as the latter predominantly favored shooting from the right, where his accuracy was significantly higher. With this analysis in mind, Nash's gaze shifted towards him, eager to ascertain his confidence. Chapter 20. Your offense is lacking. Yang remained oblivious to Nash's gaze upon him, engrossed instead in the unfolding contest on the court. The game had transitioned into the second quarter, with Booker driving forward with the ball, while Brown extended his arms, intent on defending the basketball. Ayton moved to set a screen from the right, allowing Booker to accelerate past him. Brown, determined, squeezed through Ayton's screen, reaching out in an attempt to steal the ball. Observing the opening, Booker, entangled with Brown, executed a quick three-point shot. As Booker stumbled, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Brown, feigning innocence, gestured towards the referee, claiming, "I did not foul. I did not make contact. My friend, your hand is indeed resting on my arm. See, this is the imprint you left," Booker retorted, extending his hand. Brown, ignoring him, continued his complaints to the chief referee, Mark Davis. Davis turned and declared foul. "I am certain you committed a foul. Cease your complaints, or you may receive a technical. You defended well. It was merely a common foul." Irving quickly approached, wrapping his arm around Brown to escort him away. With 3 fouls, Nash had no choice but to withdraw Brown from the game. Just as he prepared to summon Mills, Yang sprang to his feet, his eyes alight with fervor. Yang's defense against Giannis was commendable, yet doubts lingered regarding his ability to contain Booker. Nevertheless, endowed with a height advantage, Yang was determined to give it a try. "Yang, it's your turn," Nash called out, gesturing for Yang to approach. Booker's mid-range game poses a significant threat. You must leverage your height. Do not leap carelessly. Maintain your ground and be vigilant against his drives. I will pressure him towards the three-point line while leaving the left side open and blocking the right. Yang responded promptly, stepping onto the court. As the player entered, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Tonight's mission, Death Grip. Objective, for steals. Defense rating increase by 15. This was reminiscent of the previous night's announcement, now providing a clearer target and reward. Achieving 4 steals would elevate his defensive rating by 15, potentially earning him a place on the all-defense team. Notably, this season, the league's leader in steals. Butler of the Heat averages only 2, 1 per game. Completing 4 steals may seem insurmountable to an average person, yet Yang remained undeterred. The system's challenge of Death Grip suggested that accomplishing the goal was merely a matter of time, especially with a strategy to defend Booker in mind. On Booker's end, after sinking all 3 free throws, the Suns had overtaken the score, leading 25-23. Irving brought the ball past half-court, while Yang continued to fulfill the role of shooter on the offensive end. He maneuvered along the baseline, receiving the ball and taking a shot with the assistance of his teammate's screen. Having witnessed Yang's three-point prowess against the Bucks, there was no hesitation this time. His teammate decisively passed the ball to the open Yang. Yang received the ball, and Booker's defense was impeccably timed. Yet, as a premier sharpshooter, Yang leapt and released the shot almost simultaneously upon receiving the ball. The height of his jump and the softness of his release remained unaltered by the sudden reception. With a swift motion, the basketball swished through the net, delivering a resounding response. The arena fell silent for a moment. The fans momentarily doubted their eyes, but soon realized it was indeed Yang. Prior to the commencement of the game, fans had learned through the media about the performance of the Nets' number 8 player, particularly that iconic image of him soaring to block Giannis, which had briefly dominated the trending charts. However, due to Yang's relatively low profile, despite his explosive display, few anticipated he could maintain such brilliance for long. Yet, witnessing this three-pointer, one could not help but regard this player with newfound admiration. Could he truly unleash his potential in the Western arena? Yang employed a strategy of relentless entanglement this time, channeling most of his energy into defense. As he turned around, he positioned himself directly in front of Booker, engaging in a face-to-face defense. After adopting the relentless entanglement technique, Yang took the time to study Leonard's defensive style. The most renowned instance of relentless entanglement in the NBA originates from Kawhi, and by analyzing his footage, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge. On the other hand, Booker displayed a certain disdain for the presence of this number 8 player, seemingly unperturbed by his defensive efforts. As the game progressed past the halfway mark, Booker was not the type to remain stationary awaiting a pass. Instead, he made significant strides toward the paint, utilizing his teammate screens to maneuver beyond the three-point line to receive the ball. Yang was unyielding, resolutely pulling Booker through the screen. Upon receiving the ball, Booker made no unnecessary movements and immediately launched an attack from the right flank. Yang anticipated his move down the right flank, having prepared himself to close the space and prevent any sudden stops for a shot. Yet, How could Booker possibly abandon his attempt due to a lack of space? Leaning against Yang, he continued his drive inward, and when he reached a 45-degree angle at mid-range, he unexpectedly executed a step back to create room. A superstar is indeed a superstar. As Yang reached out, he realized it was too late, his hand barely grazing Booker's wrist. With a beautifully executed fadeaway jumper, the basketball arced gracefully through the air, producing a satisfying swish as it passed through the net. What a splendid step-back shot. Yang couldn't help but commend. Booker smirked in response. Thank you for the praise, but your slight frame cannot contain me. Your struggles are futile. That was merely a stroke of luck on your part. In the next round, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of defense. I am eager to witness the extent of your inadequacies on defense, and even more so, to see you depart in tears. Though Booker possessed striking good looks, it did not imply he was gentle on the court. His trash talk was as formidable as that of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Meanwhile, Irving accelerated the pace of the offense, dazzling with his dribbles before swiftly bypassing the aging Paul for an aesthetically pleasing layup. The score remained tied. Upon returning to the court, Paul and Ayton executed a pick and roll. With Ayton rolling down, Aldridge held his ground, and though Ayton's hook shot missed, he managed to secure the rebound. Aldridge blocked his second attempt, and Payton seized the rebound, promptly passing to Booker on the flank. As Booker caught the ball just inside the three-point line, he prepared to shoot, while Yang remained motionless, crouching low to obstruct the right side. Attempting to deceive himself, Booker recognized that this tactic had yet to succeed. Observing that Yang did not bite on his feint, he swiftly shifted left and drove toward the basket. Yang did not reach out. Instead, he spread his hands and leaned against the defense. Booker's impact from the left was minimal, and Yang's close guarding rendered him quite uncomfortable. After merely 2 steps, he gathered the ball, preparing for a layup. At that moment, Yang seized the opportunity, deftly snatching the ball from his grasp. Instantly, the Nets surged forward like a pack of wolves, 5 players swiftly turning back. Johnson had crossed half court, and Yang, eschewing personal glory, spotted a teammate in a favorable position and made a long pass, assisting Johnson in executing a powerful dunk. This is merely your luck, relying on teammates. I shall make you pay for it, Booker spat as he charged towards Yang. Trash talk can serve as a form of defense, capable of unsettling an opponent's mentality and igniting frustration. However, armed with the assistance of a system, Yang had learned to remain composed and was impervious to such banter. With a smile, he retorted to Booker, I have teammates to help me score, while you can only rely on yourself. In fact, you won't score a single point against me. Your offense is pitiful. Chapter 21. I shall not allow him to score in double digits. A mere bench player daring to declare that the opponent's star is inadequate. This was a first in the NBA. Booker's temper, already volatile, flared upon hearing those words. His scornful smirk replaced by a fierce determination to retaliate with an even sharper offensive assault, aiming to leave the number 8 player in disarray. Yang remained utterly focused, aware that 3 more steals were necessary to achieve his target. He needed to amplify his relentless pursuit. Upon securing the ball, Booker refrained from launching an immediate offense. Instead, he retreated, signaling his teammates to clear the way in preparation for a one-on-one confrontation. Ayton promptly descended towards the baseline, while Booker began to shift his direction, with Yang lowering his center of gravity to closely monitor his footwork. Following 2 consecutive directional changes, Booker persistently sought opportunities on the right flank. Yang's defense has consistently focused on the right flank, deliberately leaving the left side open. Unable to find opportunities on the right, Booker had no choice but to advance from the left. Yang maintained his position, closely shadowing Booker, just as he had in the previous round. Booker's drive was challenging. He possessed neither significant speed nor physical advantage. Realizing he could not penetrate further, he exerted force to create space and executed a retreating step. With precision, he launched a shot, mirroring his previous jump and release. It appeared he had half a body's length of separation, providing ample room for the shot. Yang did not attempt to block the shot, for a true defensive expert does not rely on mere blocks to demonstrate their prowess, but rather on the ability to disrupt the opponent's shooting rhythm. At the opportune moment, just as Booker leaped to release the ball, Yang's hand shot through the air like a streak of lightning, delivering a decisive slap that sent the ball away. With a startled cry, Booker stumbled midair. Yet the ball had already been intercepted. Yang swiftly retrieved the ball and directed it towards Irving in a lateral advance. Irving's momentum was impressive. He deftly maneuvered past 2 defenders, skillfully employing a change of direction to score. The referee's whistle echoed, indicating an additional free throw. An exemplary display of defense was noted, prompting Vaughn to shout encouragingly at Yang. Williams, unable to contain his frustration, immediately called for a timeout. He was displeased with Booker's consecutive turnovers. His star scorer was unexpectedly thwarted by an unknown rookie, whose defensive strategy was evidently orchestrated by Nash in advance. It was imperative for Booker to adjust his gameplay to dismantle Nash's defensive scheme. On the Nets side, D'Antoni remained unconvinced that defense could effectuate any substantial change. In the realm of basketball, the finest defense is often a formidable offense, as the outcome of the game is ultimately determined by the score. Thus, he regarded Vaughn's fervent outburst with a dismissive glance, remarking, "Vaughn, don't get too carried away. The game is far from over." And Yang's defense has yet to prove successful. Though Vaughn held the title of chief assistant coach, his experience paled in comparison to D'Antoni's. However, this did not imply that his capabilities were inferior. It was well known that D'Antoni had a penchant for prioritizing offense over defense. His teams typically featured a remarkable guard, launching relentless offensive assaults while neglecting defensive strategies altogether. Vaughn, however, held a contrary belief, asserting that defense was foundational to victory. A solid defense invariably leads to effective offense. He responded with a smile, "Ha, my friend, I believe Yang's defense is outstanding. He has the potential to alter the outcome of this game. Let's wait and see." D'Antoni shrugged, not taking Yang seriously. Nash observed the debate between his two assistants in silence. The truth of their opinions would ultimately be revealed through Yang's ongoing performance on the court. "Joe, it's your turn," Nash declared, making substitutions to bring in the second unit. "Yang, your defense is solid. Keep it up," Nash encouraged, pulling Yang aside for further motivation. Yang nodded vigorously and then took to the court. After Irving successfully made a free throw, he promptly exited for a breather. Mills continued with the second unit. While on the Suns' side, Booker remained in play, with Paul resting and Payne assuming the role of point guard. Upon entering the game, Payne aggressively drove past Mills for a score, while Mills turned around to set up Griffin for a one-on-one opportunity. Griffin, lacking an advantage over McGee, made a couple of pushes before passing to Yang, who was moving to the perimeter. Booker intensified his defense, ensuring that Yang did not have the opportunity to take an easy three-point shot. Yang received the ball as Griffin swiftly approached to provide a screen. Initially intending to execute a solo play and showcase the shooting techniques that danced in his mind, he realized he could not squander the opportunity presented by the screen. With a seamless motion, he broke to the right, his foot grazing the three-point line, bending his knees as he crouched, gathered the ball, and leapt. The graceful sequence unfolded as if painted, his wrist flicking elegantly, sending the basketball soaring from his fingertips. Griffin dashed towards the paint, poised to secure the rebound, while Booker turned to watch the ball arc through the air. As it descended, the three-pointer found its mark. Booker's expression soured. He had not anticipated that the number 8 could execute such a splendid shot. The prowess displayed on both offense and defense was remarkable, Steve. I believe Yang's urine test can attest to that. Vaughn remarked with a smile towards Nash, who was at the forefront. Nash, witnessing the three-point shot, seemed to be reminded of McGrady from his days with the Magic. Such finesse is not easily attained, without relentless practice day in and day out. One could not exhibit such skill. Nash nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance towards his former mentor, D'Antoni, aware that the esteemed coach held reservations about Yang, thus refraining from further discussion. As the Suns resumed their offense, Booker played the role of mere facilitator for 3 consecutive possessions. With approximately 5 minutes remaining in the game, Williams substituted for Booker. Nash promptly pulled Yang from the game, preparing to reintroduce him in the second half. After Yang exchanged high-fives with his teammates, he returned to the water dispenser. Accepting the water handed to him by the staff, Durant approached and gestured, "Outstanding defense, brother. Well done." Yang responded, breathless, "It's my job, and I must strive to improve." During the remaining moments of the second quarter, both teams fielded their second units, however, buoyed by home court advantage. The Suns bench surprisingly ignited a small surge, concluding the first half with an 8-0 run and entering the break with a 10-point lead. Back in the locker room, Nash expressed his dissatisfaction with the latter half of the second quarter, vehemently scolding while gesturing at the tactical board. As the match progressed into the second half, Yang's focus intensified, and Nash was certain to employ his full capabilities. This marked the true inception of a deadly entanglement. Following Booker's habitual route being obstructed, a change in his offensive strategy was inevitable. He would undoubtedly signal his teammates to advance and set screens, penetrating deeper, where his signature mid-range shot could seal the game. Alternatively, he might opt to drive straight to the basket, leveraging the slow movements of Aldridge and Griffin to dominate the rim. Such breakthroughs that create vulnerabilities are indeed lethal, allowing one to exert control over the match. Therefore, the task at hand is to amplify the deadly entanglement, ensuring he is not permitted to receive the ball easily. Even if he does receive it, he must not be allowed to initiate his play effortlessly, with just 2 steals needed to meet the target. Accomplishing this within 2 quarters should not be overly challenging. Suddenly, Nash's voice resonated once more. Kevin, Kyrie, you must enhance your offensive efforts in the second half. Young, the crucial task of defending against Booker falls to you. Do not permit him to easily sink those damn mid-range shots. Rest assured, I will make Crowder weep as he returns, Durant affirmed. I will not allow him to score in double digits. Yang's astonishing words once again rendered the entire locker room silent. All eyes turned towards him. Such a statement, if uttered by Durant, might not have drawn much attention. Yet Yang was merely a temporary worker who had just secured his second 10-day contract and had not yet officially been promoted. How audacious of him to speak so boldly. D'Antoni sneered, dismissing him as nothing more than a jester. If you can accomplish that, I'll spend a month scrubbing the court, he quipped, using this trivial jest to convey his disdain for Yang. I will achieve it, Yang asserted confidently. Do you know how many points Booker has scored? Vaughn interjected, sensing the bravado in Yang's statement. Your defense is commendable, but preventing a core player from scoring in the second half is unrealistic. Rein in your pride. Irving glanced at Durant, shrugging off the comment. Durant approached Yang, giving him a pat on the chest. I have faith in your defense, but Booker is no easy opponent. Just give it your all. None of the Nets believed Yang's proclamation, but he chose not to offer any explanations. Regardless of how others perceived him, maintaining his focus was paramount. Whether he could deliver would be revealed in the second half's performance. All right, everyone, let's rally our spirits. Our game is far from over. This is just the first of our Western journey. Let's secure this victory and show them that this year's championship belongs to us, Nash encouraged, prompting Durant to lead the team back onto the court. Yang did not leave immediately. As a mere benchwarmer, he lacked the privilege to walk at the forefront and could only depart once the others had exited. Nash, deliberately positioning himself at the rear, reached out just as Yang was about to rise and inquired, Yang, are you aware that what you just said may render you indifferent in the eyes of your teammates? Yang understood the significance of unity within the locker room, yet he was taken aback by how his words had offended them. At the very least, he believed it was a positive sign. Could it be that my intention to foster a cohesive defense for the team would evoke discontent? No, this was not mere dissatisfaction. Nash remarked, your words are excessively proud. In the NBA, no one has ever uttered such unrealistic statements. They will perceive that a hint of success has inflated your ego, rendering you unfit to be a teammate. Yang realized that such arrogance indeed needed to be tempered. Now that words had been spoken and could not be retracted, the only course of action was to let his performance silence the critics. Coach, I have a request that I hope you will grant, Yang said eagerly as he stepped forward. In truth, Nash held a favorable view of Yang's capabilities and admired his unpretentious nature, although he had misspoken this time. Who among the youth had not exhibited a touch of hubris? You may speak, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your wish, Nash nodded in response. I wish to play the entire second half. I cannot afford a rest while Booker is on the court. Yang directly asked for playing time, which was somewhat inappropriate. However, since this was a defensive request rather than a scoring one, Nash had no objections. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced to Yang's plea, returning to the court. The second half of the game commenced promptly. The Suns reinstated their starters, while the Nets substituted Yang in for Brown to primarily defend against Booker. As Booker noticed the number 8 approaching, he scoffed disdainfully, saying, I was afraid you would shy away. In the second half, I will make you cry and go back to your mother. Yang closely followed Booker, glancing up at the large screen overhead. Booker's score stood at 9 points, indicating that he had managed to secure merely 1 point from free throws in the second quarter. Yang only dared to speak in a locker room after witnessing Booker's meager score of merely 9 points, which elicited disdain from everyone towards him. Throughout the entirety of the second half, spanning 2 quarters, how could a core player fail to secure even a single point? It is no wonder that D'Antoni approached with a jestful scorn. Upon observing this, Yang resolutely uttered a fierce declaration. I will ensure you score not a single point. With that said, Booker had already dashed towards the baseline. Yang anticipated his direction and followed closely, arms outstretched. He surrounded Booker with a relentless approach. Despite attempting to shake off Yang twice, Booker found no respite, even when retreating beyond the three-point line. Yang adhered closely to Booker with a tenacity reminiscent of toffee, rendering Booker's reception of the ball exceedingly uncomfortable. After 2 rounds, Booker had yet to touch the ball. Meanwhile, Yang refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers as Durant and Irving intensified their scoring efforts, leaving the ball predominantly in their possession. On the other hand, Crowder of the Suns, renowned for his defensive prowess and fierce demeanor, appeared utterly ineffective against Durant, who effortlessly dispatched a series of unanswerable mid-range shots. In a mere 6 minutes, the Nets had turned the tide, seizing the lead. Williams promptly called a timeout, brandishing the tactical board to offer Booker a thorough strategic briefing. Yang gazed at Nash's tactical board, which was entirely focused on strategies for Durant and his partner. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Achieving the objective and preserving his dignity was of paramount importance. In the span of 6 minutes, Booker had not attempted a shot, marking a remarkably effective defense. Following this timeout, it was inconceivable for Booker to refrain from attacking, and Yang needed to muster every ounce of his concentration. "Yang, are you all right?" Nash inquired, casting a glance in Yang's direction. Yang merely gestured to indicate that all was well. The match continued, and he intensified his defensive efforts. Booker remained stationary, awaiting McGee's screen. McGee's screening maneuver was quite forceful, effectively dislodging Yang from his close proximity to Booker, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air, prompting Yang, lying on the ground, to glance up. He observed the referee raising a clenched fist, signaling a foul for McGee's illegal screen. Yang fiercely pounded the floor, and Durant swiftly approached, lifting him up. Ruffling his hair with an air of authority, he exclaimed, "Well done. That's the spirit. I have faith in you." Yang remained silent, his gaze icy as it fixated on Booker. With a long face, Booker could only resort to defense. As the Nets launched their offense, Crowder intensified his defensive efforts, preventing Durant from receiving the ball. Irving took matters into his own hands, repeatedly penetrating the defense and scoring, prompting the Suns' defense to collapse. With this contraction, Yang found an opportunity for a three-pointer. With the ball in hand and under Aldridge's screen, Irving charged once more. Sensing the approach of 3 defenders, Booker decisively converged, but Irving executed a deceptive shot, delivering a true pass to Yang stationed at the 45-degree three-point line. Without hesitation, Yang caught the ball and released a shot. With a flick of the wrist, the ball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net and widening the score gap once again. McGee swiftly initiated the inbound pass, and after receiving the ball at the baseline, Booker launched a rapid counterattack. Yang fell slightly behind, but quickly matched the pace, closely adhering to the right side. After crossing the half-court, Booker executed a sudden stop, causing Yang to momentarily lose ground. However, he swiftly recovered, extending his arms to obstruct the right lane. Booker, undeterred, performed a crossover dribble, yet Yang tenaciously tracked his footwork, never allowing any space to be created. Undeterred in his pursuit, Booker continued to change direction, forcefully driving towards the right side against Yang. Yang understood that he needed to execute a signature step-back jumper, firmly establishing his center of gravity before aligning his steps. Suddenly, a powerful collision occurred as he noticed Booker preparing for a step back. In a burst of speed, Yang lunged forward. Just as Booker leaped, Yang's hand reached for the top of his head. With no space to shoot, Booker attempted to pass, but Yang had already disrupted the play. "Quick, pass the ball," Irving shouted, recognizing yet another steal. The ball was already seized by Paul, and without hesitation, Yang performed an acrobatic leap, enveloping the ball with his entire body. "This is mine. Let go, you wretched temporary worker." Chapter 23. Defensive value increases by 15. Paul was notorious for his ruthless demeanor. Upon seeing the number 8 daring to approach for the ball, he immediately shielded it with his back, indifferent to the possibility of injury. Yang's entire focus is devoted to stealing the ball. Upon entering the court, he exerts himself fiercely, regardless of the opponent he faces. He pays no heed to the possibility of injury, diving to the ground in relentless pursuit of the basketball. At this moment, Paul is firmly positioned above him, and any further exertion could result in a sprain to Yang's hand, yet he clings to the ball tenaciously. The referee's whistle finally pierces the air, signaling a jump ball. Yang finally released his grip, and Durant and Irving hurriedly came forward to lift him up. Both were deeply moved by Yang's fighting spirit. This is precisely the tenacity that the Nets require at this moment. "Well done, brother. You can definitely make the shot. Irving expressed his unwavering confidence in Yang Yang. Yang Yang approached the free throw line with a calm demeanor. Before the referee raised the ball, he glanced up at the large screen. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, he realized that if he could endure a few more possessions, he would enter the fourth quarter with the opportunity to achieve his goal. Prepare, the referee announced as he brought the ball closer to the two players. Despite facing Paul, who stood half a head shorter than him, Yang Yang remained vigilant, focusing intently on the ball in the referee's hand. As the ball was tossed into the air, Yang Yang leapt swiftly, first making contact with the ball and directing it to his teammate. Durant seized the ball and, without waiting for Crowder to react, executed a jump shot, effortlessly sinking 2 points. The substitution whistle blew immediately afterward, prompting Williams to signal for Booker. Reluctantly, Booker trudged off the court, muttering complaints under his breath. Observing Booker's exit, Nash quickly signaled for Brown to take the floor. Yang Yang hastily sprinted to the sidelines, exchanging high fives with Brown, before greeting the coach and each of his teammates in turn, ultimately returning to the water cooler. Having invested an immense amount of energy in defense, his stamina had begun to wane. Nonetheless, he felt capable of continuing. After taking a refreshing sip of water and catching his breath, his gaze remained fixed on the court. At this moment, they held an 8-point lead over the Suns, having transformed an 8-point deficit into an advantage in merely a single quarter. Notably, Booker had failed to score even a single point during this period, a pivotal factor in their remarkable turnaround. Yang Yang did not dare to underestimate the situation, as just a single point could allow Booker to score, leaving him with no place to hide his face tonight. Ultimately, after 2 successful attacks, the Nets entered the halftime break with an 8-point lead. Nash once again laid out the strategy for the decisive battle, starting with an emphasis on penetrating the paint. With Durant's time restriction reached, he could only watch from the sidelines in the fourth quarter as 2 shooters positioned themselves on the perimeter, while Mills continued to control the ball, awaiting Irving's return after a brief respite. Yang Yang donned his gear once more, charging forward towards Booker. At this moment, Booker felt a wave of revulsion upon seeing Yang Yang, finding his defense exceedingly irksome. "If you dare to approach again, I'll shatter your front teeth," Booker declared with resolute menace. This was precisely the reaction Yang Yang sought. His defense had instilled a sense of dread in his opponent, and such relentless entanglement was undoubtedly effective. As he spoke, Booker reached out for the ball. Yang Yang swiftly maneuvered to the front, extending one hand to obstruct the passing lane while glancing back at the passer. Booker found himself firmly restrained from behind. Unable to receive the ball, he had no choice but to push back forcefully and retreat hastily. Ayton delivered a high lob to Booker. Having learned from his previous encounter with Yang Yang, Booker refrained from a direct attack. Just as Yang Yang prepared to pivot and advance, he decisively used his hip to create space and accelerate forward. Yang Yang did not relent, striding forward with determination, his hands outstretched at the side, steadfastly denying any easy breakthrough. Booker, resolute, pressed his body against Yang Yang's defense, maneuvering to the mid-range, while Aldridge was already en route to provide assistance. After a brief pause, Booker executed a step back, creating space in preparation for a shot. Yang Yang anticipated that he would opt for a mid-range shot and swiftly surge forward. However, just as he leaped, he observed Booker releasing the ball, driving straight into the paint. This was a feint. Yang Yang shouted in alarm, realizing that the superstar possessed an array of offensive maneuvers. He could not allow this shot to succeed. His pride was at stake. With this thought, he resolutely pursued. Amidst the crowd, Booker had already launched his shot against Aldridge's defense. The basketball hovered perilously near the rim, poised to descend into the net. Almost everyone believed this shot was certain to score. Even Mike D'Antoni on the sidelines displayed a smug smile. Wait. Suddenly, Yang Yang darted like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the air, landing atop Booker and Aldridge, and with a swift lateral motion, he swatted the ball away. How could this be? D'Antoni instantly rose to his feet, the earlier hint of satisfaction swiftly replaced by embarrassment. Yang Yang landed and let out a powerful roar, tilting his head back. The basketball was forcefully swatted out of bounds, and a spectator caught the ball, excitedly raising it aloft while shouting, "Interference! This is interference!" Booker, caught off guard by number 8 towering over him, could only hope that the shot would count. Williams quickly rushed over to voice his agreement, both convinced that the ball had been interfered with and that it should count as 2 points. After a discussion, the referees decided to review the footage. Yang Yang's moment of exhilaration swiftly dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension etched across his visage. He too sensed that the shot bore some semblance of interference, as the ball appeared to be descending. His singular focus had been on blocking the shot, oblivious to the possibility of obstruction. Moreover, the colossal screen at the venue offered no replay of the event. It was crucial to note that this was the Suns' home ground, and their star player was being overshadowed. How would the fans react? Anxiety lingered on Yang Yang's face, leading him to fervently hope that the shot would not be deemed valid. Soon, the three referees emerged, and the lead official signaled. No interference, possession awarded to the Suns. Booker, instantly deflated, and Yang exhaled deeply, his fist clenched in a gesture of triumph. The crowd erupted in boos once more, but Yang remained unfazed, securing victory and fulfilling their mission overshadowed all else. The ensuing plays were dominated by Durant and his teammates' offensive maneuvers, while the Suns countered with Paul and Ayton's pick and roll to close the gap. With Booker being curtailed, it paradoxically allowed Paul to seize control of the game. His consecutive mid-range successes in the fourth quarter helped maintain the score within a 10-point margin. Following the timeout, as the game approached its final 2 minutes, Durant remained an observer, applauding his teammates. At this juncture, Nash opted for a dual point guard strategy, moving Mills to the shooting guard position to bolster their penetrating and three-point capabilities. Yang's duty remains to defend against Booker. As the play unfolds, Paul advances with the ball, while Ayton decisively moves in to set a screen. Ad does not dare to press too closely, positioning himself near the free throw line to deny Paul a mid-range shot. Paul does not rush to attack. Instead, he methodically seeks out his teammates while advancing. Booker makes a backdoor cut along the baseline, and Paul seizes the opportunity to deliver a perfectly timed bounce pass. Yang persistently followed alongside, witnessing Paul make his move. He swiftly stepped forward, effectively intercepting the ball with precision. In that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Host has completed the task of relentless entanglement. Defensive value increased by 15. Instantly, Yang felt as if his legs had been electrified, imbued with an explosive energy urging him to sprint. "Hey, pass the ball. Quickly pass the ball," Mills shouted, pointing towards Irving ahead. Yang remained composed, leading by 10 points with just over a minute left. The key was to decelerate and manage the time effectively. He slowed down, choosing to play with steadiness. Yang extended his hand in response. This was a fast break. Why opt for a measured approach? Chapter 24. A elbow draws blood. Mills was exceedingly displeased, directing a torrent of complaints towards Yang. Observing the situation, Nash promptly signaled for a timeout. Yang was perplexed by the misunderstanding surrounding the play and wished to offer an explanation, yet Mills' complaints persisted unabated. Irving swiftly approached, offering a reassuring high five, suggesting that a more deliberate approach, emphasizing time management over aggressive offense, would have been more prudent. Indeed, Yang's handling of the situation was commendable. Nash also consoled Mills, elucidating that a hasty fast break could inadvertently grant the opposing team an additional offensive opportunity, thereby significantly diminishing their chances of success, especially considering they were only leading by 10 points. Against the Suns, Nash dared not exhibit any complacency under Paul's leadership. This team had surged into the top 4 of the Western Conference, undeniably formidable. Securing victory in the first match of the Western road trip would serve as a tremendous morale booster for the team, positively influencing their performance in tomorrow's game. Naturally, Nash felt confident about the upcoming match against the Trail Blazers and had already planned to rest Durant. With Nash's encouragement, Mills relinquished his grievances and attentively followed Nash's directives. Nash continued to strategize, focusing on tightening defense against Paul's mid-range shots while maintaining relentless pressure on Booker, with the crucial responsibility still resting on Yang's shoulders. Upon returning to the court, Williams remained steadfast in his belief that Booker could alter the course of the game, thus devising specific running plays for him. Paul, with the ball in hand, opted not to have Ayton set a screen, instead facilitating a screen for Booker off the ball. Upon seeing Ayton sprinting towards him, Yang realized that they intended to create space for Booker. This was indeed a torment for him. Yang chuckled coldly, thinking that scoring would not be so effortless. As Ayton approached to position himself, Yang took a step forward, effectively pushing Ayton behind him, his hands extending to thwart Ayton's movement. His gaze remained fixed on Booker, while he maintained his nimble footwork. Booker maneuvered to push Yang towards the right baseline, and although Yang shook off Ayton, he found himself obstructed once more as Sarek stepped into his path after just 2 strides. Yang did not anticipate the arrival of a dual center screen. As he saw Booker poised to dash forward, he swiftly sidestepped, gripping Sarek's arm and leaping in pursuit. Nash was left bewildered, questioning the nature of such defense. Had he ever instructed this? Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced towards Vaughn, who was more exhilarated than anything else, having never witnessed such tenacious defense. Particularly notable was the way they contained Booker tonight, an effort that could only be aptly described as a relentless entanglement. As Yang vaulted over the cover, Booker had already received the ball. Just as he prepared to release it, Yang's defense was firmly established. With swift decisiveness, Booker retracted his steps, bending low and lowering his center of gravity, allowing the ball to slide from side to side beneath his knees as he sought to create space for a shot through a triple threat stance. Yang afforded him no room to maneuver, pressing his body closely against him. Booker found himself restricted, a sense of frustration swelling within him. He had never encountered such an irritating entanglement, akin to an unshakable fly that followed him relentlessly. In exasperation, Booker thrust his shoulder forcefully against Yang, striking him in the abdomen, a sharp pain coursing through him. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on the discomfort, for the slightest opening had emerged, and Booker's hands were reaching out towards him. He aimed to draw a foul by shooting, knowing that any contact would result in a whistle against him. However, should he refrain from contact, it would grant Booker an opportunity to shoot. No, he could not commit a foul, nor could he allow Booker to take a shot. In a flash of instinct, Yang raised his hand and swatted at the ball. Before Booker could regain his footing, the ball was already in flight. The release was swift, the ball bouncing off the floor and returning, while Booker exaggeratedly leapt, arms outstretched. Foul! That was a hit, he shouted. The referee, however, paid him no heed. Given Booker's achievements, he had yet to reach the lofty heights of LeBron James, and thus the officials would not grant him the benefit of Starr's call. Meanwhile, Yang seized the ball and swiftly advanced down the court. In a rapid three-man fast break, Irving was well guarded, while Mills was positioned to the left behind him. Confronting the defense was Bridges, and as Yang approached midcourt, he noticed Bridges providing assistance against Mills, seemingly intent on leaving him open. In a three-man fast break, the ball would typically be shared amongst the two flank players. But seeing that both were smaller players, Yang resolved to take matters into his own hands. Just a step away from the three-point line, he suddenly halted, executing a left-handed fake towards Mills that successfully deceived Bridges. With the defense momentarily vacated, Yang swiftly adjusted his stance, bending his knees, raising his elbow, leaping, and, with a flick of his wrist, he released the ball. In a mere second, the basketball sailed through the net, clinching yet another three-pointer. The ever-legendary Durant erupted in excitement, waving a towel in celebration for Yang. Yang turned around, confidently making a three-point gesture, a tribute to the legendary Carmelo Anthony. "Just keep doing it, my friend. You are absolutely right," Mills exclaimed, excitedly exchanging high-fives. "Defense, the game is not over yet," Irving shouted at Paul, pointing towards the two of them. Yang swiftly dashed towards Booker, while Paul had already advanced past the half-court line with remarkable speed. He delivered a long pass to Booker, positioned at the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Booker retreated and began dribbling, searching for an opportunity to take a three-point shot. Yang was acutely aware that he would seize the moment to strike, leaving no room for opportunity. Once again, he stepped forward, and Booker attempted to replicate his previous tactic, seeking to draw a foul for a three-point shot. With a decisive sidestep, Yang maneuvered around the screen set by McGee, whose excessive movement caused Yang to veer off more than intended. Booker felt a tug on his hand, yet the referee remained silent, further inciting Booker's fury. Rising, he raised his elbow and struck Yang directly on the chin. The blow sent Yang crashing to the ground, curled up and clutching his mouth. "What do you mean by that? Do you intend to resort to violence after losing?" Mills was the first to confront Booker, demanding answers. Infuriated and ashamed, Booker showed no fear, pushing Mills away. Enraged, Mills charged forward, ready to retaliate, igniting a heated atmosphere. Paul rushed in to intervene, and fortunately McGee, with his good-natured demeanor, recognized the initial wrongdoing and quickly positioned himself between them, exclaiming, "We are professional players. Let's remain calm." Several others from the team joined in, and the Suns players surged forward, creating an atmosphere ripe for conflict. The three referees, armed with their whistles, rushed into the fray to prevent any escalation between the players. Security personnel, alerted to the commotion, swiftly moved to control the situation. Separated from the chaos, Booker pointed at Mills, refusing to relent, threatening, "If you dare step outside, I'll make sure you don't leave Phoenix. Anyone who backs down is a coward. Let us see what you can do." Mills defiantly pointed back at Booker, unwilling to back down. Security firmly escorted the involved players towards the benches, and as Yang was helped up by Irving, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He hurried to the bench for treatment, relieved that the injury was merely a cut that required minimal care. Mills, you did exceptionally well. Our team needs that fighting spirit. And we need you to stand up for us, Nash praised, giving a thumbs up. Of course, Nash was not encouraging them to brawl, but rather emphasizing the importance of standing up for teammates when they are bullied. Yang, are you all right? Nash inquired, glancing towards Yang on the bench. Yang shifted his lips slightly, merely experiencing a minor discomfort that would not hinder his return to the field. I can still play. Coach. Chapter 25, He is the Devil. Yang swiftly approached as Nash sketched a strategic formation on the tactical board. He exclaimed, with 50 seconds remaining, "We hold a 13-point lead. The opposing team will certainly attempt a 3-point shot first, followed by an aggressive press to force us into mistakes for a counterattack. Irving will control the ball, and Mills will be ready at midcourt. If pressured, pass directly to the ball. Once we cross half-court, we must manage the clock. This shot must go in to seal the game. Yang, you will take the 3-point shot." Nash decisively called out to Yang, capturing everyone's attention, as they deemed this strategy quite unexpected. However, Yang himself was not taken aback. With a 3-point shooting percentage of 35, he was confident he could make the shot. No problem, Yang responded resolutely as the game continued. Irving and Mills meticulously executed the coach's strategy, with Mills prepared to receive the ball as he initiated the play. Yang and his companion lay in ambush at both corners of the baseline, while Aldridge remained vigilant beneath the basket. The Suns' defensive intensity was formidable, initiating pressure from the backcourt. Payne, cautious, refrained from double-teaming and shadowed Mills closely. Upon recognizing Paul, Irving could have swiftly bypassed him, but mindful of the time, he opted to back his way against Paul, inching forward. Paul's defense was tenacious, and despite Irving's attempts to assert his strength, he found himself thwarted. One must acknowledge that Paul, with age, has only become more cunning. As the clock dwindled to 8 seconds before halftime, Irving executed a dazzling dribble, performing a slick between-the-legs maneuver, and suddenly spun like a top to evade Paul and advance into the frontcourt. With 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Irving gestured to his teammates to remain still, positioning himself sideways against Paul to protect the ball and consume time. Observing this, Yang from the right baseline taunted Booker, asserting his belief that Booker would not dare to double-team, warning that time was running out and their chance would be lost. Booker, finding himself thoroughly vexed by this 8th player, had never encountered such an exasperating defense. As the game unfolded, he understood that swift scoring was essential for opportunity. However, the coach's strategy did not include double-teaming, leaving Booker bound by the game plan. Dismissing any notion of their prowess, particularly regarding their offense, he recognized that their high scores merely stemmed from a lack of formidable defense. Yang continued his provocation, intent on inciting Booker into a double-team. With the shot clock dwindling to 8 seconds, Irving executed a retreat dribble while maintaining possession. Aldridge, understanding the cue, stepped forward to set a screen. With this, Irving unleashed his signature meteor butterfly step, showcasing a splendid behind-the-back dribble that captivated even the Suns fans. After bypassing Paul, Irving opted against a three-pointer, driving hard towards the basket against Ayton. In a one-on-one scenario, Irving was poised to easily overpower Ayton. Everyone knew Ayton was incapable of containment, prompting the help defenders to collapse. This included Booker, who had positioned himself for support along the baseline. Sensing the impending double team, Irving swiftly pivoted, maneuvering past both defenders. As he reached out, both Booker and Ayton leapt simultaneously. However, the ball was not in Irving's possession. It had arrived in Yang's hands at the baseline. The pass was slightly low, prompting Yang to take a step forward to secure it. Upon receiving the ball, he stepped back, bending his knees at the three-point line, forming his shooting posture, and leaped, snapping his wrist as he released the ball. The basketball soared towards the hoop, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net with a satisfying swish. The bench erupted in jubilation, Durant waving his towel as he sprinted towards the baseline, reminiscent of a student celebrating a stellar exam result. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with over 10,000 fans rendered momentarily speechless. Yang did not roar. Instead, he elongated his face and widened his eyes, directing a piercing gaze towards Booker. His expression conveyed a silent assertion. What you, Booker, can accomplish, Yang, can equally achieve, and with greater finesse. The score quickly widened to a daunting 16 points, 95, 111, leaving the home team, the Suns, devoid of hope. However, one must not underestimate the championship-driven Paul, who fiercely attacked the inner line after the ball was in play. With sheer determination, he assisted Ayton in securing 2 points, while simultaneously keeping a tight watch on Irving. Yet, time was slipping away. Irving was still managing the clock when Payne decisively rushed in to double-team him. Irving passed the ball to Mills to maintain control of the time, and on the other side, Booker was engaged in a verbal duel with Yang. "You are merely an obscure player, not worthy of appearing before me, you pathetic weakling." Yang was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Without uttering a single word in this round, he found himself on the receiving end of a spittle shower from Booker. "I managed to keep you at 0 points. You're truly the soft one," Yang retorted, spreading his hands in defiance. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, Booker charged forward, thrusting his head against Yang and unleashing another torrent of saliva, which splattered across Yang's face. Yang exhibited no fear, despite Booker being an all-star. His lack of respect warranted none in return. He boldly confronted Booker, igniting a verbal exchange that prompted the referee to swiftly intervene. "You're nothing but a softie, an inept player who cannot handle defeat. You do not deserve to be an all-star," Yang shouted relentlessly. Booker's face turned a shade of green with anger as he attempted to retaliate, yet the astute referee once again stepped in, issuing a technical foul to both players. With time running short, Nash recognized it was time to orchestrate change. He decisively signaled for a substitution, summoning the bench player Sharp. 20 seconds were indeed precious for any player on the sidelines. Nash turned to Yang, embracing him in a gesture befitting a hero, and encouragingly remarked, "Excellent work. I admire your tenacity, my friend. Keep it up, and you shall excel even further." "Thank you, coach, for your trust. I will strive to improve," Yang humbly replied. Meanwhile, from the commentary booth, Tresdale expressed incredulity at Yang's prowess. "Number 8 of the Nets, with a devilish defense, has taken control of our Western arena. He is indeed a demon." The crowd harbored disdain for this player, for it was his formidable defense that disrupted Booker's rhythm, enabling the Nets to secure victory in the match. Consequently, everyone remembered this number 8, a player hailing from the East. On Durant's side, he approached Yang with a towel in hand, applauding and exclaiming, "Your defense tonight was phenomenal, Yang. You truly astonished me. Pray tell, how did you achieve this?" The potency of the death grip should not be underestimated. It was a manifestation of enhanced combat prowess. Having met his defensive objectives, his capability had increased by 15, effectively compensating for prior shortcomings. Whenever he took the court, he could provide ample support on defense. On the offensive front, he had already attained a 3-point shooting percentage of 35, now focusing on enhancing his ball handling skills. However, there was no urgency. Bench players could only earn more playing time through sufficient defensive contributions, capturing the coach's attention. Therefore, his immediate goal was to maintain relentless defensive pressure, ensuring he could guard the opposing team's star player each game, thus guaranteeing his playing time. Contemplating this, Yang confidently responded to Durant, "It is the trust of the coach and my teammates that empowers me. Thank you all. I will bring my best to defend against the opposing core." Chapter 26. Could you give me a call? Remaining sufficiently humble and humorous is essential for garnering the affection and trust of teammates. The CBA differs from the NBA. Not everyone can seamlessly integrate into its culture, especially within the confines of the locker room. To establish oneself in the NBA, it is essential not only to excel on the court, but also to navigate the intricacies of the locker room effectively. This is why many extraordinarily talented players experience fleeting moments of success in the league, often due to personality clashes that create discord within the team. Durant expressed his admiration for Young's humility and was even inclined to share more with him. He then extended an invitation, saying, "My friend, holding Booker to a score of 0 is nothing short of miraculous. Would you be interested in training together?" Yang never anticipated that Durant would invite him to train together, a privilege reserved for superstars. It is worth noting that Durant is, apart from LeBron James, arguably the finest basketball player on this planet. To become his teammate is already a stroke of luck. Now, with the invitation to train together, does this imply that he wishes to test his defensive skills against him? If he could earn Durant's endorsement, not only would the Nets be interested, but after the season concludes, a multitude of teams would undoubtedly vie for his talents. It would not merely entail a lucrative salary, but also the opportunity to assume a pivotal role, much like the phenomenon of Jeremy Lin, who secured a multi-million-dollar contract in his prime. Yang felt a surge of excitement within, yet he refrained from displaying it, responding calmly, "Is it tonight? Tonight works for me. I wish to witness the true extent of your defensive prowess. Durant, with a fierce determination, declared, I hope you regard me as your adversary. For if not, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Yang smiled silently, then made a gesture of clasping his fists, signifying his intention to remain unyielding. Meanwhile, after 2 rounds, the match had lost all suspense. As the game concluded, the Suns found themselves trailing by 16 points on their home court. This marked the first time this season that the Suns had succumbed to an opponent by double digits. The Nets not only claimed victory in their opening match of the Western trip, but also put an end to the Suns' 5-game winning streak. Since Nash's departure, the Suns had languished as a bottom-tier team in the West, and despite possessing a formidable duo in Booker and Ayton, they failed to secure a playoff berth until the arrival of Paul heralded their resurgence. This 5-game winning streak was particularly significant for them, as everyone was eager to extend their success, resulting in a heightened desire to win that night. The numerous altercations were a testament to their competitive spirit. Unfortunately, when faced with relentless defense, Booker was effectively neutralized, akin to losing an arm, rendering the defeat somewhat inevitable. After exchanging pleasantries, Paul jokingly approached Nash, saying, Hey, Steve, I will shatter your records with the Suns. I will reach the finals and hoist the O'Brien Trophy, while you can only watch. Paul's words were laden with double meaning, as everyone regarded the Nets as the most formidable contenders for this year's championship, with some already declaring them champions. Although the Suns had risen, the Western Conference still boasted the formidable Los Angeles teams, making every opponent a formidable challenge, leading many to doubt the Suns' ability to emerge from the West. Nevertheless, Paul exuded confidence in his capacity to break through. Thus, his statements served both to surpass Nash and to convey to him that the Suns would be this year's champions, regardless of the Nets' involvement. Nash, of course, understood, and after a high five, he gestured toward D'Antoni, chuckling, Together, we made history with the Suns, and now we shall continue to set new records. Paul recognized that Nash was referring to number 8, yet he was unfamiliar with the individual, not even knowing his name. Yang, Chris is unaware of who you are. What do you think? Nash shouted to Yang, who was preparing for an interview with Wu Man. As the two greeted each other, Nash called Yang, prompting him to apologize to Wu Man and request a brief moment. Rushing over, Nash remarked, Yang, your performance tonight has yet to capture Chris's attention. It seems your defense is lacking. Yang glanced at Paul, the maestro of ball control, with whom he had crossed paths long ago. It was understandable that he couldn't recall every encounter, given the plethora of fleeting players in the league. However, it was imperative that tonight he remained unmemorable. Such was the necessity. A chuckle escaped him. 18 points while rendering Booker scoreless in the entire second half. My defense may be unremarkable, yet it sufficed to secure victory for the team. Chris, I appreciate your lack of familiarity with me. I am Yang. Hailing from the CBA, I hope that when we meet again, I shall have the opportunity to face you directly. Ah, the youth are brimming with ambition. How delightful. In my younger days, I was even more audacious than you. Maintain that bravado, for it is unlikely that I shall have the chance to meet you again. Paul remarked, a smile imbued with humor yet suffused with courtesy. Yang shrugged his shoulders, choosing not to elaborate further, and hurried back to partake in the interview. I apologize for taking up your time, he remarked with a smile. Wu Man displayed a radiant smile as she began the interview. Yang, congratulations once again on your increased playing time tonight, during which you scored 18 points. I am curious to know how your mindset shifted while defending against Booker, especially considering he managed to score only 9 points throughout the game. A truly astonishing feat. Yang smiled gently at the camera, finding nothing particularly astonishing about the situation. Perhaps everyone believed that, as a mere 10-day contract player, he should not be expected to achieve remarkable results. I feel no pressure. The coach has faith in me, urging me to play freely, focusing solely on preventing Booker from scoring and not to overthink the rest. Wu Man inquired further, asking if he felt he could earn more playing time or even a starting position. The question carried a hint of entrapment, yet Yang was eager to respond. For across the lens lay the hopes of countless fans from Huaxia, and he could not afford to disappoint them again. I have learned how to confront the NBA. Whether I return to the starting lineup depends on the coach's decisions. First and foremost, I shall concentrate on my responsibilities, beginning with my defensive duties. Thank you for granting us this interview, and congratulations on the victory. We eagerly anticipate your continued excellence in the forthcoming matches. Yang nodded sleepily. Having established a semblance of acquaintance with Wu Man returning to the player's bench, he picked up a towel in preparation to head to the locker room when Wu Man, who was hastily approaching from behind, called out, Yang, May I have your number? Yang was somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Wu Man revealed a bashful smile. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Wu Man was beautiful, embodying the unique grace that characterizes Eastern girls. Yang did not deliberate for long. He simply recited his number and added, "This is also my WeChat ID. If you happen to use WeChat, feel free to add me. I don't spend much time on my phone, but I will respond when I see your messages. So, shall we dine together tonight?" Wu Man shyly lowered her head. "Oh, I truly apologize, but Durant has scheduled a training session with me this evening, so I may not be able to join you." Yang, being quite straightforward, shrugged in response. "You are training with Durant?" Wu Man's interest was piqued, and she quickly inquired, "May I come and watch?" "It is not a closed training session. The media is allowed to be present," he replied with a smile. "But I fear Durant might overwhelm me and leave you disappointed." "Haha, you are quite humorous. All right, let us stay in touch over the phone." "That sounds wonderful." Chapter 27. Single defense against Durant upon returning to the locker room. Laughter adorned the faces of all present, and Irving even joyously broke into song. Once everyone had gathered, Nash delivered another victorious address. Such is the nature of the locker room. It requires the head coach to ignite the team's spirit, for a positive atmosphere breeds greater combat effectiveness. Mills then took the floor to give a locker room speech. As a veteran, his role was to enhance the locker room dynamics. Particularly during the drug testing incident, it was Mills who stabilized the situation in the locker room. He shared the testing report photos with his teammates, dispelling any doubts about Yang. After concluding his address, Irving and Nash faced the media for interviews, while the others began to tidy their belongings and prepare to return to the hotel for some rest. Yang did not rush to take a shower. Having rested sufficiently, it was time to seek Durant for training. "Hey, Kevin, I'm waiting for you," Yang called out with a smile, lifting his backpack. "Where are you headed? Are you two off to dinner alone?" Harden chuckled as he glanced at the duo. Durant shrugged, hoisting his backpack as he replied, "I want to try his deadly rap." "Good, I think I already know the outcome." "Good luck, Yang." Harden's bushy beard swayed as he opted not to involve himself in their training. "May I join?" Mills inquired, looking towards Durant. "Of course, you can witness him being a nuisance," Durant quipped, raising an eyebrow with a hint of his signature humor. Mills cast a wary glance at Yang, shaking his head as if to caution him. Before their other teammates departed, the trio made their way to the gym. At that moment, Chris Paul was instructing Booker and Ayton in the arena. As an elder statesman, Paul was indeed thorough, even ensuring they received extra guidance post-game. Upon noticing Durant and the others' approach, he merely waved and continued speaking. "Chris has always been a great big brother. Mills, you are our Paul," Durant remarked with a chuckle before setting down his backpack. Staff members handed over several balls, and Mills was the first to commence warming up. Meanwhile, Durant began taping his ankles, for even in training, he placed utmost importance on protecting his body. Yang glanced at his shoes. Although somewhat worn, they remained wearable. They were enveloped in a thick layer of bandage, which had yet to be removed. Protection was ever present, ensuring he was always prepared to take the court. "Young, can you defend me like you just did?" Durant began to assert himself before the game, declaring, "In one-on-one matchups, I've never tasted defeat. Of course, I won't let you win," Yang responded with a smile. However, Durant held a different perspective, his tone turning serious as he stated, "Yang, remember this. Off the court, we're good friends. But once we step onto the court, we are adversaries, and I will show no mercy. This is the law of the jungle. Regardless of your state, once you enter the arena, you must dedicate yourself with unwavering focus. Maintain your aggression. If you relax, your opponent will seize the opportunity, and they won't give you any warnings." Yang furrowed his brow, for these words came from one of the finest players on this planet. The best players can maintain a ferocity akin to a ravenous hound. What reason did he have not to exhibit the same ferocity on the court? Durant rose, took the ball, and began shooting, awaiting Yang's approach. Yang performed a stretch in place before stepping onto the court. Mills raised his hand. Adhering to the national rules, the first to reach 11 points emerges victorious, with 3-point shots counted. "No, I only need him to defend against me," he declared. 5 points, and we will see the outcome within 2 minutes. Durant extended his hand. Yang had no objections. For now, he could only defend. As for offense, he was not yet confident in his ability to win against him, so he decided to take it slow. "Very well, you may serve," he said. With that, Yang positioned himself, leaning to the side, one hand raised and the other lowered to thwart any potential jump shot. "Let us enter, for that is my friend. And I have been granted permission to go in," came the voices of discussion from outside the door. Yang heard Wu Men's foes. while Durant had already risen to his feet. With a swift elbow maneuver, he effortlessly bypassed Yang, dribbling forward to execute a flawless jump shot. Is this the extent of your defense? Where's your focus? Durant could not help but retort. Yang felt a surge of anxiety. He had been distracted earlier, and if Durant were to find out, he would undoubtedly scold him for not living up to his potential. However, he had made a promise to Wu Man, and he could not let her down. Being in a foreign land, it was comforting to have a fellow countryman around. No, he must first fulfill his commitment to her. Kevin, that reporter at the entrance, is my friend. I assured her she could come in and watch. What do you think? Yang gesturet. Durant furrowed his brow, ready to express his irritation, when suddenly he heard Wu Man's cheerful voice calling out, Yang. Hey, Yang, I'm over here. It turned out to be a jubilant young female reporter, radiantly beautiful, which elicited a mischievous smile from Durant. He pointed at Yang with a grin. Ha, you sly dog. No wonder you were so eager to call me over. Fine, I'll grant you this opportunity, but I want to go easy on you during practice. Thank you, brother, Yang replied, hastily making his way to the entrance. After a brief discussion with the security personnel, he ultimately gained permission to let her in, provided Wu Man promised not to take any photographs. Let us get started. I'm here to support you, Wu Man said with a smile as she settled down to observe. As a basketball journalist in the NBA, she not only had a passion for the sport, but was also well-versed in basketball philosophy, having been a member of her university's team. With her impressive height of 180 centimeters and striking appearance, her skills were undeniable, yet she had not pursued a career as a professional basketball player. Young, I'll just sit here and watch while you train, Wu Man said, her sunny smile illuminating the room. Yang could not comprehend the prohibition against filming, pondering the significance of merely observing. Since she was inclined to watch, why not indulge in the experience? As Yang turned around, both Durant and the others revealed mischievous smiles. Isn't this absurd? Yang's face flushed instantly, prompting him to hurriedly step forward and grasp the ball to conceal his embarrassment. Durant also greeted Wu Man, recalling their previous encounter, where the journalist had conducted 2 consecutive interviews with Yang. Clearly, there was an intriguing connection. With a subtle smile, he remarked, My friend, you possess a discerning eye. Come now, do not allow her to perceive any weakness in you. I shall not hold back any longer. Yang clapped his hands vigorously, then struck the ground with force, raising his arms and bellowing, Kevin, I will defend you to the point of existential doubt. Durant smirked slightly and nodded towards Mills. Mills promptly initiated the play as Durant extended his long leg to intercept, then withdrew and lifted his hand to shoot. Yang strode forward, aware that he would not concede so easily, and quickly positioned his body to impede. Durant, however, executed a remarkable maneuver, attempting to slip past from below. Yet this time it was not so effortless. Yang's hand had already been poised at the lower right, waiting. Before Durant could rise again, Yang firmly grasped the basketball and forcefully flung it away, while Durant simultaneously ascended. Yang quickly retracted his hand. There was no foul, and the ball soared away. Oh, that's a foul, Durant exclaimed. If you can't get in, you cry foul. That's not how a man should act. Fight me like a man. Chapter 28. Ulas Wu Man was keenly attentive to their bullfighting, especially since it was Durant. Yang's ability to confront him must surely stem from his recent performances in the last 2 games. As a basketball journalist, she had been closely monitoring Yang. After all, since Zhou Qi, there had been no Eastern players in the NBA. Although Yang had maintained a low profile, his displays in these 2 matches had already garnered attention back home. The editor-in-chief had specifically instructed comprehensive coverage of Yang, as every move he made could potentially become headline news. Although Man was currently unable to film, merely being present at the scene was sufficient for her. After observing these 2 games, Wu Man has already made a decision regarding Yang's potential to make a mark in the NBA. However, this phenomenon is rather perplexing. Despite 3 years of struggle, why did he suddenly experience such a breakthrough? On the court, Durant remained skeptical of Yang's ability to disrupt the ball with his uncanny skills. This time, he deliberately widened his stance, drawing back and forth, making it impossible for Yang to make contact with the ball. Upon observing his intent to employ the same tactics once more, Yang decisively closed the distance. He pressed his upper body against the left side, while simultaneously reaching out to seize the opportunity. What is meant by a relentless entanglement? It is the incessant interference with both hands, complemented by agile footwork that keeps one perpetually on the move, creating an ever-present distraction for the opponent. As long as your defense resembles a persistent fly hovering before their eyes, The entanglement is deemed successful. At that moment, Yang reached for the ball but fell short. Durant, using his shoulder to create space, executed a step back to distance himself, followed by a swift change of direction to the right. Yang moved with remarkable speed, keeping pace on the right side while gliding to the left, continuously observing Durant's movements. After executing 2 swift directional changes, he launched a powerful attack from the left, rising to take a shot. Truly, as a premier superstar in the league, Durant's agility was unparalleled, rendering his offensive maneuvers indefensible. Yang couldn't help but exclaim, instantly realizing the vast chasm in skill. On this play, the timing of Yang's jump and the height of his reach were utterly insufficient to interfere with Durant's shot, which sailed through the net with unwavering precision. In the presence of such a top-tier talent, Yang's defense appeared woefully inadequate. Your defense only works against those who cannot shoot. Before me, you are of no consequence, Durant retorted coldly, showing no mercy. Yang, your height offers no advantage. You cannot stop me. It's time to concede, Mills shouted, applauding enthusiastically. Watch your timing. He has only made 1 shot, and it's just a single point. Yang glanjet et hizuris. Mills spread his hands, while Wu Man, standing nearby, sought to ascertain whether Yang could truly contain Durant. As Yang's gaze revealed a fierce determination. Come on, I want to let you shoot again, Yang shouted, thumping his chest. With that, he pressed forward, intensifying his defense. Durant thrived on such physical confrontations, preparing to execute another similar play. Yang stood his ground, the specter of death incessantly encroaching, demanding relentless interference. It was imperative to manage the situation appropriately before he made his move. Yet, Durant's physique was monstrous. His lengthy arms rendered any attempt at disruption futile. Thus, the strategy was to remain close, seizing the opportunity to intercept the ball as he received it, irrespective of the corner. Indeed, Durant resorted to a jump shot to resolve the predicament, effortlessly breaking free of his defender before driving in from the left side. Yang did not hasten to handle the ball. Instead, he glued his feet to the ground, his body fully engaged. Durant, not one to be outwitted, took a dribble and swiftly executed a step back to create space, raising his arms to take the shot. Yang was aware that he would not opt for a sudden stop and jump shot, so he conserved his energy in advance. In a fleeting moment of retreat, he unleashed a lightning-quick shot, forcefully striking the ball down. Hey, Durant, he shouted as he leaped with arms outstretched. What a splendid cut shot. The release was astonishingly swift. Mills remarked softly. Wu Man nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, such defense can easily be compared to that of the legendary Tony Allen. Mills turned back, noticing that this beautiful reporter possessed considerable knowledge, and promptly gave her a thumbs up. Yang passed the ball to his teammate and shook his head, saying, come on. My friend, your time is limited. Find a way to surpass me. I will play until you weep and retreat. Just wait and see. Durant, with the ball in hand, turned his back and leveraged his height advantage once more, preparing to pivot and execute a fadeaway to resolve the predicament. Upon observing that his opponent had yet to adopt a proper stance with the ball, Yang anticipated the forthcoming maneuver. He denied him any opportunity to shoot. Closing in tightly, with a swift motion, he propelled himself against Durant's back, pivoting elegantly as he stepped beyond the three-point line. His right foot lifted gracefully, his body arched backward in a perfect display of the Golden Rooster stance on one leg. It was undeniably impressive. Wu Man could not help but laud this league superstar, noting that since Dirk Nowitzki's retirement, this technique had nearly become a lost art, with Durant being one of the few who could still execute it with such finesse. Indeed, the Golden Rooster stance on one leg is not a skill every player can wield. Durant's height renders him virtually unguardable. Mills asserted confidently. At that moment, the ball swished through the net, yet only 50 seconds remained on the clock. Kevin, with 3 points on the line and just 50 seconds left. It's time to resolve the situation, Mills shouted towards Durant. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting long, Durant replied, immediately transitioning into a triple threat stance after securing the ball. Yang did not hesitate, observing the opponent's swift movement to the right. He promptly followed suit, firmly grounding himself in preparation to intercept the ball. However, just as he reached out, Durant unexpectedly executed a sharp left turn, leaving Yang's hand outstretched in vain as the opponent deftly maneuvered to the other side. Truly impressive. Yang's attempt to intercept the ball proved futile, compelling him to hastily advance in an effort to disrupt. Durant, however, offered no further chances, swiftly launching a shot. Yang's reaction speed is remarkably swift. Upon sensing a shot, he quickly raises his hand to shield his eyes. The The most effective method of defending against a superstar is not through blocking, but by disrupting their shot. Interfering with vision is indeed a commendable defensive tactic. Unfortunately, Durant's shooting prowess does not solely rely on sight. He has practiced such shots countless times, and even with his eyes closed, he can execute them proficiently. The ball swished through the net, securing a point, as Durant shook his head and remarked, "Your defense is merely ornamental. Truly, I've never encountered a more inept opponent. You were merely fortunate. I had already contested at the apex. For the next shot, I shall not grant you another opportunity." Yang forcefully passed the ball and maintained close physical contact. This time, still with his back to the basket, Yang reached out to disrupt. But Durant executed a pivot to face the basket while holding the ball. Despite two decisive strides failing to create space, he opted for a straightforward jump shot. As he released the ball, he executed a right side drive, leaning against Yang before smoothly pivoting to prepare for the shot. "Oh, a foul!" Durant exclaimed, jumping in frustration. Yang seized the moment, pivoting swiftly as his hand descended with precision, striking the ball cleanly. "Hurry up, don't waste time," he urged, passing the ball. Durant, without further ado, caught it and executed a quick jump shot before Yang could even react. "Let us go. I can't wait to dominate you," Durant called out, retreating beyond the three-point line, signaling for the ball once more. "Is this a sneak attack?" Yang retrieved the ball without much thought. As he drew closer, Durant faced him directly, skillfully maneuvering the ball to prepare for a breakthrough. However, he swiftly reeled it back, maintaining control without releasing the ball, and executed a high, effortless jump shot, seamlessly scoring. "You have lost." Chapter 29. Thematic exploration. Yang was still uncertain about how he had struck as the bullfight had concluded. He secured victory with 2 consecutive jump shots, a method that, while not characteristic of Durant's offensive style, was effective nonetheless. There remained 15 seconds on the clock. Mills approached, saying, "Yang, you truly struggle to contain KD. However, I must commend the significant progress you made in your defense. If you continue to follow Vaughn's lead and apply yourself diligently, I am confident you can become the player we aspire for you to be." Receiving Mills' affirmation, Yang felt his efforts in tonight's bullfight were not in vain. Durant then remarked, "To have defended against me for 2 shots is quite commendable. At the very least, you ensured that the opponent didn't T-score a single point tonight." The group turned their gaze to the other side, where Booker was still incessantly practicing his shots. Having had little opportunity to shoot in the second half, he was determined to find his shooting rhythm through diligent training. Yang shrugged and remarked that Booker is an exceptional all-star with a notably threatening mid-range game. "I merely executed the coach's directives with the assistance of my teammates." "Excellent. I admire your humility," Mills affirmed. "As long as you maintain this modesty, I am confident you will excel further. Keep pushing forward, young man. Should you feel that your defensive skills have improved, do not hesitate to seek me out. I'm always here for you." Durant, with a knowing grin directed at Wu Man, added, "I am aware you have a date tonight, so make the most of your time. Go on, relish this rare opportunity. However, do not let it interfere with tomorrow's game. The Trailblazers are no laughing matter." Yang had little experience with dating. Just as he was about to explain, Mills greeted Wu Man, saying, "Beautiful lady, Yang is our treasure. We cannot delay too long. Wishing you both a delightful time." "Thank you. And I wish you both a pleasant time as well," Wu Man replied, waving to the two. Many may never have the opportunity to engage face-to-face with a superstar like Durant throughout their lives, while Wu Man sat courtside, exhilarated at the thought of rushing over for a photograph. "Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home," Yang said with a smile. However, he quickly realized he had misspoken. How could he inquire about a girl's residence after just 2 meetings? Such a question could easily be misconstrued. Fortunately, Wu Man was quite cheerful and replied, "We are station reporters, lacking a fixed location. We generally stay in hotels alongside the team." Yang nodded sleekly, daring not to gaze at her for too long, for she was indeed strikingly beautiful. "Thank you for allowing me in tonight. Although it is protocol, I refrained from filming." Wu Man, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, quickly shifted the conversation, saying, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go. I'll take you to a Chinese restaurant. And dinner is on me." Truth be told, it had been quite a while since she had savored Chinese cuisine, and she found herself yearning for the taste of chili. However, with the stringent dietary regulations in the NBA, one could not indulge recklessly. Yet there was still room for some variety. "Oh, I merely wish to serve as your correspondent and establish a connection with you. Furthermore, I have an idea to create a feature piece, allowing all Eastern fans to understand your journey, to let them know how challenging it is for a player in a foreign land." Wu Man looked at Yang Yang with conviction. This was something she had long aspired to do. Although similar documentaries had been made in the past, they were merely released during the draft when entering the NBA. Moreover, these were simply mainstream media capitalizing on the hype. As time passed and interest waned, few outlets continued to cover such stories. Even when there were reports, they often veered into sarcasm, causing domestic fans to shift from admiration to scorn, ultimately leading to complete disregard for the player. Wu Man was discontented with this trend. Upon becoming a formal NBA reporter at the beginning of this season, her first initiative was to plan a special feature on Yang Yang. Yet, her editor staunchly refused, deeming Yang Yang to hold no value, suggesting it would be more worthwhile to report on Zhou Qi's potential return to the NBA. Though Wu Man felt powerless against the editorial hierarchy and refrained from penning her piece, she never relinquished her focus on and interest in him. Although such reports ultimately ended up discarded by her editor, Wu Man firmly believed that Yang Yang possessed the capability to showcase his own talent. He merely lacked the opportunity. Now that this chance had presented itself, seizing it would surely lead to success. Yang Yang, upon hearing about the special report to be made on him, remained largely unperturbed. He was no longer the prodigious youth of 3 years prior. The NBA had imparted many lessons. The vitriol from domestic fans no longer fazed him. What mattered now was the opportunity to play, to perform diligently and steadily. Let me treat you to a meal, but must be nearby. I fear venturing too far might hinder tomorrow's game. After all, Yang Yang was a man and could not allow her to bear the expense. Indeed, you have just secured a contract, so it is only fitting that you should pay, he replied. Let's not stray too far. Wu Man smiled as she picked up her bag. Hey Yang, do not let your guard down. In the next game, I shall score 40 points over you. Booker threatened from across the room. Very well. I shall remember your words. You will not exceed 10 points. See you in Brooklyn, Yang Yang retorted, matching his bravado. The two exited and found a spot at a Chinese restaurant near the hotel. Hey, Yang. As they entered, a fan of the Suns called out enthusiastically. Yang Yang was taken aback to see him still donning the number 1 jersey of Buick, initially thinking he might be seeking trouble. You performed exceptionally well tonight. It has been ages since I've witnessed such exquisite defense. Yang, may we take a photo together? A male fan chuckled as he pulled out his phone. Yang Yang was pleasantly surprised to find a fan of Booker eager to take a photograph with him, evidently basking in Booker's fame. Well, he thought, let this be a moment to defend Booker tonight and offer a small token of goodwill to his admirers. After a slight nod, he posed for pictures with several fans. Once seated, Wu Man chuckled, you have already garnered fame in Phoenix. Soon, you shall be renowned across the entire nation. Therefore, I must create a special feature on you. I'm merely a short-term contractor, subject to dismissal at any moment. It would be unwise to waste your time on me, Yang Yang replied with a smile, subsequently ordering a large steak. Wu Man opted for a smaller portion, accompanied by rice, as they were dining at a Chinese restaurant that offered distinctive regional dishes. However, Yang Yang knew he must exercise restraint. Observing his discipline, Wu Man remarked, I once played for my university's team, but an injury prevented me from pursuing further studies. After graduation, I could not bear part with basketball, so I became a journalist. I could have taken the path of coaching, but I find great joy in traveling the world to experience the finest basketball. Yang Yang found himself somewhat admiring her, sensing a reflection of his own character within her. Had he not stubbornly remained, he would have already returned to the CBA as a core player when he fell to the position of a water dispenser. Yang, I am aware of the fierce determination that resides within you, which is why I have been closely following your journey. I have penned numerous articles about you, and should you give your consent, I shall craft more. I firmly believe in your potential to excel in the NBA. You have the capability to become the next Lin Shun, captivating the basketball world and serving as an inspiration for the youth. Chapter 30. On the court, one must be true to oneself at last. There exists someone who believes in his ability to succeed. He managed to keep his emotions in check. This sudden outburst was merely a result of the system, akin to an external aid. Outsiders, of course, remain oblivious to the concept of a system, and thus cannot comprehend why he suddenly found himself making those three-point shots. They are unaware that he could continually restrict players like Giannis and Booker. What outsiders perceive is solely his performance on the court. Yet that alone is sufficient for him to secure his place in the NBA. Yang Yang pondered the possibility of the system vanishing unexpectedly. Thus, he engaged in diligent training, seizing the opportunity to enhance his abilities while the system remained. A lack of innate talent could be compensated for through relentless effort. There are no players who cannot succeed, only those who are indolent. Reflecting on this, Yang Yang smiled and expressed his gratitude for the kind intentions. Yet he affirmed that the time was not ripe. His sole focus was to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the competition, temporarily setting aside other considerations. Wu Man did not relent, yet she did not press him too hard. With a gentle smile, she remarked that she was in no rush for him to achieve fame before she made her report. Yang Yang nodded slightly and accepted the steak handed by the waiter, savoring its flavors. This marked Yang Yang's first indulgence in steak after several months. It wasn't a lack of time that had prevented him from dining out, but rather financial constraints. He could scarcely afford to play basketball, let alone enjoy a lavish meal. Tonight, however, was an exception, as he felt it necessary to treat his guest with the utmost hospitality. Yang, your sudden outburst of talent. Could you enlighten me on how you achieved this? Wu Man was eager to learn more about Yang Yang's basketball journey. Yang Yang certainly could not disclose that it was the system. Instead, he smiled and replied, I'm always prepared, and I will seize any opportunity that arises. However, there are widespread rumors outside that you have secured your position with the Nets due to your connections with Boss Kai. Wu Man did not intend to unearth this painful scar. Yet, given that she was already sharing a meal with Yang, it was evident they had become friends. Moreover, Wu Man genuinely wished to cultivate a close friendship with Yang Yang, undeterred by any potential rejection on his part. Yang Yang did not express any aversion to this. He took a bite of the steak and smiled, saying, I too hope to rely on Boss Kai's assistance to stay, but he can only help me once. He cannot secure my place on the court. The implication was clear. One's performance on the field must be earned through personal effort, whether the statistics are favorable or not. The ability to aid the team is something beyond the capacity of a team owner. Wu Man nodded in agreement, and Yang Yang continued, You were once an athlete yourself, aware that in competitive sports, victory is not a perpetual guarantee. My success in the CBA does not necessarily translate to excellence in the NBA. These 3 years represent a period of growth. I understand what you mean, Wu Man interjected quickly. Playing abroad involves challenges that extend beyond the court. Culture, language, teammates, and the broader environment are all integral parts of the competition. Therefore, when I arrived at the NBA as a reporter today, I aim to conduct an in-depth follow-up with you. I want everyone to grasp the multitude of challenges you face while playing in the NBA, and just how arduous the journey truly is. The purpose of this endeavor is not solely to raise awareness about you, but also to prepare future aspirants. When they consider the NBA, your story will serve as a guide, helping them approach their dreams with realistic expectations, rather than blindly chasing them. Her words resonated with Yang Yang. She was absolutely right. Competing in a foreign land entails difficulties that few can endure. Outsiders only witness the glory of the players, yet they remain oblivious to the struggles behind the scenes. Was he not once fervently aspiring to become a superstar? Without experience, one cannot comprehend the turmoil of crashing into the harsh realities, faced with the choice of perseverance or surrender. Reflecting upon these thoughts, Yang Yang's mood grew somewhat despondent. Wu Man, noticing his distress, hurried to comfort him, saying, Yang, you have worked incredibly hard. The lack of understanding from the outside world leaves you with unspoken burdens. Rest assured, I will always be there on the court, ensuring you no longer feel isolated. Yang Yang suddenly realized that he had fallen in love. This sentiment was one he had encountered during his time in the CBA. However, since his arrival in the NBA, that nascent romance, which he had yet to fully comprehend, had already fizzled out. Naturally, Yang Yang would never divulge such matters to the media, leaving no one the wiser. By the way, I would like to hear your thoughts on the future. Wu Man pressed further, inquiring whether, should this contract come to an end without any team willing to sign you, you would consider returning to the CBA. Journalists, after all, have an insatiable curiosity for every detail. Although Yang Yang regards her as a friend, their relationship remains merely that of acquaintances, not yet reaching the level of sharing every detail. Do you truly wish for my return to the CBA? Yang Yang inquired with a smile, effectively alleviating the awkwardness. Wu Man replied politely, Of course, I hope you can carve out your own legacy in the NBA. Haha, I assure you, I will not disappoint. Yang Yang responded with a grin. Wu Man reciprocated with a charming smile. I have always supported you. Even the poster from your draft day still adorns my bedroom wall. Yang Yang raised his brows slightly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his expression. After all, it was the young lady's private chamber, adorned with his posters. Such a situation seemed rather inappropriate. Yang, though I'm merely a basketball journalist, I wish to impart a piece of wisdom from my coach. On the court, one must remain true to oneself. This girl possessed such striking beauty, yet her demeanor seemed remarkably unpretentious. Could it be attributed to her role as a journalist? Nevertheless, her coach's words rang true. One must be true to oneself on the court. Perhaps this sentiment does not quite apply to me, as I have failed to honor my coach's guidance by not continuing my pursuit of basketball. Wu Man shrugged, a hint of reluctance evident in her expression. Yang Yang smiled reassuringly. Have you not always been dedicated to basketball? Beyond your daily interviews and reports, your desire to contribute practically to the next generation of Eastern basketball is truly commendable. With a chuckle, he added, you certainly know how to engage in conversation. It all depends on whether you grant the opportunity. At that moment, if Wu Man had a drink in hand, she would undoubtedly raise a toast with him. Yang Yang did not comprehend the response, and their conversation naturally gravitated towards basketball. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour had elapsed, and by the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past midnight. They bid farewell in the hotel lobby. Just as Yang Yang finished his evening routine and was preparing to retire for the night, the system dispatched another task. System task: speed training, enhanced defense. Duration: 3 hours. Yang Yang felt as though he were on a roller coaster, tasked with a late-night assignment that threatened his sleep. However, abandoning the mission assigned by the system was not an option. Without hesitation, he sent a message to Nash, requesting to borrow the court from his sons. Upon receiving the message, Nash thought the young man had lost his mind, yet he refrained from chastising him, recognizing the player's enthusiasm. Instead, he advised Yang to rest, suggesting that they would head to Portland for practice after a hearty breakfast the following morning. Nash promised to provide him with personalized guidance, emphasizing that the immediate priority was to recuperate and maintain optimal condition for the upcoming game. With no venue available, Yang Yang resorted to training in his room, but the results were less than satisfactory. After an hour focused on speed drills, he found little improvement. Ultimately, he conceded that he would have to wait until the next day's training session in Portland. The forthcoming match promised to be a formidable challenge, as the Trail Blazers boasted one of the league's sharpest backcourt duos, C.J. McCollum and Damian Lillard, both of whom were undeniably exceptional players. The thought of facing such opponents ignited a sense of eagerness within Yang Yang. Chapter 31. The next Lillard the following morning at 8:30. Yang Yang emerged from his room and made his way to the dining area, where his teammates had begun to gather for breakfast. However, he noticed that Durant and Irving were conspicuously absent, seemingly still indulging in slumber. With an hour allotted for breakfast, they would then proceed to Portland. The second leg of their western journey was not far from Phoenix, prompting the choice of ground transportation. Their departure was scheduled for 9:30, allowing them an hour to eat and an additional 30 minutes to prepare. Yang Yang sat beside a few substitutes, indulging in his meal. This was a symbol of his status. Only when he achieved notable success could he dine at the front. After about 10 minutes, everyone had gathered, and Nash began to play the footage, preparing to have breakfast while simultaneously strategizing for the upcoming challenges. At that moment, Durant and Irving entered, clad in their training attire, already glistening with sweat, revealing that they had been to the training facility early that morning. How could this be possible? Yang Yang immediately stole it up, leaving Durant puzzled as to his intentions. He quickly gestured for him to take a seat and listen to the coach. Nash then proceeded to elaborate on the situation regarding the Trail Blazers, providing a comprehensive overview, particularly emphasizing the distinct technical attributes of both Lillard and CJ. Yang Yang comprehended their introduction clearly, and the appropriate defensive strategies began to materialize in his mind. After an hour of pre-match analysis, breakfast concluded, and he commenced gathering his belongings to depart. At the entrance of the hotel, Yang Yang encountered Wu Man once more as they exchanged greetings before she boarded the media vehicle behind them. After a 3-hour journey, they arrived at their hotel in Portland, just a mere 20 minutes from the home court of the Trail Blazers, the Moda Center. Once the team settled in, they swiftly made their way to the arena. Typically, in back-to-back games, it is imperative for the team to ensure adequate rest. However, Nash, in his commitment to maintaining the quality of the game, did not allow the players to relax. He permitted them to rest briefly on the sidelines before engaging in training. This training served not only to familiarize them with the venue, but also to reinforce muscle memory. It is well known that the challenges of playing away stem from the unfamiliarity of the arena, coupled with the potential impact of the crowd's jeers on the player's performance. As professional athletes, their focus on the court should remain untainted by external distractions. Meanwhile, Nash had already commenced activities with the assistant coaches. Durant was not included in the lineup for the evening, a fact known only to a select few coaches and yet to be disclosed publicly. Vaughn, on the other hand, Initiate defensive drills with Yang. After an intense round of high-intensity defensive training, Yang was drenched in sweat. The others refrained from exerting themselves too much, mindful of the impending game and the need to conserve energy. With the system's tasks still unfulfilled, Yang needed to complete them within the next 3 hours. Coach, my training time isn't over yet. I still have an hour and a half left. Please allow me to continue, Yang implored Vaughn. Vaughn believed that the day's training had been sufficient, and it was time for free activity. However, recognizing Yang as a promising player, and having never previously identified his defensive prowess, he saw no reason to deny his request for extra practice. You can still push yourself further, Vaughn replied, retrieving a defensive resistance band and securing it around Yang's abdomen. You need to enhance your core strength and fortify your lower body. This is the best training. Let's go. Yang, without a moment's hesitation, fiercely pulled Vaughn forward. As Vaughn tugged from behind, Yang exerted his strength at the front, resulting in a rather intense struggle. After looping back and forth 5 times, Vaughn could no longer endure and hastily switched to another assistant coach. Observing Yang's relentless training, Nash kept this in mind as he approached Vaughn and remarked, "What has gotten into Yang lately? He seems like a different person, taking the initiative in everything." Indeed, Vaughn chuckled. He proactively requested an increase in training intensity. "I believe it is time to devise a scientific defensive system for him, shaping him into our very own version of Leonard." "Yes, what we lack is precisely such a defensive stalwart," Nash nodded in agreement. "Our offensive talent is unparalleled. Acquiring a high-quality 3D player would enhance our system considerably. The essence of the game lies in scoring, and an unstoppable offense is the key to victory." D'Antoni interjected with a smile. Vaughn felt somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why he had become Nash's assistant coach, particularly as a defensive coach, in a team devoid of defense. He felt somewhat redundant. Nash chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, offense will always be our primary choice. However, the defensive prowess displayed by Yang necessitates focused cultivation. Relying solely on defense without offense would not only diminish the attractiveness of the game, but also slow the pace of play. It would hinder the formation of the net's distinct characteristics, making the journey to a championship even more arduous." D'Antoni remained steadfast in his belief that defense was subordinate to offense. "Are you referring to the Warriors?" Vaughn laughed. "Their offense is indeed insurmountable, characterized not only by mobility, but also by their expansive offensive reach. Yet, we cannot overlook their defense. Draymond Green's tenacity in the paint and Iguodala's prowess on the perimeter are often pivotal to their victories. Additionally, the Warriors' ability to switch defenses seamlessly is fundamental to their championship success." Before becoming head coach of the Nets, Nash had served as a consultant for the Warriors, specifically training Durant and Curry. He recognized the success of the Warriors under Kerr's guidance and aspired to create a similar legacy with the Nets. However, Durant's injuries prompted Nash to exercise caution, especially after trading away Allen, which left their defense significantly weakened. While the Nets could handle average opponents, their shortcomings were exposed against formidable teams. Thus far, they had not ascended to the pinnacle of the league due to insufficient roster depth. With a defensive ace like Yang, they must capitalize on this opportunity. Minimal cost, substantial impact, and they could not afford to miss it. Turning back to D'Antoni with a smile, Nash remarked, "Yang's defense does not consume player resources. It will not diminish our offense. Once Harden returns, our offensive capabilities will be the strongest in the league. If we can accelerate our pace, no other team will be able to contend with us. Any defense before us will crumble like tofu." D'Antoni displayed an enigmatic confidence. Vaughn shrugged, choosing not to engage in further debate, as it seemed futile. Nash then inquired, "To what heights do you believe you can train Yang?" "My ambition is to become like Leonard," Vaughn asserted. "In terms of physical attributes and arm span, he is no less than Leonard. What Yang lacks is merely more playing time and a systematic training regimen." "Very well, I entrust him to you, fully confident that you will cultivate him into the next Leonard," Nash declared with unwavering assurance. The three turned their gaze towards Yang, who was fervently shouting, drenched in sweat, with his hands resting on the ground, yet still refusing to surrender. Yang's objective for today is merely half an hour away from completion. He must intensify his defense and strive for increased playing time, relying solely on the sweat he sheds in this moment. Chapter 32. In the absence of ado. My opportunity after 3 arduous hours of high-intensity training. Yang found himself utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, devoid of strength. It was a discomfort he had never encountered before during training. System task, completed target. Achieve 2 steals energy value increase. 10. As Yang Yang slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the system's voice once more, he was greeted by Vorn's smiling face. What's the matter? Is such a minimal amount of training insufficient? Yang Yang, not daring to appear dismissive, sat up and, catching his breath, remarked, I am perfectly fine. I am brimming with energy. Just let me catch my breath. Let us continue. He acknowledged that the evening's training had been sufficient, emphasizing that their approach was one of scientific training rather than mere brute force. Vaughn, with a firm hand, helped him to his feet, saying, Come, I will take you to review the footage and teach you how to defend. This was a rare opportunity, and Yang Yang, invigorated, promptly followed. Throughout the entire afternoon, he accompanied Vaughn in analyzing the recordings. They meticulously examined everything from defensive footwork to focal points in defense, covering every intricate detail with great care. With the aid of the system, Yang Yang has become remarkably adept at training, grasping concepts with astonishing ease. Consequently, the footage reveals his swift mastery of various techniques, with intricate details already forming defensive strategies in his mind. Yang Yang found it utterly astonishing. Such scenes had never before graced his experience. Moreover, this was the second occurrence. Previously, he had witnessed a similar offensive technique. Although he had yet to employ it, the imagery was already ingrained in his mind, akin to a formula that could be readily applied. However, he resolved that now was not the time. Durant and Irving were the primary scorers. He must not overshadow them or usurp their offensive opportunities. By focusing on his defensive responsibilities and sinking open three-pointers, he believed not only would Nash ensure his presence on the court, but even Durant and Irving would actively seek him out. After careful consideration, Yang Yang remained his usual composed self. Following a refreshing afternoon nap, he regarded it merely as a means of relaxation. After a light dinner, he arrived at the Demo Arena 2 hours ahead of schedule with his team. The venue was already populated with journalists awaiting his arrival, yet his presence garnered little attention. Wu Man, who had been waiting patiently, messaged him on his way, and he responded with polite acknowledgement. Upon their encounter in the arena, Wu Man promptly engaged him in conversation. Yang, do you believe you have the opportunity to help the team secure victory tonight? Yang Yang smiled shyly and said, Of course. I am well prepared today. Regardless of whether it's Lillard or CJ, I will ensure they feel uncomfortable. Good. I admire your character. However, I must remind you that it is time to take the offensive, as I have received word that Nash does not intend to let Durant play. Yang Yang was taken aback, wondering how Wu Man had come to know. This matter was unbeknownst to him, and the coach had shared no information. Make the most of it. I will always be here on the sidelines, cheering for you. Wu Man smiled, moving towards the sidelines with the camera in hand. Yet the lens remained fixed on Yang Yang. Wu Man would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. This documentary feature must be captured, for it was her dream. Yang Yang turned around and began a series of pre-game stretches, his mind drifting back to Wu Man's words. If Durant were unable to play, perhaps he could secure a spot in the starting lineup. However, Nash would likely opt to bring him in during the second quarter. Most likely, he would be assigned to the shooting guard position to defend against CJ. With Irving occupying the point guard role, his height could be a disadvantage against other positions, making him more susceptible to being targeted. Should Irving be the sole player on the court tonight, it would afford Yang Yang greater opportunities for offensive plays, particularly with the ball in hand. If he could score 20 points in this match, it would unlock his offensive potential, leading to increased chances in subsequent games. Contemplating this, Yang Yang glanced over at Irving. Given Irving's nature, he was unlikely to relinquish the ball easily if he struggled to hit open shots. The prospect of him initiating offense seemed even more remote. Patience was essential. He needed to conceal his intentions from Irving during this game, starting by contributing as a role player. Only after Irving took a breather would it be his time to shine. 2 hours passed, and as the clock struck 8 in the evening, the fervent pre-game ceremony concluded, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the venue. The match commenced amid this exhilaration, and it was not until the starting players took the court that it became evident Durant had donned a casual outfit. Everyone believed the Nets were merely present to offer a warm-up, as the absence of both Durant and Harden left little hope for a Nets victory, particularly concerning their front line. Yang Yang sat by the water cooler as usual, and Nurkic won the jump ball, with Lillard swiftly taking control of the tempo. The cold-faced assassin, as his nickname suggests, demonstrated his seasoned skills, and Yang Yang recognized that this player was not easily defendable. One could never tell when an extraordinary long-range shot might emerge. Lillard passed the ball to CJ, who was making a run. Without hesitation, CJ charged in from the right, With Lillard trailing closely behind, CJ accelerated towards the free throw line, facing a trio of defenders, including Aldridge, who had converged to obstruct the offensive path. However, CJ opted not to shoot. Instead, he relayed the ball back to Lillard, who was positioned at a lower angle beyond the three-point line. Receiving the ball, Lillard bent his knees, made a slight adjustment, and leaped swiftly, his wrist rigid as the ball flew decisively from his hand. With a satisfying swish, Lillard raised 3 fingers aloft, declaring dominion over his home court, leaving the outcome uncertain for any challengers. On the baseline, Johnson spread the floor, facilitating play inside. Irving crossed half-court, orchestrating the action. Tonight, Joe Harris remained sidelined due to hip discomfort, compelling Johnson to assume the small forward position while Brown moved to shooting guard. Johnson sank into the opponent's territory, and Brown delivered the ball to Aldridge from a 45-degree angle. It is worth noting that Aldridge spent the first 10 seasons of his career in this arena, making him intimately familiar with its nuances. Yet, the Blazers refrained from airing a tribute documentary for Aldridge before the game, believing he had chosen to band together with others for the sake of a championship, willingly taking on a supporting role. Aldridge, unfazed by such considerations, focused on the task at hand. With a swift turnaround jump shot, he caught Nurkic off guard, securing 2 vital points. Both teams exhibited a lackluster performance in the first quarter, with the Blazers failing to capitalize significantly, trailing by 3 points as they entered the second quarter. Prior to strategizing, Nash summoned Yang and outlined a play involving a screen for a 3-point attempt. Utilizing Aldridge's presence in the paint, the plan was to shoot if open, and if not, to pass inside. The objective was to execute cross plays while effectively containing the backcourt duo, limiting their scoring opportunities. The focus was on restricting CJ, directly involving Yang in the defense. Just before the game, Nash called out to Yang, emphasizing CJ's 3-point capability and rapid speed, noting the only disadvantage was his lack of height compared to Yang. Stay close, do not allow him an easy offensive opportunity, he instructed. With Durant sidelined, it was Yang's moment to shine. Without even discussing offense, he was determined to deliver on defense. A thought crossed his mind as he nodded in acknowledgement. Hey, I heard you're going to guard me. Can you truly keep up? Chapter 33. Let me conclude. CJ's provocative demeanor arose from a reporter's mention of Yang prior to the game. However, he had never heard of this player until the journalist reminded him that he was the 5th overall pick 3 years ago, which sparked a faint recollection. The reporter also noted that Nash intended for Yang to guard him closely, having previously held Booker to a mere point in the second half of their last match. Would this game unfold similarly for Yang? CJ merely smiled and remarked that they would see during the game. This exchange, however, did not reach Yang, who was immediately met with CJ's taunts, igniting his defensive fervor. He approached with determination, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I will make you a believer." CJ aimed to obliterate this temporary player, ensuring that everyone recognized he was not Booker. With remarkable agility, he swiftly maneuvered around the baseline, utilizing Nurkic's robust screen. Observing this, Yang adeptly sidestepped, executing a swift spin to navigate around the pick, positioning himself defensively between 2 opponents. Lillard's pass was impeccably timed, arriving precisely as Yang reached the ball. Yet, with no opportunity to shoot upon receiving it at the baseline, Yang surged forward, effectively sealing off the right side while enticing a drive from the left. Per their defensive strategy, the protocol dictated that they should blockade the upper line of the 3-point shot, conceding the lower line to allow the opponent to penetrate. At this juncture, if they could coordinate their defense, they could entirely thwart the drive, resulting in a turnover. Nevertheless, CJ was an astute player. Vaughn had advised Yang to relinquish the lower line, permitting CJ to advance from the upper line. Should he enter the lower line, failure to double team could lead to fouls, and a clever player might even draw shooting fouls, securing free throws. At that moment, CJ, noticing Yang's concession of the upper line, felt a surge of delight. This young man's defense was woefully inadequate, providing him with a clear path to drive, oblivious to how Booker had fared. Seizing the opportunity, CJ executed a stylish return loop. Penetrating from the upper line, Yang anticipated his actions and set a trap for him. He observed Ade's positioning as CJ approached, only to be blocked. Rising to combine for a shot, Yang stepped forward, resolutely using his body to block any opportunity. Simultaneously, he raised both hands to obstruct the direction of the shot. CJ, finding no opening, was compelled to pass the ball back to Covington. With time dwindling on the shot clock, Covington swiftly delivered the ball to Powell. who then made a decisive move, driving past Aldridge to attempt a challenging two-point shot, but did not find its mark. Claxton secured the rebound and passed it to Mills, who, in a rapid offensive surge, maneuvered past two defenders to score 2 points at the basket. Lillard then took control of the ball, crossing the half-court line, and sought out CJ once more. CJ circled around the baseline, arriving at the three-point line to receive the ball, with Nurkic stepping up to set a screen. Yang once again anticipated the play, deftly positioning himself to obstruct Nurkic, denying him any opportunity for a screen. CJ executed a dramatic change of direction, forcefully penetrating the defense. Yang's defense remained impeccable, maintaining his position while deftly swiping his hand forward to contest the ball. CJ's rhythm was somewhat disrupted. He found himself unable to penetrate further, instead opting to create space by stepping back before taking a shot. At this moment, Yang's strength could only be considered average. However, his lower body remained steadfast, preventing him from being pushed back significantly. He swiftly lunged forward, his fingertips reaching out. CJ had to elevate his shot once more, yet this adjustment rendered his release uncomfortable, resulting in a slight reduction in force. The basketball struck the rim and rebounded. CJ, realizing his shot had failed, let out a loud shout and hurriedly prepared to seize the rebound. In Yang's defensive training, he emphasized the importance of immediately blocking opponents behind him after defense. Noticing CJ's intent to rush, he spread his arms to obstruct CJ. At that moment, CJ was nearly on top of Yang, yet he steadfastly refused to yield, waiting for his teammates to seize the rebound. This was a foul, a clear act of double-teaming. In frustration, CJ shoved Yang lightly. The gesture was subtle and escaped the referee's attention, and naturally, Yang chose not to retaliate. As he swiftly turned for a fast break, CJ continued to murmur, while Yang sprinted towards the front court. Mills launched a rapid offensive towards the basket, but was met with an overwhelming block from Powell. The ball soared just beyond the three-point line into Yang's hands. He found himself unmarked and seized the opportunity without hesitation. Bending his knees, he leapt, flicked his wrist, and released the shot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with precision. The basketball arced beautifully through the air in the Dharma Arena, swishing through the net for a three-pointer. The counterattack was triumphant. "Bro, let's pick up the pace," Durant exclaimed in jubilation. Irving raised 3 fingers in approval, thoroughly impressed with Yang's shot. "Well done. I appreciate having you behind me. It gives me a sense of security," Mills remarked with a vigorous high five. Yang did not dwell on the matter. It was merely his routine approach. Defense was paramount, and it was not yet time for him to score. That would come in the second half. Turning back, CJ unleashed a scornful remark. Stepped into dog dung. No wonder you're not feeling jubilant. Enough of your prattle. If you have the guts, shoot a three-pointer over me." Yang felt sufficiently empowered to retaliate, no longer willing to endure in silence. On the court, it was all about diligent labor. Where then could one find the passion? "In my eyes, your defense is softer than that of an old lady." CJ continued his incessant chatter, still failing to regard Yang with any respect. Yang leaned against CJ and shook his head, saying, "Your offense is utterly lacking. Even a benchwarmer like me can surpass you. Do you really think you can challenge Brooklyn? Dream on." Amidst their quarrel, Lillard, utilizing Nurkic's screen, launched an audacious three-pointer. The score quickly shifted to 33-36, with the Nets maintaining a 3-point lead, as both sides had yet to engage in earnest competition. Turning back, with the absence of marquee players like Irving, the distribution of the ball became more equitable, and Yang recognized the need to adopt a more proactive stance. "Hey me, I will seize the opportunity. Allow me to finish it," he called out to Mills while maneuvering. This time, Mills did not hesitate. He signaled and shouted, "Movement, screens, tactical shot." Upon hearing the tactical call, Griffin positioned himself laterally under the basket. Yang, fully understanding the situation, deftly navigated around Griffin to seek shelter. CJ, closely trailing behind, remained vigilant, for Yang had already sunk a three-pointer. Creating some space, Yang began to decelerate, maneuvering around Millsap as high screen, and swiftly advanced towards the three-point line. With a single step, he arrived where the ball awaited him. Yang received the ball while executing a sidestep run. After receiving it, he took a lateral step, with his right foot forward, bending his knees and drawing in his abdomen before leaping to shoot. The height of his release, the form of his shooting hand, combined with a sense of softness and the speed of his catch and shoot, bore a striking resemblance to Ray Allen's three-point shooting off the run. Demas in the commentary booth exclaimed loudly, "Ray Allen, I truly saw the spirit of Ray Allen in that play. Indeed, it was reminiscent of a three-pointer from the Ray Allen playbook. Who is this player? Bill Sconnery remarked, astonished as he glanced at his companions. Wheeler, seated between them, was momentarily taken aback. Aside from the three superstars, there was such an extraordinary player on the Nets. He quickly retrieved the roster and read aloud. Number 8, Yang. Is he the one who held Booker to just 1 point in the previous game? Incredible. I had never heard of Yang. Is he really such a remarkable player hailing from the East? Chapter 34, One-Handed Slam Dunk. The three of them engaged in discussion about this number 8, seemingly forgetting about his defensive prowess. Yang's focus is entirely on the game. With a splendid three-pointer, the Nets have established a 6-point lead. This marks only his second attempt, and with 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, opportunities abound. In the ensuing 2 possessions, both teams capitalize on interior attacks, scoring consecutively. With approximately 1 minute left, Nash decisively pulls Yang from the game, preparing to reinstate him for the second half. The match appears uneventful. The Trail Blazers' dynamic duo poses little threat. Thus, during halftime, Nash merely reiterates the first half strategy, intending to employ the same tactics to secure victory in the latter half. As the third quarter commences, Yang finds himself confined to the bench, as only Lillard from the Trail Blazers remains on the court. Yet, it is this very player who nearly topples the entire Nets team. In a mere 3 minutes, he scores 12 points, swiftly turning the tide with a 6-point lead, bringing the score to 65-59. Nash can no longer remain seated and promptly calls for a timeout. On the sidelines, Lillard gestures as if blowing a gun, while Irving stares in discontent. However, on this night, his shooting touch is frigid. No matter the attempt, the basket remains elusive. Inside, Nurkic proves to be a nimble center, adept at maintaining pace, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate for impactful plays. Yang observed Lillard, making a shooting gesture, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Was this a challenge to his defensive prowess? Nash, fervently slapping the tactical board, shouted for a double-team strategy against Lillard, instructing Irving to guard him closely while ensuring that help defense was always ready to assist from behind. They must prevent him from driving inside. Timely communication was essential whenever screens were set. Meanwhile, the interior defenders needed to be agile. Griffin, your reaction time must be swift. Lillard, in his current form, was not inclined to pass, focusing solely on his own scoring. Force him to the perimeter, do not allow him to shoot from just beyond the three-point line. This surge of intensity left several players momentarily dazed, with the brunt of the responsibility resting on Irving's shoulders. His 2 successive lapses allowed Lillard to find open looks for three-pointers. Nash refrained from yelling excessively, simply reminding him to keep a vigilant eye on Lillard, as not every player could be overlooked. Yang, you go and closely mark Lillard. Irving, maintain vigilance on the shooting guard position, do not allow any lapses, and immediately communicate any defensive breakdowns. Our game can only flow with effective dialogue on the court, Nash clapped and shouted, subsequently sending them onto the floor. At this moment, Irving was the nucleus of the game and could not afford to step back. After Brown was replaced by Yang, he failed to proactively defend CJ. With less than half of the second quarter elapsed, CJ was not expected to return to the court swiftly. After crossing half court with the ball, Irving directly passed it to the shooting guard Mills. Mills then relayed it to the moving Millsap. The veteran Millsap was no longer the dynamic player he once was during his Denver days. Presently, his most significant contribution lay in creating opportunities for his teammates. He spread the floor, passing to Griffin in the paint. Today, as Griffin was no longer the aerial acrobat, rarely engaging in aggressive post plays. Nevertheless, his task tonight was to set screens for Yang, and upon receiving the ball, he faced the basket without haste. While protecting the ball, he remained calm. Simultaneously, Yang and Mills intertwined, with Mills setting a screen for Yang. As soon as Griffin spotted Yang breaking free, he extended his arms to deliver the pass. Receiving the ball, Powell's defense was tenacious, yet Yang rose for the shot with grace. The release was equally smooth, but this time the shot was rushed, lacking a steady form, causing the ball to veer off target. Yang lamented with a sense of helplessness, remarking on the excellent positioning, yet lamenting the missed shot. Alas, the ball veered slightly off course. The movement was indeed exquisite, but the execution appeared rushed. The commentary team provided astute observations, and seeing the Trail Blazers in the lead naturally brought satisfaction with the team's performance. On the court, Nurkic secured the rebound and passed it to Lillard, who gestured to slow the pace. Crossing half court, he sought out his teammates, with McLemore moving forward to receive the ball, while Lillard sprinted towards the 45-degree angle. He lobbed the ball into the paint, where Nurki executed a one-handed feint, forcefully pivoting against Griffin with a 1.5 turn. Unable to push through, he flicked the ball to the trailing Powell, who promptly made a mid-range jump shot for 2 points. Turning back, Irving swiftly penetrated the lane, initially appearing to force a foul. However, the referee did not call it, allowing for an unimpeded layup attempt. Nurki and Millsap engaged in a challenge for the ball, while Griffin leaped up to swat it away with a decisive hand. Yang leaped to seize the rebound, resetting the offensive clock to 12 seconds. Noticing that Chris was defending, Yang promptly signaled for his teammates to spread out. "Hey, pass the ball quickly, speed it up to the baseline," Irving shouted, pointing towards Mills, who was poised at the baseline. Yang was aware of Mills' three-point capability, yet the position was not conducive for a shot. In a situation where everyone was at an impasse, it seemed more prudent to seize the opportunity for an offensive maneuver beneath the basket. "Hey, pass the ball quickly. Don't waste time." Irving nearly lunged forward to snatch the ball from Yang's hands. Nash was equally perplexed, wondering what Yang was attempting. "Don't move. Let him have a go." Vaughn urgently restrained Nash. Meanwhile, Yang appeared as a wild stallion unbridled, impossible for anyone to rein in. Yang glanced at Chris, noting his slender physique and slightly shorter stature, observing his erratic defensive footwork and lack of a discernible defensive strategy. Yang found it effortless to exploit the mental images swirling in his mind against such an opponent. At that moment, the cacophony around him faded into silence as he released the ball. His eyes widened, emanating a fierce determination as if he were about to devour his adversary. Suddenly, he executed a crossover step, causing Chris to sway precariously from side to side. Seizing the opportunity created by Chris's momentary confusion, Yang deftly switched the ball to his right hand, leveraging his rhythm to accelerate abruptly, slicing through the right flank and leaving his defender half a step behind. It was only when Chris finally regained his composure that he realized he was too late to respond, as Yang charged toward the lane with the ball in hand. At that moment, Nurkic was taken aback by Yang's direct drive, and it was already too late for him to provide effective help defense. Yang did not hesitate, taking a step before the free throw line, and executed a three-step move, rising effortlessly to deliver a thunderous one-handed dunk. Oh my, this is reminiscent of T-Mac's signature move. Tracy McGrady, indeed, it is McGrady's maneuver, bursting with such explosive energy. The commentary booth erupted in excitement. A game that initially seemed less engaging without Durant suddenly transformed with Yang's astonishing display, illuminating the court with brilliance. The Nets bench was in an uproar, with Harden and Durant clutching each other, their hearts racing as they struggled to catch their breath. Such an unbelievable explosion of talent. How do we not notice this before? Vaughn stared blankly at Nash. Nash's expression was grave. He had never anticipated that Yang would take the initiative to drive the ball and execute a one-handed dunk. It was simply astonishing. Yang landed, contemplating the remarkable energy bestowed by the system. That single-handed dunk was truly magnificent. He immediately turned back, casting a cold, piercing glare at Chris. The sensation of a death stare is not easily borne, prompting Chris to refrain from further words and hastily sprint towards the front court after the ball was in play. "Well done, but now you must diligently defend against him. Do not allow anyone to slip through, for we have yet to secure victory," Mills shouted at Yang, pointing towards Lillard. "I eagerly anticipate matching up against him. Watch how I will single-handedly defend," Yang assured, patting his chest. Chapter 35. Fadeaway jumper. Lillard paid no mind to Yang's spectacular dunk. After all, a slam dunk only yields 2 points. A simple layup could accomplish the same. "Hey, I don't believe you can get past me," Yang began to taunt provocatively. Lillard is renowned as a cold-blooded assassin on the court, exuding calmness and composure, never cracking a smile. While he may show respect off the court to an unheralded player, he would never show leniency in a game. Subsequently, utilizing Powell's screen, he made his move toward the paint. Yang noticed that Powell had come up to provide cover, perhaps aiming to create a mismatch by pulling himself away and allowing Mills to take over the defense. Such a notion was misguided. As Lillard began his move, Yang swiftly executed a pivot, directly maneuvering past Powell to confront Lillard. Lillard furrowed his brow, taken aback by the relentless presence of his opponent, akin to an insistent fly. Therefore, he resolved to pivot away. Following this, he performed 2 consecutive stationary crossovers, preparing to use his dribbling skills to create separation. Upon witnessing the prelude to the commencement, Yang promptly released a step, lowering his center of gravity while extending his arms to sway rhythmically. He also positioned himself for a sliding motion, anticipating Lillard's attempt to initiate movement, strategically obstructing his path. Predicting the trajectory, he observed Lillard's acceleration towards the right side. Yang strode forward confidently, opting not to directly obstruct the path ahead with his foot, but rather positioning himself closely to the side. Utilizing his body and movements for defense, Lillard found it difficult to shake him off, refraining from penetrating further and instead executing a pronounced step back. This maneuver had been employed so frequently that Yang had developed an instinctive response. Rather than leaping to block, he swiftly advanced, raising his right hand to shield his eyes. If he could still make the shot under such circumstances, it would only serve to highlight his exceptional skill. Turning back, he observed the basketball ricochet off the front rim and emerge back out. It did not find its mark. Thus, this defensive effort proved successful. Yang did not linger. He observed as the rebound descended beyond the free throw line. With a powerful leap, he soared high, outmaneuvering Powell to seize the ball. Upon landing, he secured the ball tightly with both hands, positioning himself to prevent any attempts from behind to snatch it away. He then passed to Mills and strode purposefully towards the front court. Lillard cast a curious glance at the number 8, pondering how exceptional this individual's defense was. He had tried to shake him off twice without success, and even while retreating, the defender remained steadfast. It had been quite some time since Lillard had encountered such formidable defense, a clear testament to innate talent. Such a player, relegated to merely guarding the water cooler, was indeed a tragic waste. "Hey, are you bold enough to defend me the entire game?" Lillard shouted back at Yang. "Number 8, if you dare to guard me, I can score 30 points over you." Yang perceived that Lillard was challenging himself, and he felt that this cousin had some thoughts. He was the first on the court to show him respect. Even when Giannis expressed harsh words after the game, it stemmed from a desire to salvage his pride post-defeat. Lacking true respect, of course, Yang never contemplated engaging in a battle of wills on the court. In a game, everyone aspires to victory. It merely depends on who can maintain their composure. As they spoke, Irving approached for the ball, preparing for an individual play. Lillard's defense was formidable. After a dazzling display of dribbling, Irving took a mid-range shot relying on Lillard's presence. Yet, tonight in Portland, it felt as though the Nets' hoop was ensconced behind an iron net, as every shot failed to find its mark. Nurkic secured the rebound, and Lillard glanced at the score, noting they still led by 10 points with little time left in the third quarter, so there was no rush to attack. After creating space, he passed directly to the inside, where Nurkic, a center commanding a substantial salary, showcased his offensive talent. He forcefully cleared a path with his robust elbow, executing a half-turn hook shot to score 2 points. Irving, seemingly undeterred, returned to the court for 3 consecutive possessions, only to come away empty-handed. Under Lillard's orchestration, the Trailblazers flourished across the board, and by the end of the third quarter, the Nets found themselves trailing by 18 points. Nash grew somewhat irritated. Irving's performance this evening could only be described as abysmal. He played with excessive impatience, fixated solely on the hoop, which was not the essence of the Nets' teamwork. While it was not impossible to recover 18 points in a single quarter, Nash, as head coach, bore significant responsibility for the team's shortcomings. He immediately addressed the deficiencies on the court and subsequently made a bold substitution, pulling Irving from the game. Upon re-entering, the lineup comprised Mills, Harris, Yang, Aldridge, and Claxton. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers deployed all their starters, preparing to send the game into garbage time in the early stages of the fourth quarter. As he stepped onto the court, Yang proactively sought out Mills, expressing, "Mills, I need more offensive opportunities. I hope you can find me in this regard." Mills was familiar with Yang's offensive capabilities and showed no reluctance, shouting for him to move quickly, assuring him he would find many open three-point shots. "No, I need to attack like Kevin does. Mills, I hope you can set me up beyond the three-point line. I have faith in your shooting." Yang, having made his decision, no longer hesitated. This time, instead of retreating to the baseline, he positioned himself at a lower vantage point, leaning against CJ while calling for the ball. Mills appeared somewhat bewildered. Was Yang truly attempting to attack like Kevin Durant? Had he lost his mind? "Hey, over here!" Yang shouted towards Harris on the perimeter. Yang's positioning is exceptionally advantageous. In the absence of shooting opportunity, Harris, as a shooter, opts for a pass. At this moment, a high lob is delivered to Yang, who, with his back to CJ, holds the ball while awaiting his teammates to spread out. Harris swiftly darts towards the opposite 45-degree angle, while Mills prepares at the top arc to receive the ball. Should Yang encounter a double team, Mills will swiftly move to the side to catch the pass and take a shot from beyond the arc. Yang did not opt to pass. Instead, he He created space and, with his back turned, pushed backward. "Oh, do you think you're Kobe?" CJ, with his lower body pressing against the defense, spat out disdainful trash talk. Yang maintained his silence, continuing to advance further. After 3 determined thrusts, just a step away from the paint zone, he elevated the ball into the air, suddenly executing a deft shoulder shimmy. CJ, anticipating a pass, remained motionless, allowing Yang to seize the defensive lapse. In a swift and unexpected maneuver, he pivoted to the right, propelling himself with his right foot, channeling the strength from his core to his hands in a harmonious and fluid motion. His body tilted slightly backward as he released the ball at the zenith of his arc, followed by a graceful wrist snap, the entire sequence choreographed with elegance. The basketball sailed through the air, finding nothing but net, as Yang descended effortlessly to the ground, securing 2 points. "Oh my, is this truly that man?" The astonishment was palpable, as it indeed appeared to be him. No, not merely a man, but a manifestation of a mysterious force from the east. The 3 commentators were nearly convinced their eyes were deceiving them until they confirmed it was the Eastern player clad in the number 8 jersey. "What a stunning shot. Though it seems it was merely fortuitous," CJ remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of acknowledgement. Yang confidently gazed at CJ, spreading his hands in a gesture of assurance. "It's no trouble. I shall demonstrate my prowess again, provided you dare to come and defend against me. Of course, I shall make you regret it," CJ replied with a chuckle, then swiftly maneuvered towards the paint, preparing to seek a screen for the reception of the ball. Yang fell behind, turning to fix his gaze on Lillard. "Do you really think you can still defend against me?" Lillard retorted coldly. "Whether I can defend or not, I must first attempt it to find out," Yang replied, pressing forward, denying him any space for a breakthrough. Just as Yang positioned himself at the 3-point line, preparing to slide, Lillard executed a swift right step back, raising his hands to shoot. The 3-pointer swished through the net, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause. Lillard shook his head at Yang, clearly unperturbed. This was a powerful 3-point shot. Yang barely had time to react before the offensive was concluded. Could one be so audacious with such a 3-pointer? Chapter 36. The scene replays as the offense resumed. Yang once again sought the ball in the low post. Yet after 2 or 3 continuous possessions, he found himself unable to receive it. Yang felt a surge of frustration, his hands burning with intensity. Why were they withholding the ball from him? Fortunately, Mills managed to score, which kept the scoreline tantalizingly close. Under Yang's defense, Lillard struggled to find the net as well. As time slipped away and the nets fell further behind, Nash grew anxious and promptly called for a timeout. He berated the players as they returned to the bench, demanding to know where their offensive strategy had vanished. Without Durant and Irving, the Nets seemed to lack any offensive prowess. Nash aimed to test the Trailblazers, pondering how they would cope without their triumvirate. This was a crucial consideration for Nash. While maintaining the health of the 3 stars was vital, the unpredictability of the playoffs necessitated that someone must rise to the occasion should injuries arise. Yang's recent offensive maneuvers seemed to show some promise. However, he soon shifted his focus to defense, failing to secure possession of the ball. How can one mount an offense under such circumstances? Mills suggested the use of the horn play. Yang positioned himself to intertwine with Harris along the sideline, setting up for a 3-point shot. Nash recognized that at this juncture, the only recourse was to rely on 3-point attempts, which was also the rationale behind employing 2 shooters. As the game resumed, with merely 5 minutes remaining and a 16-point deficit, there remained a glimmer of hope. Should they spark a brief surge, closing the gap was not out of reach. Mills thought to himself that it was time for him to step up. He implored Yang to trust in his ability to deliver. Yang and Mills walked side by side, seeking Mills' endorsement. "Can you truly deliver?" Mills inquired, still harboring doubts. Although Yang's fadeaway jumper was indeed exquisite, Mills regarded him merely as a role player on a short-term contract, lacking the innate talent to excel independently. Yang nodded again, deciding to first play a couple of balls. If that proved ineffective, he would retreat to the baseline. "Very well, it's your turn," Mills declared as he released the ball and swiftly moved towards the sideline. Yang received the ball on the spot, with CJ right before him. Yet CJ still did not display any sign of seriousness. "In a one-on-one, I could easily outplay you, so you better prepare your defense. I have no desire to embarrass you on your home turf." Yang released the ball, his gaze fierce and challenging. CJ, however, still believed that the previous shot was merely a stroke of luck, and while lowering his center of gravity, he did not anticipate a breakthrough, expecting only a pass. Yang initiated a dribble beneath his legs, with CJ's defense proving quite formidable. At that moment, Ade stepped in to set a screen. Seizing the opportunity before Ade had fully established his position, Yang accelerated swiftly from the left. CJ, caught off guard, was effectively obstructed by Ade. Observing the opening, Yang stepped just beyond the three-point line. With his left hand cradling the ball, he bent his knees, engaging his core for power, and leapt once more, snapping his wrist as he released. The sudden stop-and-pop jumper arced gracefully through the air, finding the net with perfect precision. It was splendid. He had finally brought the score back within reach. Durant rose, waving his hands and shouting in excitement. Yang turned back and gestured towards Durant, confident in his mid-range shot, almost certain of success. Unbeknownst to them, their combat prowess had quietly escalated by 10%. Coupled with an array of offensive techniques swirling in their minds, scoring became an insurmountable task for the opposition. With Durant and Irving absent, opportunities to shine multiplied, marking the moment to demonstrate their worth to the media. A few well-placed attacks in the final 5 minutes would suffice. Turning to face Lillard, Yang stood his ground, refusing to yield an inch, even if it meant contesting a shot just beyond the three-point line, where the big brother would launch a shot with no regard for defense. Observing the tight coverage, Lillard first accelerated to the right, brushing against Yang as he made his move. Just as he took a step, he abruptly halted, pulling the ball back to his left hand and exploiting the momentary lapse to break through from the left. The brilliance of the finest guards lies in their mastery of ball control and rhythm. After Yang was shaken off by 2 consecutive defensive maneuvers, he did not dare to relax his footwork. Lillard seized the opportunity, evading Aldridge's defense and executing a graceful floater just a step in front of the free throw line. His touch was gentle, and the rhythm of his release was impeccable. However, just at that moment, a large hand swooped in, swatting the ball away with a resounding block. Lillard quickly turned his head, only to discover that Yang had leaped from behind to deny his shot. How could this be? He was clearly still behind, a half step away. How did he appear so suddenly? "Hey, defense!" Lillard shouted, grasping Yang, who had already begun his advance. Yang bade him no head. Such a block was merely trivial for him. As long as his defense remained sufficiently aggressive, he could thwart any shot from any angle. In a swift counterattack, Mills advanced with remarkable speed. Yang's counterattack was remarkably swift as he surged into the offensive zone within 3 seconds. Mills délivrait après ce grand passe to Yang. Powell's defensive retreat was timely, as he swiftly changed direction to intercept. As Yang observed the defender approaching, he positioned himself just beyond the three-point line, preparing to make a pass. CJ and Lillard swiftly retreated on defense, and realizing that passing options were dwindling, he understood that a single, decisive pass would suffice. Any additional passes could jeopardize the shooting opportunity, potentially wasting a valuable fast break, which would surely incur the coach's ire. Thus, he accelerated, charging directly towards the basket, pressing against Powell's formidable defense. Despite Powell's robust physique, Yang struggled to create space and felt the impending risk of losing possession. In an instant, a vivid image of a spin and slam dunk flashed through Yang's mind. Indeed, it was a spin. Subsequently, he pushed forward with great force, using Powell's body as leverage to execute a right spin directly beneath the basket. With momentum, he leapt and, with a single hand, delivered a powerful dunk. Powell hurriedly retrieved the ball to initiate play, while Yang roared at him, showcasing his impressive biceps. Oh, the explosive power of Yang is astonishing. Powell could scarcely contain him. It is incredible. I cannot fathom the immense energy contained within his slender frame. The commentary booth was equally astonished. Seemingly every basket he made defied reason. "Steve, what is your perspective on this play?" Vaughn leaned over to Nash. Nash displayed a confident smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "It is astonishing. He possesses such energy, yet we have overlooked it for so long." Naturally, his lack of presence made it nearly impossible for anyone to take notice. "I now believe that he is not only adept at defense. If given a chance, his offensive capabilities are equally remarkable." Vaughn generously offered high praise. This sentiment was unmistakably clear. It was a call for Nash to grant him more playing time. Nash had already begun to weave him into the rotation. Whether he could secure a starting position would depend on his own efforts, not merely on the coach's decisions. The mustached gentleman could certainly hear this. Yet he remained inexplicably confident. "Mr. Vaughn, the match is far from over. The season is long. One cannot hastily draw conclusions based on just a few games." "Mr. D'Antoni, I believe Yang's talent has been underestimated. I would wager he will become an all-star. Undoubtedly, he possesses a robust Easter market, which will rally votes to propel Yang into the all-star game. Very well, we shall await the outcome. Vaughn had no intention of engaging in a debate with D'Antoni. He was certain of his judgment. Yang, once again, ascended to defend against Lillard, engaging in a relentless pursuit that compelled Lillard to pass the ball. The others appeared to falter in their gameplay, failing to secure 2 consecutive rebounds. Yang swiftly turned around and executed a pinpoint three-pointer, prompting Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups to decisively call a timeout. We can no longer afford to falter. A change is imperative. Chapter 37. I'm fine. I can still play Billups, a renowned member of the infamous Bad Boys team, known for his tenacious playing style and composed demeanor. Observe the score, narrowing to an 11-point deficit as the Nets began to gain momentum. He swiftly extinguished this resurgence with a timeout. Lillard, CJ, I need you both to be aggressive while Kyrie is off the court, Billups instructed, quickly sketching 2 sets of plays on the tactical board, specifically designed for his dynamic duo. On the Nets side, Nash had not devised a specific strategy for Yang, and implementing a new plan on the fly might prove impractical. Thus, he refrained from reassigning tactics, instead briefing Mills that the opposition would likely employ a dual guard strategy, emphasizing the need for speed. We must not compete for pace. Let's slow it down one at a time. Take the 3 when it's available. If not, let Yang take the shot. If Yang struggles, we'll penetrate the paint. This strategic approach, initially intended for Durant, now hinged on Yang's ability to emulate Durant's impact. As the game resumed, Lillard indeed increased the tempo. Upon reaching the front court, CJ proactively maneuvered around the baseline in search of an open position. Lillard's passes were rapid. While CJ was still navigating his turn, the ball had already arrived. He squared up, caught the ball, and released it as Mills leaped high, his hands obstructing Mills' view. The shot clanged off the rim, but Aldridge secured the rebound and passed it back to Mills. Mills steadied the pace as he crossed half court, while Harris and Yang executed a cross movement. In a moment of clarity, Mills delivered a precise bounce pass spanning over 2 meters. Under the cover of Aldridge, Yang received the ball, albeit not in the most comfortable manner. With a slight adjustment of his left hand, he bent his knees, raised his elbow, and leaped into the air, his feet leaving the ground as the ball soared above his head. With a deft flick of his wrist, he released a beautiful three-pointer that swished through the net. Once again, Yang tapped his temple in homage to Carmelo Anthony. With this three-pointer, he had amassed 13 points, narrowing the Nets' deficit to just 9 points. Sensing the possibility of comeback, Nash rose from his seat, shouting for the defense to intensify, urging them not to let the opposition score easily. Lillard had orchestrated 3 consecutive opportunities for his teammates, all of which had gone awry. This time, he gestured for everyone to spread out, insisting that this shot must be made. After a series of back-and-forth movements, with approximately 18 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Nurkic stepped up to set the screen. Lillard accelerated past Yang, who recognized Nurkic's intent and refrained from a direct confrontation. As he attempted to pivot and maneuver around, darkness suddenly enveloped him, akin to crashing into an immovable wall, and he fell to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded sharply, signaling an offensive foul on Nurkic for the illegal screen. Nurkic, visibly displeased, spread his arms in protest, claiming it was Yang who had collided with him, asserting that it was not a foul. The referee ignored his complaints, maintaining focus on the game. When Aldridge helped Yang to his feet, he remained somewhat dazed, pondering the excessive nature of Nurkic's actions. What a soft player. A mere touch sends him tumbling. This is the NBA. Nurkic, in frustration, directed a shout towards Yang. Yang remained silent, shaking his head, affirming there were no issues before continuing the offensive. He maneuvered, darting along the baseline, providing screens. Mills once again took command. The team moved swiftly like pieces on a chessboard, while Lillard extended his arms, taking a step forward, believing that Mills would only pass the ball. Yang dashed into an open space, just as Mills was about to pass the ball. CJ's defense was swift, positioning himself perfectly to obstruct the passing lane. As Mills sought to make a return pass, he noticed an unguarded opportunity beyond the three-point line and decisively seized the ball, executing a flawless three-pointer. By the time Lillard registered the play, the ball had already left Mills' hands, resulting in yet another successful three-point shot. Yang glanced at the time and then at the score. With a 6-point deficit and only 3 minutes remaining, there was certainly an opportunity to equalize and even surpass. Lillard brought the ball into the front court, adhering strictly to the tactical plan. CJ swiftly maneuvered, creating an open space but found no opportunity to shoot, ultimately returning the ball to Lillard. Lillard accelerated, forcefully driving towards the basket. Yang maintained his defensive position impeccably, trailing his opponent's footsteps and extending his arms in anticipation. Observing Lillard's futile attempts to penetrate the defense, it became evident that he was poised to take a shot. Suddenly, Lillard executed a step back. Yang refrained from jumping, instead keeping pace and raising his hand to obscure Lillard's vision. However, just as Yang advanced, Lillard shifted his rhythm, employing a deceptive feint before driving past Yang with half a body S advantage, culminating in a jump shot. What a splendid rhythm! Yang exclaimed. As he pivoted to attempt a block, the ball had already left Lillard's hands. Lillard's playing style is notably assertive, with a swift release. Yang's hand was mere moments away from making contact with his wrist, prompting him to retract quickly. Should contact occur, it would constitute a violation of the cylinder, resulting in a potential three-point play. Lillard secured 2 points, bringing the score to 108-99, maintaining a 9-point lead. Yang recognized that at this moment, only by taking matters into his own hands could he resolve the issue. Approaching the front of the half-court, he proactively sought the ball from Mills. Mills passed it directly to him, but CJ quickly stepped up to defend. Yang clasped the ball with both hands and initially used a shoulder to establish a position against CJ. Subsequently, he attempted to drive towards the right, but CJ's speed matched his, obstructing his path of attack. Upon observing the formidable defense exhibited by CJ, Yang refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he executed a sudden stop, pulling back to create a gap, and then surged forward from the left flank. Nurkic, with decisive intent, extended his long arm to assist in defense. Realizing there was no retreat, Yang boldly pressed forward. Lowering his center of gravity, he dribbled forcefully, charging towards the basket in defiance of Nurkic. With a swift leap, before Nurkic could respond, he soared high to deftly lay the ball in for 2 points. As they transitioned to defense, Mills shouted emphatically, directing his focus towards Lillard. Yang did not linger, continuously trailing closely behind Lillard. Lillard stood with his back to Yang, preparing to seek out his teammates. Upon observing that Lillard did not intend to make a move on his own, Yang decisively lunged forward and swiped at the basketball. Lillard, noticing the audacity of the attempted steal, promptly used his body to fend off the challenge, leaning back to create space. Upon observing the intriguing trajectory of the ball, Yang lowered his center of gravity and utilized his lower body to make contact. After 2 consecutive taps, Lillard feigned with a shoulder shimmy, executing a deceptive spin to initiate his offensive maneuver. Yang, taller and with a wider reach, seized the moment as he swiftly turned, deftly snatching the ball from the side. Lillard, having lost possession, grasped Yang's arm with one hand, but Yang denied him any chance, swiftly retrieving the ball and accelerating forward. Ahead lay an unguarded path, allowing Yang to drive to the basket and effortlessly score 2 points, bringing the score to an exhilarating 108-103. A foul was called from behind as the ball was stripped away. It was a blatant infraction, and this is our home court. Lillard, while controlling the ball, bellowed at the referee. I never considered whose home court it was. That play was clean, devoid of any foul. The referee raised a hand in response. Very well, I shall silence you. Lillard, now furious, prepared to deliver a stern lesson. In the front court, Lillard accelerated without utilizing a screen, barreling directly towards Yang from the right side. Yang raised his hands high, fully aware that Lillard would ruthlessly pierce the nets with a cold-blooded three-pointer. Thus, he simply lifted his hands to interfere. After Lillard missed the opportunity for a three-pointer, he charged back into the paint. Aldridge stepped forward to block, but Lillard's spun against Yang. Suddenly, Yang felt darkness envelop him, followed by a rush of blood to the head as he collapsed to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, accompanied by a gesture indicating an elbow foul. Was that an offensive foul? Lillard stormed towards the referee, shouting, I must caution you against using your elbow. For the integrity of the game, I will call a flagrant foul. The chief referee replied sternly. Hey, are you all right? Mills rushed over to inquire. I'm fine, I can still play, Yang replied. Chapter 38. Actively engaging with the ball. It's just a bit painful, it's basketball. After all, what I say, little contact. Just as Yang prepared to rise, Mills shouted, Hey, brother, you can't continue. You're bleeding from your mouth. Perhaps that elbow was too fierce, leaving him numb and unaware of the blood. Upon touching his lips, he discovered his mouth was covered in blood. Hey, timeout. I need a timeout. Nash quickly gestured towards the technical area. Upon seeing Yang's bloodied mouth, the chief referee turned to Lillard and asked, "So, do you still think you didn't commit a foul?" Lillard hadn't intended to harm him, but with blood drawn, what could he possibly contest? "Team doctor, attend to him immediately," Nash called for the medical staff. The arriving doctor swiftly opened his kit, donned gloves, and instructed Yang to sit. Meanwhile, Nash began devising a strategy, while Yang's gaze remained fixed on him. "Hey, Yang, you need to focus. Are you aware your lip is torn?" The doctor was pleased with Yang's enthusiasm on the court, but as a medical professional, he had to be responsible for the injury. "The game isn't over. I have to get back in," Yang insisted. "Don't speak. That will complicate my work," the doctor replied, taking a cotton swab to clean the blood. Once the area was clear, he discovered a nearly 5-centimeter deep cut. Had the inner side of the lip not been so delicate, stitches would likely have been necessary. It was hard to imagine that despite such a brutal elbow, Yang remained silent. This was a true warrior. If the team emerged victorious, it would surely be a testament to Yang's indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, Nash, after a brief discussion, sent Johnson in to replace Yang, ultimately opting not to bring Irving into the game. Irving, feeling somewhat disgruntled, volunteered to play but was promptly turned down by Nash. Durant quickly held Irving back. Even without fully understanding Nash's strategy, he dared not allow Irving to unleash his fury publicly. D'Antoni remained as calm as ever. Upon seeing Irving seated, he crossed his arms and inquired, "Do you have a better plan?" Nash shook his head slightly, stating, "We must confront the reality of playing without the big three. Thus, we need to adapt now." D'Antoni glanced towards the water cooler, observing Yang conversing with the team doctor, and could only shake his head slightly. Yang assured himself that there was no issue and earnestly pleaded once more, "I must take the field. We must secure victory in this match. Please grant me the opportunity." However, the wound on his lip was delicate and could easily reopen. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? I can manage it well. Have faith in me." Yang, after confirming once more, strode purposefully towards Nash. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. System task: win the match, achieve 3 consecutive victories. System reward: an additional enhancement of 15 in combat power. Yang suddenly realized that this remarkable 3-game winning streak could enhance their combat prowess, making it all the more imperative for him to step onto the court and secure victory. "Coach, I can assist the team in clinching this match. Please have faith in me." He approached earnestly, volunteering his services. However, D'Antoni unceremoniously gestured toward the water cooler, stating, "You should return to your position. The coach has not called your name." Yang was acutely aware that D'Antoni harbored a certain disfavor towards him, yet the head coach was Nash. Turning to Nash, he confidently declared, "Coach, I can contain Lillard's offense. Under my defense, he is beginning to feel anxious. If I persist with my relentless approach, I am certain we can disrupt their rhythm and secure a 3rd consecutive victory." Nash was indeed pleased with this assertion, especially considering that recent elbow had granted the Nets possession of the ball. Without hesitation, Nash called for a substitution. Johnson was replaced, and after a brief high-five with Johnson, Yang positioned himself at the baseline, primed to take another shot. Mills, understanding the unspoken cue, advanced the ball to the front court without haste, directly seeking out Yang. At this moment, CJ's defense was exceedingly tenacious, obstructing Yang's path and denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. This shot was imperative for securing a potential victory. Yang swiftly maneuvered around his teammates, calling out, "Harris, circle around." Millsap set the off-ball screen quickly. The two moved toward the top of the key. Yet Yang found himself unable to shake CJ's defense, ultimately retreating beyond the 3-point line. He received the ball, turned, and leaned against CJ. CJ, closing in, disdainfully retorted, "Don't think you're the only one who can employ relentless tactics. My defense is far more formidable. You will not score over me. Your height is insufficient. It is impossible for you to defend against me. I've got you this time." With a fierce determination, Yang made his declaration, then released the ball, executing a half-turn towards the basket. CJ, lowering his center of gravity, prepared to launch a direct steal, eager to demonstrate Yang's inadequacies. As Yang observed that there were merely 10 seconds left on the clock, he promptly gestured for his teammates to spread out. With a deft maneuver, he executed a crossover dribble to his left hand, and in a flash, he surged past his defender on the left, swiftly transitioning the ball back to his right hand. CJ was caught off guard by this sudden change of direction, and upon realizing the ease with which Yang had evaded him, he wasted no time. Charging toward the right side, before CJ could catch up, Yang positioned himself near the three-point line, finding the court ahead remarkably open. Without a moment's hesitation, he planted his right foot, bent his knees, leaned forward, leapt into the air, and with a flick of his wrist, released the ball. With a quick, decisive stop-and-pop three-point jump shot, his movements flowed gracefully, and his touch was soft. The basketball swooshed through the net, securing a three-pointer. Oh, what stop-and-pop three? Is this TMC? Ha ha, it's simply astounding, so reminiscent. I cannot conjure a more fitting expression of admiration. Indeed, tonight, Yang has excelled, and the fourth quarter belongs to him. The commentary team had forgotten their allegiance to the Trail Blazers, showering all their praises upon this number 8. CJ watched helplessly as Yang took the shot right before him, unable to contest, merely a spectator as the ball swished through the hoop. Luck. They deemed it mere luck. The next possession would not afford him such an opportunity. The score stood at 108 to 106, just 2 points behind, with a mere minute and a half remaining. Every offensive play from this point onward could determine the outcome, making Lillard's command of the game all the more crucial. Turning back, he sought out CJ, but alas, CJ's shot was rushed, clanging off the rim. Mills regained control, advancing the ball to the front court and signaling for Yang to initiate the offense. This marked the first instance where a teammate actively solicited Yang's offensive prowess, and he certainly would not decline. I won't let you take another shot. Be prepared, CJ urged, lowering his stance and intensifying his focus. Yang ignored him and glanced at the time. There were merely 10 seconds remaining. The Nets were still trailing, and he had to seize the moment. Thus a swift offensive was imperative, one that must culminate in a score. Rising to his feet, he executed 2 swift between-the-legs dribbles, seeking space to drive in from the right side. CJ's defense was impeccably positioned, steadfastly refusing to loosen his grip. Upon realizing that the offensive attempt bore no fruit, Yang stepped just in front of the three-point line and executed a behind-the-back dribble, maneuvering towards the left side. CJ then used his body to assertively push against him, exerting all his strength to repel him outward. Yang understood that he intended to rely on his physical prowess to counteract energy expenditure, believing that such a strategy would inevitably lead to a decline in his shooting accuracy. Regrettably, he was mistaken. His combat effectiveness had already reached a remarkable level of 45, surpassing the average standard. How could he possibly miss the shot? Suddenly, with a rapid stop and retreat, he created space and prepared to shoot. CJ, noticing the imminent release of the ball, rushed forward. His hand reached out just before Yang's eyes, seemingly poised to disrupt the shot. However, CJ soared past. As the ball had yet to be launched, it turned out that during his abrupt halt and retreat, Yang had executed a feigned shooting motion. Due to his swift breakthrough and CJ's overly tight defense, CJ had focused solely on preventing Yang from shooting, unaware that it was merely a ruse. As CJ descended, Yang swiftly gathered the ball once more and released it with alacrity. The ball swished through the net, another three-pointer propelling his team into the lead. Indeed, they had truly taken the advantage. Chapter 39. You cannot possibly defend against me. Yang displayed no emotion as the Trailblazers executed a remarkably swift inbound play. Lillard crossed half-court in a mere 3 seconds, intent on capitalizing on the moment before they could revel in their celebration, launching a counterattack to score. Yang's speed is no less than that of Lillard, as he effortlessly keeps pace even after crossing half-court. No need for help defense. I've got this, Yang declared, observing Lillard preparing for a fast-break layup. He remained composed, urging his teammates to clear a path. Suddenly, Lillard launched himself into the air, drawing back like about to execute a one-handed slam dunk. In that instant, Yang reacted swiftly, pushing off with his right foot and soaring effortlessly. His head reached the height of the rim just as he anticipated Lillard's release, forcefully pinning the ball against the backboard. Below the basket, Lillard was sent sprawling over 2 meters out of bounds due to the impact, causing 2 reporters to tumble over. The 3 commentators, seemingly witnessing a monster, stood wide-eyed in stunned silence, momentarily rendered speechless. After Yang's impressive defensive rebound, he swiftly executed a long pass to the fast-breaking Millsap. The offense quickly transitioned into a 3-on-2 advantage, with Millsap forcefully driving to the basket, culminating in a thunderous one-handed dunk. Billups decisively called a timeout, while Durant rushed onto the court to celebrate with Yang, the 2 colliding chests in jubilation. This offensive maneuver not only reversed the score, leading by 2 points with only 58 seconds remaining, but also indicated that holding off 2 more defensive possessions would seal the game. Without Durant and Harden, And with Irving being sidelined, the team's resilience in such a critical moment brought immense joy to Durant. Vaughn rose and exchanged a subtle smile with D'Antoni, who feigned ignorance. Despite Young leading the team to a comeback, he still regarded him as merely a bench warmer. Nash promptly pulled out the tactical board, instructing, "In these final moments, we must secure our 2-point lead. The sharpshooters will not easily attempt a three-pointer. We need to tighten our defense. Inside, we cannot allow them to execute pick and rolls. Nurkic's mid-range shot can be given up, but we must keep a close watch on Aminu's three-point attempts. Millsap, ensure he does not create space for a three-pointer. He is capable of scoring." As the timeout concluded, the referee signaled for play to resume. Nash quickly grasped Yang's arm, advising, "In these final moments, take initiative but remain mindful of your teammates on the court. When they are in better positions, make sure to pass." "Rest assured, I will," Yang replied before hastening towards Lillard, who wore a grim expression, clearly displeased with Yang's earlier actions. Yang did not revel in misfortune. Instead, he approached once more, his steps resolutely adhering to the ground. "Hey, set a screen. Nurkic, screen for CJ. Make your move." This time, Lillard refrained from attempting to go solo. With his back to Yang, he safeguarded the ball while advancing into the frontcourt. CJ had already been darting left and right, with the defender Mills equally relentless in his pursuit. Nurkic chose not to provide Lillard with a screen. Rather, he set an off-ball screen for CJ, while Aminu stepped forward to offer his own assistance. Upon recognizing that Aminu was setting a screen, Yang immediately discerned their intended strategy. As he provided cover, he shouted for an immediate switch in defense to obstruct the offensive pathway. He instructed Millsap to guard Lillard. In his youth, this would have posed no challenge, yet the present-day Millsap, at 36 years of age, pondered whether he could keep pace with Lillard's agility. Though hesitating momentarily, the rapidity of the situation compelled Millsap to confront Lillard as Aminu's screen arrived. Seizing the opportunity created by the mismatch, Lillard suddenly surged forward with acceleration. Yang remained stationary, and after Lillard deftly maneuvered past him, Aminu gradually turned to make his descent. At this moment, the path was clear, and Lillard executed an imaginatively conceived behind-the-back bounce pass. As soon as Aminu received the ball, he could effortlessly drive towards the basket for an easy layup. However, both Lillard and Aminu were unprepared for Yang's keen foresight. He had anticipated their intention to execute a screen switch, exploiting Aminu's height advantage to score beneath the rim. Consequently, he allowed Millsap to cover him, while he himself slowed down a beat, waiting for Lillard to release the ball before intercepting it for a fast break counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Yang did not indulge in personal glory. Noticing Mills was already advancing, he delivered a swift bounce pass directly to him. Mills, upon receiving the ball, quickly took 3 steps to complete a layup, raising his hand to signal Yang in appreciation. Such astute game reading was hardly characteristic of a mere third-year rookie. His defensive instincts were remarkably acute. Vaughn frowned, shaking his head repeatedly. Nash, however, approvingly flashed a thumbs up, his face beaming with delight. Only D'Antoni maintained a grave expression, perhaps pondering whether Young truly belonged in the NBA. Lillard, visibly frustrated by the turnover, pointed at Aminu and shouted, "Guard him. Don't let him appear in front of you. Let the ball do the talking." Indeed, let the ball do the talking. Yang uploaded from the Citadines, acknowledging their excellence, but noting that today they face someone even more formidable, making their potential defeat quite reasonable. "You should keep quiet. The game isn't over yet," Lillard retorted, continuing to advance with the ball. The score had reached 108 to 112, with the Nets rallying from a 9-point deficit to seize a 4-point lead, executing a remarkable 13-0 run against the Trailblazers. What was even more infuriating was that this turnaround occurred without the presence of their 3 stars, completing the comeback within a single quarter. On the sidelines, Coach Billups wore an expression of discontent. Yet, it was undeniable that they struggled to contain the opposing number 8, leaving him somewhat reluctant to accept the loss. Yang remains entangled in a relentless struggle, while Lillard resolves to take matters into his own hands. After a few swift dribbles, he once again utilizes Aminu's screen. Just as he shakes off his defender, Yang, like a persistent fly, reappears at his side. Despite attempting to elude him twice, he fails to break free. With the clock ticking down and the ball sticking too long, he is compelled to pass to CJ for the finish. CJ receives the ball, but with the shot clock dwindling, he hurriedly takes a shot, ultimately resulting in a clank off the rim. Turning back, Harris secures the rebound, with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Mills signals to slow down. Yet Lillard's defense remains intensely tight. With just 20 seconds remaining in a 4-point deficit, there is still a chance for a comeback. Just past half-court, Mills takes the initiative to pass the ball back to Yang, knowing that the decisive shot must come from him. Yang sees it the ball, contemplating the task set by the system, determined to make the shot. He gestured for his teammates to spread out, focusing intently on CJ before him. In an instant, a vision of a sudden stop-and-shoot flashed through his mind. Indeed, he would employ that very tactic against him. As he released the ball, he executed a half-turn, pushing back with one hand while holding the ball firmly with his right. Suddenly, with a quick shoulder shimmy, he sprang into action, transferring the ball from his right hand to his left. CJ was completely deceived, and Yang lunged forward from the left. Powell hurriedly approached to provide help defense. But Yang, noticing his advance, denied him any opportunity to intervene. Stepping just inside the three-point line, the envisioned moment appeared once more, a sudden stop. Bending his knees, lowering his torso, gathering strength, he leaped, applying pressure to his wrist before releasing the ball in a fluid motion. As the basketball glided past his fingertips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They gaped, mouths agape, watching the ball float gracefully through the air before descending into the basket. The sound of the swish resonated, quickly followed by a collective gasp from the audience. How could this be? It was astonishing. Such an offensive maneuver was unstoppable. The commentary booth erupted once again. With that singular shot, they were utterly convinced. There was no way to defend against me. Chapter 40. Nash disdains defense. Yang tourned back to CG, unleashing a fierce declaration, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Even a blow to the mouth from Lillard could not extinguish his fervent desire to win. Indeed, this moment had the potential to seal the game, to earn him the respect of all, and to solidify his standing in the NBA. In contrast, CJ remained silent. The play was undeniably exquisite, executed flawlessly under his defense, showcasing a remarkably swift first step. He stared at the number 8, wondering why he had never encountered him before. Meanwhile, Lillard, upon receiving the pass, refrained from further offense. With just 8 seconds remaining and a 6-point deficit, theoretically, 2 3-pointers could level the score, but in reality, it seemed implausible. The Trail Blazers conceded the offense, effectively granting the Nets their ultimate victory. Mills approached, signaling to Yang with a high five, prematurely celebrating their 3rd consecutive win. Once more, the voice of the system echoed in Yang's ears. The host had successfully aided the team in achieving a triumphant 3-game winning streak, thus completing the initial phase of the task. The second phase now beckoned. With the aim of making a significant impact, it became apparent that the basketball god system was divided into stages. The first phase was accomplished in merely 3 games, during which he not only assisted the team in securing victory, but also flawlessly fulfilled his own objectives. With an enhancement in combat prowess, coupled with his entry into the rotation, he was more than equipped to make his mark in the second phase. However, he pondered what additional segmented tasks the second phase might entail. Regardless, he was eager for the challenges that lay ahead, welcoming the storm with open arms. Meanwhile, Lillard held onto the ball until the final whistle blew before handing it over to the referee, subsequently shedding his jersey and walking off in displeasure towards the players' bench. The trio at the commentary booth expressed their disappointment at the home team's defeat. DeMoss threw up his hands in exasperation, stating that he would not have been surprised if the Trail Blazers had lost to the well-organized Nets. Yet, in the dying moments, it was the number 8, an Eastern player named Yang, who triumphed over the dynamic duo. Clearly, DeMoss was not yet prepared to accept the defeat, as his colleagues confidently responded that indeed, this game lacked the presence of the big 3. They speculated that Nash was intentionally experimenting with the lineup, preparing for the playoffs. Indeed, the Nets' Western road trip served to refine their roster, conserving energy for the impending playoffs. However, the performance of the number 8 today was nothing short of astonishing. If one number 8 could contend against the dynamic duo, then with all 3 stars assembled for the playoffs, had they already secured their place in this year's finals? As this thought lingered, the 3 exchanged glances, all recognizing that the Nets were formidable contenders for the Eastern Championship, with a real shot at the finals. The sudden emergence of this Eastern player only intensified their advantage. Let us await the outcome, one remarked, expressing anticipation for whether they would falter against the formidable Zion Williamson. The trio shrugged, hoping that the big cat could exact vengeance for them. On the court, both teams had begun to exchange pleasantries. After embracing Lillard and Durant, the trio only exchanged polite remarks. Yang greatly admires Lillard's indifference on the court and takes the initiative to approach him for a brief conversation. However, Lillard completely disregards him, merely exchanging pleasantries before turning away. Is he truly that aloof? Yang gazed at Lillard's retreating figure, perplexed. Was it merely a loss? In the realm of competitive sports, victories and defeats are commonplace. Even if he had been suffocated by the defense tonight, it seemed rather ungracious not to exchange a word. Hey, I remember you. Observing Lillard's indifference, CJ felt compelled to approach Yang for a greeting. After all, they had succumbed to this unfamiliar player. And as soon as the game concluded, CJ hurried to inquire with the staff. It was then he learned that this Eastern player was merely a 10-day contract worker, meaning he had been thwarted by a bench warmer to the point of nausea, scoring only 24 points throughout the match. Lillard fared even worse, managing a mere 16 points and failing to score in the entire fourth quarter. How could such a player possess the extraordinary ability to lead his team to a comeback? What was his hidden charm? Upon witnessing CJ's arrival, Yang approached him with humility, exchanging a high five before embracing him. CJ, to be honest, your prowess is truly difficult to counter. I greatly admire your fighting spirit. Thank you for your guidance tonight. I have learned what it means to be resilient. CJ furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was the essence of Eastern humility. It was evident that it was his own tenacity that commanded respect. Yet instead of basking in pride, he displayed such modesty. How formidable such a player could be. This further reminded CJ of the words spoken by Duncan to LeBron years ago. The future is yours. Yet, many years have elapsed, and the aged Duncan still managed to thwart LeBron in the finals. Yang, you are exceedingly humble, CJ remarked seriously. Your performance tonight was nothing short of exceptional. Honestly, I have never witnessed such suffocating defense. I know Nash is not fond of defending. Tell me, did you practice with Leonard? Though Yang dared not respond directly to these words, everyone was aware that Nash indeed harbored a disinclination for defense. In the teams he has crafted, offense invariably eclipses defense, while he himself has chosen to commence with the latter. Thus, those who have emerged from the nets, establishing their foundation on defense, are exceedingly rare. He considers himself fortunate. Yang replied with a smile. Haha, I would love to learn from Leonard, but today I have learned much more from you. Thank you. No, it is all due to your own capabilities. CJ shook his head repeatedly. Not only your defense, but also your offense has astonished me. Yang, the Nets are not a suitable fit for you. Have you considered joining our team? We are in need of your talents. Yang replied with a hearty laugh. Haha, do all you all-star players joke around like this? I'm merely a temporary worker. Had it not been for the team's excessive injuries, I might have already departed from the NBA. No, I am not jesting, CJ remarked with utmost seriousness. The fact that you can render me and Lillard in such an awkward position speaks volumes about your defensive prowess and attitude. What I wish to convey is that the Nets possess a trio of superstars. They do not require your offensive contributions. Beside them, it is nearly impossible for you to showcase your true talent. Furthermore, defense holds little significance for them. Therefore, you might want to contemplate joining us in Portland once this contract concludes. I shall await your arrival. After another embrace, CJ confidently made his way to the locker room. Yang took it lightly, disregarding whether Nash valued defense. He believed that as long as he adhered to the system's directives, success was inevitable. However, just as he turned around, he was met with Nash's stern gaze, filled with intensity. Yang was taken aback. Had he overheard the earlier conversation? Surely not. He had spoken so softly. Moreover, it was CJ who had initiated the dialogue, not himself. Even if he did discover it, he shouldn't hold Yang accountable. Yang, get ready. Join me for the press conference, Nash called out as he headed towards the dressing room. What? Am I going to the press conference? Yang was momentarily stunned. Was he truly the standout performer of the evening? Hey, what are you waiting for? Come with me. Chapter 41. The fans' anticipation, the press conference. It felt like a distant affair for Yang. During his time in the CBA, being in the spotlight was a commonplace occurrence. Even upon entering the NBA, attending press conferences during his rookie season was merely routine. Yet as time passed, the most recent press conference felt like a blur, its details slipping from memory. Well, stepping back into the public, I would commence with this press conference. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Man rushed forward, microphone in hand, exclaiming, Hey Yang, congratulations on your victory. I would like to interview you again. Oh, my apologies, but Yang must head to the press conference immediately. He does not have time for your interview. A staff member interjected firmly, halting Wu Man's advance. Yang was reluctant to disappoint Wu Man, for they all shared the features of the East. Yang, hurry up. Nash's voice echoed once more as he made his way ahead towards the players' tunnel. Yang, unwilling to neglect the coach's instructions. Quickly turned to Wu Man with a smile and said, "I apologize, Miss Wu, but I truly cannot accept your interview at this moment. I will be available for your interview upon my return." "Very well. I shall wait for you here," Wu Man promptly replied, before engaging in conversation with the cameraman nearby. Meanwhile, in the news office, the reporters who had been waiting for some time flashed their cameras incessantly as Nash and his companion entered. Yang felt a sense of unfamiliarity and instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Nash, noticing this, chuckled softly and remarked, "It has been quite some time since your last visit, hasn't it? Gradually acclimate yourself. You will find yourself coming here more often in the future." Yang was taken aback by Nash's unwavering confidence in him. Receiving the endorsement of the head coach was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. As he took a seat, Nash began by offering his commentary on the match. However, most of his remarks were merely courteous platitudes. A head coach would never publicly criticize an opponent in front of the media, nor would he fully disclose the strengths of his own team. After this brief analysis, the questions from reporters turned toward Yang. A female journalist was the first to inquire, "Yang, tonight you scored 28 points, leading the team to victory single-handedly. In light of this, do you believe you can replicate such all-star caliber statistics in the next game?" Yang is indeed a prominent figure in the CBA, having undergone extensive training to adeptly handle media interactions. Approaching the microphone with a smile, he expressed profound gratitude to his head coach for granting him substantial playing time, emphasizing that without the coach's trust, his performance today would not have been possible. He nodded respectfully towards Nash, who appeared quite pleased with this display of humility characteristic of Eastern culture. Returning to the topic at hand, he stated that he does not place much importance on his individual statistics from the evening's game. As long as the team secures victory, he is content, even if it means he does not score. Of course, in the absence of Durant and the other key players, someone needed to step up, and he merely fulfilled that role during the team's time of need. Whether he can replicate such statistics in the next game is of little concern to him. Such a response undoubtedly left the media with no room for criticism. A reporter then stood up to inquire, "Yang, your performance tonight was exceptional. However, you're currently on a 10-day contract. I am curious, how did you achieve such impressive statistics?" This was a topic Yang could not evade, as everyone was eager to learn what had transpired to spark the sudden emergence of a short-term contract player. Yang was well aware of the truth, but even if he revealed it, few would believe him. Thus, he playfully remarked, "Haha, I have acquired superpowers, which is why I have transformed into Superman." The humor elicited laughter from the reporter and others present. Now, for the final question, a male reporter stated earnestly, "I would like to know, having entered the NBA as the 5th overall pick and basked in the glow of being a core player, how did you transition from being an overlooked bench warmer to achieving the statistics you have today? What has driven you to persevere until now?" The atmosphere shifted to one of seriousness, as this was inherently a grave topic, tinged with a hint of poignancy. Nash, too, glanced at Yang, recognizing the arduous journey he had endured. In the NBA, there is no shortage of athletically gifted players, resulting in a high elimination rate. Those who achieve all-star caliber statistics are invariably the ones who have exerted greater effort than their peers. Yang smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and was suddenly confronted with such a poignant topic, leaving him feeling somewhat distressed. Inwardly, he questioned himself. His perseverance was not born of reluctance, but rather from the shame of facing the people of Jiangdong. Bearing the title of the foremost basketball player in China, he arrived with the hopes of his compatriots. If he were to return in disgrace, would he not be drowned in a deluge of scorn? Even if he maintained his status as the leader, what would his adversaries think? How would his teammates perceive him? Fortunately, after 3 arduous years, he had endured, and at last, the basketball gods had favored him. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he confidently replied, acknowledging the expectations of the fans. The crowd, however, remained perplexed, gazing at him in bewilderment. Yang smiled and said, "You may not comprehend the helplessness I feel as an Eastern player. I have one. 3 billion fans watching my every move. I play with the belief of my countrymen, which compels me to perform better, ensuring I do not let them down." Is it akin to what Yao experienced in his time? The reporter continued to inquire. Yang replied with a smile, "Indeed, that's correct. However, his expectations surpass mine, for he is the first pick in the draft." Laughter erupted among the crowd once more. Yet, amidst the mirth, only Yang felt a pang of bitterness within. He yearned for his voice to resonate with fans across the ocean, hoping they would cease their criticisms. "Yang, I eagerly anticipate your upcoming matches. Best of luck." The host beside him nodded with a smile and then addressed the audience, Ladies and gentlemen, our press conference concludes here. Thank you all for your participation. Yang Yang had anticipated numerous inquiries, yet he was unexpectedly thwarted by the organizers. Perhaps it was for the best, as he had little time to engage in lengthy discussions. Prioritizing training was paramount. Nevertheless, he could not overlook his commitment to Wu Man. Following Nash out of the office, Yang Yang proceeded towards the gymnasium. Nash, perplexed, quickly called out, "Yang, are you still heading practice?" Yang Yang indeed intended to return for training, responding with a smile, "Yes. I would like to go back and shoot some hoops to further enhance my shooting percentage. However, there is something of greater importance. I have promised to participate in an interview with my fellow townsmen." Nash, pleased with his training attitude, approached him with a serious demeanor upon hearing about the interview, stating, "Yang, I want to convey this to you. You have just secured a new contract and entered the rotation. I do not wish for you to indulge in excessive media interviews, allowing their flattery to cloud your judgment. Maintain your humility and modesty, and you shall progress at a swifter pace. I have high hopes for you." This was sound advice, and Yang Yang, who also preferred to avoid excessive exposure, affirmed, "Thank you for the reminder, coach. I will keep my distance from them." Chapter 42. A new girlfriend upon returning to the gym. It was evident that only the staff remained to tidy up the venue. As Wu Man and her companions spotted Yang Yang re-entering the court, they hurried over, smiling. "Yang Yang, you arrived so quickly. Shall we sit down and chat?" Yang Yang was more than willing to sit down and converse with her. However, when it came to the prospect of an interview, he could not disregard Nash's teachings. With a courteous smile, he replied, "Miss Wu Man, I believe it may not be possible for me to accept your request for an interview. A casual chat, however, is certainly welcome, and the camera could be set aside." Wu Man felt a sense of helplessness, unsure if she had misspoken. She quickly smiled and clarified, "We are merely seeking a post-match interview and will not delve into personal matters, so please rest assured." Yang Yang smiled politely and said, "Miss Wu Man, I have not mentioned anything personal. My coach wishes for me to dedicate my entire focus to basketball and to minimize interviews, so I believe you can understand." The cameraman beside them set down his camera and remarked, "We merely wish to document your 3 years in the NBA, ideally with continuous footage for greater detail." Peng Liang, "Stop talking nonsense," Wu Man interjected hastily. Although Peng Liang wanted to continue, Yang Yang had already risen, smiling as he said, "I truly apologize. I have nothing of interest to film. I must train now, so please feel free." With that, he walked towards the court, where trainer Vaughn was already approaching. Peng Liang hoisted the camera, eager to film, but Wu Man quickly interrupted, "Peng Liang, do not film. That would be quite impolite." Yet he countered, "But hasn't Director Kai instructed us to capture more of his private life? This training is also valuable content." The mention of Director Kai Gowen's demands made Wu Man quite irate. 6 months prior, she had proposed creating a documentary about Yang Yang. But Director Kai had vehemently opposed it, belittling Yang Yang's presence in the NBA, suggesting it brought shame to the Eastern representation. He claimed that filming a documentary would not only go unnoticed, but would also invite disdain. Wu Man had argued passionately at the time, but her pleas had fallen on deaf ears, and the matter had been left unresolved. However, just last week, after Yang Yang had delivered 2 remarkable performances, Wu Man was prompted to pursue an interview. Immediately following that match, she received a call from Kai Gowen, instructing her to interview Yang Yang right away and approving her previous proposal for the documentary. Wu Man was not entirely satisfied. As a journalist, she understood that she should not suddenly seek to film Yang Yang after his rise to fame. If the focus was solely on his newfound notoriety, it would undermine her original intentions. Furthermore, Yang Yang had clearly expressed his desire to limit interviews, and pursuing him now would likely provoke his displeasure. Wu Man also wished to keep Yang Yang's mind undisturbed by media distractions. Thus, she resolved that the documentary could wait. Firm in her conviction, Wu Man replied, "Peng Liang, as sports journalists, especially those covering basketball, we should not merely fixate on Yang Yang's current statistics, but aspire to witness him achieve all-star caliber performance. Therefore, let us not interrupt his training for the time being. We shall wrap up for tonight. You may head back. I will stay behind." Peng Liang was bewildered by her decision to remain alone. He questioned her purpose, asserting that if filming was to occur, it was he who ought to be present. "Enough. Return home and rest. I will manage to get back on my own. No need to wait for me." Wu Man hurriedly gathered her belongings and handed them to Peng Liang before stepping aside, her gaze settling on Yang Yang on the court. Yang Yang was engaged in a discussion with Vaughn regarding tonight's defensive strategies. When the topic of the death grip arose, Vaughn demonstrated the defensive movements, one hand raised above and the other positioned below. He remarked that the death grip is most effective only when one possesses an advantage in wingspan. Given that your wingspan is not particularly remarkable, it is essential to balance your defensive efforts both high and low. Preventing his shots from above allows you to swat the ball away during a jump shot, while your lower defenses can obstruct his drives or directly intercept the ball, thereby achieving a truly comprehensive defensive stance. Yang wholeheartedly concurred with Vaughn's assertion, promptly demonstrating the movements with a continuous oscillation. Indeed, during defense, one's palms must perpetually respond, interfering with the opponent's ability to execute their shot, thereby denying them any opportunity to score. While Vaughn elucidated further, Yang's movements became increasingly refined. Perhaps owing to the system's enhancements, he executed each maneuver with greater swiftness than ever before. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had mastered an entire suite of defensive techniques. However, Yang understood that the true efficacy of these skills could only be gauged in the heat of competition. Thus, he diligently replayed these actions in his mind, yearning to apply them during practical training sessions. Yet the session was far from over. After several simulations, he proceeded to focus on lateral movements, engaging in specialized training for a full half-hour without respite, already drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lillard emerged in his training attire, commencing shooting drills under the guidance of his coach. Upon entering and observing Yang's vigorous exertion, Lillard immediately extended a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Yang naturally clasped his fists in response, embodying the essence of Eastern culture. However, as he continued to immerse himself in defensive training, he was approached by Lillard, who had exchanged a few words with a nearby trainer. "Hey, Yang, you outperformed us tonight," Lillard stated earnestly. "I would like to test your defense. How about training together this evening?" This unexpected proposition left Yang somewhat taken aback. The core player from Portland sought to train with him. Was he truly elevating his own self-worth? "Hey, Damien, I believe it would be best if we kept this training private. Just between us. It would be appropriate for outsiders to know. Of course, I am not an outsider. I am Yang's friend and can offer insights into your training." Wu Man interjected eagerly, seizing the opportunity with a smile. Lillard, well aware of their relationship, felt reassured by the absence of cameras and had no concerns about confidentiality. "Haha, Yang, with such a beautiful girlfriend by your side, it's no wonder you performed so brilliantly tonight. However, I think your girlfriend's suggestion is quite commendable. We should certainly give it a try," Lillard remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Yang nearly choked, perplexed at how she had suddenly transformed back into his girlfriend. "Haha, Damien, perhaps you have misunderstood. Well, let us seize the moment and commence. I shall time you." Wu Man hurriedly interjected, striding onto the court. "Yang, this is merely our private training session, devoid of any other implications. I hope you can give your utmost, and allow me to witness your relentless tenacity." Lillard then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In a one-on-one, I will not make it easy for you." With that said, Yang felt invigorated. After nearly triumphing over Durant in their last matchup, how could he possibly fear him tonight? Chapter 43. American Bullfighting Training Nearby. Vaughn was unfazed by the nature of the training, chuckling as he remarked, "Damian Lillard is indeed a league superstar, renowned for his scoring prowess. If you can train with him one-on-one, it will significantly enhance your defensive skills." "I share that sentiment," Yang replied earnestly. "Please, Mr. Vaughn, highlight my shortcomings. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Upon reaching the court, the coaches took their positions on either side, as if preparing for an official match, necessitating their guidance. Wu Man merely timed the session, refraining from capturing it on her phone, yet her role in the forthcoming proceedings was crucial. Lillard dribbled the ball, stating, "According to American bullfighting rules, you may only dribble 3 times. 11 points. I expect you to bolster your defense. 3 dribbles may prove challenging for you, but I respect your choice. Let be 3. Yang gestured, then positioned himself defensively at the 3-point line. Lillard stood beyond the arc, within his shooting range. Noticing Yang merely guarding the 3-point line, Lillard wasted no time, effortlessly launching a 3-pointer. The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net, leaving Yang momentarily stunned, unprepared for such a swift release. Lillard, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze on Yang, conveying through his eyes that such a defense was utterly ineffective. 3 points, the shot is in, beautifully executed, Wu Man exclaimed passionately, raising her hands in excitement. Yang nodded slightly, turned around to retrieve the ball, and instead of passing it directly, approached Lillard, handing the ball to him with great care. He then squatted slightly, adopting a defensive stance known as the death grip. One hand was raised while the other was lowered, denying Lillard any space for a jump shot. Lillard, gripping the ball with both hands, bent forward and began to maneuver down the court. Yang letztlich backward, bracing himself for an unexpected assault. In that instant, Lillard launched a sudden offensive, bending down in slow motion to gently create space before explosively surging forward, charging directly from the lower right. Yang had anticipated the possibility of sudden assault, thus he deftly positioned himself, bracing for any imminent move. In an instant, Lillard sidestepped his defender, and with a swift second step, he bent his knees and leapt into action. Suddenly, a shadow darted into his peripheral vision, and a large hand loomed over him. His shot was disrupted, prompting Lillard to elevate his release point. The ball was launched, yet he was acutely aware that this was not his rhythm. He had not expected Yang's defensive speed to be so formidable. No one could match his pace after being outmaneuvered. Indeed, Yang's defense was suffocating. The shot missed, and the offensive attempt proved futile. Wu Man's voice echoed once more, but this time devoid of excitement, embodying a serious demeanor. Lillard responded with satisfaction, praising the impressive defense, acknowledging his own oversight, and inviting Yang to take his turn on offense. "No, I only wish to practice defense with you," Yang retorted, retrieving the ball and placing it back into Lillard's hands. "You seek to witness my defensive prowess, so if you fail to score 11 points within 3 minutes, you shall be the loser." With that, he assumed a stance of relentless defense. Lillard, however, refused to grant him any opportunity, bending once more to prepare for a drive down the lane. Yang understood that he would not employ the same maneuver twice in succession, as it was highly probable he would veer in the opposite direction. Indeed, after Lillard created a slight opening through a collision, he decisively penetrated inward from the left. With a swift first step followed by another, Yang refrained from rushing his shot, mindful that he had only 3 dribbles, with the urgency to shoot arising only on the final attempt. As he awaited Lillard's 3rd dribble, he observed Lillard pivot suddenly, leaning against him. Yang sensed a shift in the situation, slowing his pace and fixating his gaze on the basketball held by Lillard. As Lillard executed a swift turn, Yang decisively closed the distance, extending one arm while lowering the other, poised to provide a springboard for a jump. As Lillard initiated the move, raising the ball above his head, Yang refrained from leaping, aware that this was merely a feint. In an instant, Lillard leaned back, forcefully arching his body to release the shot. Yang's hand remained elevated as he reached out just as Lillard leaned back. His height advantage, towering over Lillard by half a head, allowed his fingertips to graze the basketball, effectively disrupting the offensive play. A commendable defense indeed. Lillard's trainer couldn't help but applaud in approval. Indeed, such defense was nothing short of flawless, and to describe it as a death grip would not be an exaggeration. Wu Man quickly responded from near the midline. Vaughn, witnessing the play, was equally impressed by the execution of the previously discussed techniques. The ability to apply such skills so swiftly in a real match, particularly in a one-on-one scenario, was truly extraordinary. Yang seized the ball and passed it to Lillard, firmly stating, "Come on, time is of the essence." Without hesitation, Lillard, with the ball in hand, leaned against Yang and drove to the right. Yang's defense remained steadfast, his elevated hands consistently disrupting Lillard's attempts to shoot. Just when Yang anticipated a continued assault driven by speed, Lillard unexpectedly created space with a sudden step back. Upon realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yang lunged forward once more, yet by the time he did, Lillard had already leaped and released the ball. His own attempt to intervene proved futile. The shot sailed through the air with effortless precision, securing 3 points for the team. With only a minute and a half remaining, Wu Man raised her hand and shouted fervently. Yang could only silently commend the offensive maneuver. Nowadays, every guard in the league employs the retreat step for shooting, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. As the defense intensified, physical contact was heightened. He pressed forward, only to witness his opponent abandon the retreat step, prompting Yang to decisively charge in. Just when he anticipated a shot, it turned out to be a deceptive fake. Suddenly, his opponent lunged forward, utilizing merely 2 dribbles before releasing a mid-range shot that found its mark. Wu Man exclaimed with satisfaction, "It's in. 7 points. Keep it up. Your defense is commendable." Lillard, with the ball in hand and his back to Yang, uttered a few words before executing a half-turn and driving inward. As the defense closed in, he spun to the left, releasing the ball before performing another retreat step. With ample space, Lillard unleashed a shot without hesitation, scoring again. 9 points now. With just 40 seconds remaining, Wu Man reported, tinged with anxiety. Yang found himself outmaneuvered twice in succession. It cannot be deemed that his defense was particularly lacking, but rather that Lillard's offensive prowess was simply formidable. As the final shot approached, one might wonder if he could withstand the onslaught. Lillard positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, ball in hand, while Yang advanced to apply close, personal defense. "I am confident I can disrupt your shot," he asserted boldly. He then resumed his tenacious, suffocating defense. However, the intensity of this defensive pressure appeared less constrictive than it had throughout the game, allowing the attacker a modicum of space and a broader array of choices. He now had to brace himself against yet another potential step back, rendering him hesitant to loosen his footwork. In an instant, Lillard executed a pivot and, suddenly, with a swift move to the right, he surged forward, penetrating the defense. Yang's defense was almost glued to his footsteps as Lillard accelerated with his second step. Suddenly, Lillard executed a step back, and Yang's defense was commendably positioned. However, with his third step, Lillard spun around and retreated with the ball, creating ample space to take a shot. His offensive footwork was exquisite. Indeed, he is the core of the Trailblazers, and the moniker of a cold-blooded assassin is not without merit. Chapter 44. I have always supported you. The ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 11 with just 10 seconds remaining. Wu Man halted time, raising his hand and shouting for attention. After several defensive plays, Yang was already showing signs of fatigue. The intensity of his defense was considerable, yet he only managed to contest 2 of Lillard's direct offensive attempts. He was unable to keep pace with his subsequent stepbacks. An impressive move, indeed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lillard approached with the ball, saying, "Your defense has posed quite a challenge for me, especially in tonight's game. Yet, after this battle, I feel considerably relieved. We did not lose unjustly, for I truly encountered an exceptional defender." Was he comforting himself? Losing tonight did not equate to Lillard's personal defeat. Basketball is a team endeavor. While sometimes one individual can salvage a game, it is impossible to consistently embody the role of a superhero. Thus, Lillard's words made Yang acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Out of courtesy, Yang complimented, "Damian, you have shown me what an offensive kaleidoscope truly is. I am genuinely astonished." Haha, the real offensive kaleidoscope did not take the court tonight. However, your defense is truly commendable, and I look forward to our next encounter. Lillard replied, before heading towards his trainer. The two exchanged a few words before returning to the court for shooting practice. "How does it feel to experience the indifference of a cold-blooded assassin?" Vaughn asked, crossing his arms as he approached. Yang watched Lillard's dedicated shooting and couldn't help but exclaim, "I am truly astonished." It seems that during his last one-on-one with Durant, he did not exert his full strength. Rather, he was motivating me. Haha, Vaughn chuckled heartily and replied, "Yang, to triumph over your adversary in a bullfight, one must possess not only formidable defense, but also superior offense. Durant's offensive prowess is undoubtedly more challenging to counter than Damian's. Come on, let us keep training." "Oh no, no, I must interject," Wu Man exclaimed as she hurried over. "Mr. Vaughn, I understand your desire for improvement, but Yang's foot injury has not yet fully healed. What he needs now is rest." Yang indeed pondered upon this point. The thick bandages on his feet rendered him oblivious to any pain, making him unaware of his injury. He chuckled, remarking, "I don't even feel it myself, and yet you claim to understand me better? It is not that you are insensible. Rather, your immersion in the game is so profound. You must contend with your injury, for this contract holds immense significance for you. However, I must insist that you require rest. If possible, it would be best to refrain from participating in the next match." As a reporter closely following the Nets, Wu Man naturally pays keen attention to these matters. Yet, it is important to note that Wu Man, while an overseas correspondent, does not hold the status of an official team reporter. Thus, there are many details she cannot inquire about, and the team is unlikely to provide her with direct explanations. The team physician has already submitted a report to the coaching staff, which Vaughn has reviewed. Although it is a mild concussion, the physician's recommendation is unequivocal. Rest is essential. It was only upon Yang's fervent insistence that the coaching staff acquiesced. The match has concluded, marking a time for the players to recuperate. Vaughn did not dismiss Wu Man's assertion. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Miss Wu is correct. Your concussion indeed necessitates rest. Very well, we shall conclude for the evening. You are free to engage in your own activities." "A concussion?" Yang spread his hands in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Vaughn. But before any further explanation could be offered, Vaughn had already departed. Yang was at a loss, and Wu Man quickly smiled. Yang, you haven't had a late-night snack yet, have you? Come, it's on me. Another late-night snack? Yang adheres to his own principles and refrains from indulging in outside food, particularly late-night snacks, as they may lead to weight gain, which is absolutely to be avoided. Just as he was about to elaborate, Wu Man interjected with a laugh. Oh, there's no need to be anxious. I'm treating you to a meal that is not calorie-laden. A steak, a late-night delicacy that can enhance your strength. Let's not forget, I was once a basketball player myself. Yang could not comprehend her true intentions. Any further approach at this moment would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings. Hurry up. I shall await you at the entrance. You go take a shower first. Wu Man refrained from saying more and proceeded directly towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Yang had no opportunity to speak, leaving him no choice but to return and take a shower. Due to the consecutive away games, apart from the back-to-back match tonight, they would enjoy a day of respite tomorrow before facing another game the day after. Furthermore, with tonight's victory, the players swiftly departed after the match, as they each had their own nightlife to attend to. Yang does not indulge in much of a nightlife, which is attributed to his personal habits. He is not particularly adept at venturing out in the evening. However, it was difficult for him to decline Wu Man's invitation. 15 minutes later, he emerged clad in his training attire. Wu Man, dressed rather simply, nonetheless stood out due to her statuesque figure. Upon meeting, they promptly hailed a cab to a restaurant near the hotel, where Wu Man had made a reservation in advance. Upon their arrival, the dishes were served immediately. Yang was not one to hold back, smiling as he remarked, Miss Wu Man, you are treating me to steak. I presume it is related to the interview? Wu Man furrowed her brow and replied with a laugh, Ah, I wish a sumptuous steak could persuade you to comply. However, I am not in a hurry. I do not wish for you to think I am merely seeking to ride the wave of popularity. This took Yang by surprise, as there were only a handful of media outlets in the country that focused on the NBA. What else could they possibly do if not capitalize on the trend? I invite you to dine on steak not for fleeting fame, but to gain a deeper understanding of you, Wu Man asserted. Currently, you're the only Eastern player making waves in the NBA. My interest in you did not begin recently. I have followed your journey since I commenced my work here. With that, Wu Man retrieved a newspaper from her bag and handed it to him. The photograph that Yang beheld was from a year prior, depicting his time in the Development League. This period represented one of his most disheartening experiences. With no games to play, he was compelled to seek opportunities within the Development League. Even so, he found little in the way of substantial chances. Occasional flashes of brilliance in 1 or 2 games were merely fleeting moments. Confronted with the scorn of domestic fans and the relentless critiques from the media, Yang often contemplated giving up. Wu Man inhaled deeply and remarked, I understand that you arrived with a certain prestige, and playing in the Development League can be quite demoralizing. That is why I publicly supported you in the media at that time. You may not have been aware that it was me, nor did I expect anything from you. I share this to convey that I have always been in your corner. The greatest honor for a player is to know that, regardless of where they go, there are fans who stand by them. Yang was acutely aware that, aside from his family, there were very few true supporters among the fans. The person before him, Wu Man, might indeed be the first. Haha, I appreciate your support. Yang chuckled. In truth, I do not mind your interview. I simply wish to avoid excessive exposure in the media, as it may provoke aversion. This is also why I sought you out. I believe you should focus your attention on the matches. Excessive interviews will only cloud your mind. Wu Man affirmed. But you're a journalist, aren't you? Journalists thrive on seeking the latest news. Chapter 45. Data Analysis. Wu Man found it rather astonishing. As a journalist, he was expected to conduct interviews as directed by his superiors. However, in the presence of Yang, it felt unnatural to cling to such notions, rendering his work a struggle. Nevertheless, Wu Man was reluctant to compromise his professional principles. Even if Yang was currently performing well, he could not prioritize sensationalism over integrity. Haha, while I am indeed a journalist now, I was once a player myself and understand the priorities of athletes. Rest assured, I will approach my responsibilities from the perspective of a player, Wu Man assured confidently. Yang decided such a response, offering a slight nod to encourage her to continue eating. By the way, could you share your future plans with me? Wu Man inquired between bites. This caught Yang off guard. After all, they were merely ordinary friends, and such probing seemed unnecessary. Wu Man, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly clarified, Oh, I did not intend to pry. I merely thought you should have your own plan, especially considering your impending transition into the rotation. From my observations, you will soon secure a starting position. In the Nets, your ascent to the starting lineup will rely not on your offense, but rather on your defense. Yang Yang found the statement rather intriguing. As a journalist with an understanding of basketball, she, as an observer, might indeed offer some valuable insights. Huh. I would love to hear your esteemed opinions. Yang Yang continued with a smile. Wu Man promptly retrieved a small notebook, opening it and presenting it directly to Yang Yang. Yang Yang gazed at the dense array of data meticulously recorded before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it comprised tactical statistics and analyses. This revelation astounded him. For a journalist to document such intricate figures with clarity was indeed remarkable. With the information she had gathered, she could seamlessly transition into a role as a data analyst within the team. Observing Yang Yang's silence, Wu Man continued, based on the data from the recent matches. Your grasp of the game's tempo is exceptional. Your scoring, offensive contributions, and assists rank prominently. However, you are undoubtedly aware that achieving these statistics is not solely a testament to your efforts. The most pressing issue is the lack of available players. Harden is sidelined with an injury and will require at least another week for recovery. Durant's minutes are limited, making his presence on the court during critical moments unlikely. The sole core player at this juncture is Irving, who requires a substantial share of the ball, averaging 25. 5 points per game, he needs nearly 18. 4 attempts. Coupled with the shot attempts of other players, you're left with only 4 to 5 opportunities per game to make a significant scoring impact, which is currently challenging. Thus, your focus must shift to defense, which is the only way to solidify your position within the rotation given the current circumstances. Moreover, Nash has designated your role as that of a 3D player. In other words, following the assembly of the big three, they do not require your scoring. They simply need you to defend and occasionally sink some open three-pointers. If your role is confined to that of a 3D player, it is neither fair nor suitable for you, and it will inevitably limit your future development. Your aspirations upon entering the NBA were far greater than merely being a 3D player. You aim to be an outstanding wing player, or at the very least, the second option for the team. Yang Yang wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. The team's current self-identification as a 3D player was largely a consequence of Harden's injury and Durant's minute restrictions, which had stifled any opportunities for individual expression. Additionally, with the support of the system, the offensive potential being developed could very well position him as a scoring focal point, thus preventing him from being entirely overshadowed by the big three. This contemplation had been on Yang Yang's mind for some time. However, he found himself unable to reach a high standard and, lacking a solid foundation, could only focus on defense for the moment. Now that the system had progressed to the second phase of its tasks, it was time to contemplate the next steps in his game. Of course, with his agent no longer in the picture, discussing strategies with the team was nearly impossible. However, with Wu Man's guidance, he could certainly consider her insights. He smiled and remarked, "It seems your understanding of basketball is indeed profound. Pray tell, what changes do you foresee for me within the team moving forward?" "Developing your offensive talents," Wu Man replied earnestly, her demeanor reflecting the seriousness of the conversation. Yang Yang has devised a strategy for offense. Indeed, the second phase necessitates a more potent attack. However, the reality is far more complex. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Your analysis earlier has made it quite challenging for me to exhibit offensive prowess. Now, you expect me to launch an assault? Is this not contradictory?" Wu Man decisively shook her head and replied, "No, not at all. The talent for offense requires you to seize opportunities. As I mentioned, among the 3 key players, only Irving is currently able to perform at his best. Firstly, this does not conflict with your position, and secondly, the offensive tactics will provide you with ample opportunities." Yang Yang still could not believe that she could comprehend the tactical nuances. She truly was an exceptional girl. Wu Man continued, stating that the Nets, in the absence of their 3 superstars on the court simultaneously, could not yet be considered a formidable team. The strength on paper would not allow any opponent to underestimate them. Thus, tactically, every team would prioritize the protection of their core players. Kyrie Irving's strength lies in his offensive prowess, particularly his ability to penetrate defenses. Consequently, defensive strategies would focus on constricting him, which in turn would amplify the space available on the perimeter. Currently, your 3-point shooting percentage stands at 35, and tonight it is nearing 45. This is an astonishing statistic, prompting Nash to entrust you with numerous 3-point opportunities. As long as you capitalize on these open shots, your scoring will naturally ascend, ensuring the rotation remains intact without issue. In tightly contested games, if Irving's penetration is stifled and he cannot create openings, you become the optimal choice. The fourth quarter tonight serves as a prime illustration. Wu Man had been observing these past few games from the sidelines and was immensely impressed by Yang Yang's offensive displays, particularly in the fourth quarter tonight. When her firepower was unleashed, it was as if no one could stand in her way. Given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly shine like a star. Thus, this evening, he decided to invite her out for steak, expressing everything he had witnessed. Yang Yang thoroughly agrees with Wu Man's analysis. Yet the offensive end remains a matter of seizing opportunities. He is perplexed as to why Irving was not allowed to play in the fourth quarter tonight. Had he been on the court, it would have been implausible for one individual to bear the weight of the game alone. Nevertheless, in that crucial fourth quarter, Yang Yang became convinced that he could uphold the offensive banner for the team. In the upcoming match against Fat Tiger, he must undoubtedly showcase his full offensive prowess. Should he lead his team to victory, his individual capabilities would ascend to a new level. The possibility of stepping into the starting lineup is not entirely out of reach. What do you think? Am I making sense? Wu Man, noticing Yang Yang deep in thought, quickly approached and asked earnestly. Yang Yang looked up and noticed her serious expression, which made the girl suddenly appear extraordinarily beautiful. Chapter 46. Scoring over 30. Wu Man did not dwell on Yang Yang's gaze. The conversation about basketball had already made her forget their respective identities. Despite the misunderstandings surrounding their relationship, what did it matter? Wu Man was still single, and Yang Yang had no girlfriend either. They were of similar age and shared a mutual passion for basketball. If a romance were to blossom between them, would it not be a perfect match, a union of talent and beauty? However, at that moment, Wu Man was not contemplating such matters. She was solely focused on discussing basketball. Yang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The girl's gaze was resolute, brimming with a passion for basketball that was truly commendable. Setting down his knife and fork, he nodded slightly and remarked, "Your analysis is spot on. They indeed treat me as a 3D player. On the offensive end, I possess the confidence to excel, yet the opportunities have been scarce. My current strategy is to establish my presence through defense and, subsequently, to make a mark with my offense." Wu Man immediately gave a thumbs up, affirming an excellent plan. "But I must inform you that opportunities are limited and time is of the essence. You must showcase your offensive prowess before Harden's return. Defense is a constant in every possession, whereas offense does not guarantee scoring on every play. According to my sources, Nash will rest Durant in the next game, leaving only Irving to take the court. Therefore, this match is your chance. If you can fully unleash your offensive talent and secure over 30 points. Well, Yang, do you know what will transpire post-game?" Wu Man's tone suddenly took on a mischievous edge. Yang Yang had not yet contemplated scoring over 30 points in the next game. At most, his focus lay on aiding his team to victory. Wu Man's remarks resonated with him. Without Durant in the lineup, the competition on the front line had significantly diminished. Particularly when confronted with the defensive prowess of Williams and Ingram, he recognized that only he could rise to the challenge. If Nash aspired to secure a fourth consecutive win, it was imperative to prioritize defense against these two players. His playing time would undoubtedly be ample, thereby amplifying opportunities on the offensive end. If he could execute even half of the offensive strategies provided by the system, it would already yield remarkable scoring. Achieving 30 points in a single game seemed almost within reach. Reflecting on this, Yang Yang cast another glance at Wu Man, who nodded eagerly in anticipation. Yang Yang glanced at the table, noticing the absence of wine. Resolutely, he picked up a teacup and filled it generously, raising it as he declared, "Haha, I am truly grateful to you, Wu Man. It is indeed my fortune to encounter you here. Come, let me toast to you with tea in lieu of wine." At this moment, Wu Man finally exhaled in relief. She raised her teacup, gently clinking it against his, and replied with a smile, "Who could forget you? Our most formidable star? Supporting you here is also my good fortune. Now, let's toast to your swift ascent to the ranks of NBA greatness." With their cups clinking together, they transformed into confidants who could discuss anything. Setting down his teacup, Yang Yang inquired further, after leaving basketball, "Did you pursue further studies in the sport?" Wu Man responded with a smile, "Of course, I dedicated 2 years to a basketball business academy, immersing myself in the vast data surrounding the game. I also acquired various basketball knowledge and even coached in my high school alma mater for a year. However, I aspired to learn in the highest temple of basketball in the world. Thus, I applied for this position, allowing me to engage with even more exceptional athletes." Yang Yang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. One might not realize until inquiring, and the revelation can be quite astonishing. It is indeed a remarkable feat for a young girl to possess such a profound passion for basketball and to maintain her dedication to the sport. Yang Yang inquiret furter. "Then why didn't you pursue a professional career back then?" Wu Man shrugged, a hint of regret in her voice as she replied. I yearn to overcome every obstacle for basketball, just as you have. I attempted to conquer my injuries, but alas. The doctors informed me that my condition precluded a career in professional basketball. Even if I persevered, excelling as a player would remain unattainable. I felt a profound sense of frustration, and after much internal struggle, I ultimately chose to compromise. Rather than squander my youth clinging to unrealistic aspirations, I decided it was wiser to continue engaging in basketball-related pursuits. Thus, the choices I made were a result of my open-mindedness, though primarily rooted in self-assurance. Reflecting on this, I do not perceive the past as overly burdensome, as it belongs to a bygone era. The essence of life lies in looking forward and crafting plans for the future. Therefore, the primary reason I sought you out is to offer my insights. Wu Man hastily continued, as an observer. I possess a certain understanding of the NBA and can provide you with valuable advice. This statement held merit. Few have the ability to self-advise. Wu Man's counsel was indeed pivotal, essential for Yang to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, she articulated, scoring 30 points is feasible domestically, yet in the NBA, it poses a challenge. Wu Man disagreed with this assertion, interjecting, if Durant were present, that would certainly not be the case. In the upcoming match, without Durant, Irving cannot single-handedly contend with the entire Pelicans team. As long as you focus on your offense, scoring 30 is absolutely within reach. Hold on to your confidence. I trust my judgment implicitly. Wu Man's encouragement instilled a sense of affirmation in Yang. However, he was aware that one cannot rely on plans alone. Circumstances can shift unexpectedly. What if the god of basketball were to return? Yang, remember that your offensive performance tonight already reflects all-star caliber. As long as you maintain your form, you will undoubtedly excel. Wu Man reassured him, adding, let us do this. Once we arrive in New Orleans tomorrow, I will accompany you for training. Yang furrowed his brows, pondering Wu Man's intentions. Could it be that she is willing to train alongside him? Isn't that rather unexpected? What he truly needs now is a friend who can offer him valuable insights, and I, having been trained at a prestigious basketball academy, possess the skills to assist him. Let us set our sights on the upcoming game with a target of scoring over 30 points, Wu Man declared with confidence. Yang does not believe that her abilities are in question. Rather, it is the presence of the team's own trainer that renders her participation inappropriate. Oh, by the way, I will be joining as a journalist. During the team's training sessions, I shall remain silent. However, in personal training, I can fully participate, as my objective is to assist you in making a name for yourself, establishing a foothold in the NBA, and bringing glory to our Eastern community. Wu Man raised her glass in a toast and downed her drink. The notion of bringing honor to the Eastern people is an appeal that Yang could not refuse. All right, let's set a goal of scoring 30 or more points. In the next game, I shall strive to achieve this. Yang could only raise his glass in response. This evening, Wu Man was happier than ever. Not only had she become a good friend of Yang, but she also gained entry into his basketball world, laying a solid foundation for filming her special documentary on him. After discussing various basketball topics, they joyfully parted ways. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 1 a.m. For NBA players, this is not considered too late, but for Yang, it was sufficiently late, prompting him to return to his room to rest without engaging in any other activities. Chapter 47. Not participating in the internal scrimmage at 9 o'clock the next morning. The players gathered for breakfast. At this time, Nash would analyze the opponents, preparing for the upcoming game. For a full hour and a half, he highlighted the Pelicans' tactics and player offensive strategies. It was not until 10:30 that the pre-game analysis concluded. The players then boarded the bus, heading towards the high-speed train station, preparing for their journey to New Orleans. The game is scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock the following evening, allowing ample time for the players to rest. After a 5-hour-long journey, upon arriving at the hotel in New Orleans, the players began to take their much-needed rest. Yang, weary from treffle, retreated to his room for a brief slumber. As darkness descended, Nash once again gathered the players for dinner, followed by a training session. The training during away games primarily focused on tactics, while strength training was conducted at the hotel. After finishing their meal, the players gradually arrived at the arena by 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang rushed over after finishing his meal, having already completed a round of three-pointers. With Vaughn's assistance, he further intensified his defensive training. Nash, observing that Yang was drenched in sweat, expressed his satisfaction, recognizing that to excel in the game, one must invest considerable effort. After the warm-up, Nash commenced assembling the players for scrimmage training, which emulated the formality of an actual match, arranging various lineups and strategies for competition. The starting players were led by Nash, while the second unit was guided by the first assistant coach, D'Antoni. The inter-team scrimmage was a closed practice, allowing only staff members, with no outsiders present. Yang was placed in the second unit. The first unit was led by Irving, while Durant and Harden were absent. However, following the medical team's recommendation, Nash decided against allowing Yang to participate in the scrimmage. This led Yang to believe that Nash would exclude him from the upcoming game, prompting him to address the concussion matter with Nash. Nash was forthright, instructing him to undergo another concussion evaluation. This left Yang speechless. If the medical staff suggested rest again, would it not jeopardize his plans? The arrangement made just the previous night could not be discarded at the whim of a medical professional, especially since they were in New Orleans, not Brooklyn, where the home team's doctors might advocate for rest. Yang, this is the coaching staff directive. I hope you understand, Vaughn stated sternly. While one should heed the coach's wishes, it had been several days since the concussion. What could possibly remain? Yang felt helpless. Vaughn, not wanting to see any dissent from Yang, promptly patted his shoulder, signaling him to follow the staff. Yang, we have arranged for you to go to the hospital. You can accompany us now, Sean from the staff said as he approached. With no recourse, Yang acquiesced to the team's arrangement. Compliance was mandatory for all. The head physician, Smith, was waiting in the car, currently engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wu Man about Yang. Upon seeing Yang emerge, Wu Man broke into a cold sweat. It was the time for the team's scrimmage, and Yang's sudden appearance before the physician raised concerns about an injury. Hey Yang, what is going on? Wu Man huaritli aphoachet. Recognizing her heightened anxiety, Yang quickly reassured her, don't worry. The coach just wants me to undergo a concussion check. It's related to the previous incident. Is it still affecting you? Not at all. But the coach insists on another evaluation, Yang replied, spreading his hands to console her. You know, in professional sports, ensuring players' safety is also the team's responsibility. Indeed. Miss Wu, Smith interjected as he exited the car. I understand your concern for Yang, but our team is committed to the well-being of every player. Moreover, Yang is currently our most prominent player. We certainly do not wish for him to be hindered by injury. I sense something is amiss. If it requires another evaluation after so many days, Nash likely won't allow you to play in the next game. Wu Man was beset by a profound sense of foreboding, convinced that something was amiss. Mr. Smith, may I accompany you? She inquired hastily. Mr. Smith had no reason to decline, as there was ample space in the vehicle. Very well, let's not dawdle. He gestured promptly. Once inside the car, Wu Man appeared more anxious than anyone else. She could not afford to miss any news regarding the Nets, especially concerning Yang. Mr. Smith, as the head physician, you must be well aware that a mild concussion, after a 24-hour observation without complications, should not impact subsequent games. Why, then, is a re-examination necessary at this juncture? Wu Man asked with the earnestness befitting a journalist. Smith, too, found the situation peculiar. He had personally conducted the initial assessment. It was indeed a mild concussion, and although he recommended against participation, from a medical standpoint, it was permissible for the player to take the court if he insisted. Upon receiving notification from the coaching staff that evening, he had informed them that Yang's condition was stable and he was cleared to play in tomorrow's game. Nevertheless, the coaching team had insisted on a further evaluation, which Smith could not refuse. When pressed on the matter, he answered truthfully. Haha, Miss Wu, I must say, I did not expect a journalist to possess such knowledge, Smith chuckled. Wu Man promptly presented a photograph of her credentials in sports medicine and remarked, before becoming a basketball reporter, I studied sports injuries, hence my familiarity with these issues. I must ask, is there any discontent brewing within the team? She spoke with great caution, acutely aware that her role as a journalist rendered such inquiries delicate. Yang noticed no unusual activity within the team. Everything appeared to be in order, save for Durant's absence from practice due to his rest. Smith, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but maintained his politeness as he replied, Ms. Wu, this is a matter concerning the team. Although I serve as the team doctor, I would prefer to avoid any rumors surrounding the organization. I believe it is imperative that you report the facts accurately. Of course, I would never indulge in gossip about any team. Nonetheless, Yang's recent actions are quite perplexing. Wu Man asserted confidently, if this results in Yang being unable to participate in tomorrow's match, I would be utterly astonished. Smith nodded in response. Rest assured, this is merely a precaution taken for the player's safety. Do not overthink it. I sincerely hope I am merely being overly cautious. Wu Man remarked as she cast a glance towards Yang. Yang also sensed that something was amiss, yet he remained oblivious to the origin of the matter. Let us first examine the results of the re-examination. I am confident that I can participate, Wu Man hastily reassured Yang. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the hospital, and, accompanied by Smith, the re-examination was promptly conducted. The report from the hospital indicated that the effects of the concussion had subsided, permitting him to engage in any sport. However, it also suggested that if circumstances allowed, he could continue to rest. Upon seeing the results, Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I can assure you, Mr. Smith, that there are no lingering effects. Look, I am ready to compete in tomorrow's match. I guarantee that I will perform at my utmost, scoring over 30 points to aid the team in achieving a fourth consecutive victory. Chapter 48. The emergency meeting of the coaching staff. Smith believed in his capabilities. Yet the team's performance held no bearing on him. As long as they remained unscathed, that was sufficient. Well, we can return now, Smith remarked with a smile. I will personally deliver this report to Steve. Whether or not he competes will ultimately depend on his decision. The revitalized Yang was abruptly doused with cold water, realizing that there was indeed something amiss. Upon returning to the training facility, the internal scrimmage had concluded, and the round trip had consumed over an hour. Reporters had already begun to appear within the venue, while not all players had departed. Mills and a few others were still engaged in targeted training with the assistance of the assistant coach. Notably, several reporters were positioned before Harden, cameras in tow. Early in the morning, Yang observed Harden donning his training attire at the court. Although he did not partake in the scrimmage, he had commenced individual training. This aligns with Wu Man's analysis, suggesting that Harden could return from injury within the forthcoming week. Thus, tomorrow's match holds particular significance for Yang. I shall interview Nash to inquire about your participation in tomorrow's game. Trust in your training, Wu Man remarked, before proceeding with Peng Liang towards Nash. Yang gave it little thought before approaching Vaughn and recounting the details of the report. Vaughn pondered for a moment and ultimately signaled for the training to commence. It was still only 10 o'clock in the evening, a prime time for practice. Yang donned his training attire and commenced his shooting practice. As the system's tasks had progressed to the second phase with no specific objectives at hand, he could only reinforce his previous endeavors. After a grueling session of 500 three-point attempts, his accuracy reached an astonishing 45. Vaughn, witnessing such an impressive shooting percentage, was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Nash had completed his post-game interview, but refrained from directly addressing Wu Man's inquiries. Casting another glance at Yang, who was diligently training, he hurried back to the hotel, somewhat troubled. In the hotel room, D'Antoni had been waiting for some time. Nash and Vaughn arrived in succession, and the coaching staff was now fully assembled. Armed with the reassessment report from Smith, Nash stated solemnly that Yang's injury had been evaluated, and he was clear to play. D'Antoni, arms crossed, inquired, Steve, how do you plan to handle this? This meeting, urgently convened by Nash, was attended solely by the coaching staff, with General Manager Marks absent. As head coach, Nash deemed it essential to set aside the GM's influence over tactics and game strategies. Vaughn was still trying to comprehend the necessity of this emergency meeting. Taking a deep breath, Nash began, I would like to clarify that the purpose of gathering everyone here is to discuss a matter of great importance. Following our game against the Trail Blazers, Kyrie Irving sent me a message. He made it abundantly clear that he does not wish to be benched in the fourth quarter. Even after I explained my rationale, it seems my words fell on deaf ears. D'Antoni had received a similar message and articulated Nash's intentions, yet Irving remained unconvinced. Kyrie's stance was direct. He insisted on being on the court in the fourth quarter to lead the team to victory. This outcome indicated a significant issue. Kyrie was dissatisfied with being sidelined in the final quarter, and even more so with the coach's utilization of Yang. Thus, this meeting was indeed crucial. Upon learning of Kyrie's sentiments, Vaughn was the first to voice his dissent, stating, of course, we would never bench an all-star player. But this is merely a regular season game. The coach must experiment with new lineups in preparation for the upcoming playoffs. Indeed, we must refine our combinations to address the playoffs. However, Kyrie does not seem to agree with our strategy. Hence, I seek everyone's opinions, Nash said, pulling out a notepad and earnestly taking notes. Though Nash was the head coach, this was his inaugural season leading the team, and he had much to learn in terms of experience. Meetings and note-taking were essential facets of his development in the coaching role. D'Antoni, an experienced coach, possessed his own methods for managing player issues. He affirmed that Kyrie, as a core player, should naturally step up to lead the team in the absence of Kevin and Harden. While his thoughts were not misguided, his approach was somewhat impassioned. I believe we must secure the victory, while integrating the new lineup. Therefore, Steve, Kyrie should remain on the court in the fourth quarter. Nash meticulously recorded D'Antoni's insights before turning his gaze towards the other assistant coaches. David Vanderpool confidently asserted that integrating a new lineup for the playoffs posed no issues. However, in less significant games, it would be prudent to grant Irving some rest to circumvent potential grievances. Indeed, this was a commendable strategy. Brian Keefe concurred, suggesting that if complaints from Irving were to be avoided, it would be wise to selectively allow him to sit out certain matches while also relinquishing some less critical contests. Nash had already contemplated this approach, desiring to harness the full capabilities of the coaching staff rather than monopolizing the decision-making process. After a moment of silence, everyone awaited a definitive response from Nash. After noting all the opinions, he inquired about the player Young, asking how they should approach and utilize him in the upcoming games. D'Antoni was the first to dismiss the notion, stating that a short-term contract player merely served a temporary need for the team. Once Harden returned, their roster would become significantly stronger, prioritizing offense over defense. He did not believe that Young had contributed positively to the team. Vaughn, embodying the Spurs' coaching philosophy, upheld Popovich's team-oriented tactics, particularly emphasizing the need for a defensive cornerstone, which he believed Young could fulfill. D'Antoni chuckled, remarking, "I understand, Mr. Vaughn, that you value his defense. But we must recognize that our team possesses 3 sharp blades, each capable of inflicting damage. Wouldn't channeling energy into defense squander our offensive talent?" Vaughn firmly countered Mr. D'Antoni. "Let us not forget the 2014 finals between the Spurs and the Heat. Without Kawhi's defense against LeBron, the Spurs would not have claimed that championship. Are you suggesting that Young is the Nets' Kawhi?" D'Antoni clearly underestimated Yang's potential. Vaughn shook his head, asserting, while Young may not possess exceptional physical gifts, his training ethic and the proactive defense he has exhibited in recent games lead me to believe he could become a defensive asset for the team in the future. Of course, we can forego his offensive contributions, but a team without players willing to tackle the gritty work. Should we really expect Durant to guard the opposing star? Let us not forget the defensive stalwart Thabo Sefolosha during his time with the Thunder or Andre Iguodala with the Warriors. Who do the Nets have now? Nash was pleased with Vaughn's suggestion, intentionally seeking to mold Young into the Nets' version of Iguodala. D'Antoni, still smiling and raising his hands, remarked, In this small ball era, we possess an abundance of offensive talent. It is merely that our defense has been overshadowed by our offensive prowess. Let us not overlook Mills and the young Claxton." The coaching philosophies of the two individuals diverge, naturally resulting in differing outcomes. Vaughn, fully aware of D'Antoni's coaching principles, refrains from further discussion and entrusts the matter to Nash, who responds with an approving nod. Chapter 49. The most potent firepower of the team's offense and defense remain paramount considerations for Nash. Presently, the offensive capabilities of the team can be described as magnificent, yet the focus must shift towards enhancing the defense. A team equipped with an exceptional defensive system is poised to advance further in the playoffs. Nash's current objective is to establish his worth during the postseason. For years, D'Antoni has prioritized offense over defense, resulting in a team renowned for its offensive prowess. The Suns of yesteryear, during the era dominated by centers, sparked a whirlwind of fast-paced play, becoming a distinctive force of that time and a cherished collective memory for those born in the 80s. Nash, significantly influenced by D'Antoni, has adopted a predominantly offensive approach since assuming the role of head coach for the Nets, leading to a gradual diminishment of defensive focus. However, the emergence of Young, who employs defense to restrict the opponent's core players and secure victories, has served as a reminder for Nash. In the Eastern Conference, a robust defense is indispensable, particularly when contending with the Bucks. Reflecting on last year's playoff defeat, in addition to Irving's injury, defensive shortcomings were a considerable liability. Although the acquisition of Harden has bolstered their offensive firepower, positioning them among the league's elite, Harden, too, leans more towards offense than defense. Thus, the team is in urgent need of an exceptional 3D player, and Young stands out as Nash's top priority. As discussions unfolded, Nash diligently noted all suggestions in his notebook, contemplating each point with care. Ultimately, he chose to emphasize Vaughn's recommendation to fortify the defense, particularly akin to the Warriors, who boast several key defenders. Such a strategy would enable them to advance further in the playoffs. When the group had shared their opinions and anticipated Nash's summary, he nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he addressed them. "I have recorded everyone's insights. Now, allow me to share my thoughts. Firstly, concerning the utilization of Young. At this juncture, D'Antoni appeared unconvinced, suggesting that the team did not require Yang's offensive contributions, though a 3D designation could be acceptable. Nash, well aware of his mentor's philosophy, gazed at him with a smile, saying, "Mr. Mike, we possess the offensive capabilities of a trio of superstars, already ranking among the league's elite. However, Yang's presence would be immensely beneficial." Today's game clearly demonstrated that Yang is more than capable of handling significant responsibilities, excelling on both ends of the court, making him an ideal candidate for a 3D player. D'Antoni expressed his approval of Nash's perspective, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the 3D designation seems exceptionally fitting for the team. Upon hearing these words, Vaughn had no objections, for the primary offensive strategy of the team still revolved around the trio of stars. As a 3D player, he was indeed the most suitable choice. Subsequently, Vaughn raised his thumb towards D'Antoni and his companion in a gesture of approval. Nash, gratified by their support for his endeavors, remarked with a smile, "Have you ever pondered a crucial question? The playoffs are our true battleground. The unpredictability in the arena is immense. Let's not forget the lessons from last year. Are you suggesting that we must solidify the core of our second unit?" Vaughn inquired, having previously discussed this matter with Nash during the offseason. At that time, General Manager Marks was also present, which led to the mid-season acquisition of Harden. Nash affirmed precisely, "In reflecting upon last year's defeat, I have 2 points to address. First, our bench strength was insufficient to provide firepower for the second unit. Second, our defense was lacking. I greatly admire the defensive prowess of the Warriors, particularly with Draymond Green and Iguodala." Nash had served as an advisor to the Warriors in recent years, well acquainted with their defensive and offensive strategies. Although he aspired to establish his own coaching philosophy, it was clear that the offensive and defensive styles of the team could not simply be replicated. They could only be approached. D'Antoni had previously cautioned Nash against wholesale imitation of the Warriors, emphasizing the necessity of developing their own identity. Thus, in his inaugural year as a coach, possessing a formidable roster, yet failing to reach the Eastern Conference Finals was deemed a failure. Continuing, Nash remarked, "Everyone's opinions are invaluable, and I have been diligently searching for a competent 3D player. He need not score extensively, but he must embody the defensive cornerstone akin to Iguodala. He had endeavored to acquire a key 3D player, yet, as you are aware, there was considerable pressure from Marks. The emergence of Yang alleviated the need for a prolonged search. Mr. Vaughn, I entrust his defense entirely to you." Vaughn accepted this responsibility with great enthusiasm, responding, "Rest assured. My esteemed coach, I will mold him into the next Leonard. I guarantee your satisfaction." D'Antoni then chuckled, saying, "My dear Vaughn, you are solely responsible for cultivating his defense. We are not lacking in offensive talent." Vaughn was not in a rush to engage in a discussion regarding offense, as securing a defensive stalwart was a challenge in itself. Matters of offense could be addressed in due course. Nash then returned to his initial point, stating, "Mr. Mike, I aspire to possess a comprehensive offensive arsenal. When only one of the 3 stars is on the court leading the charge, we require additional firepower to support them." D'Antoni understood his implication, his lips curling into a smile as his mustache twitched. Taking a deep breath and crossing his arms, he continued, "The lineup will adapt based on the dynamics on the court. The starting trio will remain unchanged, but we can substitute players individually to ensure that 2 remain on the floor at all times, thus maintaining our offensive potency. When fully healthy, we can ensure all 3 are on the court during the 4th quarter. However, Mr. Mike, I must prioritize Durant's health in our strategy." Nash places greater importance on Durant's health than on the team's performance. In this regard, D'Antoni had previously presented Nash with Smith's health report, suggesting that Durant's playing time could be increased to ensure the team's success. At this juncture, Nash clearly fulfilled his responsibilities as head coach, disregarding D'Antoni's advice. D'Antoni then laid it out plainly, reminding Nash of Aldridge's offensive capabilities. However, while Aldridge's offense is indeed reliable, his age poses a challenge for sustained performance. Nash set aside his notes and expressed his desire to experiment with Yang, envisioning him as a bench dynamo to provide the second unit with formidable firepower. Formidable firepower? D'Antoni Raplia, Pujlat. Even Vaughn struggled to comprehend Nash's perspective. What did he mean by the strongest firepower? Noticing the growing interest in the room, Nash asserted, after our last game, "I see hope in my long-standing plan. We aim to cultivate a 4th star beyond the trio, serving as our secret weapon. In essence, even in the absence of the 3 stars, we must maintain sufficient offensive prowess. Yang will be our tactical linchpin, capable of leading the team to victory." This, indeed, constitutes the strongest firepower. The group found Nash's vision intriguing. However, the question lingered. Could Yang shoulder such a significant responsibility? Chapter 50. Leading the team to victory, Nash unreservedly laid bare his meticulously devised strategy. For over half an hour, the room resonated with Nash's eloquent discourse. And through this dialogue, the emergence of a flawless plan became evident. Now, all that remained was the execution of the plan, leading to the ultimate triumph of hoisting the O'Brien Trophy. With a confident smile, Nash concluded, "Ha ha, my friends. Do you have any better candidates?" According to Nash's strategy, this formidable firepower need not be a celebrity, but should be young and promising, a malleable talent, while remaining cost-effective, not exceeding the salary cap significantly. Consider someone like Crawford during his Clippers tenure. Although an all-star, he served as the team's Super Sixth Man. Likewise, Lou Williams, another exemplary Super Sixth Man, embodied the value Nash sought in a player. Though D'Antoni was not slow to grasp the strategy, he felt compelled to support Nash's decision, being the first to praise the plan. "It's a perfect plan. We certainly need a Super Sixth Man like Lou Williams. However, I hope you can continue your search. Yang has merely been a temporary player. After so many years without significant impact, I fear he may struggle to fulfill that role." Nash held a different view, believing that many late-blooming talents in the league were not lacking in ability, but rather had been overlooked. Indeed, this former 5th overall pick entered the NBA with great promise, only to be lost in the crowd. Yet, given his status as a 5th pick, how could we affirm the excellence of our tactical system without taking the risk? Amidst laughter, the crowd was charmed by Nash's wit, leaving D'Antoni with no choice but to refrain from further comments. Ultimately, he managed to persuade the coaching staff, which was the very purpose of Nash's urgent meeting. With the objective achieved, it was time to set the plan into motion. The execution of a flawless strategy necessitates a focal point. Whether Yang can become that focal point depends solely on him. As the meeting concluded, it was already past midnight. Nash returned to his room to delve into the intricacies of the plan. Yang was still practicing his shots in the gym. He had traversed the three-point line back and forth twice, and the intense training left his arms sore, making it difficult for him to even lift them. Wu Man had not left. She remained by the sidelines watching, which left Peng Liang feeling quite helpless. She neither took photos nor approached for an interview, merely observing him shoot, and he simply could not fathom what was troubling her. As the clock approached midnight, and with the need to organize things upon returning, he lamented the waste of time. "Wu Man, you've been standing there for several hours. Aren't you tired?" Peng Liang inquired, extending his hands in exasperation. Surprisingly, Wu Man seemed to disregard Peng Liang's presence. Noticing his complaint, she hastily replied, "Oh, I feel too shy to interrupt his training. If you have other matters to attend to, you may leave first." "Oh dear, Miss Wu Man, what exactly do you intend to do?" Peng Liang retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "I believe it would be best for you to fulfill Director Kai's expectations and complete the task promptly to avoid further reprimand. I will personally explain this matter to him." Having said that, Wu Man strode purposefully toward Yang. "Yang, you have exceeded your training capacity. It is time to rest," she stated, recognizing his exhaustion and understanding that continuing would only lead to further strain on his body. Yang was undoubtedly aware of his fatigue. However, the prospect of facing a situation devoid of basketball was even more mentally exhausting. "I can still endure," he panted, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, seemingly indifferent to his exhaustion. Wu Man could not bear to witness his self-destructive tendencies. She approached him, snatched the basketball from his grasp, and asserted with gravity, "As a sports medicine specialist, I must vehemently advise you to cease and rest immediately. While rigorous training is beneficial, excessive exertion is detrimental. It is imperative to seek quality improvement under scientific guidance rather than engage in mindless overtraining. A critical issue lies before you. If you exhaust your body tonight, you will be unable to perform at your peak in tomorrow's match. How then can you achieve your goal of scoring over 30 points? Yang trains fervently for this very goal. This sentiment holds true, as she is indeed an exemplary student of sports medicine. Tonight's practice has proven to be rather exhausting. Perhaps it is best to postpone until tomorrow." Upon Yang's agreement, he greeted Wu Man and prepared to depart. "Yang, I will come to see you tomorrow morning. You require a scientifically structured training regimen, and I am able to assist you," Wu Man remarked as she followed suit. Yang is a professional athlete, competing on the world's premier stages with her own unique training methodology. Moreover, this is a matter pertaining to the team. It seems unnecessary for her to devise a plan at this moment. "Haha, I truly appreciate your assistance, but with the team's trainer present, They will provide me with a regimen. If the need arises, I will certainly reach out to you during the off-season, Yang replied with a smile. Naturally, she refrained from disclosing that merely fulfilling the tasks assigned by the system surpasses any training regimen. By the way, I have learned that Nash has convened a meeting with the coaching staff. It is quite possible that they are deliberating internal team matters, and there is a likelihood that you may be sidelined for tomorrow's match, Wu Man candidly informed Yang. Yang truly admires these journalists. Is it not customary for the coaching staff to convene? What justifies the decision to exclude oneself? Do not inquire further. You simply need to train diligently and give your all on the field. Wu Man, with a serious demeanor, stated, I will continue to pursue this matter tomorrow. Pay attention to the information I send you. With that, Wu Man departed with Peng Liang. Yang paid no heed to Wu Man's words, as his mind was solely focused on the impending match. Scoring over 30 points was indeed a formidable challenge in his 3 years in the NBA. His highest score had only reached 25, and that was during his most exhilarating game post-system acquisition. Tomorrow, he would face none other than the formidable Williams, known as Fat Tiger, who was hailed as the most physically gifted player since LeBron James. Could he rise to the occasion? Upon returning to the hotel, he received a call from Durant, who requested to meet him in his room for a discussion. This was a first for Durant to seek him out, indicating that Yang's standing within the team was on the rise. Arriving at Durant's room, he found him engrossed in game footage, specifically that of the Pelicans. Yang was taken aback. He had not expected such a high-caliber player to be analyzing tapes at such a late hour. Yang, I know you just returned from practice, so I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to mention one thing, Durant said as he stood in tomorrow's game. Steve 1T let Kyrie play, which means it's your time to shine. Why isn't Kyrie playing? Yang inquired, perplexed, given the Pelicans' formidable strength, particularly with Fat Tiger in the lineup. Durant assured him, this is a directive from the coaching staff, not yet disclosed to the public. I'm telling you in advance, as I hope you will be prepared. Tomorrow, avoid overtraining. Maintain your regular practice regimen to be ready for the evening. What else should I do? Yang asked. Lead the team to victory, Durant replied. Do you believe I can? Yang questioned. Absolutely. The Trailblazer success is your legacy, Durant affirmed. Chapter 51, Fat Tiger. Defend against the dual threats while engaging in a fierce offensive duel until victory is secured. Yang does not believe that the victory is solely his achievement. Irving's contributions are also significant. Without his prior efforts, how could he have mounted such a formidable comeback? Enough of the pressure. This is the strategy devised by the coaching staff. Even in defeat, it would merely be a tactical sacrifice. Naturally, none of us wishes to lose, so you must play freely. After a gesture of camaraderie, Durant high-fives Yang and turns off the recording to take a break. Yang also deserves some rest, for he needed to rise early the following day to continue his analysis of the match. After returning to his room and taking a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed, his mind still swirling with various shooting techniques, and did not succumb to slumber until the late hours. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, the team gathered for a meal in a designated dining hall. Nash, as customary, commenced his analysis of their opponents. Yang remained seated at the back, but this time chose to stand up and listen. There was no doubt that the defense from Fat Tiger would inevitably fall upon him. Thus, the more he understood about his opponent, the more advantageous it would be for the match. It wasn't until noon that the team was granted some leisure time. Yang chose not to indulge in leisure activities, but rather continued to catch up on his sleep. On the days of competition, it is imperative to ensure an adequate amount of rest. Even if one cannot sleep much at night, daytime slumber can help maintain optimal performance. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang had a light meal before making his way to the Pelicans Arena, the venue designated for the match. It is customary to arrive early to familiarize oneself with the court, although some teams prefer to practice exclusively at the training facilities provided in away venues. At this hour, the arena was predominantly occupied by staff, yet Yang spotted Fat Tiger. Instead of engaging in live drills, he was performing various stretches with the assistance of a trainer. The coaching staff of the Nets had not yet fully arrived. However, Nash was already on the sidelines, analyzing data on his iPad. Yang greeted Nash before immersing himself in pre-match training. Although Nash merely nodded slightly, he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that Yang was the first to arrive at the venue. Meanwhile, Wu Man had been waiting for quite some time behind Nash, and, upon seeing Yang approach, eagerly waved to him. Yang felt helpless. She never expected that she would actually be present. However, communicating in front of Nash seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? Come on, I'll accompany you for training, Wu Man said, extending her hand in preparation. As Yang noticed Nash's silence, he reluctantly nodded and began the pre-game training that Vorn had taught him. He initiated a series of warm-ups, primarily focused on stretching the body. Wu Man merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from participating directly. Yang had no objections to Wu Man's scientifically grounded training regimen, which indeed proved to be remarkably effective. During the subsequent shooting drills, Wu Man assisted by retrieving the balls, continuously encouraging Yang to maintain his composure and achieve a more consistent finish. Nash found himself in agreement with the female reporter's insights, and upon the arrival of the coaching staff, he took the opportunity to engage in conversation with her. After learning about Wu Man's past experiences, he offered her a thumbs up and exchanged contact information, expressing his hope that she could provide further assistance to Yang. The pre-match training ultimately drew to a close as the game approached. As Yang returned to the locker room to change into his jersey, he noticed the absence of the three superstars, thereby confirming the rumors surrounding Irving's non-participation. The match commenced as scheduled, and the attending media only learned prior to the game that Nash had opted to rest Irving. Furthermore, Irving's absence from the players' bench was likely due to personal matters that required him to step away from the team. This became a focal point of interest, alongside another spotlight cast upon Yang himself. As a temporary player, having showcased his prowess in the previous match against the formidable duo of the Trailblazers, he had already earned the moniker Yang the Mad. The question lingered whether he could once again deliver an extraordinary performance, potentially marking yet another miraculous occurrence following the legendary Lin. Following a grand entrance ceremony, Yang was not listed among the starters, remaining seated beside the water cooler, accompanied by Kessler Edwards. Yang remained unfazed by his absence from the starting lineup, choosing instead to sit on the sidelines and observe the unfolding dynamics of the game. He understood that being fully immersed in the match would allow him to step onto the court at a moment's notice. As the game commenced, the Pelicans maintained their original starting five, with Jonas Valanciunas, the renowned Lithuanian center, anchoring the paint, demonstrating his formidable prowess against Aldridge. On the wings was the first overall draft pick, the imposing Brandon Williams, whose physique had surpassed that of LeBron James, boasting the weight of a center combined with the speed of a guard. When he charged forward, it was nearly impossible for any forward or guard to impede him, let alone a center. Consequently, Coach Nash devised a strategy focused on double-teaming Williams. The moment he received the ball, defenders would step back, only for the interior defense to swiftly converge, denying him any opportunity to penetrate the paint. Tasked with guarding Williams was the explosive forward, Johnson, who had consistently served as Durant's backup, taking on the role of defending the opposing team as perimeter star. The Pelicans won the tip-off, and Jones brought the ball up court, delivering it to Williams in the low post. Coach Willie Green's tactics were unmistakable, centering the offense around Williams on the perimeter and utilizing Ingram in the paint. Upon entering the game, Williams aggressively attacked the low post, clearly targeting the opponent's defensive weaknesses. The mature young player showed no mercy against Johnson, who was considerably younger. Receiving the ball with his back to Johnson, and with all other players strategically spaced out, Williams surged forward with a powerful drive. Johnson was unable to withstand the impact, slipping and crashing to the floor. Seizing the moment, Williams pivoted, finding the lane completely unguarded. He elevated for a thunderous one-handed dunk, asserting his dominance right from the start. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering and rallying behind Williams' audacity. His composed demeanor belied the ferocity of his play, having previously expressed his determination to secure victory in interviews. Almost everyone anticipated that Williams would emerge as the league's new darling, and this game represented a pivotal opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. A triumph over the Nets would solidify his standing, even in the absence of Durant. Yang witnessed firsthand the formidable prowess of Fat Tiger, a nickname that is far from undeserved. Given his slight frame, he would undoubtedly be overpowered. Although Nash had previously analyzed strategies to contend with Fat Tiger, it was evident that Fat Tiger would not be easily deceived by his own defense. On the Nets side, Mills advanced the ball into the front court, primarily targeting the interior. Aldridge, with the ball in hand, backed into Valanciunas, applying pressure before executing a smooth turnaround jumper. His long reach rendered Valanciunas helpless, as there was no way for him to contest Aldridge's shot, which he made with remarkable accuracy. Meanwhile, Jones pushed the ball quickly, crossing half court in mere seconds. After passing to Graham, the ball returned to Fat Tiger's possession. Griffin took a lateral step, preparing for a potential double team. However, Fat Tiger offered no opportunity. With a half turn, he charged forward like a freight train. Chapter 52. With a stoic expression, unruffled Griffin, once heralded as the White Beast, may no longer soar through the air, yet his formidable physique remains intact. As he attempted to double-team Fat Tiger, he raised both hands, ready to swat away any shot. Yet Fat Tiger was not merely a brute force. Upon recognizing the double team, he deftly passed the ball. Ingram, stationed beyond the three-point line, received it and launched a precise shot, sinking it with ease. Ingram, selected as the second overall pick by the Lakers, quickly garnered a reputation as Little Durant upon entering the league. Possessing the height of a center, an extraordinary wingspan, and a gentle shooting touch, he was once groomed to be a cornerstone of the Lakers franchise. Had it not been for LeBron's arrival, which led to his trade for Anthony Davis, Ingram might have already solidified his status as the Lakers' core player. After being traded to the Pelicans, he became the team's heart, and even amidst Fat Tiger's dominance, Ingram's statistics flourished, prompting media to declare that the Pelicans had secured a bright future while the Lakers focused on the present. In the first quarter, the Pelicans unleashed their full offensive potential, concluding with a score of 25-18, driven by Fat Tiger's relentless assault. Statistically, Fat Tiger scored 10 points, while Ingram contributed 8, together accounting for the entirety of the net scoring. Durant could hardly contain his frustration as his team was overwhelmed by these two players, wishing he could intervene to rescue the team. Nash, although trailing by 7 points at the end of the first quarter, felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, without the big three, holding their ground was commendable. With a tactical board in hand, he pulled Johnson aside, outlining a strategy. Johnson, if Williams calls for the ball in the low post, try to navigate around him to deny the pass. There will be interior support. Do not fear his physicality. Johnson nodded repeatedly, acknowledging his oversight. Nash gestured towards Yang, saying, "Yang, you'll be up in the second quarter. Remember the defensive instructions. Do not allow him to receive the ball easily." Yang initially believed he would take the court in the latter half of the first quarter. But to his surprise, he did not enter until the second quarter. He did not dare to voice any objections to Nash's directives, although he had his own methods. The coach's guidance was undoubtedly more precise. As the game resumed, Mills continued on the floor, while the center position was occupied by Claxton, and Joe Harris was positioned at the shooting guard role, bringing in a sharpshooter. Yang replaced Johnson to primarily guard the formidable opponent, Fat Tiger. However, Fat Tiger did not start in the second quarter, seemingly retreating to the locker room for some reason. Wu Man decisively instructed Peng Liang to direct the camera at Yang, urging him to capture every movement on the court. At this moment, Wu Man harbored a fervent hope that Yang would achieve tonight's objective within the span of 3 quarters. As Yang entered the court, the absence of a mission from the system indicated that this match, serving as a transition into the second phase, should be played with greater finesse. Various offensive plays replayed in his mind as his gaze settled once more on the hoop. Indeed, tonight's objective was the basket. The Nets initiated the game, with Mills taking control as he crossed the half-court line, seeking his teammates. In a game devoid of the 3 stars, Mills emerged as the focal point on the court, having the credentials to stand alone, thanks to his experience within the Spurs system. Yang Fachet Clark, a brother who had previously played for the Lakers and had once been a teammate of the star player. He later naturalized to an Asian team, believing he could dominate single-handedly, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. Yang possesses a distinct advantage in height, and thus is unwilling to confine himself merely to the role of a pitcher. As he skillfully glides along the baseline to receive the ball, Clark's defense is commendably tenacious. Even when faced with an obscure player, he remains unwavering in his commitment. Yang, with the ball in hand, initially executed a pivot while facing away, allowing Xiao Ha to weave through the defense. Mills retreated to the top of the arc, poised to receive a pass from Yang. Observing his teammates creating space, Yang opted against the pass and instead turned to face the play directly. Lowering his center of gravity, he maneuvered the ball around his knees, while Clark pressed up defensively, refusing to yield an inch. As the ball transitioned from his right to his left, Yang seized a fleeting opportunity and accelerated to the left. Clark, momentarily caught off rhythm, struggled to keep pace, and by the time he recovered, Yang had executed a sudden stop and pop, launching a long-range jumper. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Clark, raising his hands in disbelief, repeatedly shook his head in acknowledgement of a commendable offensive effort. The shot found its mark, yet in his attempt to contest, Clark inadvertently made contact with Yang's arm. The referee ruled it an infringement on the offensive cylinder, leading to a natural foul. "Splendid. That's the manifestation of your true prowess," Woman exclaimed, raising his fist in approval. Nash, though not overtly exuberant, cast a glance at D'Antoni beside him. The latter, with his eyes narrowed and a hint of a smirk accentuating his mustache, remained unimpressed by such an offensive display. Vaughn, with a touch of dissatisfaction, remarked that Clark ought to focus more on his defensive responsibilities. Nash chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of understanding. Both were cognizant that the intent behind resting Irving was to unleash his full potential in this match. Yang landed and turned to Clark with a smile, expressing gratitude for his commendable defense. However, Clark was not entirely pleased with the response from the number 8 player, interpreting his humility as a provocation. With a hand on his hip, he stepped forward with a cold smirk, declaring, "Very well, my friend, tonight I shall score well over you, and I shall defend you to the point of tears." Upon perceiving the provocation, Yang refrained from retaliation, instead greeting it with a smile. Following a foul, he quickly turned to follow Clark, employing the technique known as the death grip. As the pivotal perimeter player of the second unit, Clark's objective upon entering the court was solely to score. He maneuvered past the free throw line, extending his hand in readiness to receive the pass. Yang burst forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly swatting the racket away, thereby creating an opportunity for a rapid counterattack. What kind of ball was being passed? Willie Green, upon witnessing the scene, effortlessly seized the ball from number 8, scoring with ease, then rushed to the sidelines to berate Clark and the others vehemently. Clark, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had not anticipated that his seemingly weak defense could so unexpectedly result in a remarkable steal. It was truly astonishing. As Yang swiftly scored 5 points without even breaking a sweat, he refrained from loosening his defensive stance. Clark, however, was merely careless. He would certainly find a way to score. In the next play, Clark received the ball at the top of the arc, directly confronting Yang, setting the stage for a one-on-one showdown. "Hey, plant your feet firmly. I shall break through your defense," Clark shouted as he executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles towards Yang. Yang paid no head to ani provocations. For Vaughn had remarked that the banter on the court is merely a tactic to undermine one's mental fortitude. To defend like Leonard, one must maintain an impassive demeanor and remain unruffled, thereby becoming a true Terminator. Tonight's defensive assignment, however, was not Clark, but rather the yet-to-return Fat Tiger. With arms extended, he focused on Clark's movements, and after a dazzling display of dribbling, he exploited his teammate's screen to penetrate from the right side. Yang swiftly maneuvered around the defender, positioning himself before Clark, whose offensive rhythm was impeccable. Noticing that he had not shaken off his defender, Clark suddenly executed a sharp stop. Yang immediately halted as well, while Clark accelerated once more, exploiting a momentary lapse to surge toward the paint. "You think you can stop me? Ha, what a dream." Chapter 53. There shall be no complaints. Yang heard his mockery, but paid it no heed, merely following the defense with his footsteps. As he entered the throng, Clark executed a remarkably agile turn, releasing the ball with a cunning finesse. Inside, Millsap, hindered by sluggish footwork, failed to provide support as he circled behind him. Nevertheless, Clark managed to accomplish a high-difficulty breakthrough for the score. "Guard the perimeter. Do not allow him easy access," Millsap shouted in frustration at Yang as he held the ball. Yang did not refute the point. Indeed, the play allowed him to break through successfully. However, had it not been for Millsap leaving his man to provide assistance, Yang was confident he could have prevented any shot attempt. Clark adeptly utilized his nimble footwork, exploiting the moment when Millsap failed to keep pace, thus creating an advantageous time differential. Subsequently, Yang and Joha engaged in a series of pick and rolls as they navigated the baseline. Milson a lob to Millsap in the low post, while Claxton provided a screen for Joha, who moved without the ball. Just as Joha emerged into an open space, Millsap's pass reached him perfectly. As a three-point shooter, Joha's shooting form is exquisite. He created space, caught the ball, and went for the shot. Yet, tonight, it seemed as though Joha had lost his aim, as no matter how he shot from beyond the arc, the ball simply would not find the net. As the ball ricocheted off the front of the rim, Yang had already positioned himself for the rebound. Claxton, in a tussle with Hernan Gomez, found himself in a clear lane. Yang secured the rebound with one hand, and before anyone else could react, he swiftly executed a second-chance shot, effortlessly depositing the ball into the basket. "Box out for the rebound. Why did you allow number 8 to retrieve the ball so easily?" Willie Green's roar echoed once more. Yang's agility allows him to position himself anywhere on the court, never shirking from securing rebounds. Observing the tightening score, Nash chuckled, remarking that in 3 consecutive plays, all the points were scored by him alone. I admire his tenacity. He can seize offensive rebounds and score. Is this not precisely the type of 3D player we require? D'Antoni responded with a smile. Our interior positioning is exceptional. If he were to remain passive at this moment, I would deem it quite foolish. The coaching staff remained fixated on the unfolding action, as the ensuing plays devolved into a tug-of-war. For a full 5 minutes, Yang received no passes, and both teams fell into a scoring drought. Noticing the stagnation in offense, Nash swiftly called for a timeout. In the final 2 minutes, Yang was replaced by Johnson, who instructed, "We must prioritize ball movement. Offense should stem from two-handed passes. This is not the outcome I desire. The ball needs to circulate, creating the most opportune moments for shooting. On defense, focus on containing the opposing interior players. Keep your wits about you, and do not let their rhythm disrupt ours. If they fail to score, that is our opportunity, and we must seize it." Mills was also substituted out, leaving 5 reserves to expend the final minute. As the first half concluded, the Pelicans led the Nets by 5 points, 55-50. Thanks to Yang's 7 points in that quarter, the score remained close. Moreover, the Pelicans maintained their lead even in the absence of Williamson, largely owing to Ingram's offensive prowess. Clark, stepping in for Williamson, managed only 2 points in the quarter, struggling to score under Yang's defensive pressure. Yang returned to the locker room with a sense of resignation. Judging by the offensive performance in the second quarter, Mills had not effectively controlled the pace of the game. Despite being acutely aware of his own fiery offensive touch, he found himself deprived of the ball. Had there been a more diversified offensive approach, the score might have been within reach. Observing the frustration etched on Yang's face, Vaughn deliberately leaned in and whispered, "Do not despair. This is merely the first half. The true battle lies ahead in the second half, and your contributions will be vital. I am in excellent form and capable of launching more offensives, Mr. Vaughn," Yang replied. "That is not the mindset you should possess," Vaughn interjected swiftly. "Listen, do not carry the burden of feeling that you must single-handedly salvage the game. What you need to focus on is performing your role to the best of your ability." Yang, undoubtedly, was diligently fulfilling his responsibilities, taking up the offensive mantle and becoming the focal point of the evening. In the absence of the 3 stars, should he not emerge as the core player? Upon entering the locker room, Nash, seated in the center, expressed his dissatisfaction by slapping the tactical board and exclaimed, "Offense. Pay close attention to your offensive strategies. With neither Kevin, nor Harden, nor Kyrie present, have you forgotten how to play? Have you disregarded the strategies I provided?" In the locker room, Nash had to awaken the players from their slumber with his anger. There could be no more complacency. "Mills, you're the linchpin on the court, the engine of our tactics. You must control the rhythm of the game and be aware of the situation on the floor." In the second quarter, with Williams absent, it should have been our prime opportunity for offense. Yang's shooting was on fire. Why not pass him the ball more often? Mills had already recognized the folly of his choices and was open to criticism. Acknowledging his mistake, he pointed it out, prompting Nash to shift his focus to Joe Harris. Encouraging him, "Harris, as a shooter, you must always believe in yourself. Your shot selection has not been assertive enough. I need you to convert those open opportunities decisively." Joe Harris was in good form, yet his shots tonight seemed slightly off, perhaps due to the lack of a guiding force on the court. At this moment, the head coach refrained from scolding and instead continued to motivate, clearly aiming for a rapid adjustment in performance. "Hey, Young, while I want to press too hard on your offense, be prepared for challenges when Williams returns in the second half," Nash advised, turning to Yang. "On defense, do not confront him directly. Your physique cannot withstand that. Stick to the original strategy. Prevent him from receiving the ball by circling around. Ensure timely support in the paint. And be ready to double-team." This was the arrangement Yang had received upon entering the game. But unfortunately, he hadn't encountered Williams throughout the second quarter. Unsure if he was feeling unwell. Now that Williams would be back in the second half, they would adhere to the coach's instructions for perimeter defense. "I understand," Yang promptly replied. After conveying the strategies, Nash elaborated further on running plays for Yang and Joe Harris, aiming to provide firepower through 3-pointers. Once the locker room briefing concluded and the players departed, Nash intentionally lingered, ensuring he caught Yang's attention before he left. Yang was perplexed by the situation and thus inquired, "Coach, have I made any mistakes?" Nash waved his hand and replied, "Yang in the second half. I need you to take control of the game. Is that something you can do?" "Absolutely." Yang responded without hesitation. Nash nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Whether you can or cannot will be revealed on the court. However, I must remind you that victories are earned through effort, not simply by voicing complaints. At your current skill level, I cannot assign you more isolation plays. Only through your movement and three-point shooting will your teammates pass you the ball. Therefore, in the second half, I do not wish to see any signs of a complaining attitude. Yang Yang failed to comprehend the overt nature of his own grievances. He did not outwardly display much discontent. Rather, it was a sense of unwillingness that lingered within him. The coach was indeed correct. The strategies are earned through one's own efforts, not through complaints. Coach, I understand, he assured. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Chapter 54. The spirit of defense. Nash refrained from elaborating further, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to perform admirably. Upon returning to the court, Yang Yang was not swayed by the coach's remarks. He interpreted them as a kind-hearted reminder to prevent his teammates from harboring any doubts. His discreet acknowledgement served as a significant aid. On Wu Man's end, witnessing Yang Yang emerge to commence his warm-up, she remained somewhat anxious. After all, the scoring in the first half fell considerably short of their target, and if the second half continued in the same vein, completing the task that night would be impossible. As a reporter, she was permitted to capture the scene from the sidelines, but was barred from conducting direct interviews. In an effort to convey a reminder, Wu Man had no choice but to shoulder her camera and approach Yang Yang. Hey, Yang, will there be any changes in the second half? She inquired earnestly. Yang Yang dribbled the ball, momentarily believing he had misperceived the situation, as Wu Man approached with a camera in hand. It was indeed a challenge for him to fulfill the task at hand. The locker room had been arranged, but I must refrain from divulging any details. Rest assured, I shall steadfastly pursue the objective, so there is no cause for concern. Yang Yang replied with a smile and promptly returned to the bench. As the match was on the verge of commencing, in the second half, Nash promptly made adjustments, with Yang Yang replacing Johnson in the starting lineup. On the Pelican side, Williamson had returned to the sidelines, and all eyes in the arena were fixed upon him. Yang Yang gazed at the formidable figure of Fat Tiger across from him, taking a quiet, deep breath, silently wishing that he would remain unscathed by injury, for only then would he have the opportunity to defend against the finest players. As the game commenced, the Pelicans initiated their offense. Jones brought the ball up court, this time refraining from hastily passing it to the low post. Yang Yang swiftly pivoted to the front for defense, one hand raised above his head while the other pressed against the waist of the Plump Tiger, all the while keeping an eye on the direction of the ball. The Plump Tiger, sensing an unsuitable opportunity to receive the pass, gestured towards the perimeter for a transfer to the opposite side. Upon receiving the ball, Graham delivered it to Ingram in the low post from the right. Confronted by Griffin's defense, Ingram opted not to force the play, but instead chose to pass again. The Pelicans showcased exceptional ball movement, circling the court, and with just 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the ball returned to the Plump Tiger's hands. At this moment, he stood beyond the left three-point line, prompting Yang Yang to take a step back while lowering his center of gravity to disrupt the ball in his possession. The Plump Tiger bent down to handle the ball, using his shoulder to create space, followed by a dribble between his legs to switch to his right hand. Yang Yang has meticulously studied his offensive tactics, habitually breaking through from the right flank, leveraging his formidable physique to overpower his opponents, resulting in a crushing assault. Indeed, he was not mistaken. The robust Fat Tiger forcefully forged a path, nearly executing an overwhelming breakthrough. As Yang Yang was pushed back a step, Griffin was already prepared to defend, waiting for the arrival of the hefty opponent. However, Yang Yang did not concede defeat. He raised his left hand and hurriedly kept pace, desperately following the rhythm of the game. At this moment, the only option was to stay close, raising both hands to deny any space for a shot. When the hefty player noticed he still couldn't shake off the defense near the free throw line and time was running short, he had no choice but to gather the ball and make a powerful step to break through. As he opted to shoot, Yang Yang realized his defensive effort had succeeded halfway. He quickly sprang into action, leveraging his height to disrupt the shot. The ball struck the rim, and Griffin, with both hands on Ingram, secured the rebound. He passed it to Mills, who was positioned beyond the three-point line, initiating a fast break. Joe had already raced down to the right corner for a three-pointer, while Mills, facing Jones's defense, aggressively drove inside. His shot was a bit too forceful, ricocheting off the rim. Just as Graham returned to contest for the rebound, Yang Yang soared from behind, overpowering Graham to snatch the rebound from above. This rebound left the audience in awe. An ordinary-looking Eastern player could leap like a spring to seize the ball. Was this truly happening? The fervent attitude displayed was not something an average player could possess. Vaughn, witnessing this scene, seemed to recall a relentless fighter, expressing his admiration with a sigh. At this moment, Yang Yang's mind was solely focused on the game, Recognizing his physical limitations, he relied on a more vigorous attitude to fight for possession. Securing the rebound. With a one-on-one defense, Yang felt highly confident. He turned, skillfully executing a layup against the defense. Graham reacted swiftly, pivoting to swipe at the ball, determined not to allow a score even at the risk of a foul. Yet, Yang's shot was released a fraction faster than Graham's reaction. The ball was already in motion as his balance was disrupted, causing him to tilt backward and be pushed back over a meter. As he fell to the ground, the whistle blew, the ball went in, and he would be awarded an additional free throw. A stunning shot, truly impressive, elicited enthusiastic cheers from Wu Man, who waved her hands in excitement. Yang felt no excitement. The ball should have been dunked directly over his head. He could only blame his physical prowess for not being sufficient to execute such a ferocious move. Mills and Joa hurried over to lift Yang, patting his head in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Buddy, that's the way to do it. You have truly astonished me. Well done, keep up the great work." Yang nodded repeatedly. Yet he remained unsatisfied with the outcome. The match was not over, and it was not the time for celebration. Steadying himself, he calmly approached the free throw line. Graham was still engaged in a dialogue with the referee, but Yang paid him no heed. After successfully making the additional free throw, he turned and sprinted towards Fat Tiger. Who would have thought that your frail frame could soar? Fat Tiger scoffed, hands on his hips, a smirk on his lips. Yang was taken aback to find that the future superstar, Fat Tiger, could joke with him. He chuckled in response. "Haha, it's merely good fortune. To be honest, I ought to learn from you." As he spoke, Fat Tiger was maneuvering to seize the ball from Yang. With the ball secured against his body, he glanced at his teammates to create space and coldly remarked, "I hope you can defend more vigorously, for I intend to overpower you with sheer physicality." With that, he charged forward, colliding with Yang like a massive stone slab, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Indeed, the nickname Fat Tiger was no mere embellishment. The level of competition was starkly different. If he relied solely on brute strength, he would surely be overwhelmed tonight. As Fat Tiger pressed in with 2 pushes, preparing for a decisive third thrust, Yang swiftly employed a technique of leveraging Fat Tiger's momentum, retreating gracefully in a classic withdrawal maneuver. Due to Fat Tiger's considerable force and speed, he failed to counterbalance his own aggression, losing control of his upper body and releasing the ball. However, the referee's whistle had already sounded. What clever defense! Who exactly is this player? Gasped the fans in the front row, astonished. No one had ever rendered Fat Tiger's offensive efforts so clumsy, particularly in the third quarter when he was poised to unleash his full prowess. I've been keeping an eye on this number 8 player for the past few days. He seems to hail from the East and is currently on a short contract. The rumor mill has begun to churn, dubbing him Yang the Mad. It appears he truly lives up to that name. A nearby fan replied with a hint of anticipation. On the court, the referee signaled for a walk, but Yang chose to ignore it, swiftly retrieving the ball nearby and handing it to the referee. After the referee handled the ball, he quickly passed it to Mills. Mills, understanding Yang's intentions, accelerated the play, aiming to catch the defense off guard. Chapter 55. 16 consecutive points. Fat Tiger's defense was somewhat delayed. After being called for a travel due to the withdrawal maneuver, he felt quite displeased and lowered his head to complain to the referee. Turning back, he saw Yang had dashed to the right side beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, finding himself unmarked. Without hesitation, Mills delivered a cross pass to Yang. Upon receiving the ball, Yang swiftly recognized the advantage of numbers and, without a moment's hesitation, made a slight adjustment. He bent his knees, lowered his torso, sank into position, raised the ball, leapt into the air, and executed a wrist flick. This familiar shooting motion, so ingrained in his muscle memory, was one he practiced hundreds, if not thousands, of times daily. It had long since become a reflex upon catching the ball. There was no need for further adjustment. He merely extended his arms and shot. What a splendid release. Was this truly the performance of a player on a 10-day contract? Or was it merely the astonished exclamations of a rotund fan, utterly captivated by this display of confidence? At that moment, the basketball swished through the net. While Yang remained poised, his shooting gesture held aloft, undeterred by the pressure of the game. Oh, what an exquisite release, exuded with such conviction. I have high hopes for him. As fans of the Pelicans, we cannot cheer for opposing players, the chubby fan quickly interjected. Nearby spectators chuckled softly, continuing to watch the match unfold. Meanwhile, the Pelicans' offense found itself somewhat stagnant. Ingram stepped beyond the three-point arc to take a shot, aiming to respond. But the ball struck the rim. Griffin once again secured the rebound. Advancing to the front court, Yang Yang maneuvered around the baseline to position himself outside the three-point line, where he found Hargraham mismatched in defense. Upon recognizing him, Hargraham's expression soured. The last time this number 8 player had snatched a rebound from him and scored, he had also incurred a foul, leaving him eager to reclaim his pride. This time, he was determined to show him the meaning of suffocating defense. Stepping forward with a thump on his chest and a fierce glare directed at the 8th player. Upon recognizing that it was Hargraham, Yang Yang did not underestimate him. Instead, he prepared to confront him directly. "Step back, everyone, allow him to face me alone." Nash, seizing the opportunity, rushed to the sidelines, waving his hands and shouting. The head coach called out, prompting the others to retreat. Observing the space created, Yang Yang first released the ball and took a step back. Hargraham, displaying remarkable agility, closely followed, steadfastly guarding his position to deny Yang Yang any chance to attack. As Yang Yang observed his opponent initiating a pressing maneuver, he deftly retreated 2 paces to create space, recalling the dribbling techniques of Irving. He then embarked on a breakthrough towards the right flank. Hargraham's defense was remarkably proficient, maintaining perfect alignment with Yang Yang's advancing steps. Just when Hargraham believed he could force an error, Yang Yang lowered his center of gravity, positioning his left foot forward and his right foot back, thus adopting a stance for acceleration. Naturally, Hargraham pressed forward, but in a sudden twist, Yang Yang pivoted on his right foot, executing a swift turn akin to a spinning top towards the left. With astonishing speed, Hargraham's momentum could not be recalibrated, resulting in his being left behind. By the time he attempted to catch up, Yang Yang had already surged towards the paint. Noticing the impending breakthrough, Valanciunas promptly stepped forward to prepare for assistance in defense. Yang Yang was acutely aware that they would ascend to provide assistance, prompting him to accelerate once more. Before Valanciunas could position himself effectively, Yang Yang executed a sudden stop at the free throw line and unleashed a swift jumper. His shooting form was remarkably graceful, and the release was perfectly timed. With a satisfying swish, the basketball sailed through the net, securing another 2 points. In a remarkable surge, he amassed 8 consecutive points, leaving Willie Green somewhat bewildered. Could this seemingly unassuming player truly erupt? Nevertheless, Willie Green still had the formidable presence of both Fat Tiger and Ingram, 2 all-stars on the court, instilling confidence in their potential to triumph. Even though they found themselves trailing at that moment, he refrained from immediately calling a timeout. On the court, Fat Tiger received the ball beyond the 3-point arc, prompting everyone to clear space for him to initiate his one-on-one play. Yang Yang was acutely aware of the all-around prowess of Fat Tiger. Having failed to find an opportunity from a low position, he was certain to launch a frontal assault. The defining characteristic of such an offensive player lies in their overwhelming impact, and with his diminutive stature, Yang Yang knew he would be unable to withstand the force of such an onslaught. Thus, the only course of action was to prevent him from gaining momentum. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and called out urgently, "Hey, watch the back. We need to close the door." "Rest assured, my friend, with me here. He won't get through," came Griffin's confident retort. Observing Griffin's audacity, Fat Tiger dismissed him, for this was the realm of youth, and he was no longer young. Taking a step back to prepare for his attack, he found the defender always just a step away, making it exceedingly difficult to advance further. Upon noticing the opportunity presented by Fat Tiger, Yang Yang did not hesitate for a moment. He spread his arms wide, positioning himself to effectively thwart any attempts at lateral breakthroughs. Fat Tiger executed a swift maneuver, transitioning the ball from his left hand to his right, barreling through the defense with relentless determination. Yang Yang glided forward, steadfastly blocking the offensive route, yet the brute force of Fat Tiger was overwhelming. Even without losing his position, he was pushed aside. Observing the strong drive, Griffin decisively stepped forward, completely obstructing the attacking lane. Fat Tiger collided headfirst into the wall of defenders, losing his path and left with no choice but to prepare for a pass. Just as he clasped the ball with both hands, Yang Yang seized the moment. Swiftly darting in from below, and with a powerful maneuver, he snatched the ball away in an instant. Rising to his feet, he accelerated forward, while Hargraham retreated repeatedly. "Wadi off Yang Yang's impending breakthrough." As Yang Yang advanced, he was simultaneously seeking allies. In the context of a 3-on-3 situation in the front court, a breakthrough emerged as the optimal choice. Swiftly reaching the top of the arc, he noticed that Hargraham was guarding him at a distance of over a meter. A golden opportunity that he could not allow to slip away. Observing that his teammates were not in a position to capitalize, Yang Yang hesitated no longer, with decisive intent. He halted, positioned himself at the 3-point line, bent his knees, leaped, released the ball, and snapped his wrist. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, resulting in a quick counterattack three-pointer that found its mark. Alas, the portly fan, witnessing Yang Yang's impending three-point attempt, clenched his fists in anxious prayer, hoping for a miss. Yet he was met with disappointment as the ball swished through the net without a hint of resistance. The emotions of the crowd mirrored those of the portly fan, as all enthusiasm was extinguished by that three-pointer. "Timeout! I need a timeout!" Willie Green erupted from his seat, shouting in frustration. Allowing a player who had not set foot on the court to score consecutively was nothing short of disgraceful. As the head coach, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Yang Yang remained unfazed, while Durant, in a state of exhilaration, rushed onto the court and enthusiastically slapped hands with Yang Yang. "Well done, my brother. You are truly remarkable. Tonight has transformed into your arena, and I am delighted to witness your command over the game." Yang Yang refrained from becoming overly excited, for the match was far from over and his aspirations remained unfulfilled. He had to give his utmost effort. Glancing at the score, which stood at 68-56, they led by a mere 12 points, and, at this moment, a simple high five was the only response he could muster. "Excellent work, Griffin. Your defensive support has been remarkably effective. Keep it up," Nash promptly encouraged. "Mills, your command on the court has been commendable. Indeed, maintain this approach." These words made it abundantly clear to everyone that allowing Yang to engage in one-on-one plays was the most suitable strategy. Nash then turned to Yang Yang and advised, "You must call upon your teammates for assistance in defense. Fat Tiger possesses tremendous offensive momentum, and we cannot allow him to penetrate. Therefore, you must guide the rhythm of your teammates." Chapter 56. Be proactive in demanding the ball. Yang Yang did not dwell on tactical arrangements. What transpired on the court required not only rationality, but also a fervent desire to attack. In tonight's match, although his teammates exhibited ambition, they were unable to bring it to fruition. In simpler terms, with the absence of the trio of superstars, the Brooklyn Nets lost their cornerstone, leaving the other players seemingly devoid of the ability to play effectively. Yang Yang merely seized the opportunity to take control of the match and fulfill his objectives. Sitting on the sidelines, Wu Man observed the technical statistics, noting that Yang Yang had already scored 19 points with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. The completion of his goal of 30-plus points was within reach. Given his scoring prowess, he was certain to achieve this in the fourth quarter. However, Wu Man was not solely focused on the score. He meticulously recorded Yang Yang's shortcomings on the court. With a 12-point lead and just 2 minutes left, Nash opted to let Yang Yang rest in preparation for the final quarter. On the court, Fat Tiger, free from relentless defense, executed his offense with remarkable fluidity. He aggressively scored 3 consecutive baskets against Johnson, narrowing the gap to single digits before the conclusion of the third quarter. The commentators on the sidelines marveled at Fat Tiger's outstanding performance, as he single-handedly tallied 6 points, bringing the score closer, exactly what we envisioned for the future. Beside him, guest commentator Pippen modestly raised his hands and smiled, saying, "My friend, let us not forget there is also an 8 on the opposing side. He reminds me of a young man who once donned the number 8 jersey." "Are you referring to Yang?" Commentator Arlen glanced at the statistics, noting the score had reached 19 points, and simply chuckled, "Heh, I have yet to witness him play. 19 points may merely be a coincidence. My friend, having played in the NBA for so many years, I assure you this player possesses talent. Just watch. His performance tonight will astonish you." "Haha, Scott. I am well aware of your standing in the league, but let us not forget we have 2 All-Stars. The Nets are currently filled with substitutes." "Very well then. Let us continue to watch the game," Pippen confidently remarked as he turned his gaze back to the court. As the fourth quarter commenced, Nash did not alter his strategy, continuing to employ a front-and-back defense against Fat Tiger's attacks. Before taking to the court, Yang Yang anticipated a task from his system. Yet he was met with an unsettling silence. As the referee signaled for the game to commence, he hastily advanced towards the front court, stealing a glance at the statistics. He had already amassed 19 points over the first 2 quarters, and just 10 more in the final quarter would fulfill the goal he had set for himself. The subsequent phases of the game were poised to enhance his combat prowess further, rendering this last quarter pivotal for his future in the NBA, a moment that must not be underestimated. As the Pelicans initiated play, they were at a disadvantage due to Lonzo Ball's absence from injury, resulting in a noticeable decline in their backcourt strength. The Ball's movement slowed considerably, compelling reliance on the individual skills of Fat Tiger and Ingram for isolation plays. Fat Tiger pulled away, while Ingram engaged in a back-to-the-basket maneuver against Griffin, with Yang Yang remaining steadfastly positioned in front of Fat Tiger, unwilling to yield an inch. For a prolonged stretch of 3 minutes and 4 consecutive possessions, Yang remained without a touch, with both teams struggling to find success in their attempts. As the offensive stagnation became evident, Nash decisively called a timeout. Yang, you need to take the initiative. Do not remain passive. Demand the ball. Our offense is faltering. And we need you to step up, Nash bellowed at Yang, clearly dissatisfied with the current state of the game. Yang remained silent, failing utterly frustrated. Despite his diligent running into position, the ball eluded him. After 2 passes, he ventured into the paint, only to clang the shot off the rim. It was not his teammates' fault for failing to score. Rather, it was his own lack of form. The others were urged to move vigorously, set screens without the ball, crash the boards, and pursue second-chance opportunities. Everyone needed to be active. While they endured a harsh reprimand, the Pelicans were not faring any better. Willie Green shouted at the hefty player, Zion, play freely. Use your advantages to overpower him. Be more aggressive and deny him any opportunity. The hefty player responded with a fierce nod, his seasoned gaze fixated on his opponent, ready to dominate as he stepped onto the court. The game continued with Griffin initiating the play and Mills bringing the ball up the court. The chastised players exhibited newfound vigor as Griffin set a screen for Joe Harris, creating an open opportunity. Yang positioned himself near the baseline, ready to receive the ball. Noticing Joe was open, Mills opted to swiftly pass to Joe instead of fulfilling Yang's request. With confidence, Joe caught the ball and took a shot, displaying impressive height and a gentle touch. It narrowly missed the mark. The ball struck the rim and bounced out, but Yang did not complain about not receiving the pass. Instead, he surged toward the paint. Observing the trajectory of the ball, he leaped high and snatched the rebound right over Ingram's head. Without hesitation, he quickly passed it back to Mills, who decisively signaled to reset the play. In the commentary booth, Pippen shook his head in admiration, praising Yang's exceptional instinct for rebounding. He could accurately predict the ball's direction. It baffled him that such a player was merely on a 10-day contract. Beside him, Brand also nodded in agreement, remarking on the recent reports dubbing Yang as the next Linsanity. Initially skeptical, he now believed that tonight's performance would prove Yang to be even more sensational. Regardless of whether he is Linsanity or Youngsanity, let us not forget about our Williams, who is recognized as the most gifted player in the league after LeBron James. Can one truly believe that a player on a short contract surpasses a #1 draft pick? Arlento clearly held a pessimistic view regarding the Nets' chances of winning this game, naturally elevating the status of his own players. Pippen refrained from disputing Arlento's assertions, as his attention was already captivated by Yang on the court. After Yang seized the rebound, he promptly stepped forward to demand the ball. Upon receiving it, Fat Tiger maneuvered into position, extending his arms in defense, declaring, "Let us see how you intend to score. I shall no longer grant you leniency. Beware of your slight frame." Yang has yet to earn the privilege of exchanging banter. Scoring is the most eloquent retort. Glancing at the clock, he noted there were still 12 seconds remaining, ample time for a solitary assault. He then advanced with the ball, initiating a triple threat stance. However, Fat Tiger remained unfazed, firmly lowering his center of gravity, patiently awaiting the moment Yang would distribute the ball. As Yang observed, he was indeed unyielding. With a deft feint to the right, he retreated and launched a mid-range jumper from the three-point line. Upon seeing Yang's decisive action, Fat Tiger hurriedly extended his hand to defend. But it was a moment too late. Yang had already leaped, his wrist flicked elegantly, sending the ball soaring in a beautiful arc, swishing through the net. It was eerily reminiscent of my encounters with Kobe, where every shot was executed flawlessly, leaving no angle unchallenged, truly exhilarating. Pippen enthusiastically clapped and shouted in approval. Meanwhile, Brand was left in a state of bewilderment, watching the composed Yang on the court, showing no signs of excitement over the score. What a formidable player he must be. On the court, Valen Inas called for the ball in the low post, executing a reverse layup over Claxton. Mills, receiving the ball, quickly initiated a fast break, while Jones maintained a steadfast defense, giving no room for penetration. Spread out, and call for the ball, Mills commanded, as he directed Yang to position himself at the baseline, preparing for an inside-out three-point strategy. As Yang swiftly perceived the signal, he decisively sprinted along the baseline towards the three-point line, positioning himself to receive the pass. In Chapter 57, Ubiquity, Griffin, upon receiving the ball, refrained from immediate aggression, instead holding it to allow his teammates to maneuver. He turned his back to the defender, keenly observing the positioning of his comrades. The strategy was initiated by the point guard, and Griffin was acutely aware of the role he played within this tactical framework. Meanwhile, Yang Yang lay in wait along the baseline, while Joham moved to the perimeter, both running to facilitate a potential three-point shot. However, the Pelicans' defensive intensity surged unexpectedly, with Ingram engaging in direct, physical confrontation. Noticing his teammates lacked opportunities, Griffin executed a sharp pivot for a layup. A splendid play, the White Beast's offensive prowess remained undiminished, much to Arento's satisfaction with his footwork. Yet, in the next moment, Ingram's elongated arm swooped in, deftly swatting the shot attempt away. Upon realizing his hand had been intercepted, Yang Yang hastily rushed to seize the rebound. Pang, whose counterattack was remarkably swift. He leaped towards the basketball, forcefully using his robust physique to shove Yang Yang aside and claim possession of the ball. As Yang Yang struggled to regain his balance, he witnessed the formidable figure of Fat Tiger surge forward like a dragon. Mills, realizing the futility of his efforts to obstruct him, hastily reached out to intercept. However, he completely overlooked the origin of Fat Tiger's nickname. The fast-breaking Fat Tiger resembled a tank in motion, impervious to Mills' grasp. With 3 powerful strides, he charged towards the hoop and executed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. "Zion, you are a fierce tiger. The Pelicans need your valor," shouted an exuberant fan, waving his arms in excitement. The atmosphere among the spectators ignited instantly as they joined in fervent cheers. Following his successful dunk, Fat Tiger raised his fist in triumph, releasing pent-up frustration from long ago. "Ha! This is our future, so powerful that I can scarcely find words to commend it," Allen remarked confidently. Pippen nodded in agreement, stating emphatically, "Indeed, Zion's physique is extraordinary. Few in the league can withstand his onslaught. Even Durant would struggle to fully contain him." In the NBA, players endowed with explosive athleticism are abundant, yet individuals like Fat Tiger remain a rarity. This moment ignited an insatiable drive within Fat Tiger, who turned to glare fiercely at Yang Yang. Yang Yang found himself at a loss, yet a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within him. The recent collision in midair had nearly resulted in a fracture. Under normal circumstances, the referee would not blow the whistle, which attested to the formidable physicality of Fat Tiger. "Very well, since it is indeed Fat Tiger, let the tempest intensify." Mills advanced into the front court, and rather than positioning himself at the baseline for a pass, Yang Yang opted to utilize a rotational run to the perimeter, actively seeking the ball. "Hey, Mills, I intend to resolve this with a one-on-one. Be prepared to receive the ball at any moment," Yang Yang shouted, gripping the ball with one hand. Mills, not one to dismiss such a request, hurriedly moved to the side while signaling Griffin to descend towards the baseline. "Come on, unleash your full potential and face me," Fat Tiger proclaimed, lowering his center of gravity and clapping his hands with a cold demeanor. Upon observing Yang's intent to engage in a one-on-one, Pippen immediately adopted a serious expression, declaring that a splendid performance was about to unfold. "Oh, Yang is overestimating his abilities. There's no way he can succeed in a one-on-one. I beg to differ. Just based on his confidence, I hold high hopes for him," Brand countered, rejecting Arento's dismissive attitude. On the court, Yang Yang, after assessing his teammates' movements, began to test the waters with a triple threat stance. Fat Tiger, this time, dared not relax, mirroring Yang Yang's movements in the triple threat stance, denying him any opportunity to shoot. As Yang Yang observed that Fat Tiger had begun to take him seriously, he executed a feint for a shot so convincing that Fat Tiger hurriedly prepared to leap. Seizing the momentary advantage, Yang Yang released the ball and accelerated, driving fiercely from the left flank. Fat Tiger, visibly displeased, attempted to recover quickly and position himself to obstruct Yang Yang, believing that even if he penetrated, a layup would be impossible. Indeed, Yang Yang sensed Fat Tiger's physical dominance in defense and realized he could not overpower him. Thus, he decisively altered his offensive strategy. Noticing Valanciunas waiting beneath the basket, Yang Yang leaned against Fat Tiger and executed a swift pivot to the right, creating space before launching into the air for a shot. Fat Tiger, late to react, could only turn in vain as he heard the satisfying swish of the net, the 2 points secured effortlessly. "Hey, Mills, apply pressure on defense. Don't allow him to advance so easily," Nash exclaimed, pointing at Jones. Mills immediately intensified his defense, compelling Jones to pass the ball to Fat Tiger at half court. As Fat Tiger dribbled into the front court, Yang Yang matched his pace, always positioning himself along the most advantageous path for an offensive maneuver. Ingram cleverly moved in for a screen, prompting Yang Yang to take a step back, preparing to make a decisive move to intercept the screen. Fat Tiger, noticing Ingram's screen, charged toward the right, using his body to push against Yang Yang before he could establish his position. Yang Yang found himself obstructed, unable to take a step forward. And as he saw Fat Tiger maneuvering past a half step, he hurriedly squeezed through the cover to catch up. Fat Tiger, fueled by enthusiasm, spotted Clarkston ahead and, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward with increased speed. Clarkston, unable to withstand the relentless advance of the bulldozer-like offense, was forcefully pushed back. Approaching the free throw line, Fat Tiger decisively gathered the ball and executed a slow, three-step move, pushing Clarkston aside to ascend for a layup. Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the corner of his eye, and in an instant, the basketball was swatted away to the sidelines. "Oh," Pippen exclaimed, pounding the table, "such defense is truly astonishing. I'm utterly amazed." It must be said, this was a splendid display of defense, and I admire his proactive attitude. Arinto could no longer find fault. Blaine merely smiled faintly. Yang wiped the sweat from the corner of his eyes, gazing up at the large screen overhead, apprehensive of any potential interference. However, the replay revealed a pristine block, and the referee awarded possession to the home team. The electrifying atmosphere ignited by the previous play was abruptly extinguished by Yang's formidable rejection, plunging the arena into a profound silence. Fat Tiger, pouting in disbelief, struggled to comprehend the nature of this extraordinary player who seemed inescapable, his defense omnipresent. "Hey, here inside," Willie Green shouted, gesturing towards the paint as he called out to Jones. Fat Tiger retreated to the three-point arc, relinquishing the urgency to attack, realizing it was time for his teammates to engage in the offensive efforts. Ingram, with the ball, scored consecutively, while Yang responded in kind, delivering 2 assists that propelled the team to 5 consecutive points. The score now stood at 95-85, with the Nets maintaining a 10-point lead and only 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Nash, wary of taking risks, called another timeout. He opened the tactical board, diagramming a horns play, announcing, "Horns, let's execute the horns now. If we fail to score this possession, utilize off-ball screens to return to the interior and pass the ball to Yang. Yang, remember your role. Take the opportunity to penetrate and dismantle their defense. We have sharpshooters lurking on the perimeter, so shoot boldly. Me, intensify your defense, denying them any chance to organize, forcing them to release the ball in the half-court. Let Zion take control and disrupt their offensive flow, and we shall secure this victory." Chapter 58, The Tyrant Draws the Bow. Yang wholeheartedly endorses such a strategy, where tactical play governs both offense and defense. This is a hallmark of an exceptional head coach. It transports Yang back to the CBA, where the coaches not only taught defensive techniques, but also imparted the art of reading the game. Following Nash's further instructions, the match resumed. With 3 minutes remaining, the home team trailed by 12 points, theoretically still within reach. Thus, from the head coach to the fans, everyone was well prepared to leverage the home court advantage for a final push to turn the tide. In the previous game, Fat Tiger decisively altered the offensive approach, moving into the low post, while Ingram positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Both players unleashed their strengths, rendering the opponent's defense ineffective. Ingram initiated the assault with a successful corner three-pointer, quickly followed by a steal. He passed to the fast-breaking Fat Tiger, who, utilizing his physical prowess, powered through the defenders for another basket. The score narrowed to a mere 7 points, reinvigorating the home team's momentum as fans erupted in exuberant cheers. As a victory was already theirs, Vaughn promptly signaled to Nash to call a timeout to disrupt the home team's momentum, but Nash remained unfazed. Fat Tiger's fast break was indeed unstoppable, and Ingram's shooting precision was equally formidable. The Pelicans' strategic shift had been anticipated by Nash, so he felt no urgency to halt the game. Meanwhile, Mills controlled the ball as he crossed half-court, glancing towards Yang, who was poised to create an opportunity for a three-point shot. He decisively signaled Griffin to set a screen. Accelerating towards the right, Yang recognized an opening and quickened his pace, positioning himself at the 45-degree angle beyond the arc, ready to receive the pass. As predicted, Mills broke through to just outside the free-throw line, but the Pelicans' defensive wall effectively blocked the attacking route. Without hesitation, Mills pivoted and returned the ball to Yang, who found himself facing an expanse of open space. Observing that the number 8 was unguarded, Fat Tiger realized the precariousness of the situation and quickly sprang into action. Yang beheld a ferocious tiger charging towards him, and without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively extended his arms to shoot. From a distance, it appeared as though a rainbow arched gracefully across the court as the basketball swished through the net. The substitute bench erupted in jubilation, with Durant rising to cheer. "Well done. That three-pointer was magnificent." Nash, still brimming with confidence, cast a glance at Vaughn, who upon witnessing the successful three-pointer felt a weight lift from his heart. "Quickly, move up," Yang shouted, turning to charge towards the stout Tiger. The Tiger, skillfully fending off Yang, received the ball and initiated a fast break. Realizing the Tiger was intent on a solo attack, Yang hurriedly matched his pace. Amidst the chaos, the Tiger advanced to the three-point line, while Valanciunas established a deep position against Claxton in the paint. Observing this, the Tiger executed a clever bounce pass, perfectly timed, which Valanciunas received and swiftly turned to deliver a delicate hook shot. As Claxton watched helplessly, the ball glide through the hoop. He resigned himself to abandoning defense in preparation for the baseline inbounds. Yet, Yang surged forth once more, leaping high to swat the ball away, just as it left Valanciunas' hands. In a flash, the basketball crashed against the backboard, causing Valanciunas to be momentarily stunned and pushed aside with a roar. Seeing the ball blocked, Claxton decisively leapt to secure the rebound, landing with the ball protected in his embrace. With Valanciunas still recovering, Yang extended his hand and called out here, quickly. Recognizing Yang's demand for safety, Claxton passed the ball to him. Yang received the ball, and Pang Hu rose to intercept. With a deft pivot, Yang skillfully maneuvered past the defender, subsequently slowing his pace. Pang Hu caught up, and Yang positioned himself to shield the ball while advancing. Noticing that only a little over 2 minutes remained on the clock, Yang chose not to rush the offense, instead opting to decelerate the tempo, aiming for a higher success rate while consuming the remaining time. Realizing that player 8 was beginning to waste time, Pang Hu stepped forward to apply pressure. Yang took a step back, while Claxton swiftly moved in to provide cover. Utilizing the shield, he deftly surged inward from the left flank. Valanciunas, who had been delayed in his approach, spread his arms wide, closely trailing him, poised to thwart his advance. A mismatch occurred, prompting Claxton to decisively shift to the weak side, thus granting Yang the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. Yang was unyielding, employing a clever rhythm to execute a deft between-the-legs dribble to his left hand, followed by a graceful step back akin to a prayer gesture. Valanciunas, seizing the moment, advanced decisively to contest the shot. An opportunity arose as Yang executed a swift change of hands to his right, accelerating past the center, leaving the basket wide open. With a measured step, he launched himself, drawing back his bow like an archer, and unleashed a powerful one-handed slam dunk, emphatically driving the basketball into the hoop. "Oh, how splendid!" Claxton rushed forward, pumping his fist and roaring with excitement, even more exhilarated than Yang himself after the dunk. Such is the nature of basketball. Spectators often find themselves more animated than the players, which elucidates the fervor of the fans. Pippen was utterly captivated by this dunk, shaking his head in disbelief as he watched number 8 thump his chest and immediately transition back on defense. He pondered the necessity of conversing with this extraordinary player after the game. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Wu Man felt a tension surpassing that of anyone else. Time was running low, and Yang was merely 2 points shy of surpassing the 30-point mark. Would he accomplish this feat in the final moments? Yang, without deliberately keeping track of the score, guided Fat Tiger in close defense. Fat Tiger skillfully varied his rhythm, pushing off to create space before launching into a powerful drive towards the basket. Griffin's defensive response was remarkably prompt. Noticing Fat Tiger's intent to attack, he stepped into the offensive path, poised to draw an offensive foul. Upon observing the defensive assistance, Yang understood that Fat Tiger was poised to execute a layup. He immediately lowered his center of gravity. As Fat Tiger leaned into the ball, Yang made another attempt to seize it directly from his hands. However, this endeavor proved unsuccessful. The strength of Fat Tiger was beyond Yang's capacity to counter. Realizing he was on the verge of being outmaneuvered, he committed fully, launching himself at Fat Tiger. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for possession, prompting the referee to sound the whistle decisively, extending both hands with thumbs raised to signify a jump ball. Fat Tiger, visibly displeased, roared in protest, claiming a foul for pulling on his arm. The referee confidently clarified that the stoppage was for a jump ball, with no foul committed. Since the Pelicans were set to initiate the offense in the fourth quarter, the jump ball was awarded to the Nets. Yang pounded his chest vigorously, declaring that this particular play was the epitome of defensive triumph, the most crucial defensive moment. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, Mills advanced the ball into the front court. Yang, without hesitation, maneuvered through the center, skillfully utilizing his teammate screens to evade his defender and propelled himself toward the top of the arc to receive the ball from Mills. Mills astutely signaled for everyone to spread out, allowing Yang the opportunity for a one-on-one showdown. Yang Yang with the ball in hand, glanced at the remaining time on the shot clock and, with determination, redirected his gaze towards Fat Tiger. The fierce expression on Fat Tiger's face gave Yang Yang the impression that he was ready to pounce. Without hesitation, as Fat Tiger closed in, Yang Yang decisively retreated while releasing the ball. He executed 2 swift dribbles between his legs, prompting Fat Tiger to be cautious, fixating on Yang Yang's footwork and attempting to counter him physically. Upon observing the situation, Yang Yang resolved to counterattack decisively with a swift breakthrough down the left flank. Leveraging his momentum, he deftly sidestepped past Fat Tiger, who was positioned just beyond the three-point line. With a sudden halt, Yang Yang executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning the ball to his right hand. Fat Tiger, caught off guard and displaced by over a meter, reacted with remarkable speed, quickly retracting his stance and extending his arms to intercept. Yang Yang provided no further opportunity for defense. He decisively bent his knees at the three-point line and executed a swift jump shot. Wu Man, filled with anxiety, watched the ball leave his hands with her mouth agape. What a stunning behind-the-back dribble to maneuver past his opponent. Yet instead of opting for a drive, he chose to shoot from beyond the arc. Would his shot find its mark? Chapter 59, A Flawless Battle. Alento, donning his headset, stood up in exhilaration, his voice nearly hoarse as he called out to the throngs of fans. The electrified crowd clenched their fists, their eyes wide with anticipation fixed upon the trajectory of the shot. Every spectator silently prayed for it to miss, some even displaying expressions of disdain towards the number 8 player. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence, a collective tension palpable in the air. Turning to the Nets bench, every player grasped one another, while Durant stood at the sideline, poised to rush in for a celebration. Wu Man, unable to contain herself, rose to her feet, her expression a portrait of tension as she followed the arc of the basketball, soaring overhead. Yang Yang landed with a deep breath, his right hand still suspended in the air, elevated above his head as he gazed intently at the basketball. The shot was perfectly aligned, and he felt an 80% certainty that it would find its way through the net. Yet, until the ball actually went in, all confidence was merely an illusion. With a resounding swish, the sound of the ball striking the net reverberated throughout the entire arena, silencing the once vibrant crowd. This was soon followed by the ecstatic shouts from the Nets bench. Home run! Ha! That was an exhilarating three-pointer. The atmosphere crackled with excitement as they celebrated Yang's extraordinary shot. The Nets were utterly enthralled, completely captivated by this display of dominance, cheering for Yang's ability to deliver a performance of such caliber. With a deft move, he executed a crossover, abruptly halted, and skillfully maneuvered the ball behind his back to shake off his defender before launching the three-pointer against the defense. Goodness, is this truly the work of a short-term contract? Arleno thought, his mind buzzing with disbelief. This player represented the future of New Orleans and the league itself, and with a mere flick, he created space of over a meter, showing no regard for his opponent. This was a significant moment for the number 8, a pivotal turning point. Arlento snapped back to reality and exclaimed that such a blatant humiliation toward the future star of the league would not go unnoticed. Laughter erupted from Pippen and Bran, amused by his jest. Turning back, the referee had already blown the whistle for a timeout. Willie Green had little patience left, while luck played a part. The display of skill was undeniable. Assistant coach Klinka had warned beforehand to be wary of the Nets' number 8 player. Despite having devised a defensive strategy specifically for him, they had ultimately failed, and tonight's loss could be attributed solely to his prowess. Yang Yang turned around and let out a fierce roar, unleashing his inner turmoil with a powerful punch. Life is too short for youth to be unbridled, especially tonight, as it marks a grand battle for the future of the league. This match is the moment to prove that he is no longer merely a bench warmer. Even if he has spent countless hours on the sidelines, given the opportunity, Eastern players can indeed outshine the number 1 draft pick of the NBA. Young, you have astonished me. I never imagined you could shake Zion off like that. It was simply incredible, Durant exclaimed, excitedly patting Yang Yang on the shoulder. At that moment, Nash had no tactical advice to offer. With just over a minute left and a 15-point lead, the gap was only theoretically surmountable. Yang, well done. Nash approached Yang Yang for a high five. This is what I ought to do. Yang Yang replied affirmatively. Nash pulled out the tactical board and called out. In the final minute, we must not let our guard down. The game is not over until the last second. Defense, we must prioritize our defense. Our task is not yet complete. Since joining the Nets, Nash had consistently emphasized the importance of competitive spirit on the court. Even in defeat, one must not lose their fighting spirit. Hence, the players did not believe the game was secure at this juncture. Stay tight on this play, Yang and Griffin. You must remain alert. In the closing moments, the ball will certainly be passed to Big Tiger and Ingram. Give them 2 points, but absolutely deny them a three-pointer. Stay just inside the arc. The two nodded vigorously, determined not to make any mistakes. After issuing his emphatic instructions, they returned to the court as the Pelicans prepared to inbound the ball. In a meticulously arranged formation, Willie Green devised a wall-running tactic. Leading the charge, Graham darted away, while Valanciunas executed a spin to shield Big Tiger. Taking advantage of the screen, Big Tiger sprinted towards the three-point line. Yang was momentarily obstructed, prompting Griffin to decisively step forward. Griffin's move inadvertently left Ingram open at the corner three-point line, while Valen rushed towards the basket. Observing Ingram's unguarded position, Big Tiger promptly delivered a well-placed pass. Clarkson quickly rushed to cover, but Ingram, with his eyes still heavy with sleep, lifted his long arms for a three-pointer. With a resounding clang, the basketball struck the front rim and bounced out. However, Valen retreated a step, effortlessly seizing the rebound, and swiftly advanced for an easy layup. Tight in the defense. Man-to-man, Willie Green shouted fervently from the sidelines. Big Tiger turned his gaze back to Yang, who remained unperturbed, signaling to Clarkson to press deeper. Meanwhile, Mills, backed against Jones, advanced at a leisurely pace. As the game entered its final countdown, the anxious Pelicans saw Yang decisively sprinting towards the front court, halting just outside the three-point line, ready to receive the ball and launch an offensive to seal the victory. The Pelicans' pressure was relentless, leaving Mills with little opportunity to orchestrate an attack. Yang did not dare to squander any more time. With decisive swiftness, he accelerated and darted into an open space, where Mills promptly delivered the ball to him. Once again confronted by the formidable Fat Tiger, this time the latter was fully alert, his defense at its peak, while Valanciunas was equally prepared for assistance. With merely 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Claxton positioned himself to set a screen for Yang. But Yang resolutely gestured for him to refrain. Pippen furrowed his brow in confusion, exclaiming, "Does he possess such confidence?" Aranto shook his head, remarking, "He is far too arrogant. He shall reap no rewards." In that moment, Yang, with the ball in his right hand, initiated a breakthrough towards the right. Fat Tiger pursued closely, yet suddenly. With a sweeping crossover, Yang switched the ball to his left hand, leaving Fat Tiger once again off balance. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, as they could hardly fathom that Fat Tiger had been outmaneuvered by the same opponent on 2 occasions. Yang remained unfazed by external influences. After creating space, he swiftly maneuvered past his opponent on the right flank. As he charged towards the three-point line, Valanciunas decisively lunged from behind, clearly intent on committing a foul. As Yang observed that his opponent showed no signs of halting, he decisively retreated a step and executed a long-range jump shot. Valen, undeterred, charged towards Yang's shot. In that moment, Yang soared into the air, his touch delicate and graceful, with a beautifully arched wrist. He effortlessly sank a 2-point shot, drawing another round of cheers from the spectators. Yang, no longer subdued, turned around and let out a fierce roar, striking his chest. "Hey, defense, keep up." Mills pursued Jones, eager to defend. However, Willie Green refrained from allowing his players to attack. The final possession, even if successful, would be of no consequence. Jones voluntarily halted, signaling the end of the play. Nash rose as well, applauding and encouraging the players on the court. With 34 points, 3 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals, it was a flawless performance. Chapter 60. The Mamba Mentality. Wu Man, observing from the sidelines, noted the final 2 points and couldn't help but feel a thrill of joy at the statistics of the evening. At last, he had achieved all-star caliber numbers. In the next game, Yang would undoubtedly secure a starting position. The reality proved that Yang's fervor was not merely a fleeting trend. He possessed the talent to assert his dominance in the NBA. As time expired on the court, Yang approached the Pelicans players to embrace them. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Host, the first half of the mission is complete. Completion value, 90. Second half of the mission, continue to elevate your worth." Yang was astonished. Indeed, the basketball deity was remarkably punctual, as the sound of the buzzer echoed immediately after the game's conclusion. However, the completion value stood at a mere 90, which left Yang feeling dissatisfied. He exerted himself in every match, consistently fulfilling the assigned tasks, yet the ultimate outcome was still only a score of 90. It appeared that the intricacies of the basketball deity system were profound, Mere task completion did not guarantee a high completion value, indicating the necessity for relentless refinement. Upon receiving the system's task and affirming his pursuit, Yang Yang confidently patted his chest before continuing towards his opponent. When he embraced Fat Tiger, he excitedly expressed, "I am thrilled to have defended one of the strongest players. You have shown me the essence of physical talent." "Thank you." Although Fat Tiger was not particularly joyous after the defeat, he did not forget to exchange courteous words. Embracing back, he replied, "Brother, you did excellently. Keep pushing forward. I look forward to our next encounter." After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Yang eagerly made his way to the bench of the nets. "Hey, you did it. Congratulations." Vaughn quickly approached to embrace him. "Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Without your support, I could not have achieved today's performance. I am immensely grateful," Yang Yang said, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Yang Yang was acutely aware that his achievements were not solely the result of his own efforts, the assistance of the system, and, significantly, the guidance of Vaughn played an indispensable role. Without Vaughn's patient mentorship and fervent recommendations in front of the head coach, the opportunity to step onto the court would have been elusive. In fact, on the very day the initial 10-day contract expired, he would have been dismissed. Thus, this gratitude remained etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. "Yang, the tasks that lie ahead will be even more demanding," Vaughn remarked, releasing his grip. "The playoffs are imminent, and it is there that you will truly prove your worth." Yang Yang nodded firmly in response, fully comprehending the words of Vaughn. The true arena for a superstar is the playoffs. Reflecting on the past, the reason for McGrady's limited accomplishments was his lack of performance in the postseason. To make an impact in the playoffs, one must stand out in the remaining games. Otherwise, with the arrival of the three superstars, achieving success would be an impossibility. "Hey, brother, you were absolutely electrifying. 38 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. My goodness, you are the MVP of the night. I adore you." Duran exclaimed excitedly, wrapping his arm around Yang Yang's shoulder. Yang Yang did not pay attention to the exact score he had achieved, yet he was aware that it exceeded 30. To attain such a score, he owed his gratitude to Wu Man. Had it not been for her assistance in establishing the scoring criteria, he might not have been able to dominate the game. He turned back to search beneath the basket and saw Wu Man speaking to the camera. Yang Yang contemplated that during the forthcoming interview, she ought to express her heartfelt gratitude. "Yang, congratulations. You have bestowed upon us a surge of positive energy. Our team shall unite more fervently as we strive for the playoffs." Griffin approached, towel in hand, to give her a high five. Yang Yang humbly replied, "Winning the match is not solely my achievement. Without your trust, I could not have made those shots, so I am grateful for everyone's faith in me." "Excellent. Remain humble and modest. I believe you will go far," Nash said with a smile as he extended his hand for a high five with Yang Yang. Yang Yang extended his hand for a high five, then embraced Nash with enthusiasm. "Coach, I owe you my gratitude. Without your trust, I might not even have had the chance to step onto the court." "Thank you." Nash, however, held a different perspective. Comforting him with a pat on the shoulder, he replied, "The one you should truly thank is yourself. Without a relentless desire to win, no one could rescue you. Remember, my child, we all need the Mamba mentality, and you have already embodied it." The mention of the Mamba mentality brought tears to Yang Yang's eyes. Indeed, he had always regarded Kobe as his idol, particularly admiring his indomitable spirit on the court. Yet, not everyone can consistently uphold the Mamba mentality. Without it, many might have already surrendered. Although Kobe has departed from this world, his spirit will eternally reside in the hearts of every player. "I am grateful for your guidance, Coach. I will forever cherish the Mamba mentality, no matter where I go. I shall never forget its essence," Yang Yang replied, filled with emotion. Nash was pleased with Yang Yang's response, and once again patted him on the shoulder as they made their way toward the locker room. "Congratulations, Yang. You have achieved tonight's goal," Wu Man said, approaching with Peng Liang, beaming with joy. "With 38 points, you've exceeded expectations. Now, before our cameras, greet the domestic fans." Yang Yang found it perplexing why he suddenly felt the need to greet domestic fans, especially since he had long been regarded as their cast-off. Even if he performed exceptionally well, their recognition was not guaranteed. However, standing before the camera as one of the last Eastern players in the NBA, he represented more than just himself. Despite their skepticism, he felt a sense of gratitude towards them. With a smile, Yang addressed the camera, expressing his appreciation for the support from domestic fans, vowing to maintain his best form and to excel in every game, hoping to repay their faith with improved performances. Meanwhile, the comments section beneath the footage was inundated with criticism. A disgrace. With the three stars not playing, He only scored high by stepping in dog waste. Let's see him achieve another high score. Luck won't last forever. He should hastily return and avoid further embarrassment abroad. This barrage of vitriol was something Yang remained oblivious to. Even if he were to see it, it mattered little. The fans could not comprehend the arduous journey he faced in pursuit of his dreams in a foreign land. After the playoffs, they would inevitably witness a stronger version of him. Next, Wu Man sought to shed light on Yang's struggles before the camera, aiming for more domestic fans to understand his challenges. We know you were filled with hope when selected 5th overall, but your subsequent experiences are well known. I would like to ask, what has sustained you thus far? Reflecting on this inquiry, the past insults, the unfair treatment, and even his injuries flooded back to his mind. The memories of such a difficult past left him wondering how he had endured. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a smile as he looked into the camera and replied, each of us encounters difficulties and setbacks. I want to convey to everyone that, regardless of the circumstances, I will never forget my goals. With the spirit of Mamba supporting me, not just I, but all of you watching can achieve your dreams as well. Thank you. Chapter 61. Gratitude for fan support. This was the heartfelt sentiment Yang longed to express before the public, even if fans in front of the camera deemed it insincere. The eyes of the crowd are discerning, and fans are among the most genuine groups. They support only when performances are commendable. They are acutely aware when things go awry, which is why Yang was determined not to disappoint them. Keep pushing. You are remarkable. Just making it to the NBA is an achievement in itself. We will always support you, as long as you give your all. If it truly doesn't work out, then CBA it is. Better to be a rooster among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. I'm with you. Among the comments, there were still rational fans offering encouragement, though Yang remained unaware of them. Wu Man was pleased with Yang's response, nodding in appreciation. Thank you for sharing your perseverance with us. The spirit of Mamba lives in each of our hearts, and I believe Kobe is cheering for you from above. Yang also nodded in satisfaction, a gesture of gratitude towards Wu Man. Upon returning to the dressing room, everyone engaged in lively conversation, sharing laughter as they discussed the evening's match. As Yang entered, he exchanged high fives with his teammates, expressing his gratitude once more. His teammates showered him with congratulations, pondering if they could secure the highest score in the next match. Nash decisively interrupted, stating that the game had concluded. Yet our aspirations remain unfulfilled. It was merely one match, and it does not signify anything substantial. I urge all of you to forget tonight's game and muster your spirits for the forthcoming challenges. Yang, congratulations once again on your commanding performance this evening. However, not every match will yield such brilliance. Let go of tonight's game and embark anew, for greater rewards await you. Yang affirmet, rest assured, coach. I am well aware of my role and the team's objectives. I will perform my duties diligently. Excellent, Nash replied with a smile. The reporters have been waiting for quite some time. They are bound to have numerous questions, and I believe you should consider how to respond. Yang now harbors a certain trepidation towards press conferences, as these journalists often pose a myriad of perplexing inquiries. Given this time, he would prefer to rest adequately and focus on training. Coach, is it possible for me to skip the press conference? Yang inquired with a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. Nash found this curious. Press conferences were coveted opportunities that many would vie to attend. What could possibly be troubling him? Oh, I'm not refusing, Yang quickly clarified, noticing Nash's confusion. I simply wish to avoid confronting their challenging questions. My desire is to immerse myself in the game, dedicating my time to training, which would be far more beneficial. Haha, your training regimen is already quite rigorous, but if you don't attend, the media may perceive it as you being aloof, and that would not bode well, Durant remarked with a chuckle. Brother, you must go. It's crucial to learn how to face such situations. Kevin's assertion was valid. One must not allow them to find a weak spot. Thus, it was decided that they would proceed. Nash spread his hands and led the way out, with teammates offering gestures of camaraderie. Left with no alternative, Yang reciprocated the gesture and followed suit. Upon arriving at the press conference, the routine unfolded as expected. After Nash summarized the game's events, he fielded several questions. A female journalist boldly posed the most cutting query, with an impressive tally of 38 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Will Yang's name appear in the starting lineup for the upcoming match against the Spurs? Yang was also curious about the outcome, as it was essential to present core data tonight, and there should be no issue with starting. Nash chuckled, exclaiming, "Ah, the delightful troubles of happiness." This elicited laughter from the crowd, all amused by his whimsical gesture. Yang shrugged. seeking a direct response from Nash. Nash replied, expressing his joy at seeing Yang achieve such impressive statistics. As for whether he could secure a starting position, it would depend on the team's chemistry. After all, the Spurs Ginobili was once honored as the best sixth man. This accolade was commendable, and Yang was more than willing to embrace that role. The second inquiry was whether Yang's playing time would be diminished upon the return of the three superstars. This question could only be answered once they were back. As our objective is the championship, and sacrifices would be made by all, Nash adeptly navigated the reporter's questions. The third question noted Kyrie's absence from the game, and the lack of a pre-game statement regarding it. Was Kyrie dissatisfied with his position on the team? Nash firmly declined to address this matter, yet felt it necessary to respond in front of the media. Haha, Kyrie is an indispensable part of our team, Nash chuckled. His absence tonight was due to feeling unwell before the game. You all know, our focus isn't solely on this match. Ensuring player health is of utmost importance. The reporters did not pursue further questions, clearly skeptical of this explanation. Yang, do you believe you possess the ability to enter the starting lineup? Another inquisitive journalist interjected. Yang humbly replied, everyone is well aware of the prowess of the three giants. My sole focus is to adhere to the coach's directives and fulfill my responsibilities. As for being a starter, that is not for me to ponder. Currently, there are rumors circulating that you possess the potential to surpass Linsanity and emerge as Brooklyn's new inspirational icon. Do you believe you have indeed transcended Linsanity, or even entirely replaced him? The fervor surrounding Yang's moniker has indeed spread throughout Brooklyn, although the response from the away crowd appears rather subdued. Even with tonight's remarkable performance, the visiting fans seem somewhat oblivious. As for the notion of becoming an idol, Yang has not pondered it deeply. If he were to ascend to the status of a public figure, he would aspire to be a beacon of positivity. With a smile, he remarked that the tale of Lin's meteoric rise has become legendary within the NBA. He reiterated his desire to serve as a positive role model for the youth, expressing his eagerness for such a role. However, he emphasized that his primary focus remains on excelling in his game and ensuring he does not hinder his team's progress. Furthermore, he is curious about his current short-term contract situation. Given his current performance metrics, it is inevitable that teams will extend lucrative offers once the season concludes. He contemplates his next steps in that regard. Upon hearing these words, Yang perceived it as a provocation. The season has not yet concluded, and to inquire prematurely raises suspicions of entrapment. Nash was equally astonished by such a question. Nevertheless, this matter is one that he, as head coach, ought to contemplate. Thus, listening to his response may not be an unwise endeavor. Yang's mind operates with remarkable agility as he chuckles, expressing his gratitude for their affirmation. He assures them that he will diligently pursue the direction they have outlined. Once he delivers a commendable performance in a match, they may inquire further without delay. Such a reply neither offends the team nor disappoints the reporters, striking a perfect balance. Naturally, should he secure the championship this year, a lucrative contract would await him, with teams like the Nets eager to offer him a substantial salary. As long as he performs well, he need not worry about financial rewards. And I wish to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the fans through your coverage. I shall continue to train rigorously, honing my skills to aid the team and give back to the unwavering support of the fans. Chapter 62. Discontent with ball possession. The press conference, both simple yet intricate, is un inévitable ordre for Yang. Many are unaware that a player's performance extends beyond the court. External factors play a significant role. Particularly in the NBA, players enjoy a considerable degree of freedom, often frequenting nightclubs as a matter of course. Fortunately, the reporters refrained from probing whether he would celebrate at a nightclub that evening. Upon returning to the locker room, veteran players like Mills were still receiving muscle relaxation treatments from masseurs. The team takes great care of these seasoned players. After a grueling game, especially away from home, it is essential to engage in post-game training to ensure optimal performance in the next match. However, just as they reached the locker room entrance, Max summoned Nash early, indicating that the coaching staff needed to discuss strategies for the upcoming game. Yang was also contemplating the upcoming match against the Spurs, particularly considering the formidable presence of Coach Popovich. Upon entering the room, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Winning should have brought joy, yet the group, who had previously been exuberant, now appeared rather somber, as if something was amiss. Hey, are you all worried about the next game? Yang inquired with a smile, directing his question towards Mills. This veteran of the locker room had recently transitioned from the Spurs, and facing his former team undoubtedly stirred complex emotions within him. In response, Mills shrugged and remarked, Every basketball player in the world aspires to play under Popovich. His military background instills a strict sense of discipline, which is why he secures so many victories. As he spoke, Mills reminisced about past games. Although he had faced considerable criticism, he was grateful to the old man for his rigorous standards, as without them, he might have long been out of the NBA. Yang, do you think you can perform exceptionally well tomorrow? Griffin posed a rather peculiar question. Yang furowet his brow. Sensing that they doubted his explosive prowess, attributing his recent performances merely to fortune. Well, who could blame them? He had not showcased the level of skill expected of him in the past. This is the 21st season. Do you believe the Spurs can secure multiple championships in an odd-numbered year? Yang inquiret with a smile. The league chronicles reveal that the Spurs' renowned trio once claimed victory consecutively in odd years. During that era, the Spurs were undeniably among the elite teams. Even as the trio aged, the season Popovich ensured that the Spurs did not descend into mediocrity. However, the current Spurs are not the same as those of the Triumvirate's reign. The challenges they face in pursuing a championship are formidable. Yet this does not imply they lack capability. One must never underestimate any adversary. The Spurs' enduring presence in the league is indeed a testament to the team's discipline, a cultural depth that is unparalleled among other franchises, Mills stated solemnly. Yang did not dare to underestimate the situation. After all, in the arena of competition, there are no absolute victors. Yang, have you checked your phone? Griffin could not help but inquire. Since the conclusion of the match, he had scarcely paused for breath, leaving no time to peruse his device. Even if he had, it would merely be filled with the media's accolades for the game. After all, without the trio of superstars, a mere role player managing to score 38 points and lead the team to victory would elicit nothing but an abundance of praise. I hadn't considered wasting time on my phone, Yang replied with a smile. I need to head back and continue my muscle training. Zion is a beast, and I nearly fell victim to him. Oh, wait a moment, Mills quickly interjected, gesturing for him to join in on the muscle relaxation exercises. Yang could not comprehend what they wished to convey, but it certainly did not involve him taking a seat for a massage. Do you want to discuss the Spurs with me? He inquired. Immediately, he settled down, eager to hear his analysis on the Spurs. No, first. Take a look at tonight's news on ESPN, Griffin gestured. Yang set an unusual atmosphère. Initially reluctant to pay heed to the so-called media reports, he found himself compelled to take a look. He opened his phone and directly navigated to the ESPN interface, where an alarming headline caught his eye: Irving's dissatisfaction with his position on the team and his unilateral departure from the squad. Yang nearly retched. Were there emerging conflicts among the three giants? Harden's arrival was sanctioned only with the consent of the other two. It was under their agreement that Max made such a significant acquisition. Now discord arises? However, Yang promptly regained his composure and, without even perusing the content, retorted that it was sheer nonsense, asserting that the media merely sought to cultivate sensational topics. You should read the entire piece, Griffin added. Yang could only muster the patience to continue reading. However, the more he delved into the text, the more it fell to miss. The pointed critique seemed directed at him. The essence of the article suggested that Irving was dissatisfied with his share of the ball, feeling that his attempts to score were insufficient, particularly during the final moments against the Trail Blazers. How could an absolute core player be relegated to the bench at such a critical juncture? The article concluded with the notion that Irving's choice to remain silent before the media and to walk away was a poignant message to Nash, indicating that having a player relegated to the role of a mere water boy in the fourth quarter was the utmost disrespect. After absorbing the report, Yang's expression betrayed none of the exhilaration typically associated with victory. Griffin shrugged and remarked, Yang, you should now comprehend why they chose to keep you around. Yang put away his phone just as Wu Man's call came in. The news of this report had already circulated before the game, leaving only those on the field unaware. After reading the article, Max, in a state of anxious urgency, first reached out to the team's owner to provide a brief update before deciding to speak with Irving. However, Irving did not answer the call, which led him to wait until the game's conclusion to discuss matters with Nash. Wu Man did not hold back. She directly relayed the contents of the ESPN report, preparing to draft a clarifying statement specifically for him. Now, she waited in the arena, anticipating Yang's arrival. Yang was undoubtedly infuriated by the nonsensical remarks of these individuals. However, with the reports already published, any explanation would merely serve as a cover-up. Consequently, Yang declined Wu Man's attempt at clarification, asserting that he was fine and that the team would handle the situation. Wu Man, not willing to relent, stated that she would wait at the arena expressing the necessity to have a conversation with him. Yang Yang had originally intended to train in the strength room, but since Wu Man wished to communicate, he decided to meet in the hotel's training facility. Confronted with such matters, Yang Yang, the principal party involved, would not remain indifferent. He calmly addressed the two veteran players, stating, "To be honest, I am not particularly concerned about this issue. However, I do not wish to disrupt the unity of the team, so I must clarify a few points with you. I am indeed merely a short-term contract player, and the team has the right to release me at any moment. Nevertheless, I cannot contend with Irving for ball control, and the arrangements made for the game against the Trail Blazers were orchestrated by the coach, with no internal conflicts at play. Furthermore, tonight, the coach is approaching the game strategically. Our objective is the playoffs, and the upcoming regular season matches serve as opportunities for practice. Therefore, at this juncture, I wish to speak directly with Irving to emphasize the importance of prioritizing the team." "Oh no, you cannot go," Mills interjected hastily. "You must not seek out Irving at this time. Your explanations will be conveyed by the coach. Your focus should be solely on the game, not on distractions. Do you understand?" Chapter 63. Grounded in defense. Yang Yang certainly understood their implications. However, it was Irving who constituted the linchpin of the team. From top to bottom, no one would jeopardize their standing for the sake of a mere benchwarmer. Thus, Yang Yang felt compelled to take the initiative, approaching the head coach to clarify matters. This not only affected the unity of the team, but could also result in his being sidelined in the forthcoming matches. It was imperative to recognize that these upcoming games were crucial for enhancing personal value, and if his opportunities were curtailed due to Irving, it would render his efforts futile. "Yang, I understand your urgency, but this matter cannot be resolved merely by your stepping forward," Griffin stated gravely. "The issues among the big three should be addressed by them. Your responsibility is to strengthen yourself." This sentiment resonated deeply with Yang Yang. To fortify oneself meant to carry oneself with dignity, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, one must also possess a heart full of gratitude. Had it not been for Owner Kai granting him this opportunity, the divine favor of basketball might not have graced him. Therefore, he resolved not to depart from the team over such a trivial misunderstanding. "If you wish to avoid becoming fodder for the media, it is best to concentrate on the court," Griffin continued. "Distraction will hinder your performance, leading to dire consequences." With a thumbs up, he added, "Yang, keep pushing forward. I hope to see you in the next game." This encouragement lightened Yang Yang's heart. He decided to keep his focus steady. Indeed, he would leave the matter to the coach's discretion. Yang Yang gave a thumbs up to the two, smiling as he expressed his gratitude for their support. However, he mentioned that he must head to the hotel for strength training. "All right, I hope you could transform into a steel-bodied devil," Griffin chuckled, then closed his eyes to relish the relaxation of the massage. As Yang Yang emerged from the changing room, Mills turned and inquired, "Griffin, do you believe Yang is merely a fleeting phenomenon?" Griffin replied thoughtfully, "It's hard to say. Judging by his performance today, he hardly resembles a benchwarmer. However, such an explosive display in such a short span is truly astonishing, considering he has wandered for quite some time." Mills, too, found himself engulfed in perplexity. Indeed, it is remarkable. What could he have endured to experience such a sudden surge? As Yang Yang departed from the arena, a sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Upon returning to the hotel, he trudged into the weight room. Inside, Johnson and a few young players were engaged in strength training. Noticing Yang Yang's somber demeanor, they likely surmised that he was troubled by the ESPN report. "Hey Yang, are you all right?" Johnson inquired, putting down his dumbbells. Seeing the others present, Yang Yang managed a smile and asked, "What brings you here so late for training?" "Well, you're here too, aren't you?" Johnson shrugged in response. "We've all noticed your dedication. Plus, after facing Zion, the so-called Big Tiger tonight, I felt utterly defeated, so I came to hit the weights." Indeed, Zion's nickname is Big Tiger for a reason. His physique is that of a formidable beast. "We can only compensate with rigorous training," Yang Yang replied, moving directly to the barbell to begin his warm-up. At that moment, the door swung open, and Wu Man entered. "Hey, you're training with your girlfriend? How romantic!" Clarkston exclaimed, laughing heartily at Yang Yang. Upon seeing Wu Man, Yang Yang replied, a hint of shyness in his voice, "Let's make the most of our training time." Wu Man could only awkwardly wave her hand in greeting to the two, and then gestured for Yang Yang to step over to a more secluded area near the battle ropes to converse. Yang Yang approached, first pulling out the battle rope, gripping it tightly with both hands, squatting down in a horse stance, and taking a deep breath before beginning to swing with great force. Wu Man did not hinder his training. Instead, she took out her phone and pointed out, "This report by ESPN is not without merit. To my knowledge, Irving indeed left without informing anyone. Yang Yang listened to Wu Man's words in silence. The intensity of the battle rope training left him no room for speech. Wu Man continued, consider this, a 38-point victory over the Pelicans, who boast the formidable Fat Tiger. Moreover, you held your ground against him without yielding an inch. This is the outcome you presented to fans around the globe tonight. Kyrie felt discontent, not due to your remarkable performance this evening, but because he believed you should not have taken the initiative to shoulder the blame in the match against the Trailblazers. It was Kyrie's responsibility to defend Lillard. Yet you usurped that role and executed it with greater efficacy. The fans noticed, as did the head coach, which explains why Kyrie found himself benched during the crucial moments of the fourth quarter. Thus, this unannounced departure signifies a declaration of war. I believe you should not remain passive. You ought to approach Nash first. Yang Yang harbored similar intentions. However, Nash had been summoned by Mr. Ma for a meeting to discuss this very matter, rendering the moment inopportune for a visit. After a slight nod, he maintained his grip on the training rope. Wu Man continued her analysis, stating that your explosive performance, in terms of ball possession, not only poses a threat to Irving but also to the other two players. Thus, you must mentally prepare for the possibility of returning to the bench. This notion displeased Yang Yang, as he had significant tasks ahead. How could he possibly revert to his former state? You are merely an ordinary player, while they command salaries in the millions. It is unlikely they would relinquish their starting positions. Therefore, you should not succumb to despair or harbor complaints. Rather, as you're doing now, diligently train and let your performance on the court speak for itself. Yang Yang gazed at Wu Man in astonishment, the battle rope in his hand inadvertently slowing its pace. He had assumed she had come to assist him in clarifying matters, but to his surprise, she was there to offer encouragement. Such a genuine friend. Yang Yang nodded vigorously, then began to swing the battle rope with great force, perspiration starting to bead upon his brow. Wu Man's concern lay in Yang Yang's potential lack of composure. She feared that after reading the reports, he might approach the head coach with grievances. Complaining is the gravest folly on the field, particularly for someone of his stature, who lacks the standing to voice discontent. To keep Yang Yang's focus unbroken, Wu Man added, Yang, given your current performance, I am certain many teams are showing interest. This implies that even if you were to be released, you would not struggle to find a new opportunity. However, this is not a situation you should be preoccupied with. For now, in addition to rigorous training, you must also adapt your approach on the field. Yang Yang was quite eager to hear her opinion, so he nodded to encourage her to continue. Wu Man rationally analyzed that the three giants had not yet fully integrated, and following the Christmas tournament, they would face the playoffs. Teams entering the playoffs typically allow their key players to rest, so our strategy remains unchanged. During the resting period of the three giants, you will take charge of the game. Once they're on the court, you should reclaim your role as a 3 and D player, focusing primarily on defense. The Nets are in dire need of a robust defensive player, and based on recent performances, you align perfectly with Nash's requirements. Therefore, in the next match, you must prioritize defense to dispel any doubts from the coaching staff. Emphasizing defense, Yang Yang believed this strategy was excellent. In basketball, defense is fundamental, and this is also the reason he secured his second short contract. It is essential to excel in this area. Chapter 64. Breaking free from the cage. You're the king at this moment. Yang Yang was drenched in sweat. This battle rope exercise was more exhausting than any training he had ever undertaken. It not only trained the strength of his hands, but also engaged his thighs and core, rapidly enhancing his overall strength in a short period. After Yang Yang finished his set, he had only completed 50 repetitions, and his wrists ached with fatigue. Gasping for breath, he recalled Wu Man's words. Thank you for coming all this way to discuss these matters with me, Yang Yang affirmed. In truth, it's not a significant issue. Irving's urgency stems from his desire for the team to succeed. I firmly believe his intentions are for the betterment of the team. Wu Man nearly broke into tears, unsure whether he truly comprehended the situation or was merely comforting himself. Internal strife within the team and the quest for leadership were common occurrences. After all, with such talent on display, who would willingly settle for a subordinate role? Taking a deep breath, he continued, Yang, I understand your reluctance to think negatively. But as a professional athlete, you must not view such matters too optimistically. You need to confront these issues with courage. I believe it would be wise for you to speak with Nash tomorrow. Conversations are indeed necessary, but it depends on whether the opportunity arises. Yang Yang replied after a brief pause, resuming his training with the battle ropes. Wu Man chose not to dwell on the previous topic and swiftly shifted the focus to the upcoming match. Tomorrow, you will face the San Antonio Spurs, a a team renowned for their resilience and a storied powerhouse in the league. I doubt Irving will participate in this match. Hence, you should seize this chance to reaffirm your capabilities. Wu Man had conducted thorough research on the Spurs, an established team whose style was well known among avid NBA fans. They eschewed three-point shots, favored staunch defense, and employed distinct tactics, embodying the characteristics of a traditional powerhouse. Fans from the 80s and 90s would surely appreciate such a team. Yet this is 2021. Who doesn't admire the Warriors' dazzling offense? Yet, despite their antiquated approach, this team had never missed the playoffs in the West. How infuriating is that? Inspired by Wu Man's remarks, Yang channeled his frustration into several more repetitions, dripping with sweat. Wu Man handed him a bottle of water and added, "Your name has the potential to grace the headlines of major media outlets. The outcome of tomorrow's match will reveal everything." Yang swallowed hard and chuckled, questioning the relevance of the Spurs to his situation, pondering whether they would truly come to his aid. The Spurs are notoriously formidable, known for their exceptionally strategic defense. Moreover, considering the trio of star players, if he could lead his team to victory in this match, the implications would be profound. Wu Man gazed at Yang with a serious expression, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. To be candid, the girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, and with teammates mistakenly believing she was his girlfriend, the lingering rumors remained unaddressed. Their eyes met, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regarding the upcoming game, I hesitate to divulge too much about the tactical aspects. However, we must cultivate strategic notions on how to elevate ourselves into NBA superstars. Wu Man remained unfazed by the rumors surrounding the two of them. It was her privilege to forge a friendship with Yang and to offer him advice. Fueled by her passion for basketball, if the basketball dream she once harbored could find fruition through Yang, it would be a testament to her years of dedication. Yang glanced back at his two teammates across the way, both of whom were drenched in sweat, fully committed to their training. Fortunately, they were at a sufficient distance, preventing them from overhearing the conversation. Otherwise, they might have mistakenly thought he was indulging in fanciful notions. Yang hurriedly whispered, "Let us merely speak of this matter in private and refrain from discussing it publicly, for I fear my teammates may misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" Wu Man replied earnestly. "Formulating a career plan is something every player ought to possess. Without it, how can you anticipate what the forthcoming year holds? My career aspiration is to establish myself in the NBA and become the cornerstone of my team. I aim to demonstrate to all those who underestimate me that I, Yang, as an Eastern player, can reign supreme in the CBA and likewise ascend to the status of a superstar in the NBA." Yang responded with fervor. Wu Man extended her thumb in approval, praising him. No player wishes for anything less than to be a king within the league. Yet becoming a king is no simple feat talent. Basketball intelligence, rigorous training, and sound strategy are essential. To become a superstar, one must possess the right combination of timing, location, and personal capability. This is intriguingly intertwined with Eastern culture. Yang gestured towards the dumbbell rack at the side, and the two moved a little further away. Picking up a dumbbell, he remarked with a smile that he felt honored to hear the insights of a high achiever regarding career planning. Wu Man appreciated this quality in Yang. He was not stubbornly set in his views and was open to external perspectives. Thus, she seated herself and began. Let us take LeBron James as an example. As the premier player in the league, his innate talent is beyond dispute. Moreover, his training regime, which includes hiring private trainers at exorbitant costs, may seem extravagant for someone in your position, but the team training can also reach peak levels. Yang wholeheartedly agreed. As a bench player earning a meager salary, the prospect of hiring a personal trainer was virtually unattainable. However, unbeknownst to her, he possessed the advantages of a system, the system of the basketball deity, far superior to any trainer. Wu Man continued, stating that the first two factors could be considered as timing and circumstances, while the human element refers to the team. Every fan knows that although James achieved great success with the Cleveland Cavaliers, he could not secure a championship. Thus, his standing was never quite as lofty as Kobe's. People adapt and thrive. Upon joining the Heat, he clinched a championship and later returned to the Cavaliers, single-handedly leading them to victory. Such illustrious accomplishments solidified James's status in the NBA. Hence, a strong team is paramount in shaping an NBA superstar. Her words struck a chord with Yang. Had it not been for the Nets, he might have already packed his bags. Yet, one unwavering belief remained. Even if the NBA cast him aside, he would not simply retreat. At the age of 22, he was still young, in the prime of his development, and could still venture into the G League. With perseverance and diligent training, the opportunity to return to the NBA would eventually arise. However, all of this was yet to unfold, as the 10-day contract with the Nets had brought the favor of the basketball deity upon him, culminating in his record achievement of 38 points today. Yang nodded slightly in agreement, and Wu Man affirmed, "The current team presents an opportunity for you to showcase your defensive skills before revealing your offensive prowess. In the absence of the three superstars, you must demonstrate your offensive capabilities. Once they return, you will need to relinquish ball control. Only in this manner can you secure your next substantial contract. Moreover, after distancing yourself from the trio, you can emerge as a competent leader for the team, at the very least as a secondary figure. Your current career trajectory closely mirrors that of Tracy McGrady during his tenure with the Raptors. Break free from the confines, and you shall reign supreme." Chapter 65. Basketball advisor. These words ignited Yang's competitive spirit. Break free from the confines, and you shall reign supreme. McGrady transitioned from the Raptors to the Magic, where he claimed the NBA scoring title for 2 consecutive years, solidifying his status as a basketball superstar. Given his current capabilities, ascending to greatness seemed implausible. However, after a season of experience, combined with the favor of the basketball gods, achieving greatness was not beyond reach. Furthermore, Wu Man's career plan was indeed remarkably sound. Observing Wu Man's earnestness, Yang could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "A talented individual indeed. Your words and actions are distinctly exceptional. It appears I should consider hiring you as my advisor." Yang's agent departed a year ago, as he was no longer the fiery player he once was upon entering the league. With no promising future in sight, financial gain became elusive, prompting agents to refrain from investing time in a player devoid of hope. Consequently, Yang had to negotiate his short 10-day contracts independently with the team. If he could now enlist someone like Wu Man as a consultant to assist in crafting a career plan and managing various matters, he could then devote himself entirely to training and competing, which would be an immense advantage. Wu Man, naturally, would be more than willing to take on the role of Yang's advisor, or even his agent. The basketball dreams he had been unable to fulfill could find realization through Yang, which would indeed be a gratifying outcome. "Let me be your agent. You focus solely on playing, and I shall handle everything else," Wu Man confidently proposed. Yang found himself in a dilemma. After all, he lacked the funds to hire an agent. The second short contract, lasting merely 10 days, would yield only a few $100,000. With all expenses covered by the team, if he allocated his earnings toward an agent, he would be left without a place to sleep. It was still too early for an agent. "I do not possess sufficient resources to engage your services. Merely serving as an advisor would suffice. Once I attain financial stability, I shall consider enlisting you, but there is no rush," Yang responded candidly. Wu Man contemplated expressing that she required no payment, but upon reflection, she realized the wisdom in Yang's words. Only when he achieved success would he truly need an agent. For now, acting as an advisor to help him navigate the complexities of the court seemed feasible. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall serve as your advisor. And when you achieve commendable success, I will take on the role of your agent." "It is settled," Yang affirmed, continuing to lift weights. Wu Man added, "Since I am to be your advisor, I must fulfill my role effectively. In the next match, you must adhere to my strategy. I will keep a close watch on the Nets coaching staff to ascertain the status of the Big Three's participation. You do not intend for me to emulate McGrady and transfer, do you?" Yang expressed his confusion, tinged with a hint of temptation. Wu Man, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Now is not the time. The road ahead is still long. To aspire to become a superstar in the future, one must navigate the present path with diligence. Playing alongside the Big Three brings immense pressure. However, it also serves as an invaluable opportunity for your growth, allowing you to observe how they confront challenges and achieve stardom." As she spoke, Wu Man reiterated, "In tonight's game, you performed exceptionally well. Thus, in the next match, if you maintain these statistics, your name will resonate throughout the nation." Her words seemed to transport Yang back to the pinnacle of his dreams, as if he were once again atop the CBA. Yet, reality was more complex. Since the Christmas clash, 5 matches had transpired, yielding 4 victories and 1 defeat. Even with his 4-game winning streak, his average points per game had reached 18. This did not yet reflect superstar status. It was merely the performance of a competent starter. To truly captivate the nation, he had a long way to go. Nevertheless, one must dare to dream. What if he succeeded? Contemplating this, Yang smiled and remarked, "If tomorrow's match grants me such ample time, I shall undoubtedly deliver a performance worthy of a superstar." Let's first await the coach's opinion. Yang referenced the opinions expressed in the ESPN report, noting that until Irving's situation is resolved, the unity of the team remains uncertain. Wu-Man confidently replied, "Rest assured, Nash is quite astute and will adeptly manage the internal affairs of the team. Your focus should be on how to score high in the next game and lead the team to victory. Aren't you the one who emphasized the importance of defense?" Yang chuckled, spreading his hands in jest. "No, Durant will not be playing, and Harden is still recuperating. Irving's emotions won't dissipate that quickly. Tomorrow, I am 80% certain it will be the same lineup as tonight. So, prepare yourself to deliver a classic performance on both offense and defense. If you can score over 40 points, I assure you, not only will you dominate the headlines across the United States, but also back home." Wu-Man seemed to be sketching a grand vision, with Yang poised at its edge. 40 points? Yang exclaimed in astonishment, holding up 4 fingers. "This isn't the CBA, and considering we're up against the seasoned Spurs tomorrow, can I really achieve that?" Wu-Man spoke with unwavering confidence. "Anything is possible. It all depends on your willingness to strive for it." Despite the encouragement, Yang felt a twinge of uncertainty. "What? Do you lack confidence in yourself?" Wu-Man questioned, slightly dissatisfied with Yang's reticence. "Against any other team, given our current capabilities, we should be able to achieve that. But this is the Spurs. Can Popovich tolerate such a defeat? You have already exceeded your expectations against a formidable opponent. Yang, you must possess ambition on the court. So what if it's the Spurs?" Wu-Man encouraged with a fist pump. Indeed, Yang thought he was just a minor player. It wasn't as if Popovich would personally target him. Failing to score high would be understandable, but achieving it should be the norm. Why not set a goal? "All right, my target for tomorrow is to score over 40 points, Yang affirmed with determination, raising his fist. Wu-Man took a deep breath. This was the Yang she had hoped to see. "And I must remind you," she reiterated, "no matter what happens off the court, your focus should remain solely on basketball. As your advisor, I will ensure your path is protected. You must heed my counsel. Ensuring concentration is advice my coach has always imparted to me. You can rest assured, I will not be swayed by external factors," Yang replied confidently. "Okay, I shall not disrupt your practice any further. Remember your goal for tomorrow, and make sure to rest early," Wu-Man reiterated before departing. "Hey, give it your all. I'm confident you'll secure a 5th consecutive victory tomorrow." Wu-Man also offered encouragement to Johnson and the others. "Haha, Yang is truly fortunate to have a girlfriend like you, a journalist. Congratulations to him, and to you as well," Johnson remarked with a warm sentiment. Wu-Man chose not to elaborate, recognizing that it was not the time to interrupt their training, and simply smiled and waved goodbye as she exited the weight room. "Hey, Yang, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Best wishes to you." Claxton called out to Yang once more, declaring, "She is not my girlfriend. She is merely a basketball consultant." He continued, "It is imperative that we devote our attention to training, as our opponents tomorrow are the seasoned Spurs." Chapter 66. You are the defensive core. The group diligently practiced late into the night before returning to their rooms. The following morning, they gathered punctually at 9 o'clock in the hotel dining area to partake in breakfast while analyzing the circumstances of the evening's game. Yang took his seat first, naturally making his way to the back row, as has always been his custom, and Nash said nothing about it. As his teammates gradually arrived, Yang paid particular attention to Irving's situation, but it was disheartening. Irving had not shown up at all, though the other teammates found it peculiar. They could only keep their thoughts to themselves. In the NBA, players do not casually inquire about one another. Personal privacy holds significant value. Durant remained seated in the front row, side by side with Harden. Even in the absence of playing time, he had never missed the team's early meetings. Nash, ever the gentleman, first greeted his teammates before allowing assistant coach D'Antoni to analyze the Spurs. After all, D'Antoni's understanding of the Spurs surpassed that of Nash. The Suns had often fallen to the Spurs in the past, which weighed heavily on D'Antoni's mind. D'Antoni adjusted his little mustache, adopting a serious demeanor as he stepped before the screen. He first displayed a photo of Popovich, shaking his head and remarking, "Look at this old fellow. His hair is nearly gone, yet he clings to the head coach position, refusing to give young talents a chance." I despised his sly grin. Laughter erupted among the group. This was, of course, a humorous jest. D'Antoni was indeed a witty old man. He then shifted to the main topic, stating, "The Spurs are a seasoned powerhouse in the West, and during the latter part of the Big Three era, Leonard was exceptionally talented, though that was long ago. Presently, the Spurs lack a superstar and have few veterans. The oldest among them are already with us." More laughter ensued as everyone turned their attention to Mills and Aldridge. who shrugged and chuckled in response. D'Antoni continued, the Spurs' starting lineup includes Richardson, McDermott, Collins, Vassell, and Jones. Many of these players may be unfamiliar to you. Indeed. This lineup is exceptionally youthful and dynamic. Compared to us, they possess youthful vigor. Although their experience is limited, do not forget this old fellow is still around. Therefore, our strategy is to avoid engaging in a fast-paced game, to slow down the tempo, and to play steadily, leveraging our advantage in the paint to secure victory. This was the first time Yang had heard D'Antoni advocate for a slower pace since joining the Nets. Previously, the emphasis had always been on accelerating, constant switching, and shooting to resolve offense. It seems this old coach is adapting to the times, no longer clinging to his old ways. Next, let's examine their tactical movements. D'Antoni promptly played several clips of the Spurs' offensive strategies. The team watched the footage while having breakfast, understanding that such analysis was indeed necessary. Afterward, D'Antoni delineated the steps. I have faced this old man for decades and am quite familiar with his style. He is a stubborn fellow, clinging to old tactics for years. However, the results are evident. The Spurs have never missed the playoffs. After sharing a jest, he pointedly remarked on the tactics, noting the old-timer strategy was exceedingly clear, revolving around the interior, particularly focusing on Collins. The ball would initially circulate around the perimeter before returning to Collins' hands. During this time, other players would interweave in their movements. While Collins would seek out his teammates, if an opportunity arose, he would pass. If not, he would initiate his own offense. Although Collins' offensive prowess leaves much to be desired, his playmaking abilities are commendable. The younger players are characterized by their explosive energy, predominantly attacking the rim. The two guards would penetrate and dish out the ball. While Vassell possesses a formidable mid-range scoring ability, one must never afford him the chance to shoot from that distance. However, we should not overly fixate on this aspect, as the old-timer ensures no player exceeds 25 points. Hence, our task is to leave no opponent unchallenged on the court. This encapsulates the Spurs' offense. D'Antoni refrained from delving deeply into every detail, as that is Nash's domain. Turning to defense, D'Antoni took a sip of his drink and continued, stating that if the old-timer's offense is stubbornly traditional, his defense is obstinately unyielding. Indeed, the defensive strategy you observe may hark back to an era before Claxton's inception, a vintage defense. This old-timer can neutralize even the most formidable scorers, such as Kobe, showcasing elite defensive prowess. In one-on-one scenarios, the opposing forwards exhibit significant strength. The defense then collapses. There are few players like Curry in the league, so he would concede a step, inviting you to penetrate. Should you perceive this retreat as an opportunity to score, you are gravely mistaken. It is a trap. Two-point shots are not a forte for everyone. Penetration becomes the offensive player's choice, yet once that choice is made, it leads you into the snare he has set. A swarm would obstruct your offensive path, and in the constricted space, shooting becomes your optimal method, while passing invites more errors, leading to easy transition points for the opponent. The old-timer is aware that he won't allow KD to dominate tonight, hence he will concede that extra step, allowing you to drive, but ultimately, you will discover it is a trap. Unfortunately, you realize this too late, as the game has concluded. D'Antoni, spreading his hands and turning to face the audience, confidently asserted that the old-timer has many traps. To counter him, our strategy must be to attack the rim, leveraging the twin towers in the paint. Others must position themselves to capitalize on open three-point opportunities. On the defensive end, aside from maintaining speed, the focus must be on collapsing. They may not excel at three-point shooting, so minimizing space will reduce their chances to score. This defensive approach, in Yang's view, lacks rationality. Though the Spurs may not specialize in three-point shooting, it does not imply they shy away from attempting them. It is worth recalling that during the finals years ago, Popovich infamously declared his disdain for three-point shots before the games. During the match, Green attempted 14 three-pointers. The entire world was deceived by Popovich. And although this game was merely a regular season encounter, Popovich has never shown any signs of complacency. Therefore, Yang perceives this as a fiercely contested battle, necessitating an expansion of their defensive strategy. Yang, how about you take on the role of defensive anchor? D'Antoni called out to Yang at the back. Lost in contemplation regarding their defensive tactics, Yang was startled when his name was suddenly shouted. All eyes turned towards him, and Durant's signature smile emerged, followed by applause as a gesture of encouragement. The crowd joined in, recognizing the significance of this special assignment, as it represented a crucial objective. Chapter 67. I still aim to advance the offensive banner. Yang quickly grasped the situation, a foreboding scene flashing through his mind. D'Antoni, known for his aversion to defensive strategies, had unexpectedly entrusted him with the defensive responsibilities. Was this a deliberate move? Especially against a seasoned powerhouse like the Spurs. Suddenly elevating a defensive cornerstone could only spell trouble. Moreover, D'Antoni had previously belittled him, asserting that his offensive skills were lacking and his defense equally feeble. In his eyes, Yang was merely an ordinary player. Even if he led the team to victory, it would only be regarded as a fleeting moment of brilliance. Consequently, Yang had vowed internally to prove his worth on the court. In last night's game, he noticed D'Antoni's dissatisfaction. The coach left without even entering the locker room after the match. How ironic it was to assign defensive duties to a player who was often relegated to the sidelines, as if to shift blame. Nonetheless, Yang understood he could not refuse. The strategy centered around defense must remain intact. Additionally, he needed to validate his abilities. Thus, accepting this challenge was imperative. Observing Yang's silence, D'Antoni smirked, knowing he had not the audacity to take on the role. With a dismissive gesture, he remarked that the Spurs lacked offensive threats, making an elaborate defensive scheme unnecessary. Therefore, securing victory should not pose a challenge, provided they performed at their expected level. This statement clearly overlooked Yang's presence, serving to illustrate D'Antoni's reluctance to confront the issue. Durant appeared slightly perturbed. He possessed the capability to shoulder the responsibility. So why was he not adhering to the coach's directives? Harden quickly tugged at Durant's sleeve, signaling him to remain composed. Nash, with a hint of discontent, glanced at Vaughn, who seemed anxious, on the verge of rushing over to clarify the situation. The most pleased of all was Johnson, as long as Yang did not acquiesce. The defensive core would remain his, ensuring his starting position was secure. After observing the varied expressions around him, D'Antoni smirked, adjusting his mustache with a smile, and stated, "We have achieved 4 consecutive victories. Entering the playoffs as the top seed in the East should not be difficult. Thus, our focus for the upcoming games will be to utilize them as practice opportunities. Simultaneously, we must ensure our key players receive ample rest, entering the playoffs in optimal condition. Striving for the championship." Yang refrained from expressing his thoughts to the coaching staff, yet commencing practice matches at such an early stage seemed rather inappropriate. Numerous teams were still fervently striving for playoff positions, and one could not dismiss the possibility of disrupting the rankings. Such a relaxed approach was simply untenable. "Mr. Michael, may I say something?" Yang timidly raised his hand, capturing the attention of the room. D'Antoni's discourse was interrupted, and his displeasure was palpable. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to see what Yang had to contribute. "Of course, it's not too late to reconsider," D'Antoni remarked with a smile. Nash perked up, casting a glance at Vaughn. Vaughn, though uncertain of what Yang intended to convey, sensed he had more to express. He nodded slightly at Nash, eager to discover the young man's thoughts. Yang rose to his feet and declared, "Mr. Michael, simply assigning me to defensive duties against the Spurs may not suffice. I wish to take on the mantle of offense and secure this victory, achieving a 5-game winning streak. Do you aspire to be the offensive cornerstone?" Johnson gestured toward Durant and added, "Yang, we are not lacking in offensive prowess." Vaughn believed the young man's sentiment was sound. His boldness in speaking out demonstrated his ambition. On the court, one should possess the ambition to bear the weight of responsibility. Provided one has the requisite skill, the coach is inclined to grant such opportunities. Nash was pleased with his perspective, yet at this juncture, it was the assistant coach who was analyzing the situation, naturally placing Yang in the spotlight. "Yang, your performance last night was indeed commendable, but against the Spurs, can you truly shoulder the burden of the offense?" Harden interjected, raising his hands as he posed the question. For as a core player, it was essential for him to voice his thoughts. Upon observing Harden's uncertainty, Yang comprehended his concerns, yet deemed them somewhat superfluous. "I shall naturally shoulder the mantle of defense. In the absence of the big three, I feel compelled to assume their responsibilities," Yang asserted confidently. "Therefore, I believe I must contribute more. In tonight's game, I am determined to lead the offensive charge, and I possess the confidence to succeed." The others were taken aback. Even several seasoned veterans hesitated to entertain such notions, and it indeed seemed rather fanciful for a mere benchwarmer to make such bold claims. Mills was the first to voice his dissent, stating, "Yang, I acknowledge that you have delivered impressive statistics in recent games, but this is a grueling competition, and one must not elevate oneself too highly." D'Antoni wholeheartedly concurred with the veteran's rebuke, finding it utterly laughable that a player on a short-term contract would presume to act so self-importantly. Yang, exhibiting no arrogance, humbly stated, I play under the coach's directives. Whenever the team requires my presence, I can assume any position on the court. This evening, I shall diligently uphold my defensive duties. Naturally, should the team need me to step up, I shall not hesitate. His words conveyed no contention. Rather, they were a direct reflection of his thoughts back to the coach, leaving it to them to possess the requisite resolve. D'Antoni sought precisely this audacious response from him. Once he agreed, he could return to his spot by the water cooler, and Vaughn need not broach the subject of defense any further. Excellent, D'Antoni remarked with a smile. A player who excels defensively while also shouldering the offensive core of the team is a rare gem in the contemporary league. Only Leonard possesses that capability. He expressed a desire for Brooklyn to also cultivate a player adept at both offense and defense, hoping that Yang would not disappoint the team tonight. This was tantamount to an agreement. Even Nash would have to grant D'Antoni this courtesy. It was, after all, Nash's intention for Yang to continue bearing the mantle of offensive leadership. Having witnessed Yang's offensive prowess against the Pelicans, why not continue? Nash nodded in satisfaction and then inquired if anyone else had opinions to share. Durant, already aware of Irving's situation from their phone conversation the previous night, recognized the need for further communication. Nevertheless, he was keen to witness a talented player's emergence and hope for victory under Yang's guidance. However, there were certain matters that required a private discussion with him. He then spread his hands and chuckled. Yang, you're now the team as cornerstone. Popovich will not overlook you, so tread carefully. Indeed, I shall approach him and say, look, Brooklyn's Leonard has arrived. Huh? You know Pop despises that fellow and will certainly not let you off easily, Harden added in jest, prompting a ripple of laughter throughout the room. Yang smiled and chose not to elaborate further. With the divine support of the basketball god system, there was no need for excessive words. To live modestly while playing with flair is the true essence of the game. After a thorough analysis, Nash finally declared the conclusion of breakfast, gathering his belongings in preparation for their journey to San Antonio. As Yang rose, he paused for a moment, observing Vaughn approaching. Vaughn did not reproach him. Instead, he fist-bumped and exclaimed, My Yang, I look forward to seeing you shine tonight. Chapter 68. Reviewing game footage. The rise of Yang within the Nets evokes a mixture of joy and sorrow. The emergence of one player invariably signifies the potential exclusion of another from the rotation. Once relegated from the rotation, a player faces the grim reality of being devoid of opportunities to showcase their skills. Without the chance to compete, the prospects of achieving fame or financial success become mere illusions. In the realm of positional competition, alongside the current starters Johnson and Joe Harris, there are also formidable players like Harden and Brown. Harden, a superstar capable of commanding the court independently, will remain an unwavering starter upon his return. Thus, Yang possesses no threat to him. However, this is merely an outsider's perspective. The true impact on Harden's position is known only to him. As for the others, it is only a matter of time before they are overshadowed by Yang. At present, it is Irving who has stepped forward, yet without the ball in his hands. Can a diminutive core still exhibit his omnipotent prowess? Certainly, Yang does not dwell on Irving's situation. His thoughts are solely fixated on achieving 40-plus points in tonight's game. After organizing his belongings in his room, Yang specifically sought out Vaughn to borrow his iPad, claiming he wished to review footage of the Spurs during the car ride. In preparation for the upcoming match, such back-to-back games pose a significant test of stamina for players, leading many to opt for rest during the journey. Yang harbored such thoughts, and of course, Vaughn would not decline. However, Vaughn was taken aback to discover that Yang did not even possess the most basic iPad, which starkly illustrated the vast disparity in wealth among NBA players. Once inside the vehicle, Durant made a point of summoning Yang to the back, indicating he had something to discuss. Harden, seated beside him, listened intently, while the other players, including the coaching staff, began to relax, each donning headphones to indulge in soothing music, ensuring that no one disturbed their teammates' repose. Yang, have you seen that report from ESPN? Durant inquired directly. Yang had long since dismissed the matter from his mind. He was surprised that it was Durant who sought him out, rather than Nash. Given that the team's star player inquired, he could only respond truthfully, Oh, I watched it last night. I believe these reporters are merely stirring up trouble. I want to let trouble me, rest assured. Durant finally exhaled in relief, offering a smile and a nod to Harden. Harden merely acknowledged him with a slight nod. Although he was concerned about the issue, he genuinely wished to avoid the burden of such worries. Irving's recent actions were fundamentally misguided. Why should Yang bear the blame? Irving is of paramount importance to the team. Durant continued, Among the three of us, he was the first to arrive in Brooklyn. In truth, he is the rightful veteran of this team, deserving of my utmost respect. Therefore, I hope you can put aside these unpleasant matters and focus on your own responsibilities. Yang understood that Durant's words were meant to foster unity within the team. He recognized that he was not in a position to contest for ball control with Irving and felt compelled to defer to the leadership. With a smile, he replied, "Kevin, rest assured, my ability to remain with this team is greatly supported by all of you. To ensure our collective progress, I shall focus on defense. The scoring will be left to you." It was commendable that he grasped his role. Such awareness is the hallmark of a good player. And Harden acknowledged this with a thumbs up. With the team's leader offering counsel, what more could he do? Surrendering ball control was a straightforward matter. As long as Irving was on the court, he remained the focal point. Even if he attempted 30 shots in a game, he would still adhere to the strategy. It was impossible to refrain from passing the ball entirely. Once the ball was in Yang's hands, a steady shot from an open position would yield impressive statistics. More importantly, the shooting percentage cultivated by the basketball deity would render him an essential rotation player. By the way, how have things been with your girlfriend? Any plans for marriage? Durant inquired with genuine concern. Okay, Kevin, I must clarify that she's not my girlfriend. We simply share a bond as we both hail from the East, looking out for one another in this foreign land. Moreover, she has recently taken on the role of my advisor. Nothing more, Yang hastily explained. Harden chuckled at this, playfully patting Yang on the shoulder, suggesting that no further explanation was necessary. Men understand each other. Durant's concern for Yang was evident, and since there was no need for further discussion, he nodded slightly and opened his phone to contact Irving. Yang remains uncertain whether Irving is indeed causing internal strife. In any case, the coach has yet to discuss it with him, rendering it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. He promptly opened his iPad and had Von download several game tapes of the San Antonio Spurs. Among them, a particularly noteworthy match was the one against the Lakers. Both of these formidable Western Conference teams were set to be future adversaries. They had faced each other just a week prior during the Christmas showdown at the Nets' home court. And this final game of the Western trip would conclude with the Lakers. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, 10 matches awaited, a daunting challenge indeed. However, Yang was undeterred by the long-distance travel associated with away games. He was determined to deliver an outstanding performance in the forthcoming match against the Lakers. As he reviewed the footage, it was evident that LeBron James remained the preeminent figure in the league. Offensively, he relentlessly exploited his physical advantages to dominate the paint, leaving defenders utterly helpless. In terms of orchestrating the team's plays, while Rondo contributed, the majority of the control still resided with James. In that particular game, he recorded an impressive stat line of 35 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, narrowly missing a triple-double, underscoring his elite status in unifying the team. After observing James's offensive prowess, Yang turned his attention to the Spurs. The final score revealed that the Spurs triumphed by 8 points, with a tally of 110 to 102. Curiously, the highest score for the Spurs was not their core player, DeJounte Murray, but rather the small forward Johnson, who managed to net 25 points. Nonetheless, all players who took to the court contributed to the score, with a rotation of 11. In contrast, while James led the Lakers in scoring, the performance of his teammates was far from satisfactory, particularly among the substitutes, whose scoring output was nearly half that of their opponents despite a rotation of 10. In a game characterized by diverse scoring options, it was indeed perplexing to witness such a loss. After Yang reviewed the data, he revisited Popovich's offensive and defensive strategies. Offensively, the focus remained primarily on utilizing pick-and-roll plays centered around the paint. Wing players would position themselves for cuts towards the basket, while the center, upon receiving the ball, would quickly facilitate a drive to the rim. Defensively, the emphasis was on neutralizing James' passing abilities. The strategy was quite evident, severing James' connection with his teammates, forcing him into isolation plays. Basketball is a team sport. Even if James scores prolifically, once he exits the court, his teammates appear lost. Notably, James' efficiency that evening was rather subpar, as he attempted 25 shots, making only 9, resulting in a shooting percentage of 36, alongside 4 critical turnovers. Particularly, a pivotal passing error in the final moments sealed their fate. It can be asserted that Popovich's defensive tactics were remarkably effective, allowing James to score yet ultimately leading to defeat, leaving Popovich as the one who triumphed in the end. Contemplating this, an unsettling image surfaced in Yang's mind. He too could achieve high scores, yet still find himself overshadowed by Popovich's cunning. Chapter 69, You Are Quite Notorious. The thought of Popovich, with his elongated face and an unsettlingly triumphant grin, sent shivers down Yang Yang's spine. The very essence of a team coach, he seemed almost devilish. Yet, Yang Yang was not the team's cornerstone, despite reports dubbing him Yang the Mad, who truly cared. On the court, one must neither overestimate the opponent nor be overly self-assured. Results must speak for themselves. With these reflections, he diligently watched the game footage once more, particularly focusing on the Spurs' defensive schemes, replaying the critical moments to study them thoroughly. He scrutinized the details no less than 20 times, uncovering the myriad traps laid by Popovich. The strategy involved aggressive pressure, denying James any opportunity to shoot. James excels in penetration. If shooting is off the table, he must drive, as everyone prefers to engage in their strengths. Once he initiated his drive, the interior defense would collapse. The center would first impede the offensive path, followed by a small guard providing a reverse double team, creating a triple team scenario. At this juncture, James had the option to shoot, but the center's height and reach would disrupt his shot, resulting in diminished accuracy. Opting to pass in such confined quarters offered scant opportunities. After missing 2 consecutive shots, one could only observe James stubbornly attempting to drive against 2 defenders, even managing to score against 3. To spectators, James appeared formidable. Yet little did they realize that enduring such a grind for 40 minutes, even the league's finest, would be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, by the fourth quarter, James was visibly fatigued, panting heavily. Even though Vogel was aware of LeBron's fatigue, he dared not make substitutions during the crucial fourth quarter. From Popovich-esque cunning tactics, Yang Yang discerned the shrewdness of this old fox. Since he was leading his core player into a high-scoring trap, Yang Yang felt confident that achieving a score of over 40 points tonight would not pose a significant challenge. However, should they lose the game, it would certainly be a considerable embarrassment. The objective for the evening was to secure a high score while also leading the team to victory. Recalling LeBron's relentless assaults on the basket, often contested by defenders, Yang Yang felt a cold sweat break out. He was not LeBron, lacking the formidable physique to score while being guarded by 2 opponents. If he could not emulate LeBron's penetrative prowess, why not adopt Kobe's mid-range shooting? With his 3-point shooting ability, if a defender dared to give him even a step, his 45 shooting accuracy would compel them to defend closely. Once closely guarded, it would open up ample opportunities for penetration. Scoring does not always necessitate a direct layup. Utilizing mid-range shots can be far less strenuous than attacking the basket. In today's league, aside from Anthony, known for his offensive versatility and stable mid-range shooting, Devin Booker and DeRozan have preserved the traditional mid-range shot, which remains their lethal weapon in the league. Compared to their mid-range shooting, Yang Yang was confident in surpassing their shooting percentages and reaching Kobe's level. Thus, for tonight's game, he resolved to counter Popovich's defense with mid-range shots. After determining his offensive strategy, Yang Yang remained composed. Despite the merits of mid-range shooting, it necessitated a more suitable tactic to execute effectively. Whether Popovich would employ the same defensive strategies against him as he did with LeBron remained to be seen until the game commenced. Consequently, aside from mid-range shots, Yang Yang also contemplated utilizing screens more effectively. By running off-ball screens to create open shots, he aimed to outmaneuver his opponents with 3-point attempts. Both strategies required communication with the coach during pre-game warm-ups. Once his thoughts were solidified, Yang Yang felt slightly fatigued. So he stored away his iPad and took a brief nap. By midday, they had arrived in the city center, passing through San Antonio's most famous riverside promenade. Although Texas winters are cold, they could not dampen the local citizens' enthusiasm for the promenade. When the Nets team bus passed by, the spirited citizens waved enthusiastically, showing no regard for them as tonight's adversaries. This warmth further illuminated Yang Yang's understanding of why the San Antonio Spurs enjoyed such popularity. Observing the bustling shops and the relaxed demeanor of the citizens, Yang Yang felt an urge to step out and experience their way of life. Upon arriving at their hotel, enthusiastic fans approached for photographs. While Durant was expected to be the most popular, surprisingly, it was Yang Yang who garnered the most photo requests. Many young fans even brandished Yang's number 8 jersey, seeking autographs, leaving Durant astonished. Meanwhile, reporters waiting outside began to approach for interviews. Despite Durant being prepared for interviews, only a couple of reporters were present. Surrounding Yang Yang were approximately a dozen reporters, as if, in that fleeting moment, all attention had converged upon him. Nash, witnessing this scene, chuckled and remarked to D'Antoni that it seemed the fame of Crazy Yang had indeed permeated San Antonio, warranting a focused strategy for the night's game. D'Antoni, observing the spectacle, merely nodded slightly, choosing not to utter a word, and proceeded directly towards the hotel. Yang, may I inquire about your thoughts on the coverage of Crazy Yang? A reporter hastily extended the microphone, posing the question. Yang was aware that the media had dubbed him as Yang the Mad. Yet he was taken aback by the probing questions from the reporters. Haha, in truth, I am not Yang the Mad. I merely strive to perform diligently in my matches. He humbly responded. Oh Yang, you are far too modest. What you may not realize is that the fans in San Antonio are well aware of Brooklyn's Yang the Mad, in fact. They are prepared to engage in fervent displays of support for you tonight. Do you believe you can lead your team to victory? The reporter's inquiry was not one of flattery, but rather a provocation. The Nets were not even Yang's team, even if the San Antonio fans admired him. The responsibility of securing victory rested upon the trio of stars. I certainly hope the team can win the game, but regarding the process, it ultimately depends on the coach's strategy. I am confident that all teams aspire to triumph over us, as the prowess of our trio is most akin to that of championship contenders. Yang, tonight, Coach Popovich will undoubtedly focus his defense on you. Do you think you can still score high and maintain your impressive performance? Yang chuckled and replied, perhaps Coach Popovich is still unaware of my identity. However, Coach Popovich had previously stated after the training match that he would put an end to the Nets' 4-game winning streak tonight, further intensifying the pressure on Yang and leaving him in a frenzy of unscored points. So, do you still believe you are not well known? The reporters present were all from San Antonio. It felt less like they were rallying for their team and more like they were provoking the visiting team to seize control. As for fame, Yang truly did not feel it, especially since last night's headlines have been claimed by Irving. These reporters were challenging to deal with. It would be wise to make a swift exit to avoid further inquiries about Irving. Yang, I would like to ask how you perceive the Irving incident. We did not see him today. Does this imply that your conflict remains unresolved? It was indeed a case of fearing what one did not wish to confront. Yang, reluctant to elaborate, felt compelled to clarify once more, haha, I am merely a role player focused on defense, which is my primary responsibility. Thank you all for your concern. I will strive to improve my defensive skills. Chapter 70. A willing discussion over-explaining diminishes the significance of the matter. It was trivial in itself. Yet it had been magnified into an incident by the media. Clearly, a discussion with Nash was necessary to prevent the situation from escalating further. The reporters were relentless, pursuing Yang all the way to the hotel entrance. Had security not intervened, they might have followed him to his room. At that moment, Nash was in discussions with the reception staff regarding the practice venue, as the ATT Center would not open until 6 in the evening, necessitating a relocation to a nearby school for training. After some deliberation, arrangements were promptly made. Nash instructed the players to have lunch first, then rest, with training scheduled for 5 in the afternoon. During the meal, Yang took the initiative to approach Nash to discuss the matter. Recognizing Yang's willingness to bring it up, Nash seized the opportunity for a thorough conversation. He gestured for Vaughn to join them, with D'Antoni and several other assistant coaches present as well. Following their earlier meeting, they had reached a consensus. Now, facing each other, it was time to revisit the issue. Vaughn, sitting down with a smile, remarked, that old man Popovich won T even let us use the arena. It seems he is determined to win tonight. You are absolutely correct. That is the advantage of playing at home. Defeating us is the goal of every team, Nash said, sipping his coffee. Once settled, Nash began, there has been a great deal of media coverage, and Yang, you have been affected by it. Let us discuss this matter. The atmosphere grew serious, and Yang realized he should have approached them sooner. D'Antoni set down his fork and looked up, inquiring, why don't you share your perspective first? Yang was perplexed as to why he had to speak first. Yet he understood the necessity of the request and felt it appropriate to clarify his stance. He nodded slightly and responded, on a personal level, I am committed to abiding by the team's arrangements, placing the team at the forefront. As for the external claims that I am usurping Irving's scoring opportunities, that is entirely unfounded. My primary focus has always been on defense. However, if the team requires me to step up and score, I will do so without hesitation. Whether I am needed on the court during the crucial fourth quarter is ultimately up to the coach's discretion. If winning necessitates my presence by the water cooler, so be it. He seized this opportunity to affirm his position. Whatever the coach asks of me, I shall comply without complaint and will give my utmost effort, provided it contributes to the team's victory. Vaughn was pleased with this response, reaffirming his belief in Yang's character. After a nod of approval, he turned his gaze towards Nash. Nash initially glanced at D'Antoni, who wore a cold, dismissive expression, before redirecting his attention back to Yang and inquiring, If we were to assign you to a subordinate league, would you be willing? This question took everyone by surprise. None were privy to this discussion's direction. As they exchanged bewildered looks, Yang too found the situation odd. Why not assign him during the initial 10-day contract rather than now, when he had proven his capability to shoulder scoring responsibilities? Nonetheless, he considered that if such a demotion were to occur, it could serve as an ideal opportunity to showcase his talents, and he had no reason to decline. Of course, I am willing to do anything the team requires. Yang replied confidently. Nash, satisfied, scanned the room before asking, if we were to keep you on the sidelines to observe, would you agree? I am eager to play. I believe the team signed me not to remain on the bench, but to contribute actively. If it necessitates me sitting out for a season, I can accept that for now. Yang responded, slightly disheartened but still compliant. Do you aspire to become a prolific scorer? Nash inquired further. Yang almost thought he had misheard. What sort of questions were these? Which player does not aspire to become a prolific scorer? To claim a championship title as a cornerstone of the team? I wish to be a player like Kobe, Yang replied candidly. Nash, pleased, gave a thumbs up and continued. Yang, we hold great expectations for you. We also hope you remain unfazed by external distractions. As an exceptional basketball player, your primary task is to maintain your focus. Regarding Irving, I trust it will not be an issue. The team has already achieved commendable success in the regular season. We must not only sustain this performance, but also continue to refine our new lineup in preparation for the playoffs. You must understand that our goal this year is the championship, and ensuring the team's health is our foremost priority. The second task is to develop a more versatile roster, as once we reach the playoffs, no team will permit us to progress easily. Nash gazed seriously at the group, fully aware of the intensity that the playoffs would entail. A season's worth of maintaining health within playoff teams significantly increases the chances of clinching the championship, particularly for core players. Currently, with the injury to the star trios Harden and Durant unable to play freely, the team urgently requires a capable substitute. Yang is precisely the player Nash is in need of, thus necessitating game time for development. While being sent to the development league is a viable option, with his current skill set, there is no justification for immediate demotion. However, he must nonetheless be prepared for such a possibility. Yang expressed his satisfaction with Nash's remarks and replied, I am always prepared for the playoffs. As long as our trio is on the court, we will surely make an impact. My focus is solely on fulfilling my defensive responsibilities and contributing to the team. Excellent. Nash responded with a smile. Recognizing your role is of utmost importance. Defense is the cornerstone of earning the team's trust. However, one must not neglect offense. A balance between both is essential to becoming an outstanding player. I understand. When the team requires me to score, I will shoulder that responsibility. When the three of them are present, I will dedicate myself to defense. Rest assured, Coach, I am aware of my position within the team, Yang reiterated, affirming his role. Yang was acutely aware that he lacked the capital to assert his voice in front of the coach. The only path forward was to wholeheartedly acquiesce to their demands, thereby securing the opportunity to advance. Naturally, Yang would not let this inflate his ego. Even though he now possessed the prowess to vie for a starting position, he understood the necessity of maintaining humility. Upon receiving a favorable response, Nash turned once more to his assistant coach. Everyone had received the reassurance they sought, and naturally, their worries were alleviated. Yang, how many points do you believe you can score tonight? D'Antoni inquired, his tone nonchalant. Was this a jest? Who could guarantee a specific score? I will follow the coach's arrangement, Yang replied, glancing again at Nash. With Irving sidelined tonight, I envision you leading us to victory. What do you think? Nash asked with a smile. The absence of Irving was common knowledge, and achieving a victory was a shared objective. Given that the head coach had spoken, Yang found no reason to be modest. He promptly raised 4 fingers, confidently declaring, 40. Chapter 71. Another bet. This declaration left everyone present momentarily speechless. They thought they had misheard. 40 points? The remarkable aspect was Yang's expression, brimming with confidence, as if scoring that many points were as effortless as slicing vegetables. It's excellent that a young man has ambitions, D'Antoni remarked with a hint of derision, but one must not be overly reckless. Vaughn hastily interjected, Yang, adjust your mindset. This is no laughing matter. Nash remained silent, merely gesturing with his hands to D'Antoni, indicating that this notion was quite audacious. Yang was perplexed by their astonishment. After all, it was merely his objective. Moreover, just before retiring for the night, the system had issued a task. The objective was to score over 40 points. with a reward of 10 increase in mid-range shooting accuracy. The only entity that could hinder him from accomplishing this task was the coach. However, given the current circumstances, Kyrie's absence from a game, and their desire to refine the new lineup, this objective appeared to be easily attainable. Yang confidently nodded at Vaughn and said, "Mr. Vaughn, please trust me. I am bold enough to set a goal in front of everyone, for I possess the assurance to achieve it. Unless, of course, the head coach is unwilling to secure a victory and insists on keeping me on the bench." Yang articulated these words to ensure his playing time for the evening. Scoring over 40 points becomes an arduous task if allotted merely 20 minutes on the court. However, if granted ample time, 30 or even 40 minutes, the outcome would be entirely different. Vaughn discerned Yang's intent and quickly interjected, asserting that even with sufficient playing time, achieving a score of 40 points would remain an impossibility. This evening's adversary is the Spurs, and Popovich would not permit you to act with impunity. D'Antoni broached this subject, knowing well that Popovich, a seasoned strategist, would never allow an obscure player to behave so brazenly in his own arena. Securing a victory is already a challenge, let alone reaching a score of 40 points. He then chuckled amiably and remarked, "Ah, youth is a blessing. I truly admire your confidence. Yang, the game tonight is entrusted to you." Yang was aware of his own shortcomings, yet as a player, he could not afford to engage in disputes with his coach. Even if the individual in question was merely an assistant coach, direct confrontations with the coaching staff were unwarranted. Vaughn remained dissatisfied and quickly interjected, "Yang, this game is not a trivial matter. The team will not allow you to take the court merely for amusement, especially against a formidable opponent like tonight's." "I am not jesting," Yang affirmed once more. "If granted over 30 minutes of playing time, I assure you I can achieve over 40 points. Mr. Vaughn, please trust me. I feel exceptionally well right now." Vaughn was left speechless, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, Yang. I hope you do not come to regret your current assertions." Nash, amused by Yang's confidence, responded, "All right, you shall receive ample playing time tonight. However, we must establish a rule. Should you fail to fulfill your responsibilities and lead the team to victory, I will not be lenient. If you cannot accomplish this, I shall take it upon myself to manage the arena's cleanliness until the season concludes." Yang placed his hand on his chest in assurance, "I guarantee it." Nash was momentarily taken aback by his response, chuckling at the audacity. D'Antoni, however, shook his head, stating, "That penalty is insufficient. I believe you will not be gracing Brooklyn next season." The stakes were indeed high, as D'Antoni implied that Yang might be dismissed entirely. Though Nash refrained from speaking, he recognized the weight of D'Antoni's words and chose to remain silent. Vaughn held a deep appreciation for Yang's defensive prowess and had long since resolved to mold him into the next Leonard, having even consulted Nash regarding this ambition. To part ways with him would be a significant loss for the team. While jesting was one thing, they could not allow the situation to escalate. "Mr. Michael, it's merely one game. It should not be taken so seriously. That is not my intention. You may inquire with him," D'Antoni retorted dismissively, spreading his hands in indifference. Vaughn turned back to Yang, who smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Vaughn, it is just a matter of scoring 40-plus points. Moreover, the season is far from over. I have plenty of opportunities ahead. Of course, I shall not disappoint you." This was madness. Wagering a game and raising the stakes to such heights. Was this the proper conduct for a coaching staff? With Nash's promise of playing time, Yang felt an exhilarating surge within, eager to step onto the court and prove himself. "I have dined sufficiently, Mr. Steve. I believe it is time to head to the court and commence my work." Vaughn, not wishing to linger and embarrass himself further, opted for an excuse to depart. "It is still early. Why not take a rest before heading out?" Nash inquired with a smile. "You are right. I should first review some footage." "Very well. I shall return to my room." Vaughn shook his head as he left. Nash continued, "Yang, regarding Kyrie, you need not worry. The coaching staff will communicate with him. Focus your attention on the court, and I believe you can achieve even greater things." "Understood. I am aware." Upon receiving affirmation, Yang continued to indulge in his meal. Meanwhile, Durant observed their jovial interaction before approaching with a smile, saying, "Hey Yang, are you chatting with Steve in preparation for tonight's game?" Yang was uncertain whether Durant would take the court that evening. Upon seeing him approach, he eagerly inquired, "Kevin, will you be playing tonight?" "I am looking forward to a 5th consecutive victory." Nash replied with a smile, "I can assure you that Kevin will not be participating tonight. Therefore, the challenge of securing a win will undoubtedly increase. You still have time to reconsider." Durant's absence was a boon for Yang, with him on the court. the ability to freely execute their strategy would indeed become more challenging. Durant, raising his hands in a gesture of camaraderie, remarked, "I am eager to fight alongside you. But I must adhere to the coach's decisions." Yang confidently replied, "Kevin, you can rest assured. I will continue to assist the team in securing victory." "Very well. If we win the game tonight, I shall gift you a pair of sneakers," Durant remarked with a shrug and a smile. As a superstar, Durant possessed his own signature footwear, thus giving away a pair was hardly a concern for him. However, for Yang, that represented a significant monetary value. Upon hearing this, he quickly inquired, "Are you saying you will gift me a pair of your signature shoes? Or perhaps a custom-made pair?" "Certainly, provided you win the match." Durant responded with a grin. "If you fail to win, you will owe me a meal, and I will choose the venue, of course." "That is certainly no problem." Yang affirmed. "There is one more thing I would like to ask of you. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I hope to have another showdown with you, as it would greatly assist my development. Do you wish for Kevin to guide your offense?" Nash inquired curiously. Yang understood that with each task assigned by the system, the difficulty would invariably increase. Moreover, failure to complete a task would enhance his combat prowess. However, this did not guarantee that he would reach the pinnacle of excellence. Thus, engaging with skilled opponents to absorb their offensive techniques was indeed a necessary endeavor. Contemplating this, Yang smiled and remarked, "There remains much for me to improve upon. As you know, the opportunity to interact with the world's finest players is immensely beneficial for me, especially tonight." "Very well, I shall be there on time," Nash replied, taking it upon himself to convey Durant's agreement. Chapter 72. The pre-match tension. Durant felt a sense of helplessness. He had originally intended to practice his shooting solo, but Yang's humility compelled him not to disappoint. However, Nash's approval sparked a newfound respect within Durant. "Hey, someone is looking for you." Durant noticed Wu Man at the entrance and quickly gestured towards her with a smile. Turning back, he saw Wu Man engrossed in her phone, and soon enough, Yang's phone rang. Upon realizing it was indeed Wu Man calling, he felt a flicker of annoyance, particularly in Nash's presence. Previously, Nash had cautioned Yang against excessive media interaction, and Wu Man's direct appearance at the restaurant seemed a tad excessive. "Haha, your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also quite proactive. Yang, you are indeed fortunate." Durant couldn't resist teasing. Yang found himself in a predicament, unable to articulate his troubles. Yet, in the presence of Nash, he could hardly claim they were merely acquaintances. To do so would surely disappoint him. "Coach, she may have matters to discuss with me, but rest assured, it has nothing to do with the team. I shall not concern myself with her status, nor will I partake in any interviews that could potentially disrupt our unity," Yang hurriedly clarified. Nash smiled reassuringly. "I trust you to maintain your discretion. Remember what I just said? At 4 this afternoon, we shall meet promptly at the court. Let us not miss each other." Yang responded affirmatively and swiftly made his way towards the exit. "Yang, are you not going to introduce us to your girlfriend?" Griffin called out eagerly. "Indeed, we are teammates. Do you not trust us?" Claxton chimed in, joining the playful banter. Yang turned around, casting a curious glance at the crowd, surprised that they would engage in jest. What thoughts might this provoke in Wu Man? "Hello everyone, I am Wu Man, an NBA journalist, and I have consistently reported on the news concerning the Brooklyn Nets. You are all immensely popular players in the East, and the Nets are a highly esteemed team." Wu Man entered gracefully, greeting everyone with poise. "Hi Wu, you are quite beautiful and well-liked by our teammates." Blake Griffin was the first to rise and extend his greetings. "Thank you all. I will endeavor to report more about you, allowing our nation's fans to gain a deeper understanding of you," Wu Man responded with a smile, continuing to wave. Yang truly admires her. It seems she can manage anything. Wu Man, this journalist, is almost becoming a socialite. This is the team's dining time, and outsiders are not permitted to intrude. It is even more inappropriate for Wu Man, as a journalist, to appear in such a manner. Yang hurriedly bowed an apology to his teammates and then led Wu Man outside. Upon reaching the hall, he expressed his discontent, saying, "Hey, that is the dining area for the team. Your presence here is rather inappropriate. As a journalist, they might misconstrue your intentions as an attempt to capture candid shots." Wu Man responded, "I merely passed by. I was dining next door and intended to find you outside, never considering stepping inside." After explaining, she quickly handed him her phone, saying, "Take a look at the news. This time, I am uncertain how you'll respond." Yang was perplexed by her words. Taking the phone, he noticed the headline, "The future core of the Nets. Yang hopes to assist the team in achieving 5 consecutive victories." This was merely sensationalism. There was no need for alarm. He confidently asserted that the goal for the evening was to secure a victory and attain that 5-game winning streak, whether reported or not. That remained his objective. Wu Man expressed her dissatisfaction, stating that it wasn't merely about the 5-game streak. Look at the first sentence, future core. This implies that the media has magnified your words, which could potentially displease the team's management. You have just begun to establish yourself, and now this sudden proclamation may suggest a power grab. Furthermore, they might perceive you as using the media's words to respond to the situation with Irving. It would be wise to refrain from media interviews for the time being, aside from me. Such an overreaction. Today's media can say anything, Yang Yang retorted. I merely answered a few questions truthfully. Is there truly a need for it to be so swiftly exaggerated? Glancing back at Wu Man, he wondered if this had somehow become her exclusive scoop. All right, let us not make a fuss about it, he concluded. During dinner, he had proactively clarified his stance to Nash, asserting that he would not vie for ball dominance with the trio of superstars, and that he was merely a short-term contractor, incapable of affecting the status of the established stars. As he spoke these words, Yang Yang felt a sense of injustice. He would never demean himself so, were it not for the constraints of his pride. As a journalist, Wu Man understood that Yang Yang was currently a figure of significant interest. Both domestic and local media would seize upon his notoriety and amplify it endlessly. Therefore, it was imperative that every utterance he made was measured, and it would be prudent to avoid interviews altogether. Noticing Yang Yang's nonchalance, Wu Man reiterated earnestly, I have a deeper understanding of the media's intentions than you might think. Remember, you are now the darling of the press, and they will not overlook your appeal. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, the best course of action is to steer clear of the media. As your advisor, you must heed my counsel. Yang Yang was genuinely reluctant to engage with the media, yet with a throng of reporters waiting at the entrance, he had no choice but to confront them. All right, I understand, Yang Yang conceded with a nod. By the way, the news has already been disseminated tonight. It is likely that Popovich has seen it as well. Prepare yourself for an arduous evening. Do not let it become too embarrassing. Wu Man hastily instructed. Yang Yang finally realized why D'Antoni had immediately inquired about his objectives. It turned out he had seen the report and understood that Popovich would not acquiesce easily. Alas, how did he fall into his trap so effortlessly? Reflecting on this, Yang Yang could not help but admire the cunning of these seasoned veterans, accustomed to the art of wits and strategy. They certainly had their methods for dealing with someone like him. Yang, do you feel confident for tonight? Wu Man asked, noticing his deep contemplation and hastening to inquire once more. Yang Yang gazed at the anxious Wu Man and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wu Man asked, her brow furrowed and her tone serious. I'm speaking to you. It's all your fault for speaking recklessly before the match and angering the head coach. Do you think they will easily let you off the hook? The words that escaped her lips carried an undeniable sense of confrontation, thick with the scent of tension. Yang Yang half-jokingly inquired, You are my basketball advisor. Do you think I could be besieged by them? What kind of statement is that? Of course. I hope you triumph in the game, but Popovich is notoriously cunning in the league. How can I predict how they will approach you tonight? Wu Man's expression had soured. Clearly displayed with Yang Yang's nonchalance. All right, I did not declare war on Popovich before the game, nor is there any animosity. The media is merely fanning the flames. I will explain it to the old man. Yang Yang hastily gestured. Haha, I advise you against explaining. The tension has already surfaced before the match, and further clarification would be superfluous. You should focus on how to perform well in the game. Wu Man shook her head, uncertain of how to counter the situation. Just watch me tonight. You should return and rest. I need to rest as well. Chapter 73. The treatment of stars upon returning to his room. Yang Yang did not immediately rest, but instead opened his iPad to review game footage. To be honest, he was well aware of Wu Man's remarks. He merely feigned indifference at the time. The media had stirred up pre-game tension, evidently aiming to generate some hype for this match. Regardless of what the media had obtained, it was clear that the old man would not remain passive. Everyone knows he is an eccentric character, and besides, how could a temporary worker dare to be so arrogant? Even if Popovich chose not to react, would the Spurs players take it lightly? Moreover, having fallen into D'Antoni's trap, in order to accomplish the task tonight, one must exert an effort equivalent to 200. The foremost priority for Yang Yang is to grasp the tactical nuances of the Spurs. Only by comprehensively understanding their defense can one emerge victorious in every encounter. For a full 2 hours, Yang Yang meticulously analyzed the footage of the Spurs' last 5 games, and a preliminary understanding began to take shape in his mind. The Spurs employ a multitude of tactics, yet the most prevalent consist of merely 5 or 6 strategies. They utilize their strongest forwards to guard the opposing team's star player while their guards orchestrate the game, directing the offensive plays. Observing a team devoid of superstars, one cannot help but appreciate the sharpness of their attacks. Every player who steps onto the court becomes a pivotal figure, continuously passing the ball to create opportunities for open shots. The offensive strategies are not particularly complex, and opportunities for one-on-one plays are scarce, with the primary offensive threat being the point guard, Murray. However, Murray's shooting is not consistently reliable, preventing him from assuming the role of the unequivocal core. In summary, the Spurs' offense does not hinge on any single individual, but rather embodies a quintessential team effort. Defensively, they exhibit an endless rotation of switches, characterized by a remarkable level of aggressiveness. In team basketball, it is imperative that every position participates in the fray. The absence of superstars means that no one enjoys preferential treatment on defense, compelling everyone to give their all. An active mindset and rapid defensive transitions encapsulate Yang's conclusions on their defensive strategy. To break through the Spurs' defense, the only viable approach is to be more proactive. In this regard, Yang is confident in his ability to excel. After forming a general impression, he managed to sleep for nearly an hour and a half. And upon the alarm sound, he hurriedly gathered his belongings and descended the stairs. Yang set off half an hour early to avoid any delay. Under the guidance of the staff, Yang arrived at the gymnasium. As he passed by the school, numerous students greeted him. Some even approached with posters seeking his autograph. Although Yang was unfamiliar with them, he could not disappoint their exuberant enthusiasm, especially as they approached him with his poster, a privilege usually reserved for the CBA. Experiencing it once more in San Antonio was simply enchanting. Vaughn soon arrived, noticing Yang signing autographs for the students, and patiently waited for a moment. As the fans began to disperse, Vaughn smiled and remarked, "Yang, you have stirred a whirlwind of fervor in the NBA. Many fans are now acquainted with you. You have become a sensation. Haha, they are merely passionate students of basketball. One day, they might grace the NBA themselves. I just wish to inspire them to relentlessly chase their dreams." Yang replied with a smile. "You are now their idol, having transitioned from an overlooked player to a national phenomenon. Such an inspirational journey has only been witnessed once before with Lin, and your resurgence can undoubtedly offer them even greater encouragement. I hope you do not let them down." Yang understood that Vaughn was referring to tonight's match. Naturally, having made a promise, he would give it his all. "Ah, you all arrived right on time. I've heard that many students are eagerly seeking your autograph on posters. Yang, you are truly remarkable." Nash approached from behind and exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yang spread his hands with a smile and exclaimed, "Haha, let us seize the moment to warm up. I am eagerly looking forward to my duel with Kevin. Come on, I am curious to see how much you can learn from him and subsequently apply it in tonight's match." Nash chuckled and opened his hands. The group entered the gym, where training was already underway. To his surprise, they found Johnson in action, and Yang quickly grasped the situation. He was concerned about losing his starting position, which explained his fervent efforts. Such enthusiasm is undoubtedly commendable. Growth stems from competition, and Yang relishes this very rivalry. Nash waved at Johnson and then turned to Yang with a smile, saying, "Look, there is someone who is even more dedicated than you. I truly admire Johnson's defensive skills, and I look forward to training with him again." Yang nodded slightly, then set down his backpack and began his warm-up. After a brief stretching session, he commenced his shuttle runs. As the clock approached 4, they awaited Durant's arrival. At this juncture, media presence was prohibited, rendering the atmosphere quite serene. Even when Durant and Harden arrived, it hardly caused a stir. The two joined in the warm-up, and about half an hour later, Durant approached Yang, handing him the ball to begin their one-on-one game. As per their usual custom, they would compete in 5 rounds, with victory granted to the player who won 3. Durant passed the ball to Yang, indicating for him to initiate the play. Harden, standing nearby, laughed heartily. "Hey Yang, go ahead and dominate Kevin. I have faith in you." No one can overpower me," Durant retorted with a grin. "Haha, Yang, I'm rooting for you," Harden chuckled, the camaraderie evident in their playful banter. For the first play, Yang employed a triple threat move from beyond the three-point line, but Durant remained unmoved, promptly taunting. "Your triple threat is pathetic. It makes me want to vomit." "I'll make you eat those words," Yang shot back, accelerating pass to the right. Durant's long legs swiftly followed suit, but Yang pivoted to the left, only to find Durant's rapid defense and lengthy reach disrupting his shot. Yang did not advance further. Instead, he harnessed the rhythm of his forward motion to push Durant with considerable force. Following this, He executed a graceful step back to create space and launched a shot. Durant's elongated arms were indeed remarkable, extending nearly half a meter, yet still managing to contest the shot, with his fingertips merely a hair's breadth away from the ball. However, that slight distance proved inconsequential as the ball swished effortlessly through the net. Splendid, Yang, well done. At this moment, Harden could easily find a seat and enjoy the spectacle. Yang confidently gestured with his hand and then proceeded to serve. You are merely fortunate. You cannot surpass me. Durant did not grant him any space. Closing in and forcefully pressing against him, Yang lowered his center of gravity and exerted all his strength to push forward, only to discover that Durant's strength was entirely incongruous with his slender physique. He was remarkably powerful, akin to an ox, and utterly immovable. As Yang turned to prepare for an offensive, a sudden slap came forth, swiftly knocking the ball from his grasp. Yang swiftly seized the ball with both hands, propelling himself forward with an acceleration to break through from the left side. Durant's footwork was remarkably swift. He raised his hands high, maintaining his position impeccably while denying any opportunity for a shot. Observing this, Yang decisively executed a retreating step, raising his hand in preparation for a shot. Yet Durant remained unfazed and did not leap. Indeed, the defensive prowess of a top-tier superstar is not to be underestimated. Following the three-dribble rule, Yang found himself with only one final step remaining, and should he attempt to dribble further, it would lead to inevitable doom. Assessing the situation, he resolutely abandoned the third step, and, seizing the fleeting moment while Durant remained grounded, he released the shot. Chapter 74. A sponge absorbing water, his shooting form was stable. The sensation comfortable, the ball's rotation exquisite, and the arc perfectly calibrated. The basketball swished effortlessly through the net, the sound resonating throughout the arena, followed by Durant's sardonic laughter, proclaiming that while one might stumble on a fortune, luck cannot be relied upon indefinitely. True strength is what truly matters. Meanwhile, Nash and Vaughn remained seated at the sidelines, keenly observing, eager to discern the extent of Yang's advancement. As Yang prepared to resume play, Durant clapped his hands and took a half step back, ready to deliver a resounding block. Observing Durant's retreat, Yang found himself with numerous offensive options, but when faced with such a formidable high-level defense, his choices were rather limited. Initially, he adopted the triple threat stance, yet Durant remained unfazed. With no movement from his opponent, Yang decided to take a more decisive approach, stepping just inside the three-point line for a jump shot. While a typical defender might struggle to contest such a shot, Durant's astonishing wingspan of 2.28 meters, coupled with his exceptional leaping ability, rendered him a nightmare for any offensive player. His fingertips grazed the ball, effectively disrupting the shot. Yang, with a sense of helplessness, spread his hands, acknowledging the reality of talent. This realization also made him understand that when facing Durant, his shots needed to be swifter. Durant received the ball, forcefully slammed it down, and exclaimed, "Your offensive techniques are utterly inadequate. I could defend against them without even thinking." Yang was not adept at verbal sparring and had no desire to engage in frivolous banter. He simply recognized the formidable challenge posed by Durant. However, this presented an invaluable opportunity to enhance his defensive skills while simultaneously absorbing Durant's offensive techniques. With the support of the system, Yang learned swiftly, and his current objective was to engage in continuous one-on-one duels with elite players, extracting their offensive strategies for his own benefit. Harden shouted, "Yang, guard him closely and give him a block." Yang chuckled, "No one has managed to defend me in a one-on-one, not even Leonard." Durant glanced at Harden, then, with the ball cradled in both hands, he sidestepped Yang at the three-point line and executed a smooth pull-up jumper. Yang had no opportunity to leap, merely watching the ball soar above his head. This is talent, the kind of talent that everyone yearns for. Durant possesses a stature surpassing that of a center, making shooting a task that requires little effort, while defenders remain out of reach. Those who share his height lack his swiftness, and those who match his speed fall short in height. Yang can only describe this unique player with a sense of speechlessness. To contain him, one must emulate that relentless pest, Beverly, who clings to him without respite, undeterred by the threat of injury and capable of withstanding the torment of trash talk. "You cannot stop me, Yang. You are merely inviting your own frustration," Durant retorted, pressing firmly against Yang. Without uttering a word, Yang charged directly at his waist. If one is to defend, one must embody the relentless spirit of Beverly, tearing apart the opponent's offense with tenacity. As Durant held the ball, he bent low and executed a grand loop from the baseline. Yang, aware of Durant's intent to drive straight past him, offered no opportunity. He pressed his body forward, granting no space whatsoever. Sensing the intensity of the defense, Durant released the ball to his left, swiftly performed a step back, and rose for a jump shot. Yang Yang's hand swiftly reached out, yet could only extend as far as his nose, utterly failing to disrupt the shot. Such a defense relies solely on hoping for Durant's attempt to falter and miss. Nevertheless, the ball found its mark with unwavering certainty. Durant turned around and exclaimed, "What a pathetic defense. Can you not show some grit and defend with conviction? I've already given you a two-step advantage, and it's still ineffective." Yang Yang could not help but admire the offensive techniques of the top superstar. The ball was released, a step back was executed, and then the shot was taken. All in one fluid motion, precise and elegant. Yang Yang comprehended this principle. When confronted with close defense, one must act swiftly and decisively. There is no need for excessive feints. A single, lethal strike will suffice. Following this, he resumed his defense, while Durant's incessant trash talk continued unabated. Accustomed to such antics, Yang Yang maintained his stance, preventing any space for penetration. Even if Durant attempted a jumper, without room to maneuver, it would be impossible to execute a clean shot. Yet, Durant was indeed Durant, hailed as the Grim Reaper of offense, capable of scoring from any angle in the league. Closed defense had little effect on him. He would shove through, suddenly accelerate to break past, and execute a graceful step-back jumper. After releasing the ball, he would create space with a retreat, forcefully driving to the right, then abruptly halt to take the shot. There were virtually no moves he could not master, and his shooting was remarkably steady, boasting an exceptionally high success rate. In the first quarter, he dominated entirely, and despite Yang Yang's commendable defense, he could not impede Durant's scoring. In the second quarter, Yang Yang initiated the offense. Before the ball was in play, he deliberately asked for a water break, recalling the offensive techniques from the first quarter. Durant, while dribbling, continued his barrage of taunts. Even the nearby coach found it intolerable, yet Yang Yang remained oblivious. As the imagery of the game played in his mind, he quickly internalized the key elements and returned to the court, stepping to the side with the ball, just behind the three-point line. Durant still afforded him half a step, close enough to attack yet nimble enough to defend. Such defense was rarely breached with ease. Yang Yang proactively positioned himself to pass the ball, when suddenly he executed a retreating step. The movement was expansive, swift, and his release was decisive. "What kind of action is this?" Harden exclaimed with urgency. Nash, still engaged in conversation, turned to acknowledge Harden's astonishment, only to witness the ball soaring effortlessly through the hoop. "What a rapid release!" Nash exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the shot was so swift that even Kevin was unable to leap in time. "Is that really Yang?" Vaughn spread his hands, utterly perplexed by the recent events. Durant was equally astonished. How could such a maneuver be executed with such speed? Yang Yang picked up the ball and commenced again. Durant, upon receiving the ball, shook his head once more, passing it back to Yang, creating an additional half-step of space. As Yang Yang observed the unwavering defiance in his opponent's demeanor, he deftly sidestepped while maintaining possession of the ball. With a subtle shoulder shimmy, he accelerated, performing a retreating step to create distance. Just as Durant lunged forward, extending his hand in an attempt to intercept, Yang Yang had already ascended to his zenith. The basketball arced gracefully over Durant's head, slicing through the air with precision and finesse. "Ha ha!" Harden suddenly burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. This time, he recognized the brilliance of Yang Yang's play, which mirrored Durant's own signature moves. Durant, however, remained unfazed, dismissing it as merely 2 points, yet this time he refused to concede any ground, resolutely advancing towards him. Yang Yang executed a grand spin while holding the ball, hastening through the right flank. Observing the defender closing in, he suddenly came to a sharp halt and launched a shot with a graceful lean. Durant's long arm reached out, but it merely grazed empty air, as the ball had already been released, tracing a beautifully arched trajectory. The familiar sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated once more, prompting Nash to swiftly glance at Vaughn. The two exchanged bewildered looks, both recognizing that it was Durant's offensive finesse, yet questioning how quickly it had been assimilated. "Do not pause, quickly, quickly," Durant exclaimed, his frustration evident as he pounded the ball. Yang Yang, with a stoic expression, received the ball with unwavering focus. Confronted by Durant's outstretched arms, he contemplated concluding with a mid-range jumper, executed with a sudden and sharp stop. Performing the same rhythmic dribble, he unexpectedly retreated, creating considerable space. As Durant accelerated towards him, Yang seized the moment to drive forcefully from the left flank. Just as Durant closed in, he executed another abrupt stop and pop, this time with a slight lean back. His release was deft, his movements agile, devoid of hesitation, all while maintaining a cold demeanor. I could almost envision a sponge diligently absorbing the moisture around it. Nash shook his head in disbelief, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 75. The provocation from Harden. Meanwhile, Harden, who had been a mere spectator, now stood with his mouth agape, utterly bewildered by this contest that had initially seemed devoid of suspense. Yang's offensive skills may be few, yet they are exceptionally practical, earning him the admiration even of Durant. The second round concluded almost effortlessly, with Yang achieving a perfect score. In the third round, Durant served first, presenting yet another opportunity for Yang to learn. Naturally, Durant held nothing back. Unleashing his full arsenal of offensive techniques, he decisively concluded this round with overwhelming force. In the fourth round, Yang unleashed his full potential as well. However, Durant unleashed a relentless defense, successfully executing a steal. Allowing Durant to gain possession of the ball is akin to invoking the Grim Reaper. After a series of maneuvers, he ultimately overpowered Yang with sheer physicality to seal the victory. Both competitors, utterly exhausted, lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Yang lay on the ground, his eyes closed as he reminisced about the recent bullfighting event. Durant's myriad offensive techniques continuously emerged in his mind, from the triple threat position while handling the ball, to the sweeping spin move, and finally to the abrupt stop and jump shot. Each movement unfolded in his thoughts with the rapidity of a cinematic sequence. Yang had never imagined he possessed such prowess. This was a result of the enhanced absorption capabilities granted by the system, particularly in offensive techniques. As long as there was a matchup, he could retain the opponent's skills in his mind and subsequently reflect upon them. With diligent practice, he could master these techniques and swiftly incorporate them into his own repertoire during training sessions. Initially unaware of this ability, it was only after his one-on-one duel with Durant that he realized the extent of his exceptional learning capacity. Thus, each time he took to the court, he deliberately focused on the offensive maneuvers of the opposing team's key players, reflecting on them afterward. However, in the recent games, the opponents were not overly formidable, as the core players' individual skills were not fully showcased, which was also related to Yang's defensive prowess. In retrospect, the most effective and expedient method of learning seemed to be engaging in one-on-one matchups with Durant. Renowned as the Reaper, Durant is considered the most formidable offensive player in the league. If Yang could assimilate his offensive techniques, he would be one step closer to becoming the next Reaper. Just as Yang was immersed in these thoughts, Nash's laughter rang out nearby. "Hey, Yang, your performance was commendable, but alas, the loss was rather disheartening." Yang's train of thought was abruptly interrupted upon hearing Nash's voice, prompting him to hastily open his eyes and rise to his feet. Vaughn gestured for him to relax and remarked, "There is still ample room for improvement, and your potential is considerable. However, it will require time to refine your skills, particularly in defense, which currently leaves much to be desired." As the defensive coach, Vaughn remained steadfast in his emphasis on defense. Given his determination to transform Yang into the next Leonard, it became imperative to focus intently on this aspect of his game. Yang was quite pleased with this evaluation, though he refrained from showing it. He merely nodded humbly, awaiting further comments from his coach. Nash concurred, stating that Mr. Vaughn was indeed correct. "You are destined to become an exceptional player. However, the journey is far from over, and there remains much for you to accomplish." Kevin's offensive prowess has also been honed through relentless training, and I am delighted to witness you training alongside the best players in the world. Yet, there is a crucial point you must grasp. A truly great player excels on both ends of the court. Kobe exemplified this, as does LeBron. Although Nash has never been one to emphasize defense as a coach, Yang's emergence has altered his perspective. After all, possessing a skilled defensive player is always advantageous. At that moment, Harden, who had approached, expressed his astonishment and inquired, "Yang, where did you learn that move just now?" Yang remained somewhat bewildered. Was it not obvious that he had merely learned from observation? He shrugged and replied with a smile, "I learned from watching Kevin play, of course. I cannot perform as effortlessly as he does." Haha. Nash laughed heartily. "You are a full 10 centimeters shorter than him. Kevin is one of a kind in the world." At that moment, Durant also sat up, seemingly unaffected by the praise. Breathing heavily, he inquired with dissatisfaction, "Yang, when did your defense become so formidable?" "After 4 quarters. I have never felt this exhausted." Yang indeed exerted himself in defense, yet he did not resort to a deathly defense. Otherwise, the defeat would not have been so severe. To be frank, overly meticulous defense in such a spirited contest could even elicit disdain from teammates. Moreover, Yang Yang's intention was to enhance his offensive skills rather than his defensive capabilities. Observing Durant's evident fatigue, he could only spread his hands and chuckle, saying, When facing you, one cannot afford to be too casual. If I do not defend earnestly, you may not wish to engage with me again in the future. I appreciate your defense and hope to witness an even stronger performance next time." Durant's signature trash talk emerged once more. Yang shrugged and gestured with his thumb, signaling to wait and see. "Yang, can we have another match? Let me witness the true strength of your offense," Harden exclaimed, spreading his hands wide. Yang nearly felt nauseous, yet upon witnessing Harden's earnest demeanor, he dismissed the notion that it was merely a jest. Durant quickly chimed in. "Do you think he would accept a grueling battle?" He chuckled. You are at a disadvantage." "No, look at him. He still appears quite spirited," Harden exclaimed. "Entirely unconfingetet Yang woods through glay." "I eagerly anticipate witnessing another captivating clash of offense and defense," Vaughn remarked with a grin. Is this Harden's way of issuing a challenge? Yang was certainly willing to accept the challenge. However, with the impending match tonight and the fatigue from his long journey, it seemed unwise to further intensify his physical exertion. Moreover, Yang was confident he could outshine Harden, for it was common knowledge that Harden was not known for his defensive prowess. Yet, now was not the opportune moment. With a playful smile, he pointed to his leg and said, "My dear friend, you are still recovering from your injury. I cannot engage in a genuine confrontation with you, for you are our treasure." Harden, feeling slighted, shook his head in discontent, dribbling the ball provocatively as he retorted, "At your current state, I could still take you down with one leg. Of course, you wouldn't dare to accept that challenge." Laughter erupted from Nash, who clapped his hands in delight, eager to see if Yang would indeed rise to the occasion. Vaughn shrugged, silently hoping Yang would continue to challenge himself, yet chose not to voice his thoughts. "Harden, you should focus on your recovery. It's impossible for him to compete with you. I've already bested him," Durant chimed in with a laugh, before standing up and dribbling the ball toward the basket. "Oh, how disappointing. Training without direct confrontation is simply unbearable. It seems your reputation as a defensive powerhouse is merely inflated," Harden scoffed, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Yang was filled with a desire to confront him physically, yet he refrained, as his foot injury had not completely healed. He decided to postpone any confrontation until his return. "When I return, we shall compete again, and I shall not allow you an easy path to scoring," Yang confidently replied. "I am in excellent form now, better than ever before. Observing Yang es indiferente." Harden called out to Nash and his companion, "Steve, Mr. Vaughn, bear witness. I am willing to wager a sum of $1,000. Should Yang triumph, the entire amount is his. If he loses, he shall receive half. What do you say?" Chapter 76. Abysmal defense, $1,000 was indeed a significant temptation for Yang. Even in the event of a loss, 500 was still a worthy sum. Why not seize the opportunity? Noticing Yang's momentary intrigue, Nash chuckled and remarked, "You are rather stingy, offering just 1,000 while earning millions. I believe you should wager more. Perhaps 2,000 would be more enticing." Upon hearing this, Harden, unfazed by the additional $2,000, replied with a grin, "You are absolutely right. Let it be 2,000. As long as he can defeat me, all this money is his. However, you all know that this is an impossibility. He has no means to even contemplate victory." The stakes had escalated beyond Yang's initial comfort, and he could no longer refuse. Just as Harden turned away with disdain, Yang smiled and declared, "It is a deal." He then proceeded towards the court. Harden glanced back, surprised to see Yang already on the court, thinking he must have misheard, and quickly looked at Nash for confirmation. Nash shrugged, indicating he was unaware of the situation. Harden erupted into laughter, confidently dribbling the ball as he made his way to the court. "Yang, if you can outplay him, $2,000 will be yours." Durant joined in the excitement, shouting encouragement. "I will outplay him in 3 consecutive rounds, and I shall do it faster than you," Harden retorted to Durant before passing the ball to Yang. Yang aspired to glean more offensive techniques from his encounter with Harden, particularly his exquisite step-back three-pointer, a true masterpiece. Naturally, victory was imperative. Both financial gain and knowledge were at stake. With this thought in mind, Yang confidently returned the ball to Harden, then turned and spread his arms, stating, "You are still injured. I should allow you to initiate, as that would be fair." Harden was taken aback by Yang's unwavering integrity. Such courtesy had no place on the court, a lesson he had yet to fully grasp. "Watch your ankles," he remarked coldly, having already assessed the situation, and retreated a step beyond the three-point line. Come on, let me see your step back three. Yang lowered his center of gravity and stepped forward, matching Harden's pace. With the ball held in both hands to his left, Harden leaned against Yang, poised to exploit an opportunity to drive past him. After two tentative side-to-side movements, Yang remained steadfast, aware that Harden's route of attack would be a leftward breakthrough, and thus he did not fall for the feint. Noticing Yang's stillness, Harden decisively dribbled left. With a swift movement, he dribbled once, feeling the defender closing in, then used his shoulder to create contact, leveraging the impact to his advantage. He retreated a fraction, sensing the defender's reaction, then surged forward with a powerful stride, executing the transition with remarkable speed. As he retreated beyond the arc, Harden raised his arms and launched a three-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net with a satisfying swish, eliciting cheers from the crowd below. What a shot! A stunning step back, magnificent! At this moment, Yang could only gaze in despair. He had anticipated that his opponent would execute a step-back three-pointer, yet he failed to defend against it. In truth, the shot itself was not particularly remarkable. It was merely the fluidity of the motion and the ample space afforded for the shot that made it effective. Given such a spacious opportunity, he too could have effortlessly scored. However, Yang could not shake off the memory of the collision he had just endured. To be candid, Harden's speed was not particularly rapid, yet that single impact unleashed a formidable force, allowing him to establish a seamless rhythm and secure ample space for his shot. This is Harden's signature skill. One must recognize that most guards lack his physicality and strength, rendering them incapable of such unrestrained offensive maneuvers. This explains why during his tenure with the Rockets, he could seamlessly switch defenses and isolate himself against Curry when facing the Warriors. At this juncture, Harden exuded confidence in his offensive prowess, especially after sinking that shot with such ease, continuously taunting his opponents with banter. After Yang pinpointed this crucial element, he decided against an immediate counterattack, opting instead to experiment further. Very well, I shall not allow you to retreat effortlessly for another three-pointer, he affirmed, clapping his hands. Harden dismissed him with indifference. Upon receiving the ball, he denied Yang a moment's respite, executing a swift crossover to his right hand before lunging forward. As he sensed the defense closing in, he suddenly dribbled behind his back to the left. Noticing the defense had not faltered, he continued his advance. Upon colliding with Yang's physique, he forcefully nudged him aside, executing the same fluid motion that allowed him to retreat 2 steps back to the three-point line, creating ample space for a seamless shot that found the net once more. Oh, Mr. Vaughn, is this what you refer to as future defense? Harden scoffed, directing his derision towards Vaughn, who had just mentioned Leonard. I almost thought I was mistaken. Can this truly be called defense? Such banter was commonplace during practice, so Vaughn took it lightly. Yet, he shook his head in disappointment as he glanced at Yang, genuinely disheartened by the 2 defensive lapses. Yang, muster your spirit and block his shot, Durant urged, his voice carrying authority. The words resonated with the newly arrived teammates, who were accustomed to Durant's early appearances on the training court. However, witnessing Yang engaged in a one-on-one with Harden, alongside the latter's trash talk, they could only cast sympathetic glances at Yang. He certainly has guts. After battling with Kevin, he seeks to challenge Harden as well. What a predicament. Mills lamented with a sigh. Griffin chuckled softly, adding, I believe that possessing mental fortitude is essential for any outstanding player, and Yang embodies this quality admirably. Indeed, we are all experiencing this now. Aldred chimed in, an honest observation. They were now deemed veterans by the media, but they had once been the backbone of their respective teams. Yet now, were they not clinging to the coattails of a trio of superstars? Such a psychological disparity was not something everyone could accept. Allen Iverson, for instance, could not reconcile himself with the reality of coming off the bench, which ultimately led to his exit from the game. Griffin shrugged, while Mills could only offer an awkward smile before transitioning into warm-up mode. It appears you have but this one trick. However, that is quite all right, for I relish the sensation of physical contact, Yang exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Nash glanced at Vaughn, both of them acutely aware that Yang was not exerting himself fully, suggesting he was holding back. Upon seeing Nash nod, Vaughn had no choice but to call out to Yang. Hey Yang, show me your defense. I haven't witnessed his superior offense. I fear that if I push too hard, it may conclude too swiftly, Yang replied confidently. Do not merely chant slogans. He has already outmaneuvered you twice with the same move. Such defense invites ridicule. Haha, Mr. Vaughn, there is no need for concern. The game is not over yet, and I will show you even worse defense, Harden retorted, then executed another retreating step against Yang Yang. Yang Yang hurriedly lunged forward, but Harden refrained from taking a shot, as he merely took a single step. Just as the defense caught up, he suddenly switched the ball to his right hand, dribbled once to create space, and executed a sharp stop to release the shot. What a splendid rhythm. Yang Yang couldn't help but praise it. Of course, once I exert my strength, you simply cannot defend against me. Chapter 77. The step back. These words stirred little ripple in Yang Yang's mind. It was merely banter, not a personal attack, and thus, it held no weight. However, this particular play truly showcased Harden's offensive prowess. While not as extensive as Durant's, his physical advantage and control over rhythm indeed rendered his impact on the court formidable. Rhythm, Yang Yang mused, igniting a fierce determination within him. The most renowned master of rhythm currently in the league is undoubtedly Irving, especially in terms of ball handling. One could say he epitomizes the pinnacle of point guards. As a versatile forward, Yang Yang, once he masters the rhythm of the game, can score with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The tempo set by Harden is precisely what Yang Yang aspires to learn. Why not let it lead him to victory in this match? With a smile and a tone laced with provocation, he remarked, I admire how you, a left-handed player, can still break through from the right side. However, I am confident that you cannot fully unleash your skills, as my defense will prove to be quite discomforting for you. Of course, your defense is equally bothersome for me. I hardly exert myself, and yet feel an unbearable itch all over. Harden, with a dismissive gesture, spread his hands before embracing the basketball, signaling for him to apply himself in defense. Yang Yang clapped his hands, recognizing that when facing Harden, one must employ a vigorous defense. Otherwise, he could unleash his full offensive arsenal. In the subsequent 2 possessions, Yang Yang deployed relentless pressure, and under the constraints of the 3-dribble rule, Harden's characteristic slow footwork was magnified, forcing him to rely solely on his robust physique to carve out shooting space. Nevertheless, even with this challenge, Harden's soft shooting touch allowed him to score, albeit with considerable difficulty. Certainly, there was little Yang Yang could do against that last shot. After all, the disparity in strength necessitated further enhancement on his part. However, this confrontation enabled Yang Yang to acclimate to the style of a powerful guard, which would prove immensely beneficial for his forthcoming matches and training. The first quarter concluded, predominantly marked by Harden's various stepbacks and physical confrontations. Throughout 5 or 6 plays, Yang Yang essentially grasped the fundamentals of defending against him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. If the first quarter was about familiarization, the second quarter was about mastery. Following an intensified physical contest in the second quarter, although Harden unleashed his offensive prowess, he was clearly laboring, acutely aware of the defensive pressure. In the third quarter, Yang Yang refrained from being overly deferential. He began by utilizing footwork for defense. Even against stepbacks, he could anticipate when Harden was preparing to push forward, allowing him to slightly retreat and then swiftly re-engage. After the first shot was blocked, an unusual silence enveloped the arena, devoid of cheers. The sight of Yang's defense able to contest Harden's shot is truly astonishing. At that moment, even Mills and a few others paused their activities, staring in disbelief as Yang initiated his offensive maneuver. He executed a pass, received the ball back, and then, with Harden granting him a step of space, Yang decisively surged forward. As Harden retreated a step, this very movement afforded Yang a wider opening. Once again leveraging his agile footwork, he deftly controlled the rhythm, taking a significant step back beyond the 3-point line. He gathered the ball, bent his knees, exerted force, and with a flick of his wrist, released the ball with a gentle touch, sending it soaring through the air. Everyone was aware of Yang's remarkable 3-point shooting, even when given the opportunity to drive. Allowing him to shoot was not an option. With a swish, the basketball sailed cleanly through the net. After a brief, 2-second silence, Nash's applause erupted, praising the exquisite step-back 3-pointer and its impeccable rhythm. It was then that Vaughn finally reacted, joining in the applause with appreciation. To be honest, Vaughn was genuinely surprised that Yang possessed such a skill. He had never witnessed him employ a step-back 3-pointer before. Furthermore, to execute it with such finesse on his first attempt left him pondering what secret Yang had mastered to learn so swiftly. Meanwhile, Mills stood completely dumbfounded, utterly oblivious to the developments on the court. In the corner, Johnson, who had been diligently practicing, was left speechless. The move was beyond his capabilities. Was he truly destined to become Yang's backup? Yang Yang refrained from exchanging trash talk. He received the ball and, standing just behind the three-point line, cast a glance at the hoop. This time, Harden dared not leave him unguarded, quickly lowering his center of gravity to defend earnestly. As Yang observed Harden approaching, a wave of joy surged within him. This was the moment to truly showcase the skills he had just acquired. Holding the ball with both hands, he pivoted, using his body to create space by pushing aside his defender. With the rhythm under his control, he dribbled past the defense, and, at the second step, he suddenly unleashed his strength, catching the defender off guard and creating an opening. He then took a small step back. By this time, the defender had reacted, but Yang followed with a larger retreat. Positioned just beyond the three-point line, before Harden could close in, Yang launched a shot. He gathered the ball, bent his knees, and with a powerful leap and flick of his wrist, he released the ball, as if the hoop had been infinitely enlarged by his gentle touch. Magnificent! Nash erupted into applause, equally astonished. Durant, witnessing this, was left speechless. This was undeniably Harden's signature move, so how could it be executed so impeccably by someone else? If Harden's step back was despair-inducing, then Yang was an enhanced version of Harden, with a quicker retreat, better rhythm, and a stable release that left defenders in utter hopelessness. 6 points, let's go, still 5 points to go. Yang gestured for the play to continue. Harden, feeling a sense of rivalry, was baffled. How had this young man become so formidable? Had he been secretly honing these skills all along? Yang observed the defiant James Harden, a smile forming within him. Who was he to underestimate his abilities? Defeating him using his own techniques was akin to a nightmare, a lesson that would surely temper his future endeavors. Subsequently, Yang predominantly employed Harden's signature moves for his attacks. He infused his speed with his own advantages, enhancing both footwork and shooting quickness. Meanwhile, Harden's defense appeared to lag, a slow reaction that could be attributed to his foot injury. Even with a complete recovery, his style would not allow for an increase in pace, thus rendering him unable to keep up. Armed with Harden's skills and bolstered by his speed advantage, Yang dominated the contest, securing victory with an overwhelming performance. As the final shot concluded, Harden was left in utter despair, resignedly watching as Yang's step-back jumper sealed the match. Yang exhaled deeply, yet refrained from boasting as he approached Harden. In the absence of validation from the court, Yang understood the necessity of maintaining a humble demeanor to earn the approval of Coach Nash. Meanwhile, Harden, drenched in sweat and leaning on his knees, gasped for breath, his wide eyes sparkling with incredulity, almost provoking a laugh from Yang. Yang, you've won, Nash exclaimed first, followed by, Harden, $2,000, you cannot back out. Harden was visibly displeased. As a prominent core player, being outperformed by someone akin to a mere water boy was nothing short of humiliating. This incident could not simply be overlooked. He had to restore his pride. However, in front of such a large audience, he would not compromise his dignity as a core player. Coldly, he replied, of course. I keep my word. The money will be in the locker room before the game tonight. Very well, Yang responded, but you are not entirely defeated, considering your injury. If you were fully recovered, I would hardly stand a chance against you. Indeed, you're no match for me. Chapter 78, The Rhythm of Offense. Harden, feeling a mixture of indignation and resentment, knew that losing money was trivial, yet preserving his dignity was paramount, especially in front of so many witnesses. How could he continue to hold his ground? Was he destined to be relegated to the bench? Nash quickly interjected to ease the tension, stating, our team requires such spirited training sessions. Not only does it enhance everyone's competitive spirit, but it also fortifies both our defense and offense. We must prioritize this moving forward. Vaughn, noticing Harden's grim expression, chimed in with a grin. It appears we will have plenty of ice cream to enjoy before tonight's game. Thank you, Harden, for your generosity in treating everyone. Harden, unwilling to maintain a sour demeanor in front of the coaching staff, shrugged and smiled. As long as you all are happy, let us continue our training. With that, the group departed in good spirits, though Harden's expression soured the moment he turned away. Yang shrugged, dismissing any concerns regarding Harden's situation, and prioritized focusing on his own training. Coach, wait a moment, he called out, swiftly approaching. I would like you to teach me about offensive rhythm. Offensive rhythm? Nash glanced at Vaughn in surprise, unable to comprehend what exactly Yang meant by that rhythm. Yang affirmed, indeed, it is the rhythm of the offense. It is well known that during your youth, you were celebrated as a master of ball control. A point guard is, after all, an expert in mastering the tempo of the game. What I mean to say is akin to Irving, who with the ball in hand, orchestrates a remarkably rhythmic offensive flow, leaving opponents unable to anticipate his next move. Upon hearing this, Nash grasped Yang's intent. While Nash may not be considered an absolute virtuoso in offense, during his MVP seasons, his success was not solely attributed to his passing, but also to his scoring prowess. Achieving the MVP title as a smaller player amidst the towering giants of the NBA is no simple feat if Nash can accomplish it. Yang believes he can too. Thus, he seeks to seize this opportunity to learn from him. However, Vaughn is not inclined to let Yang dominate the offense, as the coaching staff has already delineated Yang's role and prefers that he seek guidance on defensive rhythm instead. With a serious tone, he stated, "Yang, compared to your offense, I have greater confidence in your defense. Do you understand? I have discussed this with Mr. Nash, and you are our team, S. Leonard. Therefore, I will take charge of honing your defensive skills, as defense also requires rhythm. Defense is an art form. It is the offense that allows one to establish a lasting presence in the NBA." Yang is not willing to forego Vaughn's insights on defensive rhythm. Nevertheless, at this moment, Yang must refine his offensive techniques, for while he has mastered the art of relentless pursuit, further advancement necessitates practical experience on the court. I comprehend Mr. Vaughn's sentiment, and I shall not relinquish my title as a defensive maestro. However, I was captivated by Harden's rhythm earlier, so I would like to seize this momentum and inquire further about the essence of rhythm. I kindly request an opportunity for Mr. Vaughn and the coach. Yang always displays an attitude of humility, refraining from competing fiercely, making it difficult for him to decline requests. Vaughn could only glance at Nash. As the head coach, was naturally pleased to see his players exhibiting such a positive spirit, whether they are part of the big three or role players. Every individual in the NBA is indeed a remarkable athlete. Now, let us deliberate on the offensive tempo. Nash picked up the ball from the side, dribbled it a few times, and then proceeded toward the half-court. "Hey, Johnson, it's time to work on our defense. Let us establish a solid defensive rhythm." Vaughn called out to Johnson in the corner. Yang remained unresponsive, while Nash shrugged, aware of Vaughn's discontent, and could only wait to clarify matters later. Positioned before the hoop, Nash signaled for Yang to assume a defensive stance against him. Yang approached, arms outstretched and center of gravity lowered, closely following the rhythm of the game. Nash then dribbled the ball, weaving left and right, and remarked, "The offensive tempo you speak of is about creating an illusion for the defender, essentially the art of deception through feints before skillfully bypassing them to score. Another approach involves assessing the situation on the court, observing whether the defender is susceptible to fakes. When confronted with a defender like Leonard, however, one cannot rely solely on feints or brute strength. In such instances, it is imperative to fully harness your individual abilities, with footwork taking precedence. After creating space for isolation, observe the defender once more. This is the moment to employ your most proficient offensive techniques. Simultaneously, if the defender remains resolute, persist with your moves, ensuring that your actions are fluid. This is the essence of rhythm. Remember this key principle, the continuity of your movements. This is how Yang interprets the concept. Particularly when observing Irving's tempo, his actions flow seamlessly without any angles left unaccounted for in his dribbling and offense. The exceptional fluidity of his movements renders them highly captivating. In this regard, Allen Iverson also excelled remarkably well. Yet, while explaining rhythm is straightforward, executing it is a formidable challenge. Nash continued to become a maestro of rhythm. The paramount factor is mastering ball control. The second is speed. On the court, speed is invariably the most potent weapon in offense. Currently, only Irving has managed to merge ball control and speed to such an extraordinary extent. Thus, one can witness Irving executing dazzling offensive plays, effortlessly penetrating any defense to score. This is the rhythm you aspire to achieve. Yang could only look up to Irving's rhythm. At this moment, he is not yet capable of being a playmaker, nor can he manipulate the ball with the same finesse as Irving. Nash clapped his hands and remarked, "I understand that the offensive rhythm you aspire to emulate is akin to that scoring ability of Ouyang. However, Yang, you must remember that Irving is an offensive guard, and the rhythm he generates is entirely different from mine. I must not only control my own offensive tempo, but also master the rhythm of my teammates' offense. Knowing when to pass the ball, how to direct their movements, and then delivering the ball to them to facilitate a more effortless and comfortable scoring opportunity is essential. You can observe that the league now emphasizes scoring, and the only one truly capable of orchestrating the game is Rondo of the Lakers. Yet, Rondo has not had many opportunities this season, indicating that traditional point guards are becoming scarce, and the mastery of game tempo is gradually fading. As the times evolve, basketball will not remain static. Nash believes that the current small ball model is not without merit, especially since Curry has already proven himself. Notiting yang in deep tog. Nash inquired with a smile, "What type of offensive rhythm do you wish to master now?" This question seemed somewhat redundant, as Yang was not a point guard and thus could not become a master of game control. Naturally, he would focus on being a master of offensive rhythm. I can't become anything at the moment. I can only immerse myself in training. However, to be honest, I aspire to be a master of offensive rhythm, akin to Irving. Yang humbly expressed, "Excellent. If you wish to possess his rhythm, the best approach is to continue training and first master ball control. Come on. Whether or not you can achieve this depends on your willingness," Nash encouraged. Chapter 79. I do not know Yang madness. This is something Nash cannot directly teach. It must first be practiced by him. Mastery comes with diligence. As long as one trains hard, rewards will inevitably follow. When the conditions are ripe, he will undoubtedly become a master of rhythm. Nash also hopes he can become the next rhythm maestro like Irving, delivering spectacular performances that will enhance the Nets' chances of securing a championship. Yang wished to engage Nash in conversation about enhancing ball control. But before he could utter a word, Nash had already begun his demonstration, dribbling the ball with finesse. Mastering ball control necessitates a profound investment of time and effort, beginning with the development of proficiency. Following that is the art of maintaining control while in motion, where one's gaze should not be fixed on the ball. Remember, true masters of ball control always focus on their surroundings, scanning for teammates ahead. Having faced Chris Paul on the court, you should recognize that his focus remains forward, never fretting over whether he might lose possession. Next comes the rhythm you desire, executing a series of actions in seamless succession, rendering defense a mere triviality. As he spoke, he executed a beautiful change of hands, followed by a behind-the-back dribble, then a swift pivot that brought him beneath the basket, culminating in an elegant layup with a deft change of hands mid-air. Upon landing, Nash humorously patted his waist and chuckled, remarking that such high-difficulty maneuvers cannot be performed excessively at his age. One must concede to the passage of time. Yang found himself laughing at his humor, playfully offering support, exclaiming, "At your age, you should merely discuss it, not demonstrate it. This is quite a challenge for you." Nash grinned, "You made me eager to showcase my skills. If I don't demonstrate, you might think I can only talk." Yang confidently replied, "Don't worry. I've reviewed plenty of footage and know how to play tonight." Nash had not expected a certain victory that evening, without the trio of superstars. They had already dealt themselves a considerable disadvantage. Facing a team like the Spurs, their chances appeared slim. "Coach, when will Irving return?" Yang Julante restrained himself from asking. "We need Irving. The team cannot afford to be without him." This sentiment touched Nash, who recognized Irving's ongoing complaints, while Yang exhibited not a hint of discontent. Instead, taking responsibility, true leadership indeed. Only Durant still possesses such a demeanor, while Irving and Harden do not. The future looks promising. This Eastern player is destined to become an exceptional leader. Rest assured, focus on your game, and you will see him soon. He will be back for the next match. Nash assured him confidently. With Nash's affirming response, Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Irving's return would not only enhance their gameplay, but also elevate his rhythm training. He then picked up the basketball and began dribbling, understanding the significance of honing his skills. Although Yang possesses remarkable ball handling skills, in a premier league, such as the NBA, he is surrounded by numerous players who excel in this regard. To avoid falling behind, relentless training is imperative. For solid 2 hours, Yang dedicated himself to ball handling drills, his sweat cascading down, leaving a significant damp patch on the floor. Truthfully, the monotony of repetitively practicing a single movement far outweighs its difficulty. This represents the solitude behind the glamour, as well as the effort expended by every successful individual. Such endeavors, both tedious and challenging, remain unseen by the fans. Naturally, Yang refrained from updating his social media, as there would be no praises to receive, only a barrage of criticism beneath his posts. Regardless of how accustomed one becomes to such disparaging remarks, it is only human to feel disheartened by them. At present, the only recourse is to hone his skills through relentless sweat, in hopes of eventually earning the admiration of the fans. Meanwhile, across the court, under Vaughn's guidance, Johnson, too, was drenched in sweat. These two direct rivals had already ignited a fierce competition through their training regimen. The practice continued until 6 in the evening, when Nash finally escorted the team back to the hotel to shower and dine. Given the moderate training load, Their meal was rather light, as only an hour and a half remained before the upcoming match, allowing ample time for rest. During dinner, Nash typically revisited the opposing team for further analysis. It can be asserted that there are no weak teams in the NBA. The outcome of a game hinges solely on performance. Even reigning champions can fall to the lowest-ranked teams. Although the Spurs no longer boast their famed trio, nor do they possess any star players, they are not to be underestimated. No coach desires to lose, unless the management chooses to abandon their efforts, a scenario that is improbable for the Nets. After a half-hour meal, at 10 minutes past 7, they boarded the bus to the away venue, the AT&T Center. The journey lasted a mere 10 minutes, arriving at the arena by 7:30, where they were met by reporters and fans. Yang will no longer foolishly accept interviews before the competition. Instead, he follows Vaughn and others directly to the locker room. Wu Man, who has been waiting for a long time, does not conduct an immediate interview, but simply greets him, reminding him not to forget tonight's objective and that she will interview him after the event. Yang certainly remembered the goal for tonight, smiling as he replied, "I await your interview." Upon noticing Wu Man, Vaughn waved in greeting before turning back to Yang with a grin. "Your girlfriend seems quite invested in your match. You ought to communicate with her more." "She is truly not my girlfriend, Mr. Vaughn. We are merely friends," Yang remarked with a shrug and a smile. Vaughn chuckled in response, choosing not to say more. After changing into their training attire, they made their way to the arena to commence their warm-up. Yang is not unfamiliar with the AT&T Center. However, this marks his inaugural appearance on the court for an official game, which fills him with excitement. Upon his arrival, he noticed a throng of reporters gathered around Coach Popovich, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter. Yang apiaret uterli bewilderet, with merely 30 minutes remaining before the match. Was this the time for an interview? Coach Popovich laughed heartily in response, stating, "The young madness you refer to is unknown to me. However, I am aware of a player named Lynn Madness. It seems he has ventured overseas, quite mad indeed." No. Young Madness is even more outrageous than Lynn Madness. He scored over 30 points in the last game against the Pelicans and led his team to victory. Are you really not planning to devise a strategy focused on him? Popovich, with his seasoned wit, chuckled, "Every night, I make a concerted effort. I just wonder if this Young Madness can maintain his fervor, considering the 3 stars are absent. Do you believe Young Madness can secure a win?" This was the response everyone anticipated, yet Popovich once again showcased his playful nature. "Ologa? I too wish to claim victory. I shall await your accolades post-match." The crowd erupted in laughter, and then one bold journalist interjected, "Old chap, do you know Young Madness?" "I've heard some news about him these past few days, but I don't know him personally," Popovich replied. "You mean to say you don't know who Young Madness is?" "I only know the Spurs," he added with a chuckle. Chapter 80. Seizing opportunities, none of the reporters dared to laugh, uncertain if this was Popovich's playful banter. However, one journalist eagerly remarked, "Perhaps, after tonight, you will come to know him." Popovich laughed heartily, unfazed by the comment. Following the interview, Nash also participated in a brief pre-game interview. When the journalist relayed Popovich's unfamiliarity with Young Madness, Nash joined in the laughter, saying, "Haha, the old man is truly amusing. In truth, I am not acquainted with Young Madness. I only know Yang, a player hailing from the East." One must commend Nash for his high emotional intelligence. With a single remark, he alleviated any awkwardness. Although the reporters inquired about Irving, Nash responded amicably, revealing little. After the interview, several reporters sought to interview Yang, but he declined, citing training as his reason. The game soon commenced, and Nash had already disclosed the starting lineup to the journalists, so it was no longer a secret. Everyone was eager to understand why Young Madness could not be a starting player and whether he could replicate his dominating performance from the previous match. In the commentary booth, the evening featured Spurs veteran and defensive specialist Bowen, who was there to cheer for Popovich and the 3 stars. After Aldridge and Mills exchanged pleasantries with Popovich, it was time for the competition to intensify. Following a series of introductions by the DJ for the players, the match entered its final 3 minutes of countdown. Yang was still on the court, having received the list of starting players prior to the match. Despite being a substitute, he harbored no grievances. Instead, this allowed him ample time to observe the dynamics of the game, particularly the defensive strategies employed by Popovich. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Jackson shook his head, expressing concern over Nash's starting lineup, suggesting it could be a temptation. Commentator Mar echoed similar sentiments, noting that without the trio of superstars, the Nets should have unleashed Young as a starter. Yet Nash had opted against it, seemingly intending to disrupt Popovich's tactical schemes. "Oh no, you underestimate the old man's adaptability." Bowen confidently interjected, asserting that Popovich would not be swayed by a rising newcomer, insisting that Yang's momentary brilliance was fleeting. The true threat, he claimed, lay with the trio of superstars, making victory elusive for the Nets that evening. Evidently, Bowen, with his background as a player, possessed a unique perspective on the game. Jackson, as a commentator, had a broader view, but chose not to engage in any disputes. With a smile, he inquired, "Bowen, we all know you were renowned for your defensive prowess under the old master. If tasked with guarding Yang, would he have a chance to score?" Bowen chuckled modestly, responding, "Firstly, I am delighted to see Yang achieving impressive statistics. However, one must recognize that contemporary basketball is no longer the physical tussle it once was. Many defensive maneuvers are no longer permissible, making it difficult to say." Mar nodded in agreement, affirming that the era of basketball had transformed, rendering it exceedingly rare to find an exceptional defensive player, especially one like Bowen, who relied not on physical prowess but on skill. Their mutual admiration was not without merit, especially as this was broadcast live to a national audience. It was imperative to maintain a pleasant atmosphere. As the game commenced, the commentators turned their attention back to the unfolding action. Jackson, adorned with headphones, called out with fervor. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the live broadcast studio, the NBA match was being streamed for free, drawing an exceptionally large audience. This marked the inaugural free broadcast in the domestic arena following Yang's astounding performance, generating immense traffic. In a moment, major Eastern media outlets were abuzz with reports on Yang's remarkable feats, prompting many fans to regard him with newfound respect. An array of comments ensued, with steadfast supporters lauding and encouraging Yang, while skeptics unleashed unkind remarks, claiming his success was merely a stroke of luck. A fleeting moment in the limelight. In front of the camera, Yang remained seated on the bench, unchanged despite his impressive statistics. As the game commenced, center Collins successfully won the tip-off, allowing Murray to swiftly advance the ball to the front court. Vassell maneuvered forward to receive a handoff from Murray, who then executed a sharp pass at a 45-degree angle. McDermott stepped in to set a screen, while Collins feigned a pick, moving towards the free throw line. The defender, Aldridge, hurried to keep pace, but suddenly, Murray made a sharp cut towards the paint, and Vassell delivered a precise bounce pass. Murray found himself unguarded. He caught the ball and effortlessly finished with a layup, as Mills, tasked with defending him, had completely lost his position. Defense. Nash, witnessing the simplicity of the feigned screen, felt his defensive strategy unravel, nearly throwing his tactical board in frustration. Yang observed the scene with profound admiration for the San Antonio Spurs' tactical execution. Attempting to score high against such a formidable team seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, knowing that the true outcome would only unveil as the game progressed. Turning his attention back to Mills, who advanced the ball up the court, Yang understood Popovich's defensive strategies well. Consequently, he delivered the ball to Joha at an angle of 40 to 50 degrees, directing him to feed the ball into the paint. Upon witnessing Mills orchestrating an inside play, Popovich couldn't help but smirk, realizing that the young player had indeed fallen into his trap. On the court, Joha passed the ball to Aldridge in the low post and decisively moved towards the baseline to create space for penetrating the defense. The guards instinctively collapsed inward, congesting the paint and denying Aldridge the opportunity to isolate himself. Both Mills and Aldridge were acutely aware of Popovich's game plan. But how could Popovich be oblivious to Aldridge's style? Aldridge's mid-range shooting was the pinnacle for interior players, yet with age, his foot speed had diminished. At this juncture, denying him space to shoot and applying direct physical pressure while slightly collapsing the perimeter would not only hinder Aldridge's attempts, but also precipitate turnovers. The moment Aldridge released the ball, a swift double team would render him speechless. On the court, under the strength of their execution, the first play resulted in Murray successfully executing a double team. Aldridge's catch was delayed, and with the youthful vigor of Murray and his partner, Aldridge found no opportunity to pass. Murray intercepted the ball, dribbled, and executed a bounce pass, leading Vassell to receive the ball beyond the three-point line and score effortlessly against Mills. Despite Mills' valiant defense, his height proved a disadvantage, failing to disrupt the layup and resulting in a foul. The referee's whistle sounded, prompting the fans to rise in unison, cheering enthusiastically for the impressive play. The elder coach's strategy for the night was abundantly clear: to double-team the paint, sever the connections between inside and outside passing, and then launch a counterattack. Bowen could easily discern Popovich's tactical prowess, recognizing the subtlety of his approach. Indeed, this highlighted the distinction between the veteran coach and the newcomer. Nash still had much to learn in this regard. As Mal had aptly pointed out, without the presence of the Big Three, the Nets were far from a dominant force. Chapter 81. I like him. Meanwhile, in a live broadcasting studio, Yang, accompanied by the commentator known as Mighty Brother Wong, analyzed the play. Unlike the commentary provided at the venue, their broadcast primarily revolved around Yang's insights into this match. During his debut in the talent show, Yang was indeed a darling of the media, and for a considerable period, he remained a focal point of discussion within the domestic sports arena. However, as his performance declined and he found it increasingly difficult to secure playing time, media coverage diminished, and broadcast became a rare occurrence. Yet, the media has a tendency to amplify whatever is novel. Following Yang's remarkable three-point shots, which earned him the moniker of Crazy Yang, domestic broadcasts began to increase. This particular game not only garnered extensive promotional efforts, but also employed a variety of activities to capture the attention of fans. Given Yang's performance in the country, his admirers naturally rallied to support him. Even those who were indifferent, merely spectators munching on their snacks, would seize any chance to criticize him. Before the match even commenced, the comment section was already ablaze with heated exchanges. Comments such as "what a ridiculous match," and "Popovich can easily outmaneuver the Nets" surfaced. Some even went so far as to label Yang as subpar. While the commentators were aware of these derogatory remarks, they chose to remain silent regarding the vitriol. At this moment, Yang insightfully remarked that, given Mills' height, he would undoubtedly be unable to disrupt Vassell's offensive play. Had it been Yang, an outstretched hand could have resulted in a definitive block. I believe Nash should consider starting Yang tonight. It seems that Yang's foot injury has yet to fully heal. Meng, with a smile, noted that when the second short contract was finalized, there were already concerns about potential injuries, although no one had mentioned it. Yang has been playing through it, and not starting is likely a precautionary measure to avoid further injury. As soon as this statement was made, the comments section erupted. What do you mean by avoiding injury? That flimsy player, a mere touch and he falls, utterly pathetic. Yet, that so-called pathetic player is undoubtedly superior to a keyboard warrior like you, who merely spouts nonsense. What are you still doing in the NBA? You should head back and spare us the embarrassment. To this gentleman, I pose a question. Would you step onto the court? If I possessed his height, I would already be a superstar in the league. A plethora of discussions and accusations emerged, leaving the two commentators in a rather awkward position. After Yang's commentary, coupled with Meng's remarks, a motivational discussion ensued. With pen in hand, he gazed into the camera, inhaling deeply and spoke with a constricted throat, from what I've gathered. Yang's ankle was not fully healed when he signed his initial 10-day contract. Yet, Boss Kai insisted on signing him, which indicates his belief in Yang's potential. That fateful night, Yang persevered, bound in thick bandages. Why persist? Because such opportunities are rare. Many fans projected high hopes for Yang in the NBA, and when he faltered, disappointment followed, accompanied by various criticisms. However, I wish to convey that Yang possesses the talent to compete in the NBA. It is his frequent injuries that have hindered his consistent performance, relegating him to the margins. Truly, Yang is an exceptionally dedicated athlete, often training alone until the late hours during his time in the CBA, and he continues to exhibit the same fervor in the NBA. It is unjust to place blame for his underperformance, as we cannot fully comprehend the challenges a player faces in a foreign land. Upon hearing this motivational discourse, Meng nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Haha, my old friend Yang certainly resonates with this." Indeed, he is absolutely correct. Yang straightened his posture and continued, "Firstly, we must confront cultural differences. The locker room culture is inherently distinct. The locker room is a crucial environment. Consider Udonis Haslem of the Miami Heat. Even at 40 years old and unable to play, is still offered a contract due to his invaluable presence in the locker room, contributing to the team's journey to the finals. A significant topic arises. Our starting point has been elevated. Many tend to compare players entering the NBA with the illustrious Yao Ming. Naturally, fans have heightened expectations for our players. If one cannot secure a starting position or fails to achieve a 20-point game, skepticism ensues. Thus, our players confront pressures that extend beyond the court. Meng, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "Haha, indeed, our Yao starting point is exceedingly high. Surmounting this mountain is no easy feat." Yang once again offered his words of encouragement. "I hope our fans can provide more support and protection for those of us striving to play in the NBA. Truly, we are the sole representative in the NBA at present, and the future of basketball relies on Yang to bear the weight." Haha, Yang is on the court. Meng exclaimed eagerly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Let us see if Yang can continue his remarkable performance and surprise us all. Back at the venue, the game proceeded. Yang replaced Xiao Ha and immediately took the second position. Before the game, Nash reiterated the strategic layout, maintaining a focus on interior play. Yet Yang's role was designated as an off-ball offensive player. This aligns perfectly with Yang's proficiency in three-point shooting, positioning him as a stationary sniper. Akin to Xiao Ha's function. As the external core, Mills naturally capitalized on Yang's offensive potential. After advancing the ball past the half-court, he swiftly delivered it to Yang on the flank. Yang raised his arms high. With Aldridge struggling to find an opportunity, he subsequently executed a bounce pass. Aldridge, with his back to the basket, noted that Yang did not cut into the paint, but instead feigned a move to deceive his defender. Then elegantly sprinted towards a corner. With a clear shot available, Aldridge decisively returned the pass, ready to initiate the offense once more. Yang received the ball, having created a half-step distance from the defender. As a three-point shooter, this half-step is sufficient for him to take the shot. Yang leaped without hesitation, his wrist snapping as he released a breathtaking shot, executed from an almost impossible angle. With a swish, the basketball sailed through the net, prompting Durant to rise and shout. A killer three-pointer, let's have more of that. Harden, however, observed with an impassive expression, acutely aware of the challenging nature of the shot. His success was no mere stroke of luck. Furthermore, the earlier defeat in the afternoon's bullfight weighed on his mind, with the financial stakes yet to materialize. On the Spurs bench, assistant coach Duncan quickly remarked, "Pop, we cannot afford to overlook this kid. He requires special attention." Duncan's insights were undoubtedly sound, but Popovich had his own strategies in mind and was not particularly concerned with the young player's scoring prowess. I quite like this lad," Popovich quipped playfully. "I've heard he's merely on a short-term contract. I would love to bring him onto our team." Duncan widened his eyes, staring blankly at his mentor's grin, sensing that he was not jesting. "No, wait. Are you considering poaching him at the end of the season?" Duncan asked, recovering from his surprise. "What good would that do? Our lineup doesn't require a sharpshooter. Have you forgotten about Green?" Popovich chuckled. "I admire this kid's humility, and I look forward to chatting with him after the game." Duncan, somewhat perplexed, turned his gaze back to the court, where he observed Yang intently focused on Vassell. His footwork exceptionally tight. This display of defensive commitment made Duncan contemplate whether Popovich intended to mold him into a player akin to Leonard. Chapter 82. A departure from strategy. After Yang sank the three-pointer, he displayed no emotion, remaining fully committed to defense. The Spurs' offensive rhythm was remarkably swift, a stark contrast to their previous, aging form. Murray's continuous ball movement fluidly created open opportunities, culminating in a well-executed three-pointer by Murray himself. Popovich observed Mills with a sly grin, aware that he was subtly targeting the seasoned players. Murray, a rising star, exuded youthful vigor and explosive power. Leveraging his speed and force, he could easily overwhelm the backcourt, while the interior could rely on young talents like Collins for physical confrontations. As long as they could wear down Aldridge, their combat effectiveness would diminish significantly, rendering victory almost effortless. Mills could not allow his little ruse to succeed and had to attack with full force. On the subsequent offensive play, rather than opting for a post-up, he had Aldridge set a screen. With the screen executed and a subsequent roll, Mills calmly delivered a bounce pass to Aldridge near the free throw line. Collins, unable to keep up, attempted to disrupt Mills' drive, inadvertently allowing Aldridge to sink a mid-range shot. Upon witnessing the precision of the pick and roll, Yang couldn't help but admire the seamless synergy between two former teammates. He turned back to continue his defensive duties. However, at that moment, Popovich was visibly displeased. He rose from his seat and stormed to the sidelines, berating Collins. "Have you lost your mind? What did I instruct you? Do not allow him to shoot. And if you lose your mark, return to the bench immediately." Acknowledging his error, Collins dared not meet Popovich's gaze and promptly raised his hand in a gesture of contrition. He swiftly moved to set a screen for Vassell and, after successfully executing the play, made his way down the court. Vassell, finding an opening, took a sudden mid-range jumper. Just as he released the ball, he noticed a figure darting into his peripheral vision, sensing impending trouble. As he reached the apex of his jump, the defender was indeed upon him. Realizing the shot was in jeopardy of being blocked, Vassell made a decisive choice, folding mid-air to pass the ball to Collins beside him. Yet, the cramped space rendered the pass futile, clearly resulting in a turnover. Collins failed to catch the ball, which was intercepted by Claxton. who immediately transitioned the play to the perimeter for Mills. Mills advanced rapidly while vociferously directing his teammates' movements. Aldridge descended swiftly, not immediately entering the paint, but instead setting up a screen just beyond the three-point line. Observing the screen, Mills quickly maneuvered behind it. However, Murray, unable to shake Aldridge's defense, called for Collins to assist, while he himself pivoted to confront Aldridge, ensuring that even in a mismatch, he could not afford him an open shot. Mills halted, poised to deliver the ball to Aldridge, but upon seeing Aldridge being guarded closely, he realized he had no choice but to attempt the shot himself. Yet, Collins, with his impressive reach, despite Mills gaining a slight advantage, was still able to swat the shot away. Just as Mills believed he had successfully breached the defense, his attempt was thwarted. "Excellent defense, Collins. Breakfast is on me tomorrow," Popovich exclaimed, extending a thumb and laughing heartily. Collins, lacking the energy to respond to Popovich, hurriedly moved to the front court, posting up against Claxton for the ball. Observing his teammates' deep positioning, Vassell lofted a high pass towards Collins. Claxton, being a rookie in the league, found himself at a disadvantage as Collins backed him down, then suddenly pivoted to take a quick shot. Claxton leaped to contest, but Collins feigned a shot, waiting for Claxton to descend before executing a delicate layup that found its mark. "Beautiful, beautiful," Vassell quickly signaled, extending his hand for a high five. Yang greatly admired the footwork in the paint, reminiscent of a dreamlike dance. However, he refrained from expressing his admiration, as they were opponents, and it would be inappropriate to offer praise. Mills, on the other hand, did not halt the tempo to pass to the interior, continually signaling for pick-and-roll plays. Yet, after 3 consecutive attempts, not a single pick-and-roll was successful. Aldridge was effectively neutralized by his adversaries, and once the interior players switched defenses, the perimeter players resorted to physical confrontations, leaving Aldridge with no opportunity to receive the ball. Meanwhile, the Spurs capitalized on fast breaks, successfully executing 3 offensive plays. Nash could no longer contain himself. The chaotic offense prompted him to call a timeout as he banged on the tactical board, questioning Mills about the disregard for their strategy. "Our interior serves as the core. We must leverage it to create opportunities for three-point shots. The pick-and-roll tactic has been deciphered and can no longer be employed." Mills remained unconvinced, asserting that if Aldridge's speed were just a tad quicker, success would be within reach. "Popovich is targeting us. We can only succeed by attacking the paint." Mills insisted. "You understand his intentions, which is why Young is on the court." "Mills, remember, we possess the ability to shoot threes. We must play freely and adhere to the strategy. This is a game." Nash had yet to unleash his full fury in reprimand. Yang refrained from speaking too much. Yet he was quite dissatisfied with Mills' performance during this period. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast, Mengu posed a question. "Old Yang, how should this play be executed?" The strategic battle between the coach and players ultimately rests on the players' shoulders. Yang's shooting touch appeared commendable, yet he was relegated to a purely blue-collar role. To secure victory in this match, what strategy should Nash employ? Old Yang calmly analyzed the situation while gazing at the screen. Indeed, Yang was positioned as a shooting guard, akin to Joe Harris, focusing on spot-up three-pointers and defense. Nash also placed Johnson on the court, hoping to invigorate the offense through robust defense. However, the anticipated fast break was absent today. The only attempt was thwarted by Collins' block. I believe at this juncture, Nash should consider a tactical shift, emphasizing interior play. Only by opening up the paint can opportunities arise for outside shooting. Conversely, if the perimeter shooting flourishes, the interior will see increased chances. The crux lies in Mills' failure to execute the game plan, making this timeout imperative. It remains to be seen how Nash will motivate his players to adhere to the strategy. Thus, I deem Yang's performance at this moment to be crucial. If he can sink three-pointers, Aldridge will have his opportunities. Indeed, let us observe how they respond next. Mengu remarked, casting a glance at the comment section, which was ablaze with reactions. Easier said than done. Yang can barely touch the ball. How can he make an impact? Nash is ineffective. The players disregard his instructions, and he might as well play himself. Mills, however, is a key player under Popovich, adept at breaking through defenses. Yang might as well go home. He has no presence on the court. On the court, commentator Jackson continuously emphasized Yang's significance, while expressing admiration for Popovich's season tactics. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, routine substitutions took place, with Griffin replacing Aldridge. In Aldridge's absence, Mills' pick-and-roll opportunities diminished, allowing for only a couple of interior scores. Yet, these 2 points were all that came before the first quarter concluded. The Spurs' offense flowed smoothly, with Murray attacking and scoring, amassing 12 points in the quarter. They ended the first quarter with a 30-18 lead, a 12-point advantage. Chapter 83. Establishing one-zone style with Murray scoring in double digits in a single quarter. Popovich's strategy bore fruit. In stark contrast, Nash wore a grim expression, feeling the weight of the moment. Allowing an opponent to dominate the entire team and trailing by 12 points was akin to digging a grave. Confidently, commentator Bowen stated, "As you can see, without the three superstars, the Nets are merely a lackluster team. The backcourt is subpar, defense sluggish, unable to keep pace." I had mentioned earlier that Popovich would launch targeted attacks. Indeed, Popovich's strategy proved exceedingly effective, with Mills becoming the scapegoat for the impending loss. Without Irving, the situation was dire, and Jackson openly expressed his admiration for Irving. However, Mal held a differing view, shaking his head at the data. The score has indeed widened. But this is still the first quarter. There are 3 more quarters to play. Moreover, Yang's fervor has yet to be unleashed. I sense he will not remain silent indefinitely. Indeed, you are correct. Yang's exuberance has not yet manifested. However, I must assert that the tactics are stifling his potential, and for Yang to truly shine, he must adopt a more proactive stance, replied Bowen with conviction. On the court, Yang refrained from complaints, though the offensive opportunities from the second position were noticeably scarce. He must actively seek the ball in the second quarter. Yet, the strategy remained unchanged, merely substituting the point guard with David. If they could continue executing the game plan, Yang's offensive contributions would undoubtedly improve. At this juncture, Johnson was replaced by Joha, and Yang took to the 3 position, still searching for opportunities beyond the arc. David's execution skills were commendable. He did not rush to penetrate but first delivered the ball to the wing, subsequently feeding it into the paint. Griffin's low-post offense has significantly diminished, with his role shifting more towards facilitating passes. As Yang glanced over, he hastily shouted, "Hey, David, quickly make your move, Joha. Position yourself," at the baseline. The two sprang into action, and Yang swiftly joined them, monitoring the opposing player's movements while providing countless screens for Joha. With a sudden pivot, he dashed toward David's position at the top of the arc approaching the free throw line. Claxton promptly set a screen for Yang at a signal. Shaking off his defender, Griffin noticed Yang had found space and made a decisive pass. Although the pass was not executed flawlessly, Yang made a slight adjustment, evading the defender's pursuit, and rose for a textbook 3-point attempt. As the ball swished through the net, he turned and shouted, "Watch the front, defend." Everyone moved swiftly. Yang faced minimal pressure from Keldon Johnson, who was not aggressive in his defense, focusing instead on ball distribution. The offensive strategy revolved primarily around Murray, while David's defense was impeccable, forcing Murray to pass to the interior. The Spurs boasted a formidable front court, with Poeltl and Collins both standing over 210 centimeters, providing a solid presence in the paint. Griffin and Claxton found little opportunity to capitalize. By the time the official timeout was called, the Nets trailed by 9 points. With the game lacking intensity and significant intrigue, Yang has only managed to score 2 3-pointers, far from the anticipated 40 points for the evening. Sitting anxiously in the press area, Wu Man is concerned. At this rate, achieving even 20 points seems unlikely. Why isn't he taking more initiative? Yang naturally wished to take the initiative. However, the tactical arrangement dictated a focus on interior play, leaving scant opportunities on the perimeter. Compounding this issue was the poor shooting performance of his teammates that evening, which rendered them largely defensive, thereby stifling offensive momentum. Nash once again substituted an Aldridge and Mills, while Yang was taken off the court in preparation for a more aggressive approach towards the paint. Yet, Mills persisted in his inexplicable confidence, repeatedly calling for Aldridge to set screens, with little discernible effect, ultimately exhausting Aldridge in the process. As the lackluster game progressed to halftime, the score remained unimpressive, with the Nets trailing 40-51 by 11 points, a scenario anticipated by the audience. Nash expressed his disappointment with the first half, attributing it to inadequate tactical execution and the players' evident fatigue, which hindered their offensive prowess. Yang did not anticipate such a significant deficit at halftime, having only managed to score a mere 6 points. For a player typically relegated to the sidelines, he would have fulfilled his duties. However, his aspirations soared above 40 points, and he could not afford to relent. Yang, as Wu Man approached the player tunnel, called out, "Do not forget your objective. You have been overly passive tonight. Do not hesitate. You should take the initiative." Wu Man, keen to encourage Yang, had purposely awaited him at the tunnel. "You're absolutely right, Miss Wu." Nash chimed in from behind, The fault lies with my strategy, as I have not provided Yang with ample opportunities. I should have allowed him to play freely. Rest assured, we will make timely adjustments in the second half. Mr. Nash's strategy was not flawed, focusing on the interior game. However, the players were fatigued from relentless travel, while the Spurs seemed to be at ease, impeding their performance. Wu Man promptly interjected, recognizing the validity of this observation. The continuous away games had indeed drained the players. Yet, this is the nature of competition. There are no excuses, nor room for complaints. Haha. Thank you, Miss Wu. Your reminder is invaluable. We shall reconvene for the second half, Nash replied with a smile, waving as he continued toward the locker room. Yang, keep pushing, Wu Man called out, raising her fist in encouragement. Yang nodded slightly before stepping into the locker room. Upon returning, Nash refrained from discussing tactics. Instead, he instructed everyone to take a seat while he stood calmly, offering a round of applause and delivering a speech. This marks our final away game on this Western journey, and everyone has endured a long and arduous travel, feeling quite fatigued. Yet, you have not given up, and I am profoundly grateful for your unwavering efforts. In this match, it is acceptable for us to lose. Without the trio of superstars, we can discern the distinctions between ourselves and the formidable teams. My intention in refining the roster has been realized, but I must emphasize that each of you must exhibit your own style and not surrender to fatigue. They too lack star players, yet they are guided by a remarkably astute coach. I acknowledge the greatness of Coach Popovich. However, every great coach emerges from the crucible of failure, and I shall persist in my endeavors. In the forthcoming second half, I aspire to galvanize everyone to exert even greater effort, concluding our Western journey with fervor. Let us return victorious, for the fans will undoubtedly welcome their heroes with open arms. Onward, my champions! The atmosphere was somewhat suffocating. No one anticipated Nash's unexpected approach. Shouldn't there have been fierce roars accompanied by tactical arrangements? All right, Yang exclaimed before joining in the applause. In a hushed locker room, only Yang's voice resonated, and in that moment, he felt a flutter of anxiety, wondering if everything would unfold smoothly. All right, let's go. Durant echoed, clapping his hands enthusiastically. Gradually, the locker room filled with the sound of applause, and the ambience transformed into one of exuberance. Yang, look at your coach, Nash said, giving a thumbs up and nodding gently. Chapter 84. Mastering both defense and offense. Yang was perplexed as to why it was necessary to communicate privately rather than openly in front of everyone. Was this a matter of favoritism? Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to adopt a more aggressive approach in the second half. If they did not launch an offensive, the game would be over. Subsequently, D'Antoni reiterated the strategy. It remained the same as before, a measure taken to safeguard the players, for the Spurs had a considerable advantage in terms of stamina. They could not afford to match their relentless pace. Mills then articulated the cunning nature of Popovich, to which D'Antoni confidently replied that the crux of their strategy lay in the interior, although scoring did not necessarily originate from within. By deploying two sharpshooters, the objective was to facilitate scoring from the perimeter. The old man Popovich was notoriously stubborn, adhering strictly to defending against inside attacks, which prompted them to collectively formulate such a strategy. Now, do you understand? Mills smacked the back of his own head, punishing his own cleverness. Hey, everyone, let loose! D'Antoni finally exclaimed, clapping his hands. The interior is our foundation. Seize the opportunity to shoot. Johnson, your three-pointers must find the net. The second half hinges on you. Yang was not surprised. D'Antoni had always looked down upon him, and even if Nash placed him on the court, he would not harbor any illusions. Of course, Yang had already demonstrated that he was capable not only of defense, but also of offense. Tonight, he would prove it once more, scoring over 40 points, undoubtedly astonishing D'Antoni. After a brief speech, Vaughn led the way to the arena. Durant quickly approached, placing a comforting hand on Yang's shoulder, saying, Yang, that's just D'Antoni's nature. Don't take it to heart. Yang was aware that Durant had come for the words exchanged earlier, yet this would not deter him. Rather, it served as a source of motivation. Indeed, such small gestures from Durant were heartwarming, especially for the role players, as they could profoundly impact an entire career. You're truly wonderful, he remarked with a shrug and a smile. Rest assured, I will follow your advice. I'll play with greater aggression in the second half, so as not to disappoint you. Durant, satisfied, patted his chest and continued towards the court. Inside the arena, the Spurs players were already warming up, while Popovich and his coaching staff were engaged in discussions. The atmosphere appeared less than relaxed, Even with a current victory, it did not guarantee an ultimate win. He was aware that something significant would transpire in the Nets locker room, hence he refused to remain passive. Yang was poised to warm up before taking the court when Nash decisively called him over. Vaughn stood nearby, clearly prepared for the ensuing discussion. "Young, the defensive strategy for the second half will shift," Nash stated with gravity. "You need to guard Murray. We cannot allow him to score with ease any longer." This was precisely what Yang yearned to do, prevent the opponent from scoring, even if it meant sacrificing his own points. He immediately nodded in agreement, affirming, "Understood. I will keep a close watch on him." Nash continued with assurance. The lack of three-point shots in the first half was due to a failure in executing the strategy. In the second half, you must be more proactive in your movements and take more three-point attempts. Popovich is not particularly fond of three-pointers, so his defense will not be excessively tight. As long as you remain assertive, opportunities will undoubtedly arise. Yang felt that the words had lingered for far too long. Had they been spoken earlier, they might not have fallen so far behind. Yet, the coach's directives and the player's execution are two entirely different matters. With a hint of concern, he inquired, "I certainly have no issues, but with the ball in Mills' hands, he is the brain of the court." "Haha, rest assured, D'Antoni has already spoken to him. He won't repeat the same mistakes," Nash replied with a confident smile. Hearing this, Yang felt a sense of reassurance. Subsequently, Vaughn elaborated on the defensive strategy against Murray. In truth, Yang was well aware of how to defend against Murray. Having watched numerous game tapes, he had gained a considerable understanding of their tactics. Now, as soon as he stepped onto the court, Yang knew he had the capability to excel. As the second half commenced punctually, Yang took to the starting lineup, replacing Johnson at the small forward position. The Spurs initiated the play, and Yang immediately positioned himself against Murray, opting not to circle around for a direct defense. Murray was taken aback that they were using a small forward to guard a point guard, which, he thought, would only offer more opportunities for Vassell to attack. "Hey, Vassell, run. You can post up," Murray called out as he controlled the ball. Defending Vassell was Joha, who stood at 196 centimeters, comparable in height to Vassell, making an easy low-post isolation challenging. "Drive inside and pass it to the post." Popovich, overhearing Murray's command, rushed forward in displeasure and shouted. Murray immediately softened, unwilling to defy the old man's orders, and quickly passed the ball to Vassell. Vassell then returned it to Murray, who seamlessly fed it into the post. Bortel, with the ball, began a drive inside, and Yang dared not commit to a double team, instead feigning one by advancing and retreating. As expected, Bortel passed it back to Murray, who was ready to break through, with Yang's defense closing in at a rapid pace. Murray attempted a deceptive footwork maneuver, dribbling left and right before attempting to break to the right baseline. However, just as he took his first step, the referee's whistle blew, signaling a travel violation and pointing towards the offensive end for the Nets. "No unnecessary movements. Just go straight through. Keep it simple," Popovich bellowed in discontent over the travel call. Murray, unable to argue, quickly raised his hand in acknowledgement of his mistake. Nash then glanced at D'Antoni, clearly pleased with the defensive play. D'Antoni smirked slightly, narrowing his eyes with an expression of undeniable arrogance. Turning around, Yang slipped past the baseline, utilizing Aldridge's off-ball screen to move to the top of the key. Mills had already penetrated to the free throw line, attracted a double team, and promptly returned the ball to Yang. Yang was taken aback by Mills' unexpected pass. Upon receiving the ball, he found himself in an unguarded position, leaping into the air with outstretched arms to take the shot. As a proficient three-point shooter, Yang had mastered his shooting form. As long as he received the ball comfortably, his adjustment was merely a fleeting moment. The ball swished through the net, and after securing the 3 points, he did not relent. Instead, he turned to closely monitor Murray, who was tasked with the defensive leadership throughout the court. Murray, however, did not hastily push the ball forward. Instead, he awaited his teammates to position themselves in accordance with their strategy. The physical tussle among the interior players commenced, with the Nets' defense evidently tightening. Boucher's offensive effort faltered, and Collins faced a formidable challenge as Aldridge's physicality bore down on him, rendering his post-receipt attacks ineffective. The ball found its way back to Murray's hands, and with the shot clock dwindling, he decisively signaled for Boucher to come up and set a screen for a breakthrough. As Yang observed the cover, he decisively advanced, closely adhering to it. Murray, noticing the pressing defense, initiated a forceful breakthrough from the right flank. He intended to exploit a screen set by the center to further his advance, but upon accelerating, he realized he had not shaken off his defender. When Bolter collided fiercely while setting the screen, Yang raised his hand, nearly toppling over. After a loud shout, he did not relent in his defense, continuing to pursue. But at that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul for illegal screening. Chapter 85. The resurgence of the miraculous three-pointer. How could that be a foul for illegal screening? Bolter exclaimed, raising his hands in protest, claiming that was a legitimate screen. A perfectly normal screen. Using your lower body to obstruct while in motion is not permissible, the referee explained, shaking his head repeatedly. The head referee, Marshall, was renowned for his patience, unlike Crawford, who would issue technical fouls without providing an explanation. Once the whistle had blown, there was no turning back. Bolter could only shrug in resignation as he retreated on defense. Marshall passed the ball to Ade, who initiated play from the baseline, delivering it to Mills. Their pace was not particularly brisk. Upon reaching the front court, Yang continued to weave along the baseline, while the defender Vassell offered no respite, maintaining a tight grip and ensuring that he could not easily receive the ball to attack. Yang could only call upon his teammates for cover. After Ade arrived to provide support, Collins, who was responsible for switching defense, hesitated to advance and retreated instead, as Mills executed a one-handed pass. The moment Yang received the ball, Vassell's defense was already upon him, offering no room for maneuver. Yang, instead of forcing a drive, took a step back and passed to the inside. After receiving the ball, Aldridge positioned himself with his back against Koslin, preparing for a one-on-one. Vassell quickly retreated, extending his hands to double team while simultaneously keeping a vigilant watch, prepared to defend in both directions. Noticing that Vassell was not closing in, Aldridge decisively turned to back him down. After a dribble, Vassell swiftly moved to apply the double team, but Aldridge released the ball with remarkable speed, delivering it directly to Yang, who was already poised for an attack. Upon receiving the pass, he took his shot without hesitation. At that moment, Vassell was merely 2 steps away, only able to turn and witness the ball being released. The sphere arced gracefully through the air, finding the net once more. In the live broadcast room, Mengu could no longer contain his excitement, pounding the table and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, the phenomenal three-pointer has returned. Consecutive three-pointers, absolutely incredible." Indeed, this was the performance we had longed to witness. Old Yang quickly chimed in, stating, as a 3D player, Yang has splendidly showcased his strengths, embodying the necessary changes we must see in the locker room. With these three-pointers, he had now made a total of 4, each hitting the mark flawlessly, and the score rapidly closed the gap, making the game more thrilling. The duo then glanced at the comment section, while there were still some naysayers. Many of the derogatory remarks had vanished, replaced by an abundance of praises like amazing. Meanwhile, on-site, Bowen appeared to be taken aback, with Mal excitedly proclaiming, "He's back. That Yang, who can change the game with his three-pointers, has returned. The second half may very well belong to him." Not necessarily, Bowen asserted confidently. Even if he scores 40 points throughout the game, the one who will ultimately win it will still be Popovich. Are you suggesting that Popovich would allow him to shine while stifling everyone else? Jackson inquired with a look of confusion. Bowen smiled slightly, replying, "It's difficult to say, but we have seen it happen before with Kobe. Pop told me to focus on Kobe, forcing him into difficult shots. As you know, the more you provoke Kobe, the more he will score on you. I recall a game where he scored 42 points, yet the Lakers lost by 10. This remark left Mal feeling uneasy about the Spurs, for Yang was not Kobe, and it was unlikely he would shoot recklessly throughout the game. Should they give Yang the space, such three-pointers could yield unfavorable outcomes. Very well, let us continue watching the game. Mal hurriedly glanced towards the court. Turning back, Yang continued to fixate on Murray, who was orchestrating the defense throughout the game. With a sudden burst of speed, Murray attempted to outpace Yang, who resolutely kept up with him. Abruptly halting, Murray executed a behind-the-back dribble, momentarily shedding Yang by half a body length. Yet Yang swiftly resumed his pursuit, resembling an indefatigable fly. As he reached for the ball, Murray found it challenging to even make the pass. Vassell proactively advanced, receiving the ball with a handoff, while Murray promptly maneuvered towards the baseline. Bortel, dissatisfied with the tireless efforts of this number 8 player, took a step forward. This time, it was a preemptive positioning for an off-ball screen. Yang, displaying cleverness, decided to circumvent the screen entirely. He evaded directly from the top to pursue Murray. By then, had received the ball at the baseline and was poised to make his move. Yang arrived just in time, extending his arms in defense, while Clarkston had already sealed off the baseline. Murray, unable to initiate his play, held the ball stationary before pivoting to advance towards the top. Yang pressed forward, positioning himself to obstruct the passing lane. Additionally, he applied physical pressure, denying any space for dribbling. Meanwhile, outside, Johnson had raced to the sideline, extending his hand and vociferously calling for the ball. Murray yearned to make the pass, but despite his elevated stance, he was unable to release the ball. Yang directly lunged to seize the ball, applying pressure all around. Murray, feeling anxious, quickly bent down to shield the ball, but the referee blew the whistle without hesitation. Yang looked up, realizing that the referee had called a foul on him for his aggressive defense. Nash was immediately dissatisfied before Yang could utter a word. He rushed towards the referee, vehemently protesting. That was not a foul. It was a legitimate defensive play. This is absurd officiating. You cannot let the home court advantage influence your calls. Assistant referee Lewis promptly signaled for a technical foul against Nash. Vaughn hurriedly intervened, attempting to restrain Nash, advising him that it was unnecessary to escalate the situation further and risk ejection. Nash, even more incensed by the technical foul, pointed angrily at Lewis, exclaiming, "If you have the guts, throw me out. This officiating is completely unreasonable. Should we abandon defense altogether? I might as well let them score without your interference." His voice grew increasingly louder, prompting Durant and Harden to rush over to calm him down, while also giving Yang a thumbs up in support. After reporting to the scorers table, Lewis indicated that the Spurs would take free throws. As Murray approached the free throw line, Yang took the opportunity to engage Lewis in discussion. "Honestly, I did not commit a foul on that play. I was merely contesting for the ball." Lewis countered, "No, you did foul. You cannot move your body while contesting. You shifted your feet and used your body to apply pressure. You infringed upon the offensive cylinder, which is unacceptable. Hence the foul." Lewis continued, "You were not in a shooting motion. In a dead ball situation, I can move, and that is permissible." "All right, stop arguing with me and focus on your defense," Lewis concluded, not willing to elaborate further. Yang helplessly spread his hands, yet did not lower his guard. After Murray's steady shot, Johnson prepared to execute the sideline throw-in. Yang continued to fixate on Murray, who, undeterred, extended a hand to push aside the defense and moved forward to receive the ball. "Hey, set a screen, I'm coming in," Murray called out, turning his back to the defender while signaling for the pass. Johnson and Vassell swiftly wove through the baseline, while the center positioned himself to set a screen. Vassell dashed into an open space, receiving a high, arcing pass. Collins decisively made a downward move, executing a cut to find himself in an unguarded position, where Vassell delivered a bounce pass right into his hands. Collins seized the opportunity for a direct attack. Claxton awaited him for the confrontation, but Collins cleverly executed a delicate floater that found its mark. Hey, quick transition. Chapter 86. Blood from the head after Claxton passed the ball from the baseline. Mills advanced rapidly, poised to catch him off balance. Yang proactively positioned himself to receive the ball, while Mills decisively moved down to provide a side screen for Johnson. Johnson elevated to catch the ball, and Yang swiftly penetrated toward the basket. Aldridge promptly stepped in to set a pick and immediately pivoted to the mid-range area, preparing to find an open spot for a catch. Collins did not assist defensively, opting instead to closely shadow Aldridge, denying him the ball. Aldridge assertively squeezed toward the paint, with his back to Johnson, demanding the ball. Johnson lofted a pass into the paint, and upon receiving the ball, Aldridge did not hesitate. After a shoulder shimmy, he executed a deceptive move followed by a turnaround jumper. This exemplifies Aldridge's prowess. Had it been 3 years prior, such a turn would have been nearly infallible. However, age has its toll, and Collins maintained tight defense throughout, rendering Aldridge's shot considerably uncomfortable. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted out, prompting Yang's instinctive reaction to fight for the rebound. With sheer determination, he secured the rebound against Bortle, bending low in preparation for another layup. Bortle, caught off guard by the feint, found himself with outstretched arms unable to retract, and thus, he resorted to a desperate attempt to swat the ball away. Yang's movements beneath the basket were clearly learned from Collins. With a deft feint, he evaded his defender, rising for a layup. Yet, just as he ascended, an unexpected darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a searing pain that shot straight to the top of his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yang pressed his brow and gracefully reclined on the ground, utterly indifferent to whether the ball had gone in, feeling a chilling sensation envelop his entire being. A foul. Indeed, how could this not be called? Nash, witnessing Yang being knocked down, was consumed by fury and rushed towards the referee, unleashing a furious outcry. "Get the ball in play quickly." Murray, noticing the 8th player on the ground, urgently gestured for Bortel to initiate a fast break, oblivious to the repercussions of his actions. Bortel stepped over Yang and proceeded to resume play. What on earth is this? Is stepping over a player not a violation of sportsmanship? Nash, witnessing Bortel's brazen demeanor, stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Are you blind? How can you overlook such a foul and allow players to behave so arrogantly?" The baseline referee, Marshall, promptly issued a technical foul against Nash, as he had not observed any egregious foul from Bortel. The act of stepping over Yang was merely to expedite the game, not an intentional act of aggression. The sharp whistle interrupted Murray's fast break, and upon regaining possession, he hurriedly exchanged high fives with his teammates to signify their success. "Isn't bleeding enough to warrant a foul?" The young Claxton expressed his discontent, shouting at the referee, "This is a court, not a boxing ring. If this continues, I could incapacitate them. Call the team doctor." "He bleeding," shouted Aldridge as he rose. The crowd gathered, realizing the situation was dire. Marshall rushed forward to assess the situation while signaling for the players to disperse. Yang felt a sharp pain in his brow. His fingers dampened by what he soon realized was blood. What the hell is this, a fight? He couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. The team doctor rushed over, promptly initiating measures to staunch the bleeding. "Is this not a foul?" Nash shouted angrily at Marshall. "How can one inflict injury without it being a foul? Why were 2 obvious fouls overlooked? Do you even deserve your salaries?" Nash was at a loss for how else to express his mounting dissatisfaction. If he had the authority, he would have replaced the referees immediately. "Calm down, we will discuss this. You have already received 2 technical fouls. You must leave the court," Marshall asserted, showing no inclination to allow anyone to undermine his authority. "You are all pathetic referees. My player was fouled, and I cannot voice my concerns? Why can't you see it?" While Nash continued to argue, Lewis hurried over to offer comfort. However, consolation was futile. The technical foul had already been called, and the loss of coaching privileges was a reality. D'Antoni quickly approached to intervene, as he was the only one capable of calming Nash. Marshall promptly convened with the 2 referees to deliberate the matter, ultimately deciding to review the footage to ascertain whether a foul had indeed occurred and if it warranted escalation. After a brief assessment, Yang promptly proceeded to the players' bench for further bandaging. The game was temporarily halted, with the crowd fervently praying for the player's swift recovery, hoping he would not sustain further injuries. Wu Man, accompanied by Peng Liang, approached the bench, refraining from speaking, as they could only offer support without conducting interviews. Once it was confirmed that Yang merely suffered a laceration to his brow, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. Meanwhile, in a domestic broadcasting studio, a lovely anchor began to report on the event after the screen was cut. Mengu and his companion kept a vigilant eye on the comment section, where anger prevailed. The viciousness of the foul was evident, with calls for support for Yang echoing throughout. They hoped he would emerge unscathed and encouraged him to persevere. Remarks about the fragility of his physique in the NBA surfaced, imploring him to return. Upon concluding her series of updates, the anchor turned to the 2 commentators, stating, "Our Yang is beginning to showcase his unique style. Although this foul went uncalled, it is clear that Yang is demonstrating commendable enthusiasm. Indeed, Yang's foul could not be attributed to the referee's oversight. Rather, it underscored his improving awareness on the court." The seasoned commentator observed, in that moment, his judgment of the ball was impeccable, and his maneuvers to evade his opponent were well executed. However, he expressed concern that this foul might hinder Yang's return to play, especially with Nash already having been ejected, which could further dampen team morale. Mengu echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the paramount importance of player health over all else, and hoped Yang would continue to strive for excellence, delighting the audience with his performances. In truth, both men felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the bloodshed, as the situation was not visible to the spectators, leaving them to provide reassurance to the fans. On the court, the team physician managed to staunch the bleeding and proceeded to clean the wound. A 2-centimeter gash was revealed on the brow bone, clearly necessitating stitches. He promptly declared, "He cannot return to the game. We must take him to the hospital for immediate stitching." Yang has yet to achieve his goals. How can he possibly leave? Though he may concede to Wu Man's request to withdraw due to injury, the demands of the system's tasks remain unyielding. Failing to complete these tasks would inevitably diminish his combat effectiveness. Must he return to the bench once more? No, absolutely not. Yang quickly waved his hands and exclaimed, I cannot leave. If the coach is penalized and I also depart, then there will be no one to play this match. I must stay. However, the medical staff interjected. Your brow bone is fractured. You cannot continue. I must prioritize your health. This medical professional was not from Annette Smith, but rather the Spurs team physician. Regardless of the team, the physician's duty is solely to the well-being of the injured. Young, you cannot return to the court. The wound is severe and requires immediate attention, Durant urgently called out. Yang smiled confidently, patting his chest as he declared that such a minor injury was inconsequential. Doctor, please bandage me up. I can continue. Chapter 87. The King's return. Durant quickly glanced at D'Antoni, who had taken over as head coach in Nash's absence. Without hesitation, D'Antoni directed the matter towards Vaughn, believing it prudent to allow a younger coach to grow. Vaughn accepted D'Antoni's directive and promptly stated, "Let us heed the doctor's advice and head to the hospital immediately." Hey, the game is officially underway. We've added a flagrant foul, 1 shot, and 1 free throw. Let us be ready. Marshal Shota towards D'Antoni. D'Antoni patted Vaughn on the shoulder, signaling him to continue leading the team. Vaughn then waved, calling out, "Joa, you're up." "No, coach, I can't rest," Yang exclaimed, rising quickly. "I'm perfectly capable. Please trust me." For Yang, playing through a minor injury was simply part of the game, and he considered it a mere trifle. Vaughn appreciated Yang's fighting spirit. With the head coach penalized and morale low, it was essential for someone to inspire the team. If the injured Yang could return to the court, both his determination and presence would uplift the team, significantly increasing their chances of victory. "You need to tend to your injury first. We cannot delay the game," D'Antoni insisted, not wanting to incur a technical foul, folding his arms as he called out. Yang did not dare to waste any time. He hurriedly took a seat and implored, "Doctor, I beg you to expedite the treatment. I wish to return to the field." Although the team physician was reluctant to allow him to play, the injury was not severe enough to hinder movement. As long as the player was willing, he could certainly continue. Such indomitable spirit is indeed rare. Every team requires this fighting spirit, and it must not be overlooked. "Very well, you need to accompany me to the locker room for treatment. I will attend to you as swiftly as possible," the team physician assured him. Yang rose, clutching the gauze, and as he departed, he cast a lingering glance at the scoreboard. The numbers read 68-72, with the Nets trailing by 4 points. And the third quarter had barely elapsed 2 minutes. This deficit was hardly insurmountable. Turning his attention to his own score, which stood at 14 points, he recognized the considerable distance yet to cover for the night's objective. This realization was the very impetus for his return. As long as he could still play, he would not yield the court. This was not Vaughn's inaugural foray into coaching. In his earlier days, he had led a high school league team to championship glory. Subsequently, he transitioned to the collegiate level, where undoubtedly NCAA competitions posed a greater challenge. However, the teams he meticulously crafted were invariably characterized by their tenacity and formidable defense, which consistently posed significant challenges for their adversaries. It was precisely this emphasis on defense that caught Nash's attention, ultimately leading to his appointment as the chief defensive coach for the Nets. Yang's injury has deprived the front line of a formidable defensive warrior. Coupled with the absence of the 3 superstars, the offensive prowess has significantly diminished. Vaughn is acutely aware that the reason D'Antoni has called upon him to lead the team is not a reflection of his capabilities, but rather a means to avoid blame. Well, in the absence of offensive firepower, the focus must shift to defense. Joe Harris and Mills will continue to guard the perimeter, with Harris acting as a designated shooter and Mills orchestrating the team's play. Although Johnson is a key defensive anchor, he still falls slightly short of Vaughn's expectations. Yet he remains capable. The interior will be manned by Aldridge and Griffin, both of whom may not excel defensively but possess height and weight advantages. Furthermore, Aldridge provides a reliable scoring option. The team requires not only a stout defense, but also offensive firepower. Vaughn's strategy is sound, yet he faces the seasoned tactician Popovich. After observing the Nets lineup over 2 possessions, he promptly adjusts, opting for a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. He deploys Landale, a backup center, to focus on defense and rebounding, while the other 4 players launch an aggressive attack. Within 2 minutes, the game suddenly spirals out of control. An 8-0 run forcing Vaughn to call timeout. He realizes that Popovich's strategy targets his defense, as the 4 perimeter players possess significant offensive impact while the interior defense lags, rendering it a vulnerability, leading to consecutive scores in the paint, which intensifies Vaughn's anxiety. D'Antoni remains composed, arms crossed, conversing with an assistant, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding game. Vaughn finds himself nostalgically yearning for the presence of the three superstars. If any one of them were on the court, they could tear through the opponent's perimeter with ease, preventing Popovich from becoming so audacious. Without the trio, he longs for Yang to return swiftly to salvage the game. The 12-point deficit still leaves a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Glancing back, he sees the empty space, and after 2 minutes without news of Yang's return, he wonders if he will not come back. There is no time for distractions. The game continues, and he must first devise an offensive strategy. Joe, Mills, you cannot allow them to penetrate the perimeter easily. Vaughn exclaims, slapping the tactical board. Do not let Murray initiate. Block him directly. Close off the interior immediately. They lack three-point shooting. We can collapse. Aldridge and Griffin may not fully agree. But the coach's directives are not to be questioned, at least for now. They must intensify their defense, remain active, and defend with ferocity. Vaughn, with a tactical board tucked away, clenched his fists and shouted towards the crowd. The match continued, and only then did D'Antoni turn back. His confident gaze tinged with a hint of disdain. Tonight, he was eager to witness how Vaughn would embarrass himself, wishing to demonstrate to the world whether a team lacking in offense could secure victory. Meanwhile, Popovich was engaged in lighthearted banter, initially believing the game would be competitive. However, at this point, it was evident that they were completely outmatched, easily dismantled by a few simple tactical maneuvers. The ambition for the championship seemed utterly laughable as he watched the score continue to widen, bringing him great delight. After receiving further treatment to stop the bleeding, Yang had a thick layer of gauze wrapped around his head. To the unknowing observer, he might have seemed as if he had just returned from the battlefield. Yet he hurriedly jogged towards the venue. Upon entering, his first action was to glance at the score on the large screen, 68-80. How had such a significant gap emerged in such a short span? With half of the match still remaining, there was ample opportunity to turn the tide. Coach, I can do it. Let me on the court to bridge the gap. Yang rushed to Vaughn, calling out eagerly. Upon realizing that Yang could indeed return, D'Antoni's initially confident expression was tinged with a hint of disdain. His presence at this moment was unwarranted. Vaughn, upon hearing Yang's voice, felt a surge of excitement. Seeing him was akin to spotting a lifeline, as it rekindled hope for their defensive strategy and their chances in the match. Are you certain you're up to it? D'Antoni called dismissively from his chair. Yang, the return of a champion is not easily accomplished. You would do well to consider this carefully and not gamble with your future. Yang replied resolutely, Mr. Michael, the future is forged by our present actions. I wish to take the court and secure a victory. This minor injury is manageable. Once the bleeding is halted, I assure you, I will be fine. Chapter 88. Rising for the dunk, this moment of triumphant return bore a striking resemblance to Durant's previous heroics in saving the playoffs for the Warriors. Yet the outcome of his forced return was far from favorable. Upon witnessing Yang wrapped in bandages, Durant found no amusement, only a pang of sympathy. He himself was a prime example of the painful sacrifices made for the sake of the game. It simply was not worth it, especially when he had only just begun to establish his worth. Durant attempted to intervene, saying, Yang, this is merely a regular season game. We are already ranked first in the Eastern Conference. We can afford to lose this match. As the leader of the team, he certainly did not wish to see a teammate injured, particularly in a game of little consequence. Yang smiled gratefully, exclaiming, Haha, Geffen. It is merely a minor scrape, just a few drops of blood. Let us not forget the time when Kobe fractured his pinky finger, yet continued to triumph on the court. Durant inhaled deeply, filled with admiration for such a perspective. It was indeed the finest tribute to the Mamba. Very well, I hope you achieve your aspirations, Durant remarked, extending his hand for a high five. Substitution. Vaughn quickly gestured towards the technical area, then turned to Yang, saying, Our offense is stagnant, and the defense is being overwhelmed. With a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, you must excel in both offense and defense. Do you have the confidence? Am I to play freely? Yang inquired with surprise. Certainly, but it must be within the framework of our strategy. I require robust defense. Without it, even the strongest offense is futile. Vaughn stated sternly. In our 1 big, for small setup, it is primarily Murray who drives the offense. You will be tasked with guarding him. Understood. I will replicate our first half defense. I know how to execute it. Yang nodded confidently. Joe, take a breather. Vaughn quickly waved his hand, then called out to Mills. Mills, you'll guard the 2 spot, allowing Yang to focus on defending Murray. Your defensive efforts must be expedited. Mills was pleased with Yang's defensive capabilities. recognizing that with him as the primary defender, the offensive pressure would significantly diminish. Yang, it is a pleasure to see you back. I'll leave Murray in your capable hands, Mills said, hastening to exchange a high five. Yang decisively sprinted toward the front court, still lurking at the three-point line. Upon noticing Yang entering the arena wrapped in bandages, Popovich's lips curled into a smile as he gestured to Duncan beside him, inquiring if he had ever witnessed such a manner of taking the court. Duncan, somewhat taken aback, shook his head, harboring doubts about Yang's approach, yet secretly admiring his tenacity and spirit. Hey, baseline! As Aldridge secured the ball, Mills was already shouting toward Yang stationed at the baseline. Yang did not remain stationary. He swiftly glided from the baseline. Ade, bracing against Landale, decisively propelled the ball towards Yang beneath the basket with both hands. Yang received the ball, and the area beneath the basket lay vacant. He effortlessly executed a slam dunk. What on earth are you all doing? Popovich was displeased. Allowing an opponent to score so easily in the paint was simply unacceptable. Aldridge, that was indeed the right choice. We ought to focus more on penetrating the interior. Yang stepped forward, signaling with a high five. Instead of retreating to defend the backcourt, he took charge of the defense across the entire court. Murray, noticing the number 8 once again, felt a sense of irritation. He raised his elbow and pressed his shoulder against him, testing whether he would maintain his defensive stance. Yang did not falter. He pressed forward, resolutely adhering to his defensive stance. Hey, support! Murray shouted, turning his back and gesturing emphatically. Randall hurriedly moved in to provide cover, while Murray accelerated, attempting to shake off his defender. Yet, Yang took a step back and remained glued to him. It was as if he were a relentless specter. Murray quickly reeled in the ball and passed it to the right. However, before Vassell could even touch the ball, Yang, having leaped into action, intercepted it with remarkable precision, effectively seizing possession. With a flurry of movement, they aimed for successful play. Vaughn, noticing the interception, anxiously waved his hands from the sidelines, urging his teammates onward. Yang, with the ball in hand, surged forward, his gaze sweeping behind him as Murray and Vassell trailed closely, poised to execute a double block at the moment of the layup. In a flash, Yang accelerated once more, leaping from the painted area to release the ball. Instinctively, both defenders launched themselves into the air. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd as Yang elevated with the ball held high, the two defenders already soaring above him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Rondo's infamous plays against the Heat during his tenure with the Celtics. Yang's shot was exceptionally swift. Even before the two had fully descended, he seized the moment and effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. Splendid, truly splendid. Durant rose, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. Damn! Murray picked up the ball and slammed it fiercely against the floor, fully aware that he could have defended against that shot. Yet he was toyed with instead. It was a humiliation for him, especially given the two of them. I will make sure to outshine you again. After receiving the ball from Vassell, Murray forcefully leaned his shoulder against Yang, delivering a harsh retort. Yang had no time to engage in petty banter. He would address that once the score was leveled. Pass the ball. Even with speed, can you not play? Popovich exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed Murray stubbornly pushing forward. In a hurry, Murray passed to Primo, who was coming in for support. Being a fellow point guard, Primo was well acquainted with Mills and understood that a direct confrontation was futile. Only by utilizing speed could he find an opportunity. After receiving the ball, he took a step back, and Landale quickly moved in to set screen. Yang shouted urgently, "Don't follow, retreat," just as Aldridge was preparing to elevate. He instead retreated to huddle in the paint. Upon noticing the open space ahead, Primo accelerated to the free throw line but opted not to shoot, instead charging toward the basket. Challenging a center as a smaller player was akin to courting disaster. Aldridge's long arm reached out, swatting away Primo's layup, and Mills swiftly secured the rebound, launching a long pass to Yang at the three-point line as he surged into the frontcourt. Yang reached out to receive the ball, his steps unwavering as Murray quickly closed in behind him. In the midst of a fast break, Yang opted not for a three-point shot, recognizing that driving towards the basket was the most prudent choice. Stepping just beyond the free throw line, he noticed that Murray was reluctant to relinquish his defensive stance. Instead of attempting a layup, Yang skillfully gathered the ball and executed a three-step approach to the basket, just as Murray was poised to leap. Yang did not afford him a chance to block. With a subtle push of his hand, he utilized the force to his advantage, leaping gracefully to deliver a powerful one-handed slam dunk, forcefully sending the ball into the hoop. Oh! Yang descended, directing a fierce roar towards the airborne Murray. Duran, in an instant, slumped into his seat, wearing an expression of utter despair. Yang executed a spectacular lap over Murray, delivering a thunderous dunk that surpassed him in both vertical reach and wingspan. Murray, unable to defend against such prowess, bravely attempted to contest the shot. Yet Yang showed no mercy, emphatically dunking over him and sending him sprawling to the ground. The arena fell into an astonished silence. The audience in disbelief that such a feat could be accomplished by an Eastern player, particularly one still recovering from injury. Coach Popovich, unable to contain his frustration, gestured for a timeout with a drawn face. What a magnificent display, an undeniable boost to morale. Mills charged forward to enthusiastically thump Yang on the chest in encouragement, while even the trio in the commentary booth paused, momentarily speechless. In Chapter 89, You're a God Today, fans watching from home erupted in excitement, and the two commentators in the studio were left utterly bewildered. After a brief 2 seconds of stunned silence, one of them, known as Meng Ge, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed with laughter, "Incredible. Truly remarkable. My goodness, Yang just dunked over Murray, the Spurs' starting point guard. Am I dreaming?" Old Yang's face lit up with joy. Once he regained his composure, he added, "I dare say this dunk has firmly established his position within the team. This showcases his capability, proclaiming to the world that Eastern players, particularly those on the perimeter, can indeed compete in the NBA." Indeed, this was a feat beyond the reach of many NBA players, and Yang's execution of it was a testament to his skill. Meng Ge glanced at the comment section, which was flooded with praise, while the few dissenters remained conspicuously silent. On the court, D'Antoni was pleased with the dunk, but felt a twinge of discomfort as the score tightened to an 8-point margin. Realizing that an underestimated player had altered the course of the game, Vaughn saw an opportunity and quickly sketched a play on his clipboard, directing, "Johnson, position yourself on the perimeter. Take the three if the chance arises, if not, pass. Aldridge, move up to the free throw line and keep your shot high. Be mindful of Yang and Griffin's baseline cuts. They may lack height, but we can exploit that with inside passes to create mismatches. Yang's cuts are exceptional, and the best way to counter them is to leverage height for one-on-one plays." Vaughn had a limited offensive strategy, and he quickly outlined a defensive play, calling out to Aldridge, "Aldridge, you executed brilliantly just now. Don't rush out. Their center won't shoot. Stay in the paint and deny them space to drive. Young, maintain your tight defense. Do not allow Murray to facilitate for others. If we lock him down, the Spurs will lose their offensive rhythm." Targeting key players was Vaughn's primary strategy, while also ensuring the protection of the boards for a counterattack. As the game continued, Popovich did not abandon the small ball lineup, opting to bring in the more offensive-minded Poltol, intending to use his front-facing shot to draw Aldridge out and create space for perimeter players to drive. Yang's defense was relentless, akin to a bulldog, persistently shadowing his opponent, which left Murray quite exasperated with the reception. Upon receiving the ball, Yang once again mirrored his movements directly, and despite 2 consecutive dribbles, he could not shake off his defender, prompting Murray to hastily pass the ball. As the ball circulated, they astonishingly failed to find an opportunity for a shot. Vassal's subsequent drive was firmly thwarted by Johnson, forcing him to pass the ball back to Murray. Popovich, in a state of agitation, was pacing the sidelines and shouting, urging them to pay attention to the clock. As the shot clock was dwindling, "Shoot the ball." Realizing there were only 2 seconds left, Murray made a forceful drive, but Yang stayed closely on his heels. Seeing no chance to take a shot, he feigned a jump shot after securing the ball. Yang stoat motionless, hens rai said hi, as if unperturbed by the commotion around him. Upon realizing he had not been deceived, Murray leaned back and made his move. The difficulty of the shot was considerable, as he was still over 2 meters from the basket. With only 24 seconds left on the clock, the referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling for a Nets offensive play. Popovich, displaying no frustration, simply raised his hands in exasperation towards his players. Griffin initiated the play, while Mills accelerated the advance, signaling for positions as they crossed half-court. Aldridge set a screen for Johnson, who received the ball in a vacant spot and then passed it to Griffin, who was making his way towards the key. Griffin returned the ball to Mills with a smooth handoff, as Aldridge provided a screen for Yang, who was making his way along the baseline. After Yang passed, Ade turned to receive the ball, while Bortel used his body to press forward. Ade decisively held the ball, bracing himself against the defense. Noticing the overwhelming strength of the inside attack, Murray quickly moved in to provide support. Ade's release was remarkably swift. Upon seeing Yang unmarked, he made a decisive cross-court pass to Yang, who stood beyond the three-point line. As Yang Yang received the ball, Murray anticipated their intention to seek out number 8, thus positioning himself defensively with remarkable timeliness. Observing Yang preparing to shoot, he leaped forward, yet his trajectory led him beyond the court's boundaries. The ball was reclaimed, and only then did he release his shot. With no interference, he confidently sank a three-pointer. In frustration, Murray struck his thigh with a firm palm, knowing he had to accelerate their offensive pace. From the commentary booth, Mal glanced at the scoreboard and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Yang has scored 9 consecutive points," igniting a swift 9-0 run. He continued, "Goodness, has he sustained an injury or been invigorated by some unseen force?" Bowen, equally captivated by this scoring prowess, shook his head repeatedly, noting after the head coach was ejected, the players' morale was already dampened, yet Yang's return has inspired them. "I am not at all astonished by this scoreline. No need to rush. The Spurs are still in the lead, and the match is far from over," Jackson remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, another three-pointer. Look," Mal pointed excitedly toward the court, a signature step-back three, reminiscent of Harden style. The deficit has now narrowed to just 2 points, and Popovich has yet to call a timeout. On the court, after Yang Yang released his three-pointer, he swiftly turned to re-engage defensively. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, there remained an opportunity to either equalize or even take the lead. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Nash could only watch the live broadcast, his initial fury now overtaken by exhilaration. Witnessing such an electrifying match, he reflected on his ejection and Yang's return, which had significantly uplifted the team's spirit. Particularly, Yang's comeback had directly altered the course of the game, even if they were to lose. This match could very well become a classic. "Steve, you've truly struck gold," the locker room attendant remarked with a smile. "Indeed, you're absolutely right. We have indeed struck gold," Nash replied with a grin. "This game has been exceptional, and my admiration for his fighting spirit grows ever stronger." Back on the court, Yang Yang continued to maneuver along the baseline, this time directly confronted by Johnson, who resolutely denied him any opportunity to attempt a three-pointer. Yang Yang mentioned that after receiving the ball, Mills immediately gestured for everyone to spread out. Aldridge stepped up to set a screen, while Griffin positioned himself at the low post. Johnson and Mills took up positions on the flanks, creating an opportunity for Yang Yang to engage in a one-on-one. With 14 seconds remaining on the shot clock, there was ample time. Aldridge established his position for the screen, and Yang Yang took a lateral step before releasing the ball. Johnson angled his body, preparing to make a move, but Aldridge's screen was too substantial, preventing Boucher from closing in and causing a delay. Yang Yang, without a moment's hesitation, executed a flawless jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball soared gracefully through the air before finding its mark, swishing through the net. Popovich could no longer remain seated. After calling a timeout, he furiously slammed his hand on the tactical board, berating his players with exclamations of abysmal defense. A single screen allowed the opponent to launch a three-pointer. Can't you employ your minds while playing? In stark contrast to the despondent spirits of the Spurs, the Nets were in a state of exhilaration. "Young, you are phenomenal, single-handedly dismantling the entire team. Today, you are a deity," Durant exclaimed with laughter, approaching to high-five Young before solemnly patting him on the chest. "Maintain this fighting spirit. We've turned the tide of the score, and we must hold our ground. I am proud of your tenacity, boys. Let us push even harder." Chapter 90. A record-breaking score. Yang Yang gasped for breath, feeling a bit fatigued. Yet such exhaustion was undeniably worthwhile, as he observed the score swing in their favor with just over a minute remaining in the third quarter. He realized that his mission of returning had finally been accomplished. However, the game was far from over. The ultimate objective remained in progress, and he could not afford to relent. As the timeout concluded, Coach Popovich decisively altered the strategy, reverting to the regular lineup and continuing with the tactics employed in the first half. Almost immediately, Collins scored under the basket, while Johnson and Vassell from the perimeter successfully landed a three-pointer. On the opposing side, the Nets' Aldridge and Griffin persistently attacked the basket, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, both teams entered the fourth quarter tied, and Yang Yang glanced at his score, 29 points. This was the tally from the first 3 quarters, to achieve a total exceeding 40. He needed to secure 11 more points in this quarter. While this challenge was not insurmountable, it heavily depended on the course of the game. Vaughn showed no inclination to alter his lineup, but D'Antoni, perceiving Popovich's arrangement, could not resist offering a reminder. "Mr. Vaughn, you ought to revert to the standard lineup and attempt offense through perimeter three-pointers. Our interior players are already fatigued." Vaughn looked up to see Aldridge seated on the bench. breathing heavily, and upon glancing at the scoreboard, he realized Aldridge had been on the court for 30 minutes with scarcely any rest. Not one to be obstinate, Vaughn respected D'Antoni's counsel and promptly substituted in Claxton. As the game resumed, Yang returned to the small forward position, while Joha took the shooting guard role as a designated shooter, focusing on perimeter play. Upon entering the game, Joha immediately sank a three-pointer, prompting Popovich to grow anxious, urging his team to adhere to the established strategy. Moments later, Vassell executed a strong drive to score 2 points and was fouled in the process. This was the unfortunate consequence of inexperience among young interior players, who not only fell for the feint but also committed a foul. After successfully converting the free throw, Claxton swiftly initiated play, with Murray tightening his defense, while Johnson shadowed Yang, albeit not too closely, yet effectively preventing any three-point attempts.